Once the chief engineer of the Southern Heavenly Gate Project, Lin Mo traversed the blue star Huaxia, becoming a student of Professor AI, that he awakened a strategic intimidation technology system, enabling him to unlock future technologies by targeting adversarial forces such as the Eagle Nation. Beginning with the design of a soldier exoskeleton for his graduation project, he successively initiated the Southern Heavenly Gate Plan, the Shanhai Jing Plan, the Penglai Plan, the Houyi Plan, the Heavenly Court Plan, and the Guanghan Palace Plan that he developed the Kunlun soldier exoskeleton armor, the Xuan Nu aerospace fighter, the Luan Niao aerospace mothership, the Kunpeng submersible aircraft carrier, the Haori Tianting space city, and the Pangu superstar destroyer, alongside antimatter weapons, dimensional weapons, and causal law weapons. With a dazzling display of brilliance, Huaxia transformed into the unparalleled sovereign of a multidimensional universe, attaining the eternal supremacy of a ninth level. Civilization, Chapter 1, Activation of the Intimidation System. Huaxia surrounded by enemies, A frail middle-aged man passionately addressed the audience from the podium. For Huaxia to rise, the first task is to eradicate the little-foot basin chicken. We must abandon all illusions regarding the hegemony of the Eagle Nation. Cannons are not mere ornaments. They serve to measure the land owned by the nation. The dignity of the Huaxia people resides upon the edge of the sword. The truth between nations is eternally confined within the cannon's range. The authoritative speech from the hawkish faction elicited vigorous applause from the university students present, resonating throughout the hall. Yet, many students remained silent that in this current era, buoyed by certain public intellectuals and media, a wave of globalization had surged, suggesting that Huaxia's isolation and backwardness stifled talent. Only the democratic and beautiful Eagle Nation was deemed suitable for the development of talent. Huazhong University of Science and Technology stands as one of the top 3 universities in Huaxia, and some students had been profoundly influenced by this propaganda. Many contemplated leaving this gloomy land immediately after graduation. These students held a dismissive view towards Professor AI's radical opinions, not entirely opposing them, but essentially scoffing at them. The mentor speaks so eloquently. Lin Mo. In the front row, a sweet girl with large black-framed glasses applauded excitedly. Noticing the boy beside her with his head down in silence, she couldn't help but ask, "Hey, Lin Mo, why aren't you applauding? What are you daydreaming about?" Gazing at the familiar yet strange faces and objects around him, Lin Mo murmured, "Huaxia." Moments ago, a torrent of memories flooded his mind, leaving him in a daze. After a considerable time, Lin Mo gradually accepted it all. Traversing. It was indeed a traversal point 2 hours ago. He was the youngest senior researcher at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, leading a significant military technology project known as the Southern Heavenly Gate Plan. Having worked tirelessly for over 10 days, ultimately collapsing at the aerospace fighter test site, his last memory was the urgent blaring of an ambulance. And now, he had become a senior student at Huaxia University of Science and Technology. On the podium, AI Chongfeng surveyed the sea of students below, noting that at least a third of them were disinclined to applaud. He inwardly scoffed. He had long understood the sentiments of these individuals. The nation had dedicated itself to cultivating them, only for them to shamelessly serve the enemy. Some even felt the nation had wronged them. In this present day, Huaxia was already on a fast track to rapid development, its national strength growing stronger by the day. Across the ocean, the Eagle Nation, feeling threatened, revealed its grotesque visage in a bid to maintain its hegemonic position. Its attitude towards Huaxia swiftly shifted from support and exploitation to suppression, slander, technological blockade, and military threats, employing every means at its disposal. Under the leadership of the Eagle Nation, member countries of the Western Alliance joined in the effort to suppress Huaxia. Moreover, years of relentless smearing by Western media had led many to perceive Huaxia as the darkest, most despicable nation. The most absurd part was that, amidst such critical matters of national fortune, some young intellectuals who should have been the pillars of Huaxia deluded themselves into believing they understood the essence of the world, becoming vanguards in the smear campaign against their own country, full of grandiose justifications, yet rooted in self-interest. However, as AI Chongfeng observed those students, their faces alight with enthusiasm, some even rising to applaud, he felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, there are still 2/3. This nation still had its pillars. Just as he intended to continue his lecture, AI Chongfeng noticed his student Lin Mo in the front row, also with his head bowed, silent. His temper flared. "Lin Mo, stand up." Applause faded, and within seconds, the vast conference hall fell into a profound silence. Hearing the mentor call his name, Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback before rising to his feet. "You are my student. Have you been dissatisfied with my lecture today? Please, share your thoughts. AI Chongfeng's words were laced with coldness. Many students behind him exchanged glances, relishing the situation. Why offend anyone, if not the king of hell AI? Let's see how you graduate this time. Lin Mo observed AI Chongfeng's fiery expression and inwardly lamented. He had been busy sorting through the memories of 2 lives and had not paid close attention to the lecture, which seemed to have led to a misunderstanding by this stern mentor. With no time to ponder further, Lin Mo quickly organized his thoughts and responded calmly. Professor AI, I didn't rest well last night, so I was a bit unfocused during the lecture. Would you like me to share my views on the Littlefoot Basin chicken or on the Eagle Nation? Upon hearing the derogatory term Littlefoot Basin chicken, a glimmer of understanding flashed in AI Chongfeng's eyes, and his anger subsided somewhat. Feel free to express any thoughts you have. Lin Mo's mind raced. In this parallel world, the historical development roughly mirrored that of Earth in 2012. Reflecting on the previous global landscape, Lin Mo articulated, I largely agree with Professor AI's viewpoint, but I have some nuances of disagreement. I believe that the Littlefoot Basin chicken and the First Island chain are hardly formidable threats. The only genuine threat is the Eagle Nation. However, the military deterrence of the Eagle Nation will last at most a few more years. His words sent shockwaves through the audience. Did this Lin Mo understand what he was saying? Dismissing the current world military power ranked 6th, the Foot Basin chicken, was one thing, but to assert that the military deterrence of the Eagle Nation could not last 4 years was another. Did he not know what it meant to be a superpower among many? Did he not comprehend the concept of an unrivaled hegemon? This was no longer a matter of hawks or doves. Many believed this student was either deliberately spouting nonsense or had genuinely lost his mind. Professor AI Chongfeng chuckled. You, young man, are even more audacious than I. We can boast, but we mustn't do so without a script. Tell me, what is your reasoning? Lin Mo gathered his thoughts and began. It's quite simple. The key factor in breaking the island chain blockade is maritime military power, and within 5 years, at the earliest 2 years, we will have 1 or 2 domestically produced aircraft carriers launched. Moreover, the Khufu aircraft carrier we acquired from the Tumvo should be completed for repairs soon, and once delivered to the Navy, our nearshore and medium-range military capabilities will be significantly enhanced. Combined with land operations from the eastern and southern military districts, by that time, the first island chain in the South China Sea will naturally be rendered ineffective. Having finished speaking, Lin Mo observed as the students began to murmur among themselves. Was it permissible to speak so recklessly? At present, Huaxia did not even possess a single aircraft carrier, yet he dared to claim that within 5 years, Huaxia could produce its own aircraft carrier, even some military. Experts boast excessively in the media, yet they would not dare to make such claims. However, on the stage, AI Chongfeng's expression changed dramatically. While others may not comprehend, he, as an insider, surely understood. What Lin Mo stated was indeed grounded in reality. Yet, such information was shrouded in absolute secrecy. How did Lin Mo acquire this knowledge? Just as he was about to divert the conversation, a male classmate could no longer contain himself and stood up to vehemently refute Lin Mo. Lin Mo, your words are nothing short of foolish and laughable, he exclaimed. Are we aware of how many aircraft carriers our nation possesses? The classmate gestured broadly, demonstrating his point. Indeed, it is 0. Laughter erupted around the room. Aircraft carriers represent the pinnacle of military technology, and the United States has possessed them since World War II, over 70 years ago, with nuclear-powered carriers. To boot, he continued. Yet, after all these years, how many do we have? 0. Hearing this, those who had laughed moments ago fell silent. The boy continued with a sardonic smile. Being backward is one thing, but being oblivious to it is far worse. Lin Mo, your attempts to pander to Professor AI here may appear patriotic, but in reality, they are foolish. It's better not to attend such classes. Silence enveloped the room. The classmate began to pack his belongings and exited prematurely. Lin Mo shook his head and smiled softly. In this parallel world of Blue Star, the historical trajectories of various nations had diverged significantly, leading to a somewhat chaotic timeline, creating an entirely different realm. However, this timeline and developmental process could be likened to the year 2012 in his previous life, where Lin Mo, through past memories, recognized that certain historical events, despite temporal discrepancies, were inevitably destined to occur. For instance, although the nation had yet to officially announce it, Lin Mo could surmise the impending completion of China's first aircraft carrier. In a matter of months, or at most within a year, the Khufu aircraft carrier would be formally declared refurbished and named the Jinlong ship. Moreover, during this refurbishment process, China would accumulate a wealth of experience in aircraft carrier operations and the progress of the 2 domestically produced carriers under construction was promising. Absent any unforeseen circumstances, the second fully independently developed domestic carrier, the Qilong ship, was slated for delivery in 4 years. In the event of a major crisis, it could potentially be expedited and completed within a year. At this moment, another female classmate, with a pockmarked face, stood up to question Lin Mo. Lin Mo, it has been 8 years since we acquired the Ku-Fu aircraft carrier. To date, the authorities have not released any information. What makes you so certain it will be completed soon? Did you receive some insider information from your mentor? Lin Mo remained speechless. He couldn't simply state that he had traversed from a parallel world and was endowed with prophetic insights. Could he? AI Chongfeng interrupted with a light cough. All right, there's no need to dwell on these unnecessary matters. Lin Mo's intentions are commendable, but he must exercise caution in his words and refrain from exaggeration. Which class was that student from who dared to leave early? Deduct his credits for the military studies course, and let him earn his degree honestly. I will reiterate once more, all illusions regarding American hegemony must be abandoned. This lecture will conclude here. Class dismissed. Lin Mo, Rin Shui, please come to my office. The sounds of books being gathered filled the air. The pockmarked female classmate, who had posed the question, slowly took her seat, her keen eyes flickering as the special listening device concealed within her clothing began transmitting information to an unknown location. Once the transmission concluded, she calmly rose and departed the main hall with her fellow classmates. To study abroad in the United States, one must present their credentials. As most of the attendees departed, the two individuals in the front row, called upon by their mentor, remained. Wearing large framed glasses, Rin Shui looked at Lin Mo with excitement. Let's go. The mentor has summoned us to his office. You certainly have the audacity to speak, Junior. Did the mentor reveal some secret information to you? What secret information could there possibly be? Don't try to deceive me. There must be something. As Lin Mo followed Rin Shui towards AI Chongfeng's office, a sudden, melodious chime resonated in his mind, causing him to momentarily freeze in place. Ding. Successfully executed strategic intimidation against the American intelligence agency, earning 200 prestige points. Chinese bloodline detection in progress. System activation in progress. Congratulations, host. You have activated the strategic intimidation technology system. Chapter 2. Soldier exoskeleton? National projects have failed. What grounds do you have? Congratulations, host. You have activated the strategic intimidation technology system. Unlocking first-level technology. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Kunlun soldier exoskeleton armor and its associated sub-technologies. Current prestige value, 200, beginning of the conquest phase. Upon reaching a prestige value of 10,000, you may initiate the first system upgrade task, completing which will unlock the second level of technology. A system? Lin Mo found himself momentarily lost in thought, grappling with the absurdity of it all. Yet, considering that he had already traversed dimensions despite having met his demise, what could be more ludicrous? Lin Mo, why are you dawdling? Hurry up, they're coming. As he walked, Lin Mo familiarized himself with the singular technology currently unlocked by the system, the soldier exoskeleton armor technology. However, upon delving into its intricacies, he was utterly astounded by the sheer magnitude of this futuristic technology. Am I truly not dreaming? The capabilities of this soldier exoskeleton armor are astonishingly advanced. At the very least, it surpasses the technological level of Earth by over 50 years. As a former senior researcher at the Chinese Academy of Sciences responsible for military technology projects, Lin Mo immediately recognized that the related technologies of this soldier exoskeleton armor were, even in his past life, undeniably epic-making. The challenges were not merely technical, they also stemmed from constraints in energy, materials, and processes. Yet, the system provided accompanying technologies that seemingly addressed these limitations. Such terrifying future technology cannot remain confined to my mind alone. Lin Mo resolved to find a way to expedite its creation, thereby enhancing the strength of the Chinese nation. If this futuristic armor could be brought into reality, it would be akin to Iron Man's suit manifesting in the real world. It would undoubtedly significantly bolster China's military prowess. Simultaneously, Lin Mo gained a deeper understanding of the system's formidable nature. The initial gift bestowed upon him had already surpassed several eras of technological progression from his past life. How terrifying! With this thought, a glimmer of determination shone in Lin Mo's eyes. Most importantly, this system can continually upgrade. An upgraded system will unlock new technologies. At that moment, Lin Mo felt an eager anticipation for the second, third, and even higher levels of future technologies. He silently established his foremost priority, to upgrade the system as swiftly as possible. With this in mind, Lin Mo inwardly intoned, "Please introduce the basic functions, particularly regarding upgrades. Certainly, host. Below is an introduction to the basic functions of this system. Note: unlocked sections require higher-level system permissions. Please upgrade the system before further consultation. Lin Mo swiftly perused the current system functions and quickly grasped the requirements for upgrading. It was remarkably straightforward. As long as Lin Mo enacted strategic intimidation against hostile forces, he could acquire the key prestige points necessary for a system upgrade. Once the prestige points accumulated beyond the target value, he could initiate a system upgrade task. Completing the task would unlock the next tier of technology. Lin Mo pondered this, realizing that it all ultimately hinged on strategic intimidation. Does this imply that the trajectory of my life in this lifetime cannot mirror that of my past, particularly in the realm of scientific research? In the office of AI Chongfeng, Lin Mo was scrutinized intently after they entered, causing an unsettling sensation to creep over him. Fortunately, he had prepared his response during the journey and calmly stated, "Minter, this is merely my personal conjecture. While there has been no official announcement from Huaxia, a plethora of related information can substantiate my claims, such as fluctuations in the stock prices of steel material companies and variations in shipyard orders. With a willingness to connect the dots, one can arrive at a reasonable conclusion." Observing AI Chongfeng nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Mo continued to ponder. Many military experts online have also speculated on this matter, though most are hesitant to entertain such thoughts or reluctant to believe them. AI Chongfeng nodded again, his expression softening slightly. Beside them, Ren Xue excitedly clutched Lin Mo's arm, exclaiming, "Lin Mo, you are truly remarkable." The look on the mentor's face was almost comical. "And you actually guessed correctly. No wonder you are my brilliant junior." AI Chongfeng, however, interjected sternly, "Ren Xue, stand at attention." "Oh." Ren Xue immediately complied. At that moment, AI Chongfeng recalled another pressing matter and turned to Lin Mo, asking, "With merely 3 months until your graduation project defense, how is your rocket guidance project progressing?" Lin Mo was taken aback. Why the sudden inquiry? Noticing Lin Mo's silence, AI Chongfeng frowned and continued, "This year's graduation defense at the university is of great significance, particularly for our military technology program. You must take it seriously. The reason I summoned you today is to inform you that this year, high-ranking officials from the Supreme Military District and Huazhong University of Science and Technology will serve as defense examiners. There may even be a few academicians present." Lin Mo was startled. Academicians from Huazhong University attending an undergraduate thesis defense? AI Chongfeng elaborated, "Do you understand why? In recent years, the United States has imposed a comprehensive technological blockade on us, causing stagnation in various technological fields. Finally, the leadership of Huaxia has awakened to the necessity of valuing high-end talent and fostering independent innovation. Soon, the nation will launch a series of major projects aimed at overcoming critical technological challenges, urgently requiring a fresh influx of youthful research talent. For us at Huazhong University, especially for the graduates of our Military Technology Institute, this is a monumental opportunity. If you can demonstrate your capabilities, you will receive preferential access to the resources of Huaxia. Such resources are unimaginable for previous cohorts." Lin Mo's understanding deepened. So that is it. In his past life, around 2012, the country indeed initiated a new talent program, during which he had entered the Chinese Academy of Sciences as a researcher after graduating from university. Now, as he faced graduation once again, Lin Mo not only possessed the technical knowledge from his previous life, but had also awakened his system. With this thought, a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. In order to swiftly unlock advancements in technological systems, one must devise a means of external strategic intimidation, which is inherently reliant upon a measure of authority and status. This upcoming graduation project defense will be a pivotal moment of revelation. Observing Lin Mo's prolonged silence, AI Chongfeng felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Could it be that his student was faltering? He furrowed his brow and inquired, "Have you encountered any difficulties with your graduation project? Please inform me. It is imperative that we optimize it swiftly. You are my sole undergraduate protege, and your project must rank among the top 10 in the school. I cannot afford to lose face." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo made a decisive statement. Looking earnestly at AI Chongfeng, he said, "Minter, I indeed have new ideas regarding my graduation project. Recently, I have garnered some inspiration and conducted research on individual combat equipment, and I wish to change my project topic to seek your support in certain areas." Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, AI Chongfeng's expression shifted dramatically. "Nonsense. Your previous graduation project on rocket guidance was personally established by me. Regardless of its excellence, it was guaranteed to rank within the top 10. Now, with merely 2 months remaining, you wish to change your project? Individual combat equipment? What do you mean? Firearms, rocket launchers, or howitzers? Lin Mo replied, exoskeleton armor for individual soldiers. AI Chongfeng exclaimed, individual exoskeleton armor? What on earth is that? Has this insufferable boy been too lax recently, losing himself in video games to the point of hallucination? I cannot approve. He slammed his hand on the desk, then continued vehemently, I shall not hesitate to inform you. The technology for individual exoskeleton armor, while still merely a conceptual weapon externally, has been a focus of extensive manpower and resources from our nation for several years, engaging in military technological competition with the United States. Unfortunately, earlier this year, this national project was abruptly halted. The project team concluded that until our energy technology and alloy materials undergo a transformation, it is impossible to create exoskeleton armor suitable for practical combat. Even the United States cannot achieve it. AI Chongfeng's gaze bore into Lin Mo, as if to declare, under the immense scrutiny of national interest. Countless doctoral researchers have declared failure. Do you believe you can succeed? Mentor, I am confident, Lin Mo replied, taken aback by AI Chongfeng's vehement reaction. Unsure of how to justify himself, AI Chongfeng, in a fit of exasperation, retorted with a sarcastic laugh. You have a hammer's worth of confidence. Previously, I admired your composed demeanor and diligent spirit, but I never anticipated you would become so presumptuous. Regardless, I cannot agree. My student must focus on researching heavy weaponry. Only artillery represents the truth. Lin Mo felt a deep sense of helplessness. His mentor possessed commendable qualities, yet he was excessively enamored with firepower, adhering to the doctrine of carpet bombing and dismissing the significance of individual equipment. Mentor, I assure you I have ample confidence. How about this? I will complete the project you assigned to me previously and then embark on this new endeavor. At that time, I shall also submit my design concepts for the individual exoskeleton armor in the form of a detailed proposal, which you will undoubtedly understand. As a former senior researcher at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Lin Mo possesses myriad ways to persuade AI Chongfeng. The simplest method is to impress through technology. The guided missile project that AI Chongfeng assigned for the undergraduate thesis was something Lin Mo had thoroughly researched in his previous life. He could effortlessly complete it in no more than 3 days. After all, even without a system, the knowledge residing in his mind is sufficient to give AI Chongfeng a slight jolt of rebirth. Chapter 3. The Emergence of Future Armor on Blue Star. The thesis defense is imminent. Lin Mo met AI Chongfeng's gaze with unwavering determination and declared, Mentor, I require your unequivocal support. What our nation lacks is independent innovation. Any bold pioneer must not be stifled, must they? AI Chongfeng initially intended to reprimand his impulsive student further. However, upon hearing the last statement, he found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, with resignation, he said, Lin Mo, what folly drives you to persist down this dead end? Exoskeleton armor is fraught with technological barriers. This is not a challenge you can tackle alone. It pertains to the industrialization process of the entire nation. Lin Mo remained undeterred. With a light chuckle, he replied, words hold no meaning. Once I present the design proposal in a few days, you shall understand. AI Chongfeng couldn't help but roll his eyes. A design proposal? He must be dreaming. As long as you ensure that the previous thesis project proceeds without issue, I shall permit you to pursue this. AI Chongfeng huffed coldly. Now what do you require? Lin Mo responded, a laboratory, a testing ground, and project funding. How much funding? This question momentarily stumped Lin Mo. Previously, as the chief engineer of the Nantianmen Project, he had access to project funds measured in the millions. But as an undergraduate, he could not expect much. Calculating silently in his mind, he decided to minimize the funding request and finally gritted his teeth, stating, at least 5 million. What? 5 million? AI Chongfeng was both exasperated and amused. Do you think project funds are printed on demand? None of his numerous doctoral projects had ever received an initial funding of 5 million. With a dismissive wave of his hand, AI Chongfeng declared, I will arrange a separate laboratory for you. A designated area in the research testing ground will also be allocated. But the accompanying automated production line can only be accessed from 4 a.m. to 10 a.m. As for project funding, the maximum is 200,000. With an initial allocation of 100,000, and further funding will be provided upon achieving preliminary results. 200,000? Lin Mo immediately grew anxious. What can 200,000 accomplish? It can't even cover the basic materials. Mentor, it is 200,000. Not a penny more. Now get out. After leaving the office, Lin Mo gazed at the blue sky and white clouds, secretly chuckling to himself. What can 200,000 achieve? It is insufficient even for the materials to create an armor helmet. Must he resort to borrowing everywhere? Yet, as a mere university student, no matter how noble the justification. It is unlikely he could procure millions for research. Is selling technology the only recourse? However, organizing memories is exceedingly time-consuming. Lin Mo's mind is indeed filled with numerous cutting-edge scientific technologies, yet extracting and arranging these chaotic fragments of memory proves to be quite a formidable task. A wave of frustration surges within him. At this moment, a curious and delicate voice wafts from behind. Lin Mo, is the exoskeleton armor you just mentioned really impressive? Rin Xuei, with her sparkling eyes, catches up from behind, inquiring with genuine interest. Lin Mo turns to glance at the soft and endearing girl beside him. In his memories, Rin Xuei has always held a favorable view of him, though it lacks the nuances of romantic affection. One could say that the emotional perspective of researchers differs significantly from that of the average person. With a distracted air, Lin Mo replies, of course. Rin Xuei, intrigued, asks, are you that confident? Lin Mo dismissively states, as long as the funding is sufficient, developing exoskeleton armor is a piece of cake for me. The main issue is still a lack of funds. Well, senior, I must take my leave. He has to focus on gathering money and lacks time for idle chatter. Just as Lin Mo intends to step forward, a small hand suddenly reaches out, forcefully shoving a black bank card into the pocket of his white shirt. What are you doing? Feeling the unexpected sensation on his chest, Lin Mo exclaims in shock. Broad daylight, what does this mean? He hastily retrieves the card, only to discover it is a black and gold diamond card from Huaxia Bank. Junior brother, weren't you in need of money? Here. This is my living expenses I've saved over the past few months, all for you. Lin Mo stands frozen in place. To support him, Rin Xuei is willing to part with her entire living allowance. Could it be that this senior sister has fallen under the sway of romantic notions? Yet, it's truly hard to find her endearing. Lin Mo hands the bank card back, saying, senior sister, that amount isn't sufficient. Take it back. I appreciate your kindness. Gazing at the girl before him, who stands at a height of 1.60 meters, he recalls her accolades. Shanghai's top student, a prodigious girl, a competition enthusiast. Apart from her somewhat peculiar personality, she possesses almost no flaws, including in her physique. Unfortunately, for the next couple of years, he will lack the energy to contemplate romantic relationships. Lin Mo thinks to himself, I must apologize. With the current internal and external challenges facing Huaxia, he must devote 100% of his efforts to promote the nation's resurgence. Everything else must take a back seat. He extends the bank card again, his hand suspended in the air for what seems like an eternity, but Rin Xuei does not accept it. Junior brother, do you truly not want it? I really don't need it. 5 million. Lin Mo nearly chokes on his own saliva. What? 5 million? The innocent look in the girl's eyes is disarming. 5 million. Lin Mo's right hand, still holding the bank card, remains poised in midair. After contemplating the trajectory of his life for a few seconds, he resolutely clenches his teeth and swiftly tucks the bank card into his shirt pocket. He strives to overcome the awkwardness and states in a formal tone, thank you for your support, Senior Xuei. He can no longer concern himself with whether this senior sister is attracted to his charm. He has unwittingly invoked the law of unexpected affection. Trust me, the people of Huaxia will surely be grateful for your contribution. 3 days later, Lin Mo presented his comprehensive graduation project on guided rocket missiles, along with various design proposals and rough drafts for the exoskeleton armor, before AI Chongfeng. After reviewing the guided missile project twice, AI Chongfeng nodded in satisfaction. This student he mentored was remarkably intelligent and had solidly grasped 4 years of university education. Based solely on this project, obtaining an A-grade evaluation should pose no challenge whatsoever. However, when AI Chongfeng picked up the design manual and overall plan for the exoskeleton armor, he was utterly astonished by Lin Mo's proposal after merely glancing at it. What a wildly imaginative concept. The high-energy plasma propulsion engine, coupled with the intelligent adaptive behavior system, these key complementary technologies had a striking feasibility. AI Chongfeng stared at Lin Mo in shock, unable to fathom that this young man truly had innovative ideas. Furthermore, he had concrete solutions to several technical challenges and barriers. Perhaps, he could indeed develop something remarkable. Suddenly, AI Chongfeng felt a glimmer of hope for Lin Mo's new project. If he could overcome a few critical technological hurdles, he might even provide insights for the now-defunct national project. From that day forward, AI Chongfeng's attitude took a complete turn, and he began to ardently support Lin Mo's research, raising the initial project funding to a staggering 1 million. Through his actions, Lin Mo had undeniably proven himself to be a scientific prodigy. At 4 in the morning, at the military technology testing ground of Huazhong University of Science and Technology, Lin Mo mused to himself as he gazed at the automated production line. 6 million in funding is still insufficient. we must eliminate most of the firepower systems. The research testing ground of the Military Technology Institute was constructed to the standards of a top national research base. Here, an array of advanced research equipment was available, including automated machinery for smelting, forging, and electronics. This was precisely why Lin Mo insisted on coming here. Reflecting on certain events from a recent military lecture, Lin Mo thought, just 10 minutes after announcing the aircraft carrier news, the Eagle Nation's intelligence agency managed to obtain the information. Some students at Huazhong University are indeed quite naive. It's comparable to the 500,000 of my previous life. Moreover, the strategic intimidation system even affected the Eagle Nation's intelligence agency, yet the prestige gained was only 200. One must reach a prestige level of 10,000 to receive system upgrade tasks. Am I to capture spies? Lin Mo immediately shook his head. Setting aside the formidable task of gathering evidence against spies, there was currently no reward policy of 500,000. And with just over 2 months remaining until the graduation defense, diverting energy to capture spies would be counterproductive. One must eat one bite at a time. The most critical task was to expedite the creation of the exoskeleton armor, developing cutting-edge technology of an epic-making caliber, fulfilling strategic intimidation, and then upgrading the system to acquire new technologies to elevate Huaxia's technological prowess. This was the true path. Time waits for no one. Every moment must be seized. Moreover, retaining these informants may prove remarkably effective for subsequent strategic intimidation. Thus, over the course of these 2 months, Lin Mo traversed the monotonous path between the laboratory and the testing grounds daily. His meals were graciously provided by Ren Shui, as he resided and dined within the confines of the lab. Each day at the break of dawn, precisely at 4 o'clock, Lin Mo would arrive at the testing site, clad in the cloak of night, diligently working on the development of alloy materials and the fabrication of core components. His existence could only be described as exceedingly mundane. Under normal circumstances, one might succumb to madness, yet Lin Mo thrived in this routine. Furthermore, one must not underestimate the numerous diligent students at Huazhong University of Science and Technology who share his unwavering commitment. These individuals represent the future of China. 2 months later, the day of the graduation design defense was imminent. After 2 months of relentless toil, Lin Mo had nearly completed the Kunlun exoskeleton armor. Before him stood a creation imbued with a sense of science fiction, its matte black exterior exuding an air of sophistication. The uncontainable joy in Lin Mo's eyes was unmistakable. Chapter 4. The Crisis of Defense. The dovish academician examiners possessed the power of veto. Yet, the thought of the exorbitant expenditures incurred previously caused Lin Mo considerable distress. The financial burn was staggering. The configuration of the Kunlun generation armor had been reduced to less than a quarter of its original state. The firepower system had dwindled to a mere few miniature guided tactical rockets, and the intelligence systems had not been integrated at all. Essentially, only the most fundamental functions remained. Although it bore the name Kunlun armor, it was merely a youthful iteration resembling its namesake. However, despite the drastic reduction in configuration, the expenses had not diminished in kind. From the 6 million initially at hand, only a few thousand remained. Lin Mo had calculated that to fully equip the armor, especially the firepower systems, which included miniature electromagnetic pulse cannons and micro-high-energy laser guns, one would need no less than 300 to 500 million, an unattainable dream. Nonetheless, Lin Mo was unconcerned. He had never intended to create a complete or high-end version. Despite its lamentable configuration, the youthful armor boasted exceptional performance. After several rounds of testing, Lin Mo removed the exoskeleton, his face still reflecting shock and exhilaration. The extraordinary power, unparalleled speed, and remarkable agility of the armor, coupled with the firepower systems he dared not test on campus, heralded a new era of technological advancement, a true marvel of futuristic innovation. To say it rivaled the original Iron Man suit would not be an exaggeration. Filled with confidence, Lin Mo mused that if such a creation could not achieve full marks, then no graduation project in existence could ever attain that honor. In the dormitory of Huazhong University, in preparation for the defense the following day, Lin Mo returned to retrieve his documents. As he stepped through the door, he was met with the boisterous antics of his 3 close friends. Hey Lin, it's been 2 months. You haven't returned to the dorm even once. You're such a workaholic. It seems you've completely forgotten about us in room 404. And your brothers. Indeed, not even a glance back at us. Such an egregious offense deserves punishment. You must treat us to a lavish meal, no less than 500. Lin Mo laughed and scolded, just get lost. The robust young Guaji jumped off the bed, his face brimming with curiosity. What are you up to, my friend? You completed your graduation project long ago, Yet you still bury yourself in the laboratory every day. What on earth are you tinkering with? Lin Mo smiled, but did not respond. He had kept the details of his new project to himself, merely stating 2 months prior that his graduation project was finished, which had left them enviously perplexed. He had been mysteriously secretive all day. On the upper bunk, the lanky Gao Tianyuan exclaimed, "Hey Lin, did you hear? This defense meeting is unlike any before. It is said to be graced by eminent figures." Su Xiuqi, wearing thick-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of refinement, shared the news he had gleaned. Insider information. 2 esteemed academicians from Huazhong University of Science and Technology, and a high-ranking leader from the Supreme Military District. Lin Mo nodded. He was already privy to this information. If only one eminent figure were present as a defense examiner, it might merely serve as a procedural formality to express the high regard the Chinese leadership has for talent. However, the presence of 3 top experts and leaders from diverse fields signified something profound, a shift in talent policy, an unprecedented level of attention. Yang Guozhi lamented. "We truly have it rough this year. In ordinary circumstances, my modest explosive grenade might have secured a C rating for graduation. But this year? Perhaps only a D or even an E, definitely a delay in graduation." The grading for graduation defense projects ranges from A to E, with F being the lowest. Each grade is further divided into 2 tiers. Generally, attaining at least a C is necessary for smooth graduation. A select few D-rated projects, if deemed amendable, may be revised and re-evaluated within 2 months. However, most projects rated D or lower face automatic delays in graduation. Su Xiuqi added. The likelihood of that happening is greater than 9,265. Old Su, you sure know how to talk. You chatter all day? Gao Tianyuan attempted to console him. Don't worry. Yang, there are plenty of projects worse than yours. What if those esteemed figures decide to pass you anyway? Besides, extending graduation is quite common in our military academy. Your case is not unique. Yang Guozhi managed a rather forced smile. Lin Mo's graduation project should earn an A, right? Su Xiuqi remarked, aware of the excellence of Lin Mo's project. After all, he was the only undergraduate student of Professor AI, a prestigious doctoral advisor, and it was inconceivable that he would produce anything less than commendable work. In the past, it would have undoubtedly been an A, but now, the outcome was uncertain. Yang Guozhi continued, I heard one of the academicians coming this time is a representative of the dovish faction. You must understand, these 3 eminent figures possess veto power. Everyone knew that Lin Mo was a protege of Professor Ai Chongfeng, a quintessential hawk known for his unyielding remarks. A decade ago, the relationship between the United States and China was still in the last throes of a superficially cordial honeymoon period. Amidst the fierce struggle between hawkish and dovish factions within the nation, the voices of the doves have overshadowed all, leading to Ai Chongfeng's expulsion from the Supreme Military District, resulting in the significant loss of his authority. Ultimately, he found himself teaching at Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Among the examiners present, should there be any of the prominent figures from the dovish camp, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for Lin Mo. However, the Lin Mo of today is no longer the naive senior he once was. With a gentle smile, Lin Mo reassured himself, saying, Do not fret. Where there is a will, there is a way. In this land of Huaxia, only one faction shall prevail, the pro-war faction. If a division must be made, it will be between the radical hawks and the conservative hawks. Go for it, Lin Mo. You are the sole beacon of hope for our dormitory 404. You will surely attain an A. The following day, the thesis defense commenced as scheduled, coinciding with the onset of June. By 8 in the morning, a wave of warmth enveloped the atmosphere. The observation platform within the research trial grounds was already filled with attendees, and due to the disruption of mobile signals, they could only wait in monotony. The graduates from Huazhong University each year boast unparalleled technical prowess among their peers in domestic universities. While most projects may simply consist of a defense, a few remarkable and innovative technological creations always emerge, some even garnering an A rating on the spot. It is not uncommon for students to be snatched up by the Chinese Academy of Sciences for postgraduate studies or lured away by major tech enterprises with offers exceeding $1 million in annual salary. This year's thesis defense, however, promised to be unprecedented, with 3 esteemed academicians serving as examiners. Consequently, many freshmen to juniors took the initiative to attend as observers. Alongside professors from other institutions, personnel from research organizations, and executives from tech companies, all seeking to witness the event. The number of attendees had surpassed 8,000. Close to the podium, over 200 graduates participating in the defense gathered in circles around their mentors. Despite the presence of more than 200 individuals, only around 60 projects were showcased. Many of the topics were complex, involving collaborative efforts under the guidance of mentors, with distinct roles assigned to each participant. Historically, only independently completed thesis projects had a chance of receiving an A rating, as true geniuses are versatile. And if you claim to be specialized in a particular technology but lack overall competency, then, alas, you can only be considered a specialist, not a genius. Are you all prepared? Seated beside AI Chongfeng were two individuals, Lin Mo and Ren Shui. AI Chongfeng, gazing at Lin Mo, cautioned, be sure to meticulously check every detail. No mistakes can be afforded. The guidance of rockets is an eternal subject, and while the innovation in your project is commendable, your grade will ultimately depend on your performance during the defense. With a cheerful grin, Ren Shui chimed in, rest assured, mentor. Lin Mo's exoskeleton armor is already complete. I've had a sneaky peek, and it will undoubtedly earn an A. 10 A's would pose no challenge. AI Chongfeng chuckled and shook his head. All right then. Still thinking about that exoskeleton armor, are we? Regarding Lin Mo's exoskeleton armor project, AI Chongfeng has been quite supportive. Not only increasing the funding to 1 million, but also applying to higher authorities to provide Lin Mo with secret materials from previously declared unsuccessful national projects. After all, in his eyes, the original guided rocket project was already relatively mature, and Lin Mo could experiment freely. However, over the past 2 months, Lin Mo had not consulted him on any issues nor submitted any verifiable project progress. It seemed likely that he had failed. Rest assured, mentor. If I cannot attain an A this time, I will voluntarily request an extension, Lin Mo said with a smile. I have combined the new and old project works, and I will present them together. 2 months prior, all graduating students had already reported and registered their graduation design project topics, and the main project could not be altered. However, additional display content could be added. Lin Mo decided to create 3 miniature guided rockets and integrate them into the firepower system of the Kunlun exoskeleton armor. He planned to showcase everything together. Such practices have been commonplace in previous years, and the school encourages this approach. After all, the ideas of geniuses cannot be constrained. Yet, upon hearing Lin Mo's words, AI Chongfeng frowned. Combining new and old projects? Why didn't you inform me earlier? How do you intend to merge rocket guidance with exoskeleton armor? This is sheer chaos. If it goes awry, it will adversely affect the final assessment. You truly give me no peace of mind. Just as Lin Mo was about to explain, 2 elderly men clad in Zhongshan suits, accompanied by a military leader in uniform bearing 2 stars, strode confidently into the research testing ground, followed by the president and vice president of Lonka University and various deans. As they passed the waiting area, Ren Shui suddenly stood up, leaned over the railing, and called out, Uncle Li, over here, look this way. I'm right here. The military district leader among the 3 turned towards the waiting area, recognized a familiar face, and smiled in astonishment. Shui, what brings you here? Ren Shui cheerfully shouted. My junior is defending today. His graduation project is remarkable. You must give him high marks. AI Chongfeng's expression changed, and he quickly pulled Ren Shui back. Haha, junior? Could he be your boyfriend? Not focusing on research. I'll report this to old Ren. General Li did not respond directly, but laughed as he walked away. Lin Mo pondered, surprised that his senior sister knew the leaders of the Supreme Military District. Meanwhile, the other elderly man at the forefront exchanged intense glances with AI Chongfeng, and the air seemed to crackle with tension. The group took their seats at the podium. Xiang Guangming, Lin Mo vaguely heard AI Chongfeng grinding his teeth beside him. At the podium, the president of Lonka University, Lu Qi, picked up the microphone and announced, please maintain silence. The graduation design defense will commence shortly. Below, let me introduce the 3 leaders who have graciously joined us this year as defense examiners. Academician of the Huaxia Engineering Institute, Chief of the General Equipment Department of the Supreme Military Region, 2-star General Li Jingwu. Academician of the Huaxiao Academy of Sciences, an expert in metal physics and fracture mechanics. Director of the Key Experimental Center for Material Physics, Academician Lan Mingqing. Academician of the Huaxiao Academy of Sciences, an expert in nuclear physics and high-energy physics. Director of the Huaxia Nuclear Power Operation Research Institute, Academician Xiang Guangming. A warm welcome to all. The sound of enthusiastic applause resonated through the hall. The presence of these 3 distinguished figures sent a wave of excitement and trepidation among the fresh graduates present. In recent years, no defense panel had ever featured academicians, and now 3 had appeared at once. One of them even held a leadership position at the General Equipment Department of the Supreme Military Region. While this was indeed a significant opportunity, it also indicated that this defense session would undoubtedly be the most grueling one in years. And indeed, the reality proved to be as daunting as anticipated. The project team led by Li Jian, Bao Hui, and Wen Saijia, focusing on the tracked armored vehicle, received an overall evaluation of D. Individually, Li Jian scored D, Bao Hui scored D, and Wen Saijia also scored D. The project team of Zhang Guoren and Lu Yuan, centered on the high-precision sniper rifle, garnered an overall score of C. Zhang Guoren received AC, while Lu Yuan scored D. As more project teams of fresh graduates took the stage, it became evident to everyone present that the assessments from these three dignitaries were exceedingly stringent. In previous years, some graduation projects had at least achieved AB rating, and many were even rated C. Only projects rated C or above could guarantee successful graduation. Yet this year, works that might have secured AB could now only attain AC, while those that could have earned AC were relegated to D ratings. This meant that many students who would have graduated smoothly now had to prepare for a second defense in 2 months. How extraordinary! It felt as though they had fallen into an abyss of misfortune. Many graduates yet to present began to wear expressions of despair, as if awaiting a grim fate. Previously filled with admiration for these esteemed figures, they now viewed them as a trio of daunting adversaries. The expectations were excessively stringent. In the waiting area, AI Chongfeng wore a furrowed brow. He had never encountered such rigorous grading standards in his teaching career. Given these evaluation criteria, Lin Mo's rocket guidance project would be fortunate to secure AB. He pondered what level of brilliance a project must possess to achieve an A under such harsh scrutiny. At the podium, academician Lan remarked, "If these are the caliber of projects we have, then this visit seems futile." Academician Xiang Guangming turned to his right. Addressing academician Lan Mingqing, "Aside from that one B-rated project, what are the rest? They are quite painful to behold." Chapter 6. Consolidated Presentation of Graduation Projects. Research on the Practical Application of Individual Exoskeleton Armor. Academician Lan Mingqing lifted his teacup, nodding in agreement. Indeed, the technical proficiency of university students has noticeably declined in recent years. Even Huazhong University of Science and Technology struggles to find a few outstanding talents. The two academicians were speaking prematurely, as the chief of the General Equipment Department, Li Jingwu, chuckled, "But we still have half the projects to review." Brilliance often lies hidden until the end. Academicians Xiang Guangming and Lan Mingqing shook their heads in silence. The current generation of youth enjoys an elevated standard of living. Yet the spirit of diligent inquiry appears to have waned. "Look over there. Is that AI DePeo?" Following the direction indicated by Lan Mingqing, Xiang Guangming spotted AI Chongfeng in the waiting area. "AI DePeo has not brought a knife to confront you?" "I was hoping for a good show," Lan Mingqing remarked cheerfully. Xiang Guangming smiled wryly. A decade ago, AI Chongfeng was marginalized to teach at Houyi University, a situation largely attributable to Xiang Guangming's influence. AI DePeo's appointment at Houyi University truly allows him to utilize his talents. Xiang Guangming remarked coolly, "After all, his greatest strength lies not in taking action, but in his bombastic rhetoric." Upon hearing this, Lan Mingqing and Li Jingwu burst into laughter. In those days, regardless of whether one belonged to the dovish or hawkish faction, the core objective remained the resurgence of Huaxia. The dovish faction believed that for Huaxia to rise, the foremost necessity was rapid economic development and the stability and happiness of its people. To achieve this, a remarkably stable internal and external environment was imperative. Even if it meant swallowing one's pride or engaging in dissembling, such sacrifices were deemed the price of progress. Thus, in an era that championed openness and cooperation, the hawkish figures who boldly proclaimed their readiness for battle appeared particularly jarring. Individuals like AI Chongfeng became, in the eyes of the dovish faction, the primary obstacles to Huaxia's resurgence. Regarding AI Chongfeng's predicament, Xiang Guangming felt no remorse. Rather, he believed he had already been quite fair to him. At the very least, he had provided a space for nurturing the hawkish ideology. After all, even as a quintessential representative of the dovish faction, Xiang Guangming understood that while hawks could engage in struggle, they could not be obliterated. Such a mutually beneficial international environment could not endure indefinitely. Indeed, in recent years, the hawks have shown no intention of allowing the Huaxia people to thrive, resorting to international suppression, technological blockades, trade wars, and inciting internal discord with unrelenting fervor. These developments have led to a significant rift within the dovish faction. One segment of conservative doves advocates for continued compliance with the will of the hawkish nation, striving to secure at least a decade for Huaxia. Conversely, another segment believes that Huaxia's developmental momentum is already established, and it is time to seek equitable treatment to uphold Huaxia's dignity without resorting to war. This, they assert, is the inevitable path to Huaxia's resurgence. Xiang Guangming's willingness to serve as a defense examiner at Houyi University is significantly influenced by this perspective. He aims to support the nation's new talent initiative, reversing the trend of talent outflow to the hawkish nation. This endeavor transcends mere talent acquisition. It also serves as a declaration of political stance. Before arriving, I learned that AI DePeo has brought along an undergraduate student, reputedly quite outstanding. Lan Mingqing remarked with a smile. Are you two looking forward to it? Xiang Guangming, lifting his teacup, took a leisurely sip of hot tea and replied, AI DePeo has likely long been prepared to face our scrutiny. We mustn't dampen his spirits, must we? Ha! You are quite the character, old Xiang. Lan Mingqing chuckled heartily. First and foremost, let it be known that I share a cordial relationship with AI DePeo. He has already extended his greetings to me, so there is no need for special consideration. Fair and impartial scoring will suffice. I never claimed there would be any unfairness. It merely depends on whether this student can truly demonstrate his worth. Before long, the clock struck noon, with only a few project teams remaining to present. The principal's voice echoed through the speakers, announcing, next project team, prepare. The project title, Guided Rocket Artillery. The lead presenter, Lin Mo. Lin Mo, please bring forth your thesis project. Encouraged by AI Chongfeng and Ren Shui, Lin Mo wheeled his equipment case to the open space in front of the podium. Bathed in sunlight, he took a deep breath to calm his nerves. Good day to the 3 examiners. My thesis project revolves around guided rocket artillery. Over the past few months, I have developed some innovative research ideas under the guidance of Professor AI Chongfeng, initiating a new project for development. Although the new project still has several flaws and areas for improvement, it has already achieved fundamental success. I have amalgamated the new and old projects for this presentation. The 3 examiners nodded in acknowledgement. Merging project displays was not uncommon among high-scoring submissions. However, Lin Mo's next statement left them utterly astonished. The title of my merged project is Tactical Research on Individual Exoskeleton Armor and Fitted Miniature Guided Rockets. Chapter 7. The Exoskeleton Armor Unveiled. A punch that creates a shockwave. Exoskeleton armor? The 3 esteemed judges exchanged glances, each reflecting mutual bewilderment. Li Jingwu spoke up. Lin Mo, has your mentor, Professor AI Chongfeng, not informed you about the national level project status? Indeed, he has, Lin Mo replied. Curiosity piqued. Li Jingwu pressed further. Are you aware of the project's ultimate outcome? Certainly. The project was deemed a failure and was terminated earlier this year, Lin Mo responded. Li Jingwu's surprise grew. Knowing that, you still dare to pursue this project? Alone? Meanwhile, Lan Mingqing's curiosity was ignited, clearly intrigued. In contrast, Xiang Guangming's expression soured. As expected of AI DePeo's student, just like his mentor, perpetually unreliable. If the nation were to entrust such individuals, one can only imagine the dire consequences. He resolved to assign the lowest possible score, believing it necessary to curtail this student's reckless audacity as a means of saving him. Ha! You, my friend, are quite interesting. Li Jingwu laughed heartily. To challenge the odds knowing the outcome, your audacity is commendable. However, as he continued, his demeanor grew serious. Fixing his gaze on Lin Mo, he stated, let me not conceal the truth from you. The national-level project on individual exoskeleton armor is spearheaded by the Supreme Military District's General Equipment Department, and I am the chief responsible officer. I wonder who has instilled in you the courage to challenge a project led by academicians, involving 8 doctoral researchers and collaboration from 3 major national research institutes, all of whom ultimately faced failure. To me, your fleeting moment of brilliance may be worth little in my eyes. You should brace yourself. Lin Mo merely smiled indifferently. Scientific research is the epitome of individual heroism. Others merely play a supportive role. It is not the case that the more people involved, the more formidable the endeavor becomes. Lin Mo, my fellow student, let us commence. Unveil your creation. Lin Mo opened the equipment case, meticulously extracting each piece of armor in a series of deft movements. Once donned, he appeared in a stunningly futuristic guise, prompting a sharp constriction of Li Jingwu's pupils. The matte black alloy armor enveloping Lin Mo made him resemble a futuristic warrior straight out of a science fiction film. Stepping into reality. What on earth is Lin Mo doing? Wasn't his project focused on the guidance of miniature rockets? Why is he now engaging in a transformation? Indulging in such flamboyance? In the observation area, the trio of friends who had already completed their defense were left in a state of confusion. Others shared a similar reaction. Bewildered by this graduate's antics. Why forgo a proper defense to suddenly don armor? Is he engaging in cosplay? No. However, in the waiting area, AI Chongfeng, a seasoned academic, suddenly stood up, gazing intently at Lin Mo, fully clad in his armor. What peculiar creation has this young man devised? With years of experience? He recognized the worth of Lin Mo's armor, crafted from an alloy material previously unseen. It was evidently remarkable. This student, Lan Mingqing, alongside all the leaders from Guangming and Houyi University, was instantaneously captivated by the sci-fi-inspired exoskeleton armor. Being in close proximity, they had the clearest view. As prominent figures in the field of technology, their discerning eyes were sharp. Lin Mo's exoskeleton armor utilized a novel alloy material, equipped with a power device in the chest, and nozzles at each joint. Clearly, there was something extraordinary at play. At that moment, Lin Mo's next action startled all the dignitaries on the podium. He raised his right arm and forcefully struck forward with a punch. The power device of the exoskeleton armor was instantly activated, emitting a pale blue flame from the joints. The air was rapidly compressed. Boom! With a forceful strike, an explosive sound erupted. The resounding blast reverberated throughout the entire research testing ground. The special forces from the Supreme Military District reacted swiftly, rushing to the podium to raise a blast shield in anticipation of an unforeseen incident. An explosion? Xiang Guangming could hardly believe his ears. It was impossible. Absolutely impossible. Generally, what is happening? Why would Lin Mo's casual gesture result in an explosion? Lan Mingsheng, alarmed, stood up and hurriedly inquired of Li Jingwu. As the most knowledgeable individual regarding the exoskeleton armor present, he understood the situation better than anyone else. I, Li Jingwu, was utterly bewildered. How could I possibly know the reason? What kind of exoskeleton armor could produce an explosive sound with a mere punch? Was it akin to an aircraft engine? The observers began to grasp the reality of the situation. This graduate was not merely indulging in some playful cosplay. He was engaging in something profoundly genuine. In the testing ground, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Lin Mo remained oblivious to the astonishment of those around him. Continuing his demonstration with methodical precision, he slightly bent his knees and leapt gracefully, astonishingly soaring over 4 meters high. Upon landing, a resounding thud echoed, causing small cracks to spiderweb across the cement floor. Goodness! Was this merely an illusion? Lan Mingsheng rubbed his eyes vigorously, utterly unable to believe the spectacle before him. Chapter 8. Extraordinary Speed. The Flexibility Test of the Exoskeleton. In the arena, after donning the exoskeleton armor, Lin Mo felt a surge of excitement. He limbered up briefly and then began to sprint around the testing ground at a speed beyond imagination. This velocity, am I dreaming? He slapped himself hard across the face, desperate to ascertain the reality of the situation. Yet, the fiery sting on his cheek confirmed it. This was indeed real. The dark figure darted across the field, leaving a trail of afterimages in its wake. The speed surpassed that of an ordinary car. Many spectators rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Such groundbreaking technology had been showcased during the graduation defense at Houyi University, but nothing had ever been this extravagant. Instructor, look, I told you I wasn't lying. Ren Shui eagerly nudged AI Chongfeng's shoulder, who remained expressionless, thoroughly engulfed in shock. What kind of terrifying invention had his student developed over the past 2 months? After completing a lap, Lin Mo returned to the podium, exhaling deeply. Although the exoskeleton armor provided significant enhancements, the physical condition of the user was equally crucial. Completing this over 1,000-meter lap was, truthfully, quite exhausting. Having demonstrated the speed, Lin Mo was preparing to showcase the armor's power performance when he suddenly heard someone calling out to him from the podium. Lin Mo, wait a moment. Lin Mo halted his demonstration, turning towards the source of the voice. He noticed everyone on the podium standing, their gazes fixed upon him. Li Jingwu spoke with a quivering voice. Lin Mo, please stop. Pause the defense. As a researcher, you mustn't risk your safety. Lin Mo removed his helmet, puzzled. Huh? Risk injury? Rest assured, I would never harm myself. I know this single-soldier exoskeleton armor inside and out. Please, 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 don't. The 3 eminent figures interjected urgently. They had finally grasped the situation. This powered exoskeleton armor was not merely a facade, it was a resounding success. Judging by its speed performance, it could only be described as extraordinary, truly a paradigm-shifting cutting-edge technology. However, knowing the armor's capabilities made them reluctant to allow Lin Mo to demonstrate it further. The exoskeleton armor, due to its technological immaturity, placed immense demands on the user's physical condition. Only exceptionally fit special forces soldiers could adequately operate it. How could a university student like Lin Mo continue to push his limits? Lin Mo quickly removed that exoskeleton armor. After the defense, I will take you to the military hospital for a thorough physical examination. We cannot afford to leave any health issues unaddressed. Li Jingwu turned his head and addressed a nearby special forces officer. Lu Zhihui, come here. You are to don this set of exoskeletal armor. Lu Zhihui was ecstatic. Is this a stroke of good fortune? As a major officer in the Supreme Military Region's Special Operations Unit, his primary duty was to safeguard Li Jingwu. Previously, He had also been one of the testers for the National Exoskeleton Armor Project. Encountering such an outstanding new type of exoskeletal armor filled him with eagerness. Yes, Commander. However, Lin Mo was at a loss for words. Just as the demonstration was commencing, he was instructed to remove the armor. What was the point of the presentation now? Yet, there was no alternative. The examiners had spoken. Reluctantly, Lin Mo began to disassemble the armor and return it to the equipment box. Lin Mo, this is for your safety. They explained. This combat-grade exoskeleton exerts substantial strain on the body. You need not demonstrate it personally. Come, step up here and provide us with a thorough explanation. Lin Mo was taken aback. Was he really expected to sit on the dais alongside the examiners during his graduation defense? Seeing Lin Mo's hesitation, Li Jingwu grew impatient. Swiftly descending the steps to pull Lin Mo up to the podium, he procured a seat for Lin Mo to sit down. You must provide us with an in-depth explanation. Just as Li Jingwu intended to sit beside Lin Mo, Lan Mingqing and Xiang Guangming seized the opportunity, plopping down on either side. Goodness, those two old fellows. Li Jingwu had no choice but to stand behind Lin Mo. The leaders from Houyi University had no intention of sitting either and gathered around. Their attention fixed on Lu Zhihui, who was now strapping on the armor. The three high-ranking figures encircled Lin Mo, with school leaders standing behind, leaving Lin Mo feeling as if he were under a spotlight. Does anyone understand the pressure of this defense? Report, Commander. The exoskeletal armor is fully donned. Please provide instructions. Lu Zhihui adeptly completed the assembly of the armor. With the power unit activated at his chest, the dazzling sci-fi appearance made Li Jingwu yearn to try it himself. Proceed with the established testing protocols for the exoskeletal armor, one by one. Yes, Lu Zhihui responded, filled with enthusiasm. The speed test had already been demonstrated by Lin Mo, yet Lu Zhihui still took it upon himself to verify it, sprinting nearly half a lap around the testing ground. He moved with such speed that it surpassed Lin Mo's demonstration. Next, the agility test. Li Jingwu's expression tightened. This was the crucial moment. Speed without agility would significantly diminish its combat effectiveness. Chapter 9. Phantom Assassin, Lifting a Truck. Is this what you call an exoskeleton? Lu Zhihui took a deep breath, recalling the verification steps, and began to maneuver left and right. With each punch and kick, he unleashed the full extent of military combat techniques. The arena was filled with a flurry of motion, the matte black armor evoking the image of a sci-fi assassin. One who thrived in darkness yet moved with the grace of sunlight. Each swift and lethal maneuver pierced the hearts of all who beheld it, leaving the onlookers frozen in awe, their limbs cold and their scalps tingling. The sound of gasps echoed throughout the testing ground, creating a symphony of exhilaration. The sheer thrill caused Lu Zhihui's adrenaline to surge uncontrollably. It was exhilarating, absolutely intoxicating. Lu Zhihui took deep breaths, exhaling several breaths of stale air. This electrifying sensation, even for a seasoned Special Forces veteran who had donned countless individual exoskeleton armors, felt like a return to the essence of life. There was no sense of clumsiness. He felt an overwhelming sense of liberation. As the agility test concluded, Lu Zhihui proceeded to the next phase of verification, the strength test. As stipulated by the comprehensive individual exoskeleton assessment protocol, he began by testing a force gauge, finding it remarkably effortless. With a glance around, he boldly charged toward a truck transporting research equipment. Approaching it, he gripped the sturdy part and exerted his strength. To his astonishment, he realized he had more than enough power. With a sudden burst of energy, the nozzles at his arm joints unleashed a deep blue flame. The 2-ton truck cab was effortlessly lifted high above by Lu Zhihui. This astonishing spectacle left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. What is happening here? Li Jingwu gasped, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Beside him, Lan Mingqing and Xiang Guangming swallowed hard in disbelief. Could such exoskeleton armor truly exist? Lifting a truck? Was this still the real world? It was utterly preposterous. With a resounding thud, Lu Zhihui set the truck cab down and leaped back towards the crowd. Removing his black helmet, the excitement on his face was palpable, his expression exaggerated as he reported, Report, Commander. Verification complete. Jump height exceeds 4 meters. Running speed surpasses 80 kilometers per hour. Agility exceeds the maximum standard. Maximum load capacity exceeds 3,000 kilograms. Upon hearing these figures, everyone was left speechless. Was the current world devoid of scientific principles and theorems? Commander, I have another significant discovery. Lu Zhihui's voice continued. This exoskeleton armor might even be usable by ordinary individuals without any risk of injury. Li Jingwu instinctively objected. How can that be possible? Exoskeleton armor can only be effectively utilized by Special Forces operatives. This is common knowledge. Commander, it's true. or rather, this knowledge still holds, Lu Zhihui asserted with unwavering confidence. The previously developed individual exoskeleton armors generally suffered from poor joint flexibility, meaning they required the wearer to be acclimated to the armor. Only those with exceptional physical attributes and adaptability, like special forces operatives, could operate them effectively, rendering them impractical for combat scenarios. However, the individual exoskeleton developed by Lin Mo is a different story. Lu Zhihui's eyes sparkled with fervor. The flexibility of this exoskeleton armor is astonishing, having reached a state of compatibility with its wearer, entirely independent of the qualities of a special forces operative. If we were to assign a score of 100 for maximum flexibility, the minimum score for practical usability would be 60. The best performance of the previously developed individual exoskeletons would barely reach 40, unless one significantly reduces the burden. It is only with the extraordinary physical prowess and adaptability of elite soldiers that a score of 60 can be barely achieved. As for the flexibility of Lin Mo's exoskeleton suit, my rating is an astonishing 180 points. Lan Mingxing could no longer contain his surprise. Are you serious? Did a physical education teacher instruct you on scoring? The maximum score is 100, and you rated it 180? Beside him, Xiang Guangming could not help but interject, Captain Lu. How did you arrive at this score? Isn't the highest possible score 100? Lu Zhihui, his voice trembling with excitement, continued. The flexibility I referred to, with a full score of 100, pertains to an exoskeleton armor that can perfectly adapt to special forces. The exoskeleton designed by Comrade Lin Mo is extraordinarily advanced, truly remarkable. Without exaggeration, it surpasses any exoskeleton armor I have previously tested. During use, I felt no pressure whatsoever. My muscles remained in a state of relaxation. This indicates that an ordinary person could easily utilize it. If deployed by seasoned special operations forces, its effectiveness would increase exponentially. To say it deserves 180 points is an understatement. Even 300, 500, or 1,000 points would not be excessive. This is a revolutionary and transformative piece of individual combat equipment. Upon hearing Lu Zhihui's words, the three prominent figures turned to Lin Mo, awaiting his explanation. It's merely a behavioral habit intelligent matching system, Lin Mo replied helplessly. Esteemed judges and leaders, I previously mentioned that I could demonstrate this armor myself, yet you did not believe me. The flexibility of the armor is a critical technical challenge that must be addressed. How could I possibly overlook it? The crowd fell silent. Who does not understand that the flexibility of armor is one of the greatest hurdles? Just knowing this does not guarantee a breakthrough. Many PhD researchers have struggled for years against this technological barrier, so what gives a mere undergraduate the right to claim success? Principal Lu, could you kindly summon Professor A.I. Chongfeng? We should hear his explanation. After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Guangming said to Principal Lu Qi of Huazhong University of Science and Technology. He surmised that this was a prank specifically aimed at him. The crowd suddenly understood. Chapter 10. Does this world disregard science and principles? So, it was the masterpiece of A.I. Chongfeng. He has harbored a 10-year grudge against Xiang Guangming. Although he still found it hard to accept, at least it felt somewhat more bearable. But bearable? A.I. Chongfeng, a professor marginalized to teach at a university. Lacking even a project team, what grounds does he have to develop such technology? Before long, A.I. Chongfeng arrived at the podium accompanied by Ren Shui. Ren Shui excitedly approached and clutched Lin Mo's arm. She had a multitude of words to express, but understood that the moment was not right. So she kept her thoughts to herself, her face flushed. A.I. DePeo, is this your way of getting back at me? A.I. Chongfeng, being astute, realized the reason for his invitation the moment he was called. Enough, Xiang old ghost. I don't have the time to seek revenge on you. A.I. Chongfeng gazed at Lin Mo, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation, until today, as your mentor, I had no inkling that your new project would achieve such remarkable success. Lin Mo, you might as well explain it yourself. Upon his words, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Was this truly the latest project outcome of A.I. Chongfeng? Had this undergraduate devised it all on his own? What on earth? Shui, do you have something to say? Li Jingwu noticed Ren Shui's flushed face, as if she were on the verge of speaking, and quickly inquired. Uncle Li, I have been with Lin Mo throughout this project, and he indeed completed it single-handedly. The mentor had no involvement whatsoever. Alone, the initial acceptance that had been painstakingly cultivated now shattered completely. Does this world truly disregard science and theorems? In truth, there is little to elucidate. My technical documentation resides in the laboratory. If anyone is interested, they are welcome to inspect it. There is an abundance of supplementary materials, and Lin Mo found it cumbersome to elaborate. Being established researchers, they would naturally comprehend upon a brief glance. Let us proceed now, Li Jingwu declared decisively, issuing commands. Due to confidentiality concerns, we are instituting temporary military control over the research facility. No one is permitted to exit. Deputy Captain Liang. Enhance the signal jamming across all frequency bands within a 10-kilometer radius of the university. Principal LV, please assign a vice principal to oversee the on-site matters. Captain Liu. Return the exoskeleton armor to the equipment box and accompany us. As the supreme leader of the military district, Li Jingwu thought through every detail. With Principal LV's assistance, all necessary arrangements were quickly put in place. Lin Mo, there is no time to lose. Please lead the way. Lin Mo inquired to the three judges. Does this mean my thesis defense is suspended? Defense? What defense? I am merging projects, and there is still a miniature guided missile yet to be showcased. Who has the time to view your missile now? Xiang Guangming retorted, annoyance evident in his tone. Clearly, it was guided by AI DePeo. It's better not to look. AI Chongfeng fumed, his frustration palpable. Lin Mo remained speechless. Did they truly underestimate his firepower system? Lan Mingqing turned to Principal LV, stating, for Lin Mo's thesis evaluation, assign the highest grade, an A, but with a confidentiality level of SSS. The remaining projects yet to defend will be delayed. Let us hurry, no time to dawdle. The military technology experimental building of Houyi University was located a mere kilometer from the testing site. Under Lin Mo's guidance, the group proceeded briskly. Booming sounds erupted as they approached the experimental building. Lin Mo glanced skyward to behold 3 armed helicopters. Soldiers from the Dragon Army, fully equipped with live ammunition, were descending via ropes. Uncle Li, is this a counter-terrorism drill? Rin Shui timidly asked Li Jingwu. AI Chongfeng too had never encountered such a formidable display. This young man, Lin Mo, certainly had a knack for stirring up grand affairs. Under Li Jingwu's directives, the Supreme Military District swiftly mobilized, deploying special operations forces to secure the Houyi University experimental building without delay. It was imperative that nothing went awry. Lin Mo's laboratory was situated on the first floor of the basement. It had previously served as AI Chongfeng's research facility, secured by a triple-layered password-protected steel door. Upon opening the grand entrance, one would be astonished to find an expansive area exceeding 1,000 square meters. Various colossal precision machines were meticulously arranged throughout the space. A gas-powered alloy forging workstation, an ultra-high precision laser cutting experimental apparatus. AI DePao, you seem to be living quite splendidly, exclaimed Lan Mingqing in awe. This sophisticated laboratory was nearly comparable to my own national-level key experimental center. AI Chongfeng let out a cold snort, pride radiating from him. These cutting-edge research instruments were treasures he had amassed over many years. Without a network of connections, one would struggle to even obtain purchasing channels. Enough with the nonsense. The most critical matter now is Lin Mo's technical documentation. Xiang Guangming interjected impatiently. Under the urging of the group, Lin Mo heaved a chaotic pile of documents out in a cardboard box, placing it all on the experimental table. Inside, it contained the design blueprints for all components of the Kunlun individual exoskeleton armor, as well as key technological research manuals covering new alloy materials, energy power devices, intelligent central control systems, and firepower configurations. Furthermore, it included daily experimental logs from the past 2 months. Lin Mo, you packed these invaluable documents in this cardboard box. Li Jingwu could hardly believe it. This is outrageous. Xiang Guangming exclaimed vehemently. This is not Lin Mo's fault. It's clear that AI Chongfeng failed to provide proper guidance. If there is any mishap with the technical data, how will we account for it? AI Chongfeng, you are simply betraying the nation. Lan Mingqing added, equally incensed, indeed. You are undermining the nation. I could teach better. Experimental data is the most precious and significant asset. If not preserved adequately, even if a successful outcome is achieved, the absence of documentation may render replication impossible. Chapter 11. Referencing technical data, the academician begins to doubt himself. Meanwhile, AI Chongfeng stood by, feeling disheartened. He had not neglected his teaching duties, as he was often occupied with classes and had no inkling that Lin Mo would be such a source of concern. Lin Mo, too, felt somewhat speechless. With such a tight time frame of merely 2 months, who had the luxury to organize these materials? Moreover, he could retrieve them from his system at any time. Why expend unnecessary effort? Dear leaders, do not concern yourselves with these trivial details, Lin Mo remarked, gesturing to his head with profound significance. Besides, the most valuable asset resides within my mind. His confident declaration filled the gathering of esteemed researchers with a palpable sense of pride reminiscent of their own youthful brilliance. Well said. Continue your chatter. Ha ha ha. I shall take a look first. Lan Mingqing boldly stepped forward, seizing the most crucial design blueprints, as if they were treasures. Following suit, several of his research associates began to study them earnestly. Old Lan, Xiang Guangming refrained from further banter and immediately reached out, only to discover that Li Jingwu had already snatched the most vital research manuals and technical documentation. Old Li, you rascal, look at them with me. Rushing towards the light, I attempted to seize the opportunity while fearing the damage to the materials, ultimately leaning in to study them together. AI Chongfeng sought to join, but found himself unable to penetrate the throng. He thus picked up the experimental log and began to peruse it alongside Ren Shui. The esteemed scholars exchanged documents, ensnared in an ocean of technical knowledge, utterly engrossed. The more they observed, the greater their astonishment, the deeper their study, the more frenzied their excitement. Good heavens! What sort of genius could conceive such ideas? My word, what kind of scientific marvel could devise these solutions and insights? Within this trove of technical documentation, comprehensive solutions to major technological bottlenecks were meticulously recorded, with design concepts that were both fantastical and remarkably logical. Lan Mingqing gripped his hair tightly, ensnared in self-doubt. All the accompanying technologies were exceptionally mature and entirely replicable, truly terrifying. Why had I not thought of this? Why had it eluded me? It was only now that these scientific luminaries grasped the extent of the cutting-edge technology concealed within Lin Mo's development of the individual exoskeleton armor. It was also at this moment that they realized the existence of so many advanced configurations that were not yet implemented. A genius, indeed. The singular genius of Huaxia in a century. He had actually devised an entirely new high-energy condensation power device. Following this line of thought, I could almost envision the future path of micronuclear fusion. Before Lin Mo, no one dared to claim the title of genius. Xiang Guangming was utterly overwhelmed by the revelations. Li Jingwu abruptly pulled Lin Mo over, pointing at the development manual for the firepower system, lamenting, Lin Mo, look at this firepower system. As the most crucial component of individual combat equipment, why has it not been implemented? Why not? What sort of weaponry are these? Micro-electromagnetic shock cannons, micro-high-energy laser cannons. According to the blueprints, those previously showcased performances have been implemented to less than a quarter. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. I wish it could be implemented. But the funding is limited. What has been produced is already quite remarkable. No money, is that my fault? Limited funds? Everyone's gaze turned to AI Chongfeng. Feeling the piercing weight of dozens of eyes upon him, AI Chongfeng's expression shifted dramatically. Lin Mo, the funding I provided was only 1 million. How did you manage this? Upon being asked, Lin Mo felt a twinge of embarrassment. It wouldn't he do to admit he was living off soft rice, would it? I am. Ren Shui leaped forth, brimming with excitement. He. I knew Lin Mo was the best. At the project's inception, I sponsored him with 5 million. Li Jingwu and the other luminaries exchanged bewildered glances. Was that not enough? The total amounts to merely 6 million. What can be accomplished with that? Indeed. If it were not for the support of Senior Snow E, this set of individual exoskeleton armor would not have materialized. Li Jingwu seemed to grasp some of it. Yet he still found it hard to believe. Lin Mo, are you suggesting that you developed this set of individual exoskeleton armor with just 6 million? Lin Mo nodded. Is it in Eagle Sauce dollars or Huaxia currency? Certainly in Huaxia currency. Li Jingwu swallowed hard, shaking his head vehemently in disbelief. Impossible. That is utterly inconceivable. What can 6 million accomplish? If it were a national-level project, the cost for a single helmet would exceed this amount. Lin Mo had no choice but to present the procurement list. Li Jingwu meticulously verified it again and again, ultimately arriving at the astonishing conclusion that it truly was 6 million. As the realization sank in, Li Jingwu's face flushed with excitement. 6 million, merely 6 million. How splendid, truly splendid. Li Jingwu was at a loss for words. Does this not imply that this set of exoskeleton armor has a genuine chance of being deployed? At 6 million per set, 100 sets would only total 600 million. This could equip 10 special operations teams. Given the power of this exoskeleton armor, it is sufficient to conduct a localized small-scale battle. And with merely 6 billion, an entire special operations brigade of 1,000 personnel could be fully armed. This could potentially revolutionize the military might of an entire medium-sized nation. If only, back then, the brothers had possessed such invincible exoskeleton armor. Would our fallen comrades, Lao San, Ayong, Lao Dai still have perished? Would they? Li Jingwu closed his reddened eyes, fearing that tears might fall. Chapter 12. The technology is remarkably mature and fully compliant with deployment standards. The voice of the esteemed academician Lan Mingqiang, an expert in material physics, trembled with excitement. The new alloy material developed by Lin Mo employs very inexpensive raw metal materials, with the most crucial rare metal being a unique resource to Huaxia. The funding can indeed be significantly reduced. Contemplating the exceedingly low cost of this next-generation exoskeleton armor, Lan Mingqing felt an unusual thrill. As a material specialist, he understood precisely the implications of this new alloy technology. According to his knowledge, previous exoskeleton armor developed in Huaxia had exorbitant costs, reaching as high as 50 billion. Moreover, the more one produced, the higher the cost. Why? Because the metal materials used were exceedingly rare, some even monopolized by Eagle Sauce country. However, the newly developed alloy material by Lin Mo was not only affordable, but the critical metal, rare gold, was monopolized by Huaxia, accounting for over 90% of the global resource reserves. With this in mind, Lan Mingqing quickly instructed his secretary trailing behind him. Xiao Lu, remember, the first thing you do is contact the business department in my name. From today onwards, all rare gold foreign trade orders with Eagle Sauce country and other Western nations will be cancelled. All rare gold must be included in the strategic reserve material catalog and prohibited from export. An hour later, the esteemed individuals meticulously reviewed the technical documents word by word. The crowd meticulously organized all the materials, their gazes towards Lin Mo imbued with fervent admiration. They were now 100% certain. This tall and handsome young man was a prodigious genius, a talent capable of profoundly influencing the destiny of the Huaxia nation. A divine gift bestowed upon the land by both heaven and its ancient sages. Lin Mo, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Xiang Guangming, the director of the Huaxia Nuclear Power Operation Research Institute. I sincerely invite you to join our esteemed institute, ensuring a seamless transition from your master's to doctoral studies. All benefits will be accorded at the highest postdoctoral standards, granting you access to the utmost privileges within the institute. Whatever you desire, I shall advocate for you with the state. The realm of micronuclear fusion is crucial to the destiny of Huaxia. Together, let us forge a new path for our nation, Xiang Guangming proclaimed earnestly. Furthermore, today I wish to extend my formal apology to Professor AI Chongfeng. Professor AI, an expert in high-energy physics and tactical missile research, has long coveted our research institute. Today, I also officially invite him to join our establishment as the chief engineer, overseeing the daily research operations. Upon hearing these words, the leaders of Huazhong University of Science and Technology were utterly astounded. The conditions laid forth were irresistibly enticing. The disparity between research institutes is staggering, akin to the chasm between man and dog. There are only 2 national-level nuclear power operation research institutes, one of which is under the auspices of Xiang Guangming. Not only do they receive the nation's premier research resources and top-tier equipment prioritized at the highest standards, but they also possess direct access to the highest echelons of authority. It is, without doubt, the most cherished among the research institutes of Huaxia. Lin Mo found himself somewhat swayed. After 2 months of relentless effort to develop this individual exoskeleton armor, was he finally at this pivotal moment? With the support of the nation's finest resources and a higher status to implement strategic intimidation, could he truly refuse? AI Chongfeng's expression was complex. A decade prior, it was Xiang Guangming who had marginalized him from the power center, thwarting his ambitions. Yet, he had been granted a respectable position, a rarity among the defeated in such struggles. Today, however, Xiang Guangming had offered him a new opportunity, the position of chief engineer at the Nuclear Power Operation Research Institute. This role was not only his fervent desire, but also a pathway back to the upper echelons of influence. No way. I cannot possibly join you, Lan Mingqing interjected, agitated. He had been engrossed in thoughts regarding the application of a new alloy in military endeavors, his mind somewhat dulled. Little did he know, Xiang Guangming had already begun to poach talents. How audacious to recruit both master and apprentice. Lin Mo, let me formally introduce myself as well. I am Lan Mingqing, the director of the National Key Experimental Center for Material Physics. While my center may not match the capabilities of Director Xiang's institute in terms of software and hardware, we possess substantial financial resources. Our experimental center boasts numerous patents in alloy materials and is affiliated with over 20 state-owned enterprises in strategic resources. The resources at our disposal are staggering, amounting to trillions. Although the Research Institute appears sophisticated, its annual funding relies on government allocations. Yet we, on the other hand, not only do not depend on state funding, but also contribute financially to other research institutions. Do you know how others refer to us? The Benevolent Father Center. Lan Mingqing looked at Lin Mo earnestly and said, Lin Mo, your ability to independently develop groundbreaking exoskeleton armor indicates a level of genius that no longer requires further education at any elite research institute. What you truly need is a platform to express your innermost thoughts, abundant project funding, and unobstructed access to resources. Come, join me here. I will personally oversee the funding for each of your projects, ensuring that all resource channels are prioritized, with maximum funding aligned with national-level major projects. Upon hearing Lan Mingqing's words, Xiang Guangming's expression changed dramatically. This advantage is indeed unmatched by any other research institution, who can compete with the Material Physics Experimental Center, which commands the strategic foundational resources of all Huaxia, in terms of project funding and resource channels. At this moment, Lin Mo also found himself in a quandary. Chapter 13, The Battle for Talent begins. Lin Mo must come with me. Lan Mingqiang, a seasoned academician, has a keen insight into the crux of the matter. He truly does not need the hollow titles of a master's or doctoral degree. His expertise resides entirely within his mind. However, the Material Physics Experimental Center, being more application-oriented and located in the northwest of Huaxia, pales in comparison to the Nuclear Power Research Institute in terms of power and stature. To implement strategic intimidation externally, he must lean on the state and possess a certain degree of authority. In that moment, Lin Mo was at a loss for how to make his decision. Just then, Li Jingwu, who had been silent, broke into a cheerful laugh. Gentlemen, in your eagerness to claim Lin Mo, have you forgotten something? Have you forgotten that I am the chief of the General Department of the Supreme Military District, a 2-star general? Have you also forgotten what Lin Mo's major is? Xiang Guangming and Lan Mingqiang, upon this reminder, turned pale and spoke in unison. Li Jingwu, how dare you? Li Jingwu laughed heartily. Why wouldn't I dare? I absolutely dare. Lin Mo, are you aware that the major you applied for is in military-industrial technology? Yes, General Li, Lin Mo replied, somewhat bewildered. Li Jingwu continued with a wide grin. This major is a talent program specifically established by the Supreme Military District, and the students enrolled are considered reserve national defense personnel. Before entering the university, they all sign relevant agreements. Upon graduation, if there is no intention to pursue further studies, they must enlist in the military and attain the rank of second lieutenant. As a leader of the Supreme Military District, I also possess a unique authority. Li Jingwu swept his gaze across the room, emanating an air of authority. To all national defense students, as long as the Supreme Military District requires, they can be summoned to serve at any time, without any conditions. The crowd fell silent. Don't forget this. Old Li, you must understand that a forcibly picked fruit is never sweet. Xiang Guangming glared at Li Jingwu and said, if you dare to forcibly recruit Lin Mo, I will be your sworn enemy. We shall never associate again. Lan Mingqing also spoke in a harsh tone. They knew that if they did not resist, Lin Mo would be whisked away by Li Jingwu in an instant. I, Old Li, have always preferred to persuade with reason. From the very beginning, I never intended to exercise the power of coercive recruitment. Li Jingwu confidently looked at Lin Mo and said, Lin Mo, some of the conditions that Old Xiang and Old Lan mentioned earlier are certainly beyond what the Supreme Military District can offer. However, as the head of the General Armament Department of the Supreme Military District, I possess ample power and resources. First, I can specifically apply for a national-level project for you, with you as the lead, allowing you to establish your own research institute within the Supreme Military District. Although this nascent research institute will undoubtedly fall short compared to their prestigious research institutions, you will have complete autonomy, with no constraints to hinder your progress. Second, should you join the General Armament Department, I will immediately appoint you as the Deputy Chief Engineer, granting you the right to participate in all military technology projects. Third, upon acquiring military status, I will personally commend you for your contributions to China's military industry, which will be sufficient for an exceptional merit award. Furthermore, I will do everything in my power to ensure your rapid promotion, and as you follow me, I will dedicate myself to nurturing you, ensuring your ascent to a position of real power. I wonder how satisfied you are with these conditions. I will not coerce you. The choice is yours. Upon hearing these terms, even Xiang Guangming and Lan Mingqing were taken aback. Li Jingwu had evidently tilted all his available resources and power to their maximum extent. Many of these conditions were not currently within Li Jingwu's capabilities, but would require him to fight for them. This implied that Li Jingwu's commitment was not merely a promise, but a declaration of intent to cultivate Lin Mo as a potential successor. Listening to these conditions, Lin Mo felt even more perplexed. The terms offered by Li Jingwu were far less appealing than those from the other two academicians. For instance, the proposal to establish a research institute for him was merely a vague notion. Moreover, joining the Supreme Military District would undoubtedly limit his freedom compared to other research institutions. Though he was determined to continue striving for the rise of China, he also hoped for opportunities to enjoy life a little. After all, the system had bestowed so much upon him, and he no longer needed to exert himself as desperately as before. It is worth noting that in his previous life, at over 30 years of age, he had never even held a woman's hand, let alone had a partner. He had only seen the magnificent landscapes of his homeland through his phone. Can I take a few more days to consider this, esteemed leaders? Lin Mo ultimately decided to deliberate carefully and consult with his mentor, Professor AI. Very well, it is indeed necessary to give this careful consideration. Upon hearing this, the three dignitaries readily agreed. Each of them harbored their own calculations, striving to leverage every connection and resource in these few days to bolster their influence, ensuring that Lin Mo would be swayed to their side. All of Lin Mo's technical documentation is currently under the guardianship of the Supreme Military District. The laboratory is under complete lockdown, enforced by military control. Everyone present today must sign an SSS-level confidentiality agreement and immediately undergo confidentiality training and espionage testing at the Supreme Military District. In urgent matters, we must prioritize accordingly. I ask for everyone's understanding. Li Jingwu conveyed this to the leadership of Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Principal Lu Qi smiled wryly and remarked, directorly, "We here number just over 20. That is manageable. However, the testing site has several thousand individuals, and maintaining confidentiality will be challenging." Li Jingwu replied with a smile. "Just continue to adhere to the established requirements and manage the confidentiality matters well. Those at the testing site are of little consequence." Upon hearing this, Lu Qi felt perplexed. Of little consequence? With so many observers at the testing site, it is virtually impossible to prevent leaks. Even with confidentiality measures in place, a breach seems inevitable. How could it not be significant? Li Jingwu laughed heartily. "Oh, Lu, after all these years, you still don't see the bigger picture. What I desire is precisely for them to leak information. Furthermore, I want to give them a nudge to stir the waters, encouraging even more leaks." Chapter 14. The Bureau of Strategic Intimidation. A tailor-made institution of national power. Hearing Li Jingwu's words, Lu Qi was taken aback, as were the others, bewildered by the contradiction. If they are not concerned about leaks, what then is the purpose of the confidentiality agreement? At this moment, Xiang Guangming interjected, "Let us not speculate. Old Li has a cunning plan, no doubt hiding some trick up his sleeve for the eagles." Meanwhile, Lan Mingqing could no longer contain his curiosity. "Come on, Old Li. At least clarify your intentions. Don't keep us in suspense." Li Jingwu had initially intended to say little more. However, upon reflection, he realized that those present would soon become close subjects of monitoring by the Supreme Military District, and thus decided to elucidate his points. When undertaking a task, one must focus on the primary contradictions and key objectives. "I ask you, what is the purpose of maintaining confidentiality?" Li Jingwu stated. "Confidentiality exists to uphold national security and interests. If a matter that requires confidentiality, upon comprehensive consideration, could be better served by its disclosure for the sake of national security and interests, then why maintain secrecy?" The attendees pondered this profoundly. As for the exoskeleton armor developed by Lin Mo, how much of its performance was demonstrated at the testing site? Not even half. Moreover, the configurations that were not showcased represent the very essence of the project, such as the crucial firepower systems, none of which were exhibited. It could be said that today's exoskeleton armor is but a half-finished product. What better vessel to mislead opposing forces than these observers? A realization dawned upon the crowd. So that was the intent. Li Jingwu continued, smiling. "The eagles and their allied nations are not fools. To cover up would only serve to deceive ourselves. Our objective is to create an illusion of transparency while secretly maneuvering behind the scenes. To make them believe even more, we must implement certain necessary confidentiality measures to prevent leaks, ultimately leading to their inevitable occurrence. Simultaneously, immediate remediation is essential following the leak. Those who must be apprehended should be, and public announcements should be made. As for the complete individual exoskeleton armor we will subsequently develop, it bears no relation to the half-finished product displayed externally." Lan Mingqing slapped his thigh in exasperation, exclaiming, "Damn, it's still your scheming ways, isn't it, Old Li? I won't play with you anymore. One day, if I get tricked into selling something, I'll have to help you count the money." The leaders from Huaqa University nodded in agreement, recognizing their own simplicity in comparison to the high-ranking military leader, Li Jingwu. Xiang Guangming smiled faintly, remarking, "Isn't it true that he is the director of our Huaxia Strategic Intimidation Bureau?" Upon hearing this, laughter erupted among the attendees. The speaker was oblivious, but the listener was attentive. Lin Mo suddenly raised his head to look at Li Jingwu, having caught wind of something significant. "The Strategic Intimidation Bureau? The director? Such an organization exists. General Li, what exactly is this Strategic Intimidation Bureau?" Lin Mo inquired eagerly. Li Jingwu gazed at Lin Mo in astonishment. Why was this young man so visibly excited? Are you interested in my Strategic Intimidation Bureau? Indeed I am. Li Jingwu replied with a smile, elaborating. The Strategic Intimidation Bureau is a military intelligence and covert propaganda agency established by the Supreme Military Region of Huaxia years ago. It operates as a tangible entity, sharing personnel with the General Equipment Department. The director is typically the head of the General Equipment Department. Its primary purpose is to launch extensive propaganda offensives while safeguarding core military intelligence, upholding Huaxia's dignity, and deterring adversarial forces. Lin Mo, intrigued, asked, why is the director usually the head of the General Equipment Department? Li Jingwu laughed heartily and continued, if we do not even understand our own military equipment, how can we execute strategic intimidation? Last year, when our fifth-generation stealth fighter, the J-20, completed its maiden flight, the ensuing propaganda offensive was our handiwork. By aligning the conventional with the extraordinary, we achieve victory. Without our extensive deterrence efforts over the past year, while ensuring maximum secrecy, the pressures and blockades from the Eagle Nation would have intensified by now. At the very least, regarding the South China Sea, the situation would not be as calm as it is today, and the Eagle Nation would not need to coax neighboring countries to symbolically sit at the negotiation table. 4. Within the flight range of the J-20, Huaxia can no longer be deceived. Lin Mo's understanding deepened, swiftly followed by a surge of excitement. He had not anticipated the existence of such a formal entity within Huaxia. Was this not a tailor-made national institution for himself? At that moment, he felt as though he had found his place within an organization. In this instant, Lin Mo clarified many thoughts in his mind. Present-day Huaxia is surrounded by adversaries. The Eagle Nation, sensing its dominance threatened, has colluded with allied nations to exert relentless pressure on Huaxia, having already torn the facade of civility. The so-called freedom is merely a fig leaf. The path to resurgence has never been easy. Even with his rebirth and advantageous system, development requires time. As one continues to develop cutting-edge technology, targeted retaliation will soon follow in quick succession. Joining the highest military organization of Huaxia is the only way to ensure a stable research environment. The Strategic Deterrence Bureau, akin to the General Equipment Department, operates under two names. It serves as the main authority responsible for all military equipment and functions as a strategic department for external deterrence. It seems tailor-made for him. Is there even a choice to be made? With this thought in mind, Lin Mo resolved to approach Li Jingwu and inquired, General Li, may I join the Strategic Deterrence Bureau? Lin Mo's sudden decision took even Li Jingwu by surprise. Are you serious? Lin Mo? You must understand that joining the Strategic Deterrence Bureau equates to joining the Supreme Military District's General Equipment Department. Nearby, Xiang Guangming and Lan Mingsheng were caught off guard and immediately grew anxious. Didn't you just say you were considering it? Why the sudden desire to join the General Equipment Department? Lin Mo, in his youthful exuberance, could not possibly be swayed by a few grandiose words from Li Jingwu. Lin Mo, please don't rush into a decision. We can negotiate new terms over the next few days. Don't let a moment of impulse lead to regret. Lin Mo shook his head. No matter the new conditions proposed, none would surpass the significance of joining the Strategic Deterrence Bureau for him. Chapter 15, A New Alloy Patent. 50-50 split, profits in the trillions. I sincerely apologize, academicians Xiang and Lan, Lin Mo stated earnestly. My purpose in research is not for wealth or status, but to utilize my scientific achievements to combat all shameless nations that dare to bully Huaxia. Those who reach out will be met with severance, and those who extend their necks will be met with the axe. My ambition is to see Huaxia truly stand at the pinnacle among nations, instilling fear in those who harbor animosity towards us. This is why I chose to specialize in military technology and selected Professor A.I. Chongfeng as my mentor. The responsibilities and positioning of the Strategic Deterrence Bureau align perfectly with my life philosophy. I truly apologize, esteemed academicians, but my heart has already found its answer. With an apologetic expression, Lin Mo rejected Lan Mingsheng and Xiang Guangming. He then turned to Li Jingwu and solemnly declared, General Li, I formally apply to join the Strategic Deterrence Bureau of the Supreme Military District. I kindly request your approval. As these heartfelt declarations resonated throughout the room, everyone present was moved by Lin Mo's words. A.I. Chongfeng was especially elated. Excellent. Excellent. Truly, a worthy student. Rin Shui felt her cheeks flush, as a seasoned patriot. Lin Mo's words resonated with her soul. Li Jingwu nodded in satisfaction. This is the ambition and spirit that the new generation of Huaxia youth should embody. Lin Mo, your application is approved. From this moment on, you are a member of the Strategic Deterrence Bureau of Huaxia's Supreme Military District. At this point, Lan Mingcheng could only shake his head with a sigh. Alas, to watch such a super genius leave us so openly. Old Xiang, let us indulge tonight and share our heartfelt sentiments. Xiang Guangming looked on with disdain. Get lost. Old Xiang you. Lan Mingcheng puffed his cheeks and glared. He expressed his hopes to academician Xiang, academician Lan, Lin Mo, and others, seeking their approval. Lin Mo's sincere words surprised both Xiang Guangming and Lan Mingcheng. Lin Mo? Feel free to speak, Xiang Guangming encouraged. Lin Mo initially turned his gaze towards Xiang Guangming, then slowly spoke. I hope to secure most of the conditions you just promised, including my combined master's in doctoral protection, nuclear resource supply, the highest authority in the research institute, and also the chief engineer position for my supervisor. Perhaps these are still insufficient. I may require some additional provisions. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. Lin Mo's appetite was indeed insatiable. Who would dare to demand more after others had departed? Li Jingwu noticed Xiang Guangming's displeasure and quickly intervened. Lin Mo, I will do my best to help you with the resources you need. There is no need to fixate on what academician Xiang has. Lin Mo was currently his prized possession. If he were to offend a high-ranking academician, the future would be fraught with difficulties. Xiang Guangming snorted coldly. This is not a trivial matter. Many spend their entire lives seeking such resources. My resources are extremely valuable and not just given away at will. Lin Mo smiled faintly. Academician Xiang, are you not interested in hearing my conditions? Xiang Guangming, slightly taken aback, suddenly showed a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Lin Mo, you are a super genius. No one dares to disregard your thoughts. Speak freely. Lin Mo raised 3 fingers. 3 years. Within 3 years, I will develop controllable micronuclear fusion technology and share it with the Nuclear Power Operation Research Institute. In exchange, I seek all of your conditions. What? Xiang Guangming's breathing grew heavy. Lin Mo, do you realize what you are saying? Academician Xiang, I stand by my words. Controllable micronuclear fusion? Yes. Xiang Guangming fixed his intense gaze on Lin Mo for a long while, then suddenly slammed the table. Good. I have already seen the path to controllable micronuclear fusion in your research manual, but the road ahead is long, at least 20 years before it could be realized. 3 years. If it were anyone else, I would consider it a joke. I do not believe you, but I will take the gamble. I promise. All your demands will be unconditionally met by the Nuclear Power Operation Research Institute. Lin Mo nodded, brimming with confidence. 3 years is merely a conservative estimate. My intention is to achieve it within a year. If I fail to deliver, I shall compensate you double for all the resources you provide. What? 1 year? Hearing this seemingly fantastical claim, Xiang Guangming was utterly astonished. Did he believe it was a simple minor project? Controllable nuclear fusion, especially on a micro scale, within a year? What audacity! However, Xiang Guangming quickly recalled that Lin Mo's design for the exoskeleton armor's power source had already addressed many significant challenges from various angles. The design concepts were remarkably forward-thinking, seemingly already prepared for an upgrade in configuration. Perhaps it is indeed possible for him to achieve it. In the end, I could only shake my head and exclaim, truly, heroes emerge from youth. I have grown old. Lin Mo turned his gaze towards Lan Mingcheng. With a cheerful demeanor, Lan Mingcheng said, Lin Mo, feel free to express any needs you may have. I shall unconditionally comply. He understood that the development of new alloy materials is foundational to industrial research. However, even a genius like Lin Mo would find it challenging to create new alloy materials in a short time. Nevertheless, he was willing to offer Lin Mo unwavering support. This was not merely due to his admiration for the young man, but also because he was left with nothing but money. Lin Mo was surprised that Lan Mingcheng was willing to provide such unconditional support without stipulations. Thank you, Academician Lan. Lin Mo expressed his gratitude. I plan to patent the newly developed rare titanium alloy material, which I believe will become a cutting-edge military material, with the state purchasing it in large quantities. My intention is to affiliate this patent with your materials physics laboratory, allowing you to handle its commercial operations. After deducting all costs, we shall split the pure profits 50-50. All I require is your necessary support. Affiliated with me? Lan Mingcheng initially found it hard to believe, but soon he was overwhelmed with joy. This is a business worth trillions. Ha ha ha, I never expected you, Lin Mo, to have such ambition. Excellent. 50-50. Moreover, if you need any advanced materials in the future, do not hesitate to ask me. No one in Huaxia can claim to have broader resource channels than I, Old Lan. Even if you desire mud from a 10,000-meter deep trench, I can find a way to procure it for you. Chapter 16. All 8,000 attendees signed the highest level of confidentiality agreement. Lin Mo was equally exhilarated. Now, even if the technology unlocked by the system required obscure and unfamiliar alloy materials. With Lan Mingqing, this material magnate, there was no need for concern. Relying on these two new technologies, he had successfully transformed two academicians into allies through mutual benefit, which was indeed a tremendous gain. Old Xiang, you were hesitant about coming. But now you see, it was indeed the right decision. Ha! Xiang Guangming expressed his satisfaction. With Lin Mo's promise, I feel reassured. Although I still find it hard to believe, I sincerely hope to witness Lin Mo achieving controllable nuclear fusion within a year, leading Huaxia into a new wave of energy and industrial revolution, thus rewriting the global landscape. To witness this in my lifetime would be worth it. Wouldn't you agree? Old AI, my chief engineer? AI Chongfeng, however, looked disdainful. We are adversaries. Who on earth would agree to work at the Nuclear Power Research Institute? I absolutely refused to go. The three magnates were greatly satisfied. A trip to the Graduation Design Defense meeting at Huazhong University of Science and Technology, whose political significance outweighed its practical implications, yielded such extraordinary rewards. Let us depart, everyone. Aside from Lin Mo, I kindly asked the rest to accompany me. Li Jingwu waved his hand and said with a smile, next, we shall participate in the Supreme Military District's confidentiality training and espionage testing. I shall also take this opportunity to review the confidentiality regulations. Please bear with me. Research and experimental field. Thousands of individuals anxiously awaited in the observation area. As the hour approached noon, the sun blazed overhead, intensifying the heat. What on earth was happening? Why had the leaders suddenly departed? Were they still going to proceed with the defense? Indeed, we were not allowed to leave. And I had rushed here without even having breakfast. Now I felt as if I might perish from hunger. It was utterly maddening. There was no mobile signal. And I had never witnessed such an exasperating situation. Had I known, I would not have come. One individual let out a hiss. Let us not create a ruckus, everyone. Can't you see that the Dragon Army soldiers have taken control of the venue? Surely, it was due to the exoskeleton armor designed by that graduate, Lin Mo. The technology was far too advanced and required information to be kept under wraps. Upon hearing this, the previously disinterested crowd regained their enthusiasm. One person nudged the classmate sitting next to him and curiously inquired, Xiuqi, aren't you Lin Mo's roommate? Do enlighten us about his accomplishments. Su Xiuqi suppressed his sorrow over receiving a D for his graduation project, adjusted his thick-framed glasses, and proudly declared, You've come to the right person. I understand Lin Mo better than anyone else in this school. In the recent months, Lin Mo had dedicated himself to research, never returning to the dormitory. He relied on his girlfriend to bring him meals and slept on the floor of the laboratory. If he didn't succeed, who would? Wow. Lin Mo is truly a prodigy. Someone exclaimed. Indeed. Xiuqi, do you know what year Lin Mo is and where he hails from? Of course I do. Lin Mo is from Jiangqing. He is 21 this year and was the top scholar from Jiangqing. He is an only child. His father seems to have retired as an officer from the military and transitioned to some other unit, though I've forgotten which. His mother is a middle school math teacher. The crowd engaged in lively conversation, sharing tales of Lin Mo's past and experiences. Oblivious to the fact that a boy seated not far behind was quietly recording all the discussions about Lin Mo. The method of recording was unique. Even if someone were to inspect it repeatedly, unless they were a professional, they would merely assume it was a set of class notes. Before long, the sound of a microphone resonated from the direction of the podium. The voice of Vice President Liang from Huazhong University of Science and Technology, tinged with excitement, echoed throughout the research facility. Dear students and friends from other institutions, I apologize for keeping everyone confined here for so long. As for the reason, I believe you have already surmised. Yes, I am incredibly thrilled. As the Vice President of Huazhong University of Science and Technology, I feel immensely honored. During my tenure, our university has produced a super genius who has developed such outstanding, globally leading cutting-edge military technology, the individual exoskeleton armor. What we witnessed earlier was the work of Lin Mo, a remarkable innovation that seems to have emerged from a science fiction film, a technology from the future whose practicality exceeds the realm of individual combat equipment. I firmly believe that in the near future, we shall undoubtedly transcend the threshold from military to civilian applications, emerging as a true powerhouse of our nation. This advancement will inevitably spearhead global technological progress, guiding humanity towards an entirely new realm of possibilities. Vice President Liang, hailing from a background in ideological work, delivered his words with remarkable fervor, stirring the emotions of everyone present. Some students could barely contain their excitement, rising to their feet in joyous exclamations. As the atmosphere reached a fervent crescendo, Vice President Liang shifted his tone, gravely stating, It is precisely for this reason that this technology requires safeguarding. Our nation also needs time. Under the comprehensive guidance of Professor AI, although Lin Mo has successfully developed the individual exoskeleton technology, it still harbors numerous imperfections. The smooth execution of the demonstration was attributed not only to the efforts of Professor AI and Lin Mo, but also to an element of fortuity. Thus, we must impose the highest level of confidentiality on all information regarding this technology. Everyone present is required to sign a top-secret SSS-level confidentiality agreement. Any information concerning the individual exoskeleton armor must not be disclosed, even to one's own family. Furthermore, all mobile devices will be thoroughly checked and formatted, with all content irrevocably erased. In closing, I extend my sincerest apologies to everyone and implore your understanding. Everything is for the resurgence of Huaxia, for the future of our great nation. Thank you all. As soon as Vice President Liang concluded his remarks, the testing ground erupted into thunderous applause. Chapter 17. The leak incident, trending hot on social media. The internet continues to amplify. Some students shouted, "We must understand. It is imperative to comprehend. Huaxiao is formidable. Huazhong University of Science and Technology is formidable. Lin Mo is formidable," with the speech achieving its intended impact. Vice President Liang conferred with Vice Captain Zhou from the Supreme Military District's Special Operations Forces, initiating the signing of confidentiality agreements for all present. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, once everyone had signed, military control and signal jamming were formally lifted. "Goodness, I'm absolutely famished," exclaimed a student, realizing he had yet to eat despite the lengthy discourse. "I'm off." Hungry students hurried toward the dining hall, while outsiders were left to seek sustenance elsewhere. Many remarked that the journey had indeed been worthwhile, yet they vowed never to return without provisions in hand for the next occasion. However, one junior male student did not rush to the dining hall. Instead, he returned to his dormitory, boiled water, and prepared a bucket of pickled cabbage and beef noodles. He then connected his smartphone to his laptop. After a series of operations, images and videos that had supposedly been permanently deleted were astonishingly restored. "This is it," he exclaimed, slurping his noodles with heightened excitement. He set his meal aside and swiftly logged onto a forum, crafting a sensational post title and uploading all the photos and videos. "Warning, warning, this is not a science fiction film. Individual exoskeleton armored soldiers exposed. The developers are actually university students." This post rapidly gained traction, primarily due to the blurry video footage that incited skepticism among many. "The black alloy armor is undeniably magnificent. What on earth is this? A truck lift? Could it possibly be fake? Is this not a scene from a sci-fi film? The original poster should have zoomed in a bit. It's too distant to discern." In the video, a figure clad in dark matte alloy armor resembles a futuristic warrior from a sci-fi movie. In the testing ground, he maneuvers with agility, with every frame bursting with intensity. At that moment, within the Strategic Intimidation Bureau on the 3rd floor of the General Assembly Building in the Supreme Military District, a report was made to the director. "Sir, as of now, we have detected 3 sensitive public sentiments regarding the individual exoskeleton armor. The sources of information are from the B11 dormitory at Huazhong University of Science and Technology, the office building of Gaoli Group, and the 5th building of the UND community." A uniformed officer, wearing headphones, dialed in to report. Shortly after, a voice came through the receiver. "Proceed as planned." "Understood." At the dormitory of Huazhong University, male students were fiercely arguing on the forum. The majority expressed disbelief, insisting it had to be a film shoot, even going so far as to insult the students' families. The young man could no longer contain his frustration. Are they all fools? Can't they see the students around? And so many leaders present. Who has the time to put on a sci-fi show for them? He prepared to unleash a barrage of expletives he had learned throughout his life, meticulously crafting some for maximum impact. Suddenly, the dormitory door was forcefully kicked open. Several soldiers burst in. "Hua Feng, you are suspected of leaking state secrets. Come with us." The student named Hua Feng turned pale, terrified to the point of losing control. Simultaneously, the informants from Gaoli Group and UND community were also summoned to the military district for a discussion. "Director, the informants have been apprehended. Should we initiate the next phase of the plan?" "Commence immediately." "Yes, sir." That evening at 7 o'clock, as everyone finished dinner and enjoyed leisure time, a sensational message appeared on Weibo. "Look at Weibo, it's explosive news." "What news? Which celebrity has been caught in a scandal?" "Check it yourself, it's the top trending topic." At that moment, the top 3 trending topics on Weibo were all sensational. 1. Huaxia Black Technology live video exposed. Armor Warrior is truly impressive. 2. Lifting a 2-ton truck? Still claiming it's not a sci-fi film. 3. Military science expert. It is cutting-edge technology of individual-powered exoskeleton armor. The live video, especially the thrilling moments, was transformed into short clips and GIFs by some netizens, flooding the Weibo platform. The armored warrior moved with the speed of a racing car, a phantom in the wind. He leaped several meters high. He lifted the truck in an instant, with countless netizens fervently sharing within a mere hour. The entire Weibo platform was ignited like a powder keg. Particularly, some videos are swiftly removed by the platform upon release, despite soaring to trending status in a brief span. They are subsequently suppressed to the lower echelons of the trending list, only to be propelled back to prominence by netizens. This phenomenon has piqued the curiosity of many. The relevance of the associated topics continues to escalate, with 8 out of the top 10 trending spots occupied by these discussions. Even a sensational scandal involving a prominent celebrity's infidelity has been relegated to the 7th position among the myriad of related videos. The most popular one has garnered an impressive 2 million likes and 600,000 shares. The comments section is a tapestry of diverse opinions, with a significant portion expressing skepticism. It must be fake. Who would believe such a video? Can one really lift a truck while wearing an exosuit? Do you have any idea how heavy a truck's cab is? Do you think others are fools? Here's a joke. Videos cannot be photoshopped. So it must be real, serious face. Haha. Regardless of whether people believe it or not, I certainly don't. Conversely, some netizens, brimming with confidence in their homeland or possessing keen observational skills, assert they are all fools. Which of you saw any firearms? There isn't even a wire hang. How could this possibly be a video shoot? It's clearly authentic. This is an impromptu recording. Look closely. The phone is shaking. How could it be fake? The rise of our nation. Breaking through the sanctions imposed by the Eagle Nation. The news continues to spread rapidly, not only on social media platforms, but also through various channels such as messaging apps and news aggregators. The comments on related videos are updating at a dizzying pace. At this juncture, a renowned influencer with 3 million followers, known as Great Nation Arc, reposts the video with a caption, "Some people must have just eaten." Is it too early to dream? The Eagle Nation boasts nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, manned moon landings, and 5th-generation stealth fighters, far surpassing the technological advancements of our nation. Yet they have yet to develop so-called exoskeleton armor. When asked to comment, I replied, "If you're shooting a sci-fi film, you could afford to think a little bigger." A well-known commentator has officially published a statement, and many fervent supporters of the Eagle Nation seem to swarm to the comments section, reveling in the chaos. A group of mindless individuals, previously targeting me with their ire, now provides comic relief. With a nation as technologically lagging as ours, it will take at least 50 years to catch up with the technological prowess of the Eagle Nation. The freedom of education in the Eagle Nation fosters super geniuses. While your nation's exam-oriented education can only produce a bunch of high scorers with low capabilities. I'll make this clear. If this absurd video is authentic, I'll live stream myself standing on my head while eating excrement. Chapter 18, Official Announcement. Too advanced to be showcased. Great Nation Arc joins the fray, pinning a comment about the live-streamed act, replying, "What a pity, my friend. I doubt anyone would dare to take that bet with you. It wouldn't seem fair." A multitude of voices echo in agreement. Some jesters, reveling in the spectacle, add their humorous remarks. "I'll continue eating if there's too much left. If the previous person has leftovers, I'll keep going." Initially, most people were uncertain about the authenticity of the armored soldier in the video. However, as several prominent commentators began to criticize, some influencers even detailed a comparison of the technological levels between the Eagle Nation and our own, accompanied by the provocative commentary. "What gives you the right to believe that our nation can achieve this? What audacity do you possess?" The number of likes surged into the hundreds of thousands, and the vast majority of netizens had come to regard it as a farce. They turned on their televisions to watch the series, treating it as a mere joke. However, 3 hours after the trending topic continued to ferment, at 10:30 in the evening, the official Weibo account of the Supreme Military District, Huaxia Military Industry, released a message. The exoskeleton armor, Huaxia Military Industry, announced that the latest generation of individual-powered exoskeleton armor had successfully completed trials. In a video featuring blue backgrounds with white text, there were only words. Devoid of images, too advanced to be showcased. Merely 3 parameters of the individual exoskeleton armor were disclosed: maximum load, 3000 G, running speed, 80 mph, and armor agility, meeting combat standards. Once this official announcement was made, it swiftly dominated the trending topics across major social platforms. The formal declaration from the Supreme Military District of Huaxia ignited a frenzy online. The comment section was instantly flooded with thousands of responses. Wait, did I read that correctly? 3000 G, 3 tons? My goodness, 3 tons of load. No wonder a single armored warrior can lift a truck. This is akin to becoming Huaxia's Iron Man. This is incredible. The nation claims to have created Iron Man armor. I'm going to sleep a little longer. Long live the Dragon Army. Huaxia rises. The cost must be exorbitant, perhaps impractical, but it marks a significant breakthrough. I only hope it can be deployed soon. Prominent influencers and public intellectuals appeared somewhat embarrassed. The authorities have even stepped in. And how could those outrageous parameters be true? Beneath the comment about live streaming, responses flooded in. Many were drawn in by curiosity. Ha ha ha, waiting for the live stream. Deceiving is a small trick. All day long. Just know how to scam food and drink. They checked in at the iconic scene, eagerly anticipating the comments. Wait a moment, today I had super spicy hot pot. If someone is eating excrement, it must be me. As the principal figure, the Grand National Arc felt even more awkward at this moment. Yet, due to the settings requiring followers to comment, the number of fans surged instead. In just a few minutes, it increased by hundreds of thousands. The Grand National Arc, with a flash of insight, retweeted the comment about live streaming with a remark. Let us be fair to this brother. Since Huaxia military industry didn't dare to release a demonstration video, there's no proof that the circulated video is genuine, so he has won. Wow. Is there really such shamelessness? If the circulated video is not real, why would Huaxia military industry announce this now? Within mere minutes, the comments were inundated with thousands of rebukes. The Grand National Arc wore a look of elation, as the follower count soon surpassed 4 million. He pressed on, posting several more comments. In the past, even experimental machines were grandly announced. How is it that now they don't even dare to provide a single image? What exactly are they afraid of? Mature military technology must have a development process. It cannot lack visual documentation, indicating that this announcement lacks credibility. The more viciously netizens criticized, the more fervently he indulged in his disparagement. The number of followers continued to swell, rapidly reaching 4 million. The Grand National Arc could not help but chuckle. What a splendid turn of events. Today, let us aim for 5 million followers. Oh, what is happening? He continued to compose a fervent passage, poised to dispatch it, only to discover that it would not go through. Initially suspecting a malfunction with his phone, he logged out and back in again, only to be met with the disheartening revelation that his account displayed. This user has been temporarily muted due to violations of laws and community regulations. What? The color drained from the face of the Great Nation Arc. Being muted with millions of followers was a severe blow to his primary source of income. His mind snapped to attention, and the more he contemplated, the more sorrowful and regretful he became. Having been officially announced, why did he still choose to criticize the authorities? Was he not merely illuminating the area beside a dung pit, inviting trouble? Upon his next login attempt, hoping to delete a few posts for damage control, he discovered he could not access his account at all. In a panic, he attempted to access both his secondary and primary accounts, only to find they had been deactivated. The Great Nation Arc collapsed onto the sofa, feeling utterly defeated. It was all over. In the Western Hemisphere, early morning. Across the vast ocean, in the Eagle Nation. Director. This is the latest intelligence from Huaxia. At the Eagle Intelligence Agency, Director Smith sat at his desk, receiving the materials handed to him by a subordinate. Lisa. When was this information gathered? Director Smith, 3 hours ago. According to Huaxia time, between 4 and 6 in the afternoon, replied Secretary Lisa with a grave demeanor. Based on the information collected from Huaxia's internet and reports from our spies, it can be confirmed that the individual exoskeleton armor technology has indeed been developed by Huaxia. The performance of the armor has reached astonishing levels. Smith maintained a calm expression, reviewing the documents as he inquired. The materials indicate that the project's developer is a recent graduate named Lin Mo from the military technology program at Huazhong University. Is this accurate? Lisa responded. Based on all intelligence, it is highly likely that this cutting-edge technology was completed by his mentor, only released under the student's name, the specific significance of which remains unclear. His mentor is none other than our old acquaintance, the quintessential representative of the Huaxia Hawks, AI Chongfeng. Smith nodded thoughtfully. He continued to scrutinize all the documents in his possession before placing them on the desk. Indeed, it was surprising that our old adversary, the esteemed Professor AI Chongfeng, possessed such capabilities. Alas, this Professor AI could never be of use to us. Smith accepted the hot coffee his female secretary brought him and remarked with composure. However, the data released by Huaxia surely has the fingerprints of the Bureau of Strategic Threats. 3000 G? Huh, I don't believe a word of it. It's likely another ploy by that Strategic Intimidation Bureau. Nonetheless, this military technology is sufficient to alter the global military power landscape, warranting our utmost attention. Lisa, compile all the intelligence into a specialized report and submit it to the presidential office immediately, with copies sent to the Pentagon. We must explore every possible avenue to acquire this technology. Our strategies for suppressing Huaxia must also be reassessed. Yes, Director. Chapter 19, National Fortune Bound. Project Reboot. Lin Mo serves as Chief Engineer. In Huaxia time, at midnight. After a long day, Lin Mo was ready to rest in the laboratory. A sudden, crisp sound echoed in Lin Mo's mind. Ding. You have successfully implemented strategic intimidation against the Eagle Nation, compelling them to alter their strategy towards Huaxia. Earning 2,000 prestige points. Ding. It has been detected that the host has joined the Strategic Intimidation Bureau of Huaxia, activating the National Fortune Binding. Congratulations. You have successfully bound the National Fortune of Huaxia. Daily Settlement. Your strategic intimidation has invigorated the vast populace of Huaxia, thereby enhancing the national fortune and earning 485 prestige points. Current prestige points, 2,685, beginning phase of hegemony. Lin Mo pondered thoughtfully. It appeared that Li Jingwu's strategy had indeed borne fruit. However, what did the binding of national fortune entail? After reflecting on the previous system's functionalities, Lin Mo suddenly realized, followed by a surge of joy. Choosing to join the Strategic Intimidation Bureau was undoubtedly a sagacious decision. The Bureau was indeed an official organization sharing its name with the system. Upon joining, Lin Mo immediately activated a new system feature, National Fortune Binding. According to Lin Mo's understanding, the greater the confidence of the nation, the stronger the fortune of Huaxia, and the higher the potential of the state. By executing strategic intimidation against hostile nations or forces, the confidence of the Huaxia populace would be bolstered, allowing them to engage more fervently in labor and national development, thereby enhancing the national fortune. The reasoning was straightforward. Under Li Jingwu's direction, a series of promotional efforts by the Huaxia Strategic Intimidation Bureau had significantly boosted the confidence of the populace, and naturally, the national fortune rose in tandem. Every day at midnight, based on the increase in national fortune, the system would calculate Lin Mo's prestige points. This might become the primary means through which Lin Mo continuously acquired prestige points. If he maintained this momentum, within approximately half a month, he would be eligible for his first system upgrade mission. Currently, his exoskeleton armor was nearing completion. Lin Mo was increasingly eager for the advanced technologies of the system's second tier. The next morning, Lin Mo was personally escorted by Li Jingwu to the Supreme Military District's General Assembly Department, located 30 kilometers outside the capital, a testing base for Huaxia's military equipment. As a hub for the nation's cutting-edge military technology, various state-secret military equipment was omnipresent. Heavy tanks, missile-armored vehicles, armed helicopters, and a variety of combat aircraft. A casual photograph could lead to a top-secret leak. In his previous life, as a senior researcher at the Chinese Academy of Sciences specializing in military technology, he had frequently visited the General Assembly Department. In this parallel world, the specific location and architectural layout of the military equipment testing base had undergone a dramatic transformation. Yet, this familiar feeling indeed instilled in him a sense of returning home. This fellow, Lin Mo, maintained his composure throughout the journey, prompting Li Jingwu to marvel. Few could manage their expressions in the presence of such advanced military equipment, yet this young man managed to maintain a tranquil demeanor. Either he possessed profound cunning and depth of character, concealing his emotions, or he simply did not perceive these military assets as particularly advanced. Upon entering the office building, Li Jingwu led Lin Mo to the conference room on the top floor. As soon as they stepped inside, Lin Mo suddenly realized that a group of high-ranking generals, adorned with the stars of command, stood before him. Such a formidable assembly was beyond anything he had encountered in his previous life, leaving him momentarily stunned. Observing Lin Mo's dazed expression, Li Jingwu couldn't help but chuckle to himself, relishing the rare moment of astonishment from the young man. He gestured for Lin Mo to take a seat on the left side of the main position while he stood firmly before it. Comrades, we are now officially convened. Please take your seats. The attendees promptly settled down in unison. First, allow me to introduce our newest member of the Supreme Military District's General Equipment Department, Lin Mo. Lin Mo rose to salute, prompting a thunderous applause throughout the room. Li Jingwu spoke with a smile. I am certain you have all been curious about this extraordinary talent and what he looks like. Now you have all seen him. Let us share our thoughts freely. What are your impressions upon seeing Comrade Lin Mo for the first time? The atmosphere began to lighten. One general laughed and remarked, he is so young. Truly, heroes emerge in their youth. Not only is he youthful, but he is also tall and handsome, perfectly embodying the image of our valiant soldiers. He must be around 185 centimeters tall. He hardly resembles a researcher, but rather like I did in my younger days. How delightful. Like you? Nonsense. If anyone resembles anyone, it's me. After a round of jovial banter, Li Jingwu signaled for silence. Indeed, Lin Mo's greatest asset is his youth. At just 21 years of age, he is arguably the youngest comrade in our department. As he continued, Li Jingwu's demeanor shifted to a more serious tone. However, youth can carry a negative connotation, often implying certain undesirable traits. You seasoned veterans must be thinking. He is young, inexperienced, and perhaps lacks maturity. His comprehensive abilities will require cultivation. And perhaps he needs to be tempered a bit. The attendees exchanged glances, as these words resonated with some of their unspoken thoughts. Regardless of genius, a 21-year-old undoubtedly has areas of immaturity. It cannot merely be seen as pressure, but rather as a foundation upon which to build. The growth of the young requires time. Commander, you are too harsh. Comrade Lin Mo is not just any young person, but a super genius. We will certainly extend our understanding to him. Rest assured, I will treat Comrade Lin Mo as my closest comrade. Li Jingwu internally scoffed before continuing. That is reassuring. Now, I announce the second matter. Last night, the Supreme Military District convened an urgent meeting to discuss all matters concerning Comrade Lin Mo. It has been formally decided. Comrade Lin Mo's rank, position, and rewards have been established. Effective immediately, Comrade Lin Mo will officially enlist, holding the rank of Lieutenant Colonel, with political and economic benefits equivalent to a one-star general. Upon hearing this, the generals present were taken aback. Joining the ranks as a lieutenant colonel, benefits on par with a one-star general? And he is merely a recent university graduate? Let it be known, the military ranks in Huaxia consist of 3 levels and 10 grades. The ranks comprise junior officers, second lieutenant, first lieutenant, captain, field officers, major, lieutenant colonel, colonel, senior colonel, and the highest-ranking generals, 1-star general, 2-star general, 3-star general. Graduates from military academies and defense students are conferred ranks upon enlistment, adhering to strict regulations. Bachelor's degree holders are appointed as second lieutenants, master's degree holders as first lieutenants, and doctorate holders as captains. Regardless of one's exceptional talent, these are immutable standards. Exceptions do exist, albeit very rarely, even in wartime. In the current era of peace, it may take several years for even a single exception to emerge. Remarkably, Lin Mo not only shattered this historical precedent, but ascended directly to the rank of lieutenant colonel. It is crucial to understand the immense accomplishments and technological innovations required for a technical officer to attain the rank of lieutenant colonel. Most notably, he is merely 21 years old. Li Jingwu, undeterred by the astonished expressions surrounding him, continued, according to the decision of the Supreme Military Region's General Assembly. Lin Mo is hereby appointed as the Deputy Chief Engineer of the General Armament Department of the Huaxia Supreme Military Region, and the Principal Technical Advisor of the Strategic Deterrence Bureau. Effective immediately, the national-level project for the individual exoskeleton armor will be reinstated, with me serving as the project leader and Lin Mo as the chief engineer of the project. Chapter 20. Creating the Ultimate Armor. Problems that money can solve are not problems at all. The generals began to question their own understanding. Deputy Chief Engineer? A 21-year-old Deputy Chief Engineer? The assembly could not help but murmur amongst themselves. While Lin Mo's appointment as Chief Engineer of the National-Level Exoskeleton Armor Project is justifiable, given that the project's revival is attributed to him, the position of Deputy Chief Engineer is one of substantial authority. In the Supreme Military Region, those holding such positions are typically at least of general rank. However, not all generals hold leadership roles, with only about 1/3 of those present having such responsibilities. This implies that Lin Mo, upon his entry into service, has already surpassed 2/3 of all present in terms of his appointment. Furthermore, by occupying this position, he has diminished the opportunities for others. General Li, I wholeheartedly comply with the arrangements made by the command, but might such a position be too conspicuous? One of the generals voiced his concerns. We all recognize that Comrade Lin Mo is exceptional, yet he is still young and lacks management experience. If he suddenly ascends to a high position, could there be potential issues? What issues? Li Jingwu inquired calmly. The general hesitated for a moment before resolutely stating. Could it be that he lacks sufficient qualifications to command respect? This was also a consideration for his future development. Bang. Does Lin Mo's development require your concern? Li Jingwu slammed the table, causing the general's face to pale. With a fierce glare, Li Jingwu continued. Most of the generals in our General Armament Department have a technical background, and many of you are seniors of Lin Mo in the same field. Ask yourselves what technical achievements you possess that can compare to Lin Mo's independently developed individual exoskeleton armor technology and over 30 associated sub-technologies. What right do you have to consider his future? The general's face grew increasingly ashen, his heart filled with shame. Abandon your outdated notions of seniority. Li Jingwu surveyed the assembly. Comrade Lin Mo's development of the Kunlun exoskeleton armor has already showcased its remarkable capabilities. It can be asserted that this groundbreaking military equipment has fundamentally transformed the paradigm of modern warfare. The unique and decisive special operations tactics will emerge as the optimal solution for triumphing in contemporary conflicts. The decapitation missions initiated by the Kunlun armored combat teams will undoubtedly become a nightmare for all adversaries of our great nation. Expediting the full implementation and mass production of the exoskeleton armor is of utmost importance, not only for the fortune of our nation, but also as a vital strategy to break through the technological blockade imposed by our rivals. At that juncture, we can either engage in a differentiated arms race with our adversaries or negotiate technological exchanges. The paramount significance of Comrade Lin Mo is beyond dispute. He deserves to be treated as a national treasure, Li Jingwu asserted with conviction. Every individual present must resolutely adhere to the directives of our esteemed leadership. From the depths of our souls, we must discard any remnants of outdated notions regarding Comrade Lin Mo's youth and limited experience, and wholeheartedly support his endeavors without any considerations of seniority. Anyone who obstructs Comrade Lin Mo's research agenda will inevitably face the most severe consequences from the highest military district. Do you all understand? Everyone rose to their feet, responding in unison. Understood. Lin Mo, observing the scene before him, couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Coming to the Supreme Military District's General Assembly truly proved to be a wise choice. The tradition of seniority, deeply rooted in our nation's thousands of years of history, is not easily broken. Had he gone to the research institutes of Guangming and Lanmingcheng, even with his remarkable talents, gaining the recognition of all in a short span would have been exceedingly difficult. In that case, he might have had to endure prolonged solitary battles, facing numerous constraints. The military personnel of the Supreme Military District, however, are different. Their duty is to obey orders. They can swiftly unite their efforts, becoming the best allies for Lin Mo. This is an inherent advantage that other research institutions cannot offer. Li Jingwu, tempering his anger, began to outline the tasks ahead. The foremost critical assignment for our General Assembly is to ensure the complete implementation of all the ancillary systems that have yet to be operationalized, thereby creating the full version of the Kunlun armor. Following that, mass production and deployment are essential. Our initial goal is to manufacture at least 100 sets of Kunlun armor within the next 6 months. The task is indeed formidable, and everyone must collaborate with utmost dedication and cooperation. Shui Yunqi, Yu Wenxi, and Qi Zhonglong, as the original sub-project leaders of the Exoskeleton Armor Initiative, from this day forth. You will serve as Deputy Chief Engineers, reporting directly to Chief Engineer Lin. I entrust this to you all. Li Jingwu stood, offering a solemn salute. The attending officers also rose in salute. As the meeting concluded, the attendees dispersed. Li Jingwu and Lin Mo remained in the conference room. So, how does it feel to be so esteemed? Li Jingwu smiled. Lin Mo chuckled awkwardly. Can one really boast in such a manner? Nevertheless, he felt compelled to offer compliments to his superior. General Zhongchang's profound concern for our nation, coupled with his lofty aspirations, brings forth profound wisdom in his every utterance. Naturally commanding respect throughout the assembly, he stands as a paragon for us, the youth. Ha ha, you rascal! Who imparted unto you this remarkable skill of flattery? Li Jingwu laughed heartily. Truly a genius, you flatter more sweetly than others. Lin Mo remained speechless. Li Jingwu continued with mirth. Last night, I advocated on your behalf. The preliminary decision from the General Assembly is a first-class merit. However, this awaits the complete refinement of your exoskeleton armor's functionality to be validated through practical combat exercises. In this era of peace, earning a first-class merit is no trivial feat. Those who previously attained it either sacrificed their lives or sustained severe injuries. Thus, it was not announced at the meeting earlier. You must strive diligently, for a first-class merit is a matter of great honor. Even I envy it immensely. Lin Mo nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, General Li. In the previous world, it was only after nearly a decade that the criteria for first-class merit began to loosen. Given the current stringent standards, even martyrs who sacrifice for the nation have occasionally been denied this honor. Do you have any further suggestions regarding the project? Li Jingwu inquired. Lin Mo pondered for a moment, then said, if we are to implement the full configuration, the project budget may exceed 500 million. Might that be excessive? Perhaps we should consider deploying around 60 configurations instead, which could save several hundred million, as some configurations are indeed unnecessary. No way. Li Jingwu waved his hand decisively. Deploy all. Problems that money can resolve are no problems at all. Observing Li Jingwu's lavish demeanor, Lin Mo realized that financial constraints would no longer hamper the project. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo replied, "That should pose no issues." Li Jingwu nodded, "Comrade Lin Mo, from this moment onward, you will report directly to me. No one else may command you. Should anyone trouble you or create difficulties, feel free to report to me. I shall ensure they regret it. Work boldly and with confidence. I hold the final say in this assembly." Li Jingwu was brimming with vigor. The last national project had been abruptly halted and declared a failure, rendering him the laughingstock of the Supreme Military District, subjected to mockery from several regional commanders for days on end. This time, Li Jingwu, the Dragon King, returns. Seeking exoskeleton armor? By all means, come and call me father. The loudest voice claiming father shall be rewarded first. Oh, and a few minor matters. Li Jingwu said with a smile, "Your voluntary enlistment is akin to a personal offering to the nation, while it is your choice. The state must not shortchange such a prodigious talent. Firstly, the General Assembly has credited 20 million Huaxia yuan to your personal Huaxia bank account under the guise of an innovation bonus for military equipment. It may not be a fortune, but it should suffice to settle your personal affairs at home. Remember, you now enjoy the privileges of a division commander, a status that cannot be attained merely through wealth." Lin Mo was taken aback. In a parallel world, 20 million is roughly equivalent to 70 or 80 million in the year 2023 of my previous life. Just to illustrate a few examples, pork ribs cost 5 yuan per gene, beef is 12 yuan per gene, and the housing prices in a first-tier city stand at 4,000. Overall, this bonus is truly substantial, and I am deeply touched. Lin Mo sincerely expressed his gratitude. His family has never been extravagant. With this sum, their financial needs for a lifetime are assured. Given your cutting-edge technology, 20 million is hardly excessive. Rather, the nation stands to gain immensely, so feel free to utilize it. Li Jingwu patted Lin Mo on the shoulder and chuckled. "Secondly, I have arranged for your little girlfriend to be part of our national project." Huh. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. "Where did I get a girlfriend? Did you send her to me?" He quickly realized that he was referring to Ren Xue. "Senior, she is not my girlfriend. Please do not misunderstand." Ha ha. Li Jingwu laughed heartily. "Well, that might change soon. I'm just creating the right conditions for you. Since you have dedicated yourself to the nation, your personal affairs are now national matters, so why not assign you a girlfriend?" Lin Mo wanted to say more, but Li Jingwu interrupted him. "All right, enough chatter. I'm finding you a familiar colleague to work with, and you seem reluctant?" Lin Mo could only respond with resignation. Fine. In truth, he did have some feelings for Ren Xue. He had long wished to bring her on board to work alongside him, as there were few women in this world who could match his intellect. As a prodigious talent, Ren Xue was undoubtedly one of them. Li Jingwu smiled and continued. "Little Xue has been under my watch since childhood. Her character is impeccable, she is beautiful, and most importantly, she is exceptionally intelligent. She has always been in gifted classes and entered Huazhong University of Science and Technology at the age of 15. Although she is currently a graduate student, she is still a few months younger than you. Besides, apart from her height, which is somewhat lacking, around 160 centimeters, she possesses numerous admirable qualities." "What? She's younger than me?" Lin Mo was astonished. It was only now that he realized the senior of his appeared so youthful. "Hey, I say, you've spent 4 years studying under Professor AI, and you don't even know your senioress background?" Li Jingwu inquired skeptically. "I seriously suspect there might be something off with your orientation. If that is the case, the nation cannot guarantee your assignment." Lin Mo twitched his mouth in disbelief. "What nonsense. Chief, I am a heterosexual male who loves women. Such fundamental issues must not be misconstrued." However, Li Jingwu's comment piqued his curiosity. His seemingly carefree senior concealed her true worth with just one move. She could command hundreds of thousands in pocket money. "Chief, does my senior come from a good family?" Lin Mo asked with interest. "Of course. Ren Xue's father is one of our most trusted partners in the General Equipment Department." Li Jingwu began to elaborate, but abruptly halted. "Why are you asking so much? If you want to know, go ask her yourself." Goodness. Is there a way to speak halfway and leave things unsaid? What does it mean to talk only partially? Is arsenic to be served with rice? Lin Mo pressed for answers, but Li Jingwu remained tight-lipped, forcing him to relent. In the ensuing days, Lin Mo immersed himself in a military equipment research base situated a dozen kilometers from the General Assembly Department. The exoskeleton armor he had previously crafted was merely a rudimentary version. To elevate it to a fully equipped model with complete system configurations would require considerable effort. Particularly daunting was the critical firepower system. He found himself overwhelmed by the task alone. Furthermore, Li Jingwu insisted that the previous armor, deemed a milestone, must be preserved intact and not modified or optimized from its original state. A new, high-spec exoskeleton armor needed to be created from scratch, following the blueprints. As a precursor for future mass production, this was not particularly discouraging for Lin Mo, as he indeed harbored the intention to recreate the exoskeleton armor. Previously constrained by a lack of funds and resources, including alloy materials, he had crafted it to the bare minimum, unable to unleash the full potential of the Kunlun armor. However, the crux of the matter lay in Li Jingwu's explicit directive. The design blueprints were readily available, and completion was mandated within 20 days. Ahead of the Dragon Army Festival, even Lin Mo felt the weight of this deadline pressing upon him. Fortunately, there was ample funding, and the personnel were commendable, indeed. Military efficiency proved reliable. Observing the 40-odd researchers diligently fulfilling their respective roles in the testing grounds, Lin Mo felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Generals Shui Yunqi, Yuwensi, and Qi Zhonglong, the original project leads, were formidable researchers in their own right. Under Li Jingwu's explicit instructions, they embraced military discipline, meticulously executing Lin Mo's every command without any slack, alleviating over 80% of his burden through their unwavering support. Chapter 22. The Dawn of Competition. A task for system upgrade awaits, requiring a prestige value of 10,000. Ren Shui, serving as Lin Mo's secretary, trailed behind him all day, bustling about and drenched in sweat. Yet, no one at the research base perceived their toil as burdensome. Rather, they felt honored to partake in this groundbreaking military technology development, which was destined for success, could only be described as a stroke of happiness. As the project progressed, the worldview of every researcher and engineer involved was continually reshaped. Is it truly possible to design exoskeleton armor in this manner? Can an armored battalion withstand such terrifying and bizarre firepower configurations? And what of the life support systems, auxiliary flight systems, and intelligent adaptive behavior systems? Are we genuinely on the verge of creating a real-life Iron Man armor? As the three deputy chief engineers leading the project reflected on the years of fruitless endeavors and the waste of hundreds of billions in funding, they felt tears welling up at the thought that now, they merely needed to follow the blueprints to realize their ambitions. Thus, the three deputy chief engineers became increasingly enthusiastic, leading the project team with unwavering determination. The entire project advanced at a terrifying pace. 2 weeks later, at midnight, the research base remained brightly lit, with all researchers and engineers working fervently, creating an atmosphere that belied the late hour. Inside the chief engineer's office, Lin Mo, who was adjusting the performance parameters of the armor, suddenly paused, a familiar system notification resonating in his mind. Ding! Daily settlement successfully invigorated the vast populace of Huaxia, enhancing the national fortune, earning 463 prestige points. Current prestige points, 10,023, beginning of dominance phase. Congratulations, host. You can now receive your first system upgrade mission. Would you like to accept? Lin Mo silently contemplated. Yes, the system voice echoed once more. Mission accepted successfully. First system upgrade mission, the Dawn of Dominance. Mission requirements. Utilizing the individual combat equipment, the Kunlun exoskeleton armor, to significantly uplift the confidence of the Huaxia people and impose a formidable strategic intimidation upon the Western Alliance led by the Eagle Sauce Nation. Mission rewards. 1. Earn 20,000 prestige points. 2. Upgrade the system to level 20, unlocking the second tier of technology. 3. Prestige system enters the Sky Sovereign phase, activating a new feature for prestige point exchange. Upon hearing the mission requirements, Lin Mo set down his documents and rubbed his temples, lost in thought. Was the upgrade mission's demand not a touch vague? What precisely constituted a significant uplift in confidence? What defined a formidable strategic intimidation? Such grandiose terms lacked precision. Couldn't they employ Arabic numerals? Realizing this, Lin Mo slapped his forehead, bemused by his own exhaustion. The system indeed provided a hint. The mission reward was a staggering 20,000 prestige points. Previously, through Li Jingwu's old coin operation and Lin Mo's exoskeleton armor, a convoluted yet successful strategic intimidation had been executed, resulting in the Eagle Sauce Nation altering its various blockades against Huaxia, yet the reward at that time was merely 2,000 prestige points. Now, the mission's reward was a full 10-fold increase. What did this imply? Lin Mo's thoughts crystallized. Firstly, it was imperative to have the complete version of the Kunlun individual exoskeleton armor. Secondly, this groundbreaking combat equipment needed to be prominently showcased in a significant and public national military event, demonstrating all its terrifying capabilities to achieve the required uplift and intimidation. Contemplating this, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile wryly. The Strategic Intimidation Bureau typically operated in the shadows. Why was the system insisting on a direct confrontation with the Eagle Sauce Nation? Moreover, gaining approval from the higher-ups to publicly disclose the Kunlun armor, which had already been classified as an SSS-level state secret, would entail overcoming substantial resistance. Yet, swiftly completing the system upgrade mission to unlock the second tier of technology was of utmost importance. How should he proceed? Lin Mo fell into deep contemplation. In the blink of an eye, only 2 days remained until the Dragon Army Festival. At 9 in the morning, a military armored vehicle slowly approached the Supreme Military District's General Equipment Department, coming to a halt in front of the office building. The door opened, and a figure emerged, a naval officer clad in a deep blue uniform, adorned with 3 stars on his shoulders. Those who closely follow the Chinese military would instantly recognize this senior figure as Houyi Wen, the commanding general of the entire Southern Military District. It is surprising that just a few days ago he was inspecting operations in the South Seas, and now he has arrived here. At this moment, several individuals had already gathered at the entrance of the office building. Why is it permissible for you to come, but not for me? Houyi Wen of the Southern Military District remarked calmly. Did not you, old Deng, also rush over from the far northwest? The only high-ranking official surnamed Deng in the Dragon Army is Deng Gaoxiang, the commander of the Western Military District stationed in the Western Frontier. You're welcome to come, Deng Gaoxiang declared resolutely, but I am determined to secure the single-soldier exoskeleton armor for the Western Military District. Houyi Wen chuckled lightly. You intend to secure it? Who was it that laughed the hardest at old Li's expense last time? Upon hearing these words, Deng Gaoxiang's face flushed with embarrassment. Earlier this year, the exoskeleton armor project led by Li Jingwu had been declared a failure, earning severe criticism from superiors during the General Conference. Subsequently, Deng Gaoxiang had taken this as fodder for jokes, frequently calling Li Jingwu to tease him. In the end, Li Jingwu had blocked his number, and Deng had been the most relentless in reopening old wounds. Nonsense. Old Li is my dear friend, my brother. Before Deng Gaoxiang could finish, he was interrupted. Who the hell is your brother? A figure strode out from the building, followed by a dozen senior officers. It was none other than Li Jingwu, the head of the General Equipment Department. Casting a sidelong glance at Deng Gaoxiang, he remarked coolly, I only have an enemy named Deng Gaoxiang. Deng Gaoxiang could only force a smile. Old Li, I came to apologize, you see, stop the nonsense and get lost. We are not familiar. Li Jingwu continued forward, feeling elated. Now you know what it means to experience the ebb and flow of fortune over 30 years. Come on, old Hu. Let us go to the entrance to welcome the leaders. Wait, old Li, hey, old Li. Listen to me. It was all a misunderstanding. As Deng Gaoxiang chased after Li Jingwu, he inwardly cursed his misfortune. His chief of staff had insisted that the development of the single-soldier exoskeleton armor, given China's current research capabilities, would take at least another 20 years. Who could have predicted that merely months after the announcement of the project's failure, Li Jingwu would manage to create it? The performance was extraordinarily formidable, capable of altering the course of warfare. Damn it. I'll make that foolish chief of staff run 30 laps when I return. Chapter 23, Project Inspection Team. Old Qin and Old Ding could not attend this inspection, but they both sent their respective chiefs of staff. Walking side by side with Li Jingwu, Houyi Wen smiled and said, Qin Guofeng is the commander of the Eastern Military District. Life has been treating him well recently, but the situation with the Foot Basin Chicken Nation and the Eagle Sauce has been unstable in the Eastern Sea of China. He must remain at the front lines. Even 2 days later, on the Dragon Army Day, General Qin would be unable to attend. The reason for this was straightforward. The grand military exercise of the entire Huaxiao army was set to take place at the Zhuri base on the vast steppes of the northern military region on the very day of the Dragon Army celebration. However, it mattered little. Once the grand exercise had concluded, they would inevitably seek my counsel. Who wouldn't desire such cutting-edge combat equipment that could decisively influence the course of battle? Li Jingwu remarked with quiet confidence, observing Li Jingwu's unwavering assurance. Houyi Wen chuckled and shook his head. You, as always, tend to boast too early, only to be proven wrong in the end. Let us wait until today's inspection is over. The exoskeleton armor project is classified as a state secret of the highest order. Aside from senior military officers from the general staff, who must be informed due to their duties, even the generals of the various military regions are largely oblivious to the specifics. Although the publicly released parameters of the armor appear indeed formidable, to claim it could directly determine the outcome of a battle seems an exaggerated boast from Li Jingwu. Even if one possesses speed and strength, it remains merely individual equipment. A single powerful artillery strike can end the game, leaving no room for one to dictate the battlefield. Li Jingwu laughed heartily in response. Just wait, and see if you don't believe me." At that moment, Deng Gaoxiang caught up from behind, exclaiming, "Old Li, I believe you. I truly trust you." His face lit up with a broad smile. "I know the prowess of your exoskeleton armor. Look, the majority of my Western military region consists of the army, with the largest number of special operations forces in the entire military, tasked with guarding the borders of the Western Xinjiang and Yunnan regions. Isn't this precisely where your exoskeleton armor can shine?" Before he could finish, Li Jingwu's next words nearly sent Deng Gaoxiang into a fit of rage. Ignoring it, he retorted, "Nonsense." Seeing Li Jingwu's antics, Deng Gaoxiang realized that this time, he was truly about to lose his temper. "Damn, add 20 more laps. When we return, that foolish chief of staff will have to run 50 laps." The group arrived at the solemn entrance of the General Staff Department of the Supreme Military Region. "I never would have imagined that even General Long would come to inspect your project today," Hu Yinwen remarked with a smile. With the grand military exercise approaching, how could General Long feel at ease without personally witnessing this exoskeleton armor? Li Jingwu replied, "Within the Supreme Military Region of Huaxia, there are 5 top-ranking generals who wield the power of the Dragon Army. The foremost position requires no elaboration. The second is the Chief of Staff of the Dragon Army. The third to fifth positions, ranked without precedence, include the chiefs of the Army, Navy, and Air Force, respectively. If one were to assess seniority, the current Army Chief holds the most experience, followed by the Navy Chief, with the Air Force Chief being the youngest. It is through the joint deliberations of these 5 individuals in the Supreme Military Region's General Staff meetings that all significant military matters, key personnel appointments, and major financial expenditures of the Dragon Army are determined. Only these 5 truly hold the pinnacle of power over the Dragon Army. Following them, the various department heads and military region commanders are tasked with the implementation of the decisions made. This time, the leader visiting the General Staff Department for a national-level project inspection is none other than Long Jianjun, the chief of the Huaxiao Army and currently the third-ranking figure in the Dragon Army. The individual exoskeleton armor represents the pinnacle of personal combat equipment and has garnered significant attention from the army. Long Jianjun, as the chief of staff of the Dragon Army, deemed it necessary to conduct an inspection prior to the grand military exercise. In less than 10 minutes, a convoy of armored vehicles came into view. The personnel promptly assumed military posture. Shortly thereafter, amidst a throng of over 20 ZSLA-1 wheeled armored vehicles, a domestically manufactured Hongqi bulletproof sedan gradually came to a halt before the entrance. From the rear right door emerged a robust, gray-haired general. Indeed, it was Long Jianjun, the chief of staff. The crowd hurried to greet him, yet to their surprise, Long Jianjun paid no heed to Li Jingwu and his entourage. Instead, he approached the left rear of the vehicle and respectfully opened the door. As another elderly gentleman descended from the car, those present felt their pupils constrict in shock. Instinctively, everyone snapped to attention, rendering a salute. Li Jingwu, Hu Yinwen, and Deng Gaoxiang greeted their superior as they beheld the elderly gentleman who had just alighted. Not only were Hu Yinwen and Deng Gaoxiang profoundly astonished, but Li Jingwu was also engulfed in a sense of unease. This leader had personally come to the General Assembly for an inspection of a national military technology project. Li Jingwu silently prayed that there would be no unforeseen issues during the project evaluation involving Lin Mo and the others. The prior project had been abruptly halted at the leader's behest. After alighting, the leader adjusted his collar slightly and smiled faintly, greeting the comrades. Li Jingwu hastened forward, inquiring, "Sir, given your busy schedule, what brings you to this remote location? Are you here to assess the individual exoskeleton armor project?" The leader smiled but remained silent. At this moment, General Long interjected lightly, "Is it not permissible for a leader to conduct an unannounced visit? You seem to have misunderstood." Li Jingwu promptly waved his hand in denial. General Long continued, "As long as you understand. By the way," he gestured towards an individual approaching from the rear of the vehicle, "I've brought along your former partner. This time, let us have a thorough demonstration of your individual exoskeleton armor." Li Jingwu's expression shifted slightly as he recognized the person approaching, none other than his previous collaborator, the chief designer of the original exoskeleton armor project, an academician of the Huaxiao Academy of Sciences, and the dean of the Mechanical Engineering School at Xuan Nu University. Academician Peng Hao. Peng's demeanor was grim, as though he was harboring a grudge. With a forced smile, he addressed Li Jingwu, "General Li, long time no see." It had indeed been a while since Li Jingwu had seen Academician Peng, who still appeared vigorous. However, Li Jingwu felt a sinking sensation in his heart. It was evident that Peng Hao had come to confront him, possibly even bringing along this high-ranking leader. Prior to the abrupt termination of the previous project, Li Jingwu and Peng Hao had encountered irreconcilable conflicts. With the project now being reinstated, Peng Hao had not been invited to participate, further exacerbating their discord. Nevertheless, time was of the essence, and Li Jingwu could not afford to dwell on past grievances. He needed to expedite the development of the complete armor for mass production and deployment. The thoughts of others are but mere wisps of smoke. Who knows? This Peng Hao has unexpectedly brought the leadership along, clearly intending to create difficulties. Chapter 24. The Premium Exoskeleton Armor. Comprehensive Practical Testing. As anticipated, generally, I am eager to observe how such a grand national project, the culmination of years of effort by dozens of individuals, can be overturned by a mere undergraduate. Humph. Peng Hao sneered. Logically, the reactivation of the individual exoskeleton armor project should have warranted his return as the chief engineer. Yet, astonishingly, a freshly graduated undergraduate has been appointed as the chief engineer for the new project, and he was not even informed. In Peng Hao's view, this was not only a severe blow to his reputation, but also an unscrupulous act of usurpation. Prior to his arrival, Peng Hao meticulously investigated Lin Mo's background, which could only be described as unremarkable. The only notable aspect was that this Lin Mo was a protege of Ai Chongfeng. He and Ai Chongfeng have been fierce political rivals, engaged in unceasing verbal battles and conflicts over the years. As the dean of the mechanical engineering department at Xuan Nu University, Peng Hao's primary philosophy was to send students to the Eagle Nation for further studies, thereby fostering a bridge of friendship between the two countries. Even amidst the current disgraceful suppression by the Eagle Nation, he maintained that academia knows no borders, and the struggles between nations should not impede scholarly collaboration. Regrettably, under the influence of Peng Hao and other advocates of this pacifist approach, hundreds of talented students from Xuan Nu University sent to the Eagle Nation have seen over 80 not return to China. Conversely, the so-called exchange students from the Eagle Nation almost all returned home after graduation. In this regard, the conservative doves, led by Peng Hao, firmly believe that China's technology lags at least 50 years behind the Eagle Nation, asserting that enduring humiliation is an inevitable path for China. They maintain that any student who returns successfully is a gain for the nation. It is evident that his conservative stance is irreconcilable with the radical hawkish views of Ai Chongfeng. Upon learning that Lin Mo is a student of Ai Chongfeng, Peng Hao's anger intensified. He firmly believed this was a political maneuver specifically designed to target him. The so-called individual exoskeleton armor could not possibly succeed. The results of the project he spearheaded were conclusive, immutable by anyone. Hearing Peng Hao's sarcastic remarks, Li Jingwu calmly smiled and responded, "Let us wait and see, academician Peng." As a senior official in the Supreme Military District, Li Jingwu possessed keen sensitivity, quickly grasping the crux of the matter. He understood that Peng Hao's visit was not only to seek accountability, but also to undermine Lin Mo. However, in the face of absolute intellectual superiority and technological advancement, all attempts at suppression were futile. Despite being occupied with the Dragon Army festival preparations, Li Jingwu took the time to visit the research base and was pleased to see rapid progress. He held complete confidence in Lin Mo. At that moment, the resounding voice of Long Jianjun echoed, "Comrade Jingwu, please lead the way." Li Jingwu responded affirmatively, "Yes, General Long." Under his arrangement, 10 additional wheeled armored vehicles were dispatched from the General Assembly Department, bringing the total to 35, armed and escorted alongside 3 domestically produced Hongqi bulletproof cars. Heading towards the Military Industrial Equipment Research Base more than 10 kilometers away. To the southwest of the research base lies a vast rocket artillery test range, sprawling over 1,000 acres. A dark matte armored silhouette swiftly maneuvered, and as it approached the target, it suddenly leaped, with bluish flames erupting from its joints. The armored warrior soared into the air, hovering at an altitude exceeding 50 meters. With a swift motion, the warrior extended his right hand, and a missile was launched from his forearm. A thunderous explosion reverberated as the 10-meter-wide rocket target was left with nothing but a gaping void. The armored warrior gracefully returned to the ground, removing his helmet to reveal Captain Lu Zhihui of the Special Operations Forces, his face alight with excitement. "Report to Chief Engineer Lin. The test mission has been successfully completed." Deputy Chief Engineer Shui Yunqi echoed his enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Indeed, you get what you pay for. Chief Engineer Lin, I told you this investment is worthwhile." Deputy Chief Engineers Yu Wenxi and Qi Zhonglong embraced each other, tears of joy streaming down their faces. All successful. Is this a dream? Every single test has succeeded. Lin Mo, however, was left somewhat speechless. Initially, he had considered the 500 million budget excessive. Yet these 3 deputy engineers were even more willing to spend, insisting on the best configurations. They believed that even a few tens of millions more which would only enhance the performance of Model 01, was worth the expenditure. Moreover, these deputy chief engineers, witnessing the impressive technical advancements, decided to produce 10 units of every armored component and system from a mass production perspective. Within merely half a month, the project funds had already approached 100 billion. Truly, money was flowing like water. Fortunately, the project budget was ample enough to withstand such expenditures. Lin Mo rose from his chair, gazing at the eager faces around him, and smiled gently as he declared, "After several days of rigorous testing of the armored configurations, I can now confidently announce that this project has achieved preliminary success. Thank you all for your hard work over the past few days." Applause erupted from the dozens of researchers present, their hearts filled with gratitude for the fruitful and smooth half-month, marking a most valuable chapter in their research careers. After a brief consultation with the 3 deputy chief engineers, Lin Mo continued, "As per our established plan, Captain Lu Zhihui will conduct the final comprehensive test of the Kunlun individual exoskeleton armor. All parameter inspectors, please take your positions. We will commence in 10 minutes. At the same time, at the center of the research base, led by Li Jingwu, the higher-ups entered the hall. "Where is everyone? Is there not a single person around?" Inquiring about the empty research base, Deng Gaoxiang expressed his curiosity. "How absurd. It's past 9 in the morning, the prime time for research output, and yet this vast research base is devoid of any presence. Is this what conducting research looks like?" Peng Hao scoffed. "Li Jingwu, you have indeed chosen an exceptional chief engineer. I am truly impressed." The leader maintained a serene expression, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Li Jingwu wore an expression of deep concern. This Lin Mo, how unreliable. With the grand military exercise just 2 days away, after countless reminders, he faltered at such a critical moment. He was about to pick up the phone to inquire about Lin Mo's situation when a thunderous explosion startled everyone present. All eyes turned towards the southwest. Li Jingwu's heart sank. They must be at the testing ground, conducting parameter evaluations on the armored performance. Let us proceed there at once. The group headed southwest. Chapter 25, taking off from the ground, hovering in midair. What kind of exoskeleton is this? Peng Hao, the former chief engineer who had worked here for several years, was well acquainted with the surroundings. As he walked, he explained to the others. The southwest corner of this research base housed the rocket artillery testing range. Since the initiation of the exoskeleton armor project, it had been seldom used. What could Lin Mo and his team possibly be researching there? Can exoskeleton armor even be tested at a rocket artillery range? Oh, it dawned on him that Lin Mo's mentor, AI Chongfeng, specialized in missiles. Might it be that their university's testing facility was inadequate, prompting them to borrow resources from a national scientific research base? How amusing. Peng Hao's use of the term classmate was laced with malice, fostering a perception of Lin Mo as youthful and unreliable. Li Jingwu frowned. After years of collaboration, he had come to know people well. Peng Hao's underhanded tactics were, as ever, shameless. Peng Hao continued, "Leader, before General Long speaks, allow me to present the findings of our previous projects. According to scientific research, the current limit for all alloy materials worldwide is a mere 600 kilograms. To be precise, the limit is 326 grams. This figure has been meticulously calculated by our team based on all available materials and technologies, and it is the consensus among Chinese scientists, American scientists, and experts from various nations. To exceed this limit, significant breakthroughs across all foundational materials would be required." At this point, Peng Hao glanced at Li Jingwu. As the director of the Strategic Intimidation Bureau, Li's public disclosure of the armor's 3,000 kilogram weight might involve some strategic considerations. General Long, understanding the implications, casually inquired, "Academician Peng, do you not perceive even the slightest possibility that the armor's parameters might be legitimate?" "Absolutely impossible. If such absurd parameters were true, I would have no reason to remain the president of Xuan Nu University," Peng Hao asserted, his tone resolute. General Long then posed, "How do you explain the video materials submitted by Comrade Jingwu?" Peng Hao pondered for a moment. He articulated his genuine thoughts from the past half-month. "Perhaps it is the meticulous design of General Li. That truck head appears almost like a prop. General Li is the head of the Strategic Intimidation Bureau, and previously the chief project leader, holding on to some discarded exoskeleton armor we developed together, which can now be repurposed for strategic intimidation. Recently, the Eagle Nation has lifted several technological embargoes against our country, merely to observe our armor technology. This clearly demonstrates the fruitful outcomes of strategic intimidation, a quality I greatly admire in General Li." Peng Hao firmly believes that the previous exoskeleton armor was a masterful performance orchestrated by Li Jingwu, primarily intended to intimidate the Eagle Nation and achieve strategic objectives. As for the armor itself, Is it really as simple as stating it weighs 3,000 kilograms? If it were that straightforward, could Li Jingwu still be the head of the Strategic Intimidation Bureau? Upon hearing Peng Hao's words, Li Jingwu's anger flared up. He was about to retort when Long Jianjun interjected coldly, Academician Peng. What leads you to believe that the esteemed General Department of the Supreme Military Region would dare report our strategic military technology to the highest council if it were merely a prop? If it were indeed a prop, would the Supreme Military Region's Council have revived this national project? Peng Hao's complexion turned pale, and he fell silent. Humble yourself, Academician Peng. Long's resolute words left Peng Hao feeling utterly humiliated, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. His resentment towards Li Jingwu and that Lin Mo deepened. Hearing Peng Hao's chastisement, Li Jingwu felt a sense of satisfaction. With his limited research capabilities, he had no idea how many favors he had received from the Eagle Nation, nor how many papers he had compromised to achieve his status. How dare he compare himself to the extraordinary genius I personally recruited? The project inspection team, under the protection of dozens of Dragon Army soldiers, hastened towards the rocket artillery testing range. At this moment, the preparations for the comprehensive tests were nearly complete. Captain Liu, let us commence as planned. Understood, Chief Lin. Lu Zhihui responded with excitement. Over the past few days, as the primary test operator for the exoskeleton armor, he had witnessed functionalities and configurations he had never dared to imagine, now brought to life by Chief Lin. He felt as though he had awoken from a dream, as if he had suddenly traversed into a sci-fi era. Taking a deep breath, Lu Zhihui clenched his fists. He must conduct the experiments diligently and excel in this final battle. After receiving the signal from the inspector, Lu Zhihui, clad in armor, slightly bent his knees and, with a modest boost, soared into the air, racing towards a newly set target in the distance. In the same direction, the group quickly arrived at the entrance of the testing ground. I see them. They are over there. Upon entering the testing area, Li Jingwu spotted a large crowd gathered at the facility and felt a wave of relief wash over him. Everything is well. Thankfully, there were no setbacks. Otherwise, he would be at a loss on how to explain to the leaders and General Long. Forgive my ignorance, but I am genuinely curious to witness what high-end tests the exoskeleton armor can perform at the rocket test site, remarked Peng Hao with a hint of sarcasm. Let us go. Deng Gaoxiang responded, tinged with excitement. I have been eager to see this exoskeleton armor for quite some time. Today, I must have the chance to experience it firsthand. The group was just about to head towards the project team when suddenly, a shadow rushed down from the sky. Heads up, leaders, shouted the soldier in charge of security, sprinting to the front and aiming his weapon at the shadow. Even Li Jingwu momentarily forgot that in the rocket test range, stray bullets could fly at any moment. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. To everyone's astonishment, the shadow abruptly hovered in midair. It was at this moment that they discerned the true nature of the figure. It was a soldier clad in matte black armor. Witnessing this bizarre scene, everyone stood frozen in shock. Old Li, isn't exoskeleton armor supposed to be auxiliary combat gear? How is it taking off directly from the ground? What kind of exoskeleton is this? Deng Gaoxiang expressed his disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Peng Hao shook his head furiously, removing his glasses to wipe them vigorously on his clothing, rubbing his eyes before putting them back on and gazing upwards. Why is this armored soldier still in the air? This defies the laws of science. Long Jianjun furrowed his brow, fixating on the armored figure in the sky, and inquired of Li Jingwu, Comrade Jingwu, what is going on? Chapter 26, Multi-Target Joint Guidance. An ultimate perverse armored firepower system. At this moment, Li Jingwu was also dumbfounded. It had only been 5 days since he last observed it in person. Yet the armor appeared completely transformed. However, he could hardly admit his own ignorance. Li Jingwu swallowed hard and forced an explanation. This is the latest research on the armored flight system by Chief Lin Mo. It has only recently been implemented. Isn't it impressive? Although the leaders maintained a calm demeanor, there seemed to be ripples of surprise in their eyes. Previously, he had even participated in nuclear explosion tests, so he was well acquainted with high-stakes situations. Yet today, it was his first encounter with a piece of combat equipment capable of flight. This was entirely different from what Li Jingwu had reported to the Supreme Conference. Meanwhile, in the air, Lu Zhihui was conducting a stability test of the armor, hovering for a full minute. Suddenly, he spotted a large crowd not far away. Hey, isn't that General Li? No, wait. Oh my goodness. Is that General Long? The one in the center. Oh my, how did these big bosses come here? Lu Zhihui was so startled that he almost lost his balance and fell from the sky. It was only thanks to the intelligent adaptive behavior system that he managed to stabilize himself. Lu Zhihui breathed a sigh of relief. If he had fallen, it would have been utterly embarrassing in front of the leaders. As he pondered this, he suddenly realized something. What could these high-ranking figures possibly want at the research base? It is merely to witness his exoskeleton armor. How extraordinary. I must seize this opportunity. He hastily activated the amplification system, assuming a salute posture in midair, and shouted towards the ground. Greetings, esteemed leaders. I am Lu Zhihui, the commander of the Long Claw Special Operations Unit of the Supreme Military District, saluting you. Following the directives of Chief Lin Mo, my subordinates are currently conducting a comprehensive evaluation of the individual exoskeleton armor. Shall we proceed with the testing? I await your instructions. Esteemed leaders. Everyone looked up, observing Lu Zhihui standing at attention over 50 meters in the air, an absurd sight indeed. Though he had been saluting for decades, such a novel manner of salute was unprecedented. Li Jingwu, the head of the research base, quickly sought permission from the leadership regarding the continuation of the test. Upon receiving a nod of approval, he called out loudly, Lu Zhihui, heed the orders. Proceed. Continue the armor testing as originally planned. Understood. Lu Zhihui responded with fervor, his heart racing with excitement. Next, it was time for my personal showcase of the exoskeleton armor. The subsequent step involved a real-world test of the micro-guided tactical rocket. The armor's joints ignited, and Lu Zhihui swiftly flew toward the testing area. In front of him lay 3 target zones. The first target? A moving one. Within the area, a humanoid target was executing rapid, erratic movements, and Lu Zhihui was positioned 2 kilometers away. He raised his right arm. Fire. The mechanical sounds resonated from the armor on his right arm as the mechanisms activated, launching 8 micro-rockets in a sudden burst. Initially, their speed was modest. However, under the guidance of the internal targeting system, they promptly altered their course and sped toward the target. Although the target was in constant motion, and one with poor eyesight might have found it dizzying, the 8 rockets seemed to possess homing capabilities, locking onto the target with unwavering precision. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony erupted. The target had been obliterated, leaving only a deep crater in its place. All 8 rockets struck their mark with flawless accuracy, each impact occurring in less than a second. This spectacle profoundly shattered the worldview of everyone present. Indeed, microguidance. Long Jianjun's resonant voice echoed, as if providing a commentary for the leaders. Microguidance is a significant topic in the realm of military equipment, and currently, the microguidance technology being researched at the Houyi Institute is still in its infancy, requiring several more years before it can be deployed in combat. Yet, the micro-guided rockets on this new exoskeleton armor exhibit an astonishing level of technological maturity. Particularly noteworthy is the extraordinary hit rate, which can only be described as miraculous. As the commander of the army, Long Jianjun had witnessed countless military equipment. He had long awaited the day when micro-guidance would be operational in combat. After years of anticipation, it remained immature, still requiring time. However, witnessing 8 rockets launch simultaneously over a distance exceeding 2 kilometers, each achieving a perfect hit with microguidance technology. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Long Jianjun would have deemed it a mere fantasy. Beside him, Peng Hao could hardly believe the scene before him, grasping his hair and shaking his head vigorously. The concept of microguidance is one thing, but how can it be integrated into exoskeleton armor? How is it even possible to fit such technology? How could it achieve perfect accuracy? In that moment, a fervent light ignited in the eyes of Hu Yinwen and Deng Gaoxiang. Their participation in this project inspection was undoubtedly fortuitous. Deng Gaoxiang fervently thought to himself that he would plead with Li Jingwu to prioritize supplies for the Western Military District, even if it meant groveling. At worst, he could have that foolish chief of staff run an extra 80 laps. In the air, Lu Zhihui did not pause. The second target area consisted of 8 targets scattered within a 100-meter radius. He aimed, and within less than 2 seconds of scanning, all rockets were locked onto their designated targets. Launch. 8 rockets erupted from the left arm, each hurtling towards its predetermined mark. Boom, 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 boom. The sequence of 8 explosive sounds reverberated as all 8 targets were obliterated. Once again, every shot hit its mark with precision. A glimmer of astonishment flashed in the leader's eyes. Long Jianjun instinctively remarked, joint multi-target guidance. Lock on to impact in under 5 seconds. How is this possible? Long Jianjun could scarcely believe it. If the technical prowess required for single-target precision guidance was rated at 10 points, then the capability for joint multi-target guidance would demand at least 100. It represented a technological evolution of 7 or 8 generations. The technical accumulation for such joint guidance alone would take a decade. Yet, here it was, presented in this research facility, seemingly without fanfare. Moreover, this was merely a sub-experiment of a firepower configuration. Everyone held their breath, stunned by the scene before them. The attendees, all experts in the military domain, could immediately discern the extraordinary nature of this newly revealed technology. It was as if several generations of innovation had been built upon the complete maturity of microguidance technology. And what exactly were they testing here? The exoskeleton armor technology or the microguidance technology? Chapter 27. Electromagnetic shock cannons. High-energy laser cannons. Carpet bombing. In midair, Lu Zhihui remained unaware of the reactions below as he proceeded to the third target area. This section was unlike the previous ones. Within a 50-meter radius, hundreds of targets were densely arranged. Viewing these targets, Lu Zhihui felt even more exhilarated. This was his favorite testing ground for full coverage saturation bombing. Lu Zhihui extended his arms, and multiple mechanisms on his armor activated, releasing a torrent of micro-guided rockets, over 60 in total. Following the established protocol, all micro-G the spectators were left in a state of sheer disbelief, their scalps prickling with trepidation and goosebumps dotting their arms. What is this? If not a miniature guided missile? Dozens of rockets were unleashed simultaneously, scattering like petals in the wind, yet astonishingly, every single target was perfectly struck. Following this, Lu Zhihui continued to unveil further armored firepower systems that transported onlookers into a realm reminiscent of science fiction. During the practical test of the miniature electromagnetic pulse cannon, Lu's right forearm revealed a diminutive barrel, emitting a blinding arc of electricity, akin to a thunderous bolt from Thor, as the electromagnetic projectile soared forth. Targets ensconced within sturdy fortifications, even shielded by thick steel walls, were instantaneously reduced to ashes. Moreover, all the weaponry within those bastions, shells, bullets, were detonated by the formidable electromagnetic shockwave, leaving no survivors. Long Jianjun, filled with indignation, addressed Li Jingwu. Li Jingwu, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. Anything he might say seemed wrong in this moment. Finally, after a prolonged silence, the leader spoke up. Comrade Jingwu, I am exceedingly pleased with this individual exoskeleton armor. Li Jingwu was momentarily stunned, his expression transforming into one of elation. Thank you for your praise, leader. The leader, smiling as he walked forward, said, Let us proceed to meet our nation's genius, Comrade Lin Mo. Within the factory grounds, Lin Mo was surrounded by a group of researchers and engineers, meticulously conducting secondary verifications on the data reported by the various monitoring personnel. Agility performance parameters, accurate. Speed performance parameters, accurate. Strength performance parameters, accurate. Micro-guided tactical rocket-related parameters, accurate. As the final confirmation echoed through the crowd, excitement surged, culminating in a deafening cheer throughout the factory. We succeeded. We have triumphed. Engineers, donned in safety helmets, jubilantly cast their hats into the sky. Lin Mo, did you hear? The test passed. Ren Shui embraced Lin Mo, tears of joy streaming down her face. Lin Mo, you are truly remarkable. I am so happy, sob sob. Observing Ren Shui's weary demeanor, Lin Mo expressed concern. Senior, you have worked so hard. In recent days, as Lin Mo's secretary, Ren Shui had labored over 18 hours daily to meet deadlines. What hardship? It is all worth it. Ren Shui replied, her eyes glistening with tears, her excitement unabated. To participate in such a groundbreaking military equipment project is the greatest aspiration for every military science researcher. Chief Engineer Lin, a high-ranking official, is approaching. Upon hearing this, the crowd ceased their celebrations and hurriedly tidied the area. Soon, an elder walked at the forefront, followed by several senior generals, escorted by dozens of Dragon Army soldiers into the testing grounds. Lin Mo, come greet the leaders. Li Jingwu called out, concerned that Lin Mo might not understand the gravity of the situation. Lin Mo was taken aback. Could it be that leader? The crowd was equally astonished. Realizing that even the third in command had arrived, Lin Mo promptly led 3 deputy chief engineers to greet the leaders, standing at attention and saluting. Greetings, leaders, Lin Mo proclaimed loudly. However, after a prolonged wait, there was no response from the leaders. When Lin Mo glanced back, he found the leader fixated on him, causing an unsettling sensation to creep over him. Li Jingwu's expression shifted slightly. Was there something Lin Mo had failed to accomplish that displeased the leader? Just then, the leader's deep voice resonated. Comrade Lin Mo, do you know that it was my decision to have Professor AI Chongfeng teach at Huazhong University of Science and Technology? The simple yet impactful statement sent chills down Lin Mo's spine, leaving him utterly speechless. Chapter 28. How can you discuss life's challenges with someone who has already reached the pinnacle? Everyone's countenance changed dramatically. At the back of the line, Peng Hao nearly burst into laughter, thinking to himself that the leader was indeed on his side. Lin Mo's mind was in utter turmoil. The struggle between the hawks and the doves, the exclusionary tactics. Was it not difficult for Lin Mo to ponder these matters? The leader's next words arrived. Comrade Lin Mo, there is a question I wish to pose to you. Lin Mo took a deep breath to calm his inner turmoil and replied earnestly, Please, leader, go ahead. The leader smiled faintly. Stepping closer to Lin Mo, Li Jingwu was unable to contain himself, but was swiftly silenced by Long Jianjun's fierce gaze. Li Jingwu resigned himself to fate, thinking, You must fend for yourself. The leader stood before Lin Mo, smiling, and gently patted his shoulder. Do not feel anxious. Simply answer me with your most genuine thoughts, he said with a smile. Strangely enough, in our Huaxia upper echelons, each individual possesses their own beliefs and philosophies. Some hold more radical views, and are collectively referred to as hawks. Others are more restrained, labeled as doves. The leader paused, self-deprecatingly adding, I do not know why. But over the years, I have been unexpectedly assigned the label of a dove, becoming the foremost figure among them. Comrade Lin Mo, do you find this peculiar? The final statement struck like thunder, causing a shift in the atmosphere that left all present startled. Lin Mo could not decipher the leader's thoughts, opting instead to await his inquiry. Comrade Lin Mo, we are already aware of some of your past remarks, including your declarations upon joining the Strategic Intimidation Bureau and their intended implications. Many have already labeled you a hawk, the leader observed, gazing at Lin Mo with an indifferent expression. So, Comrade Lin Mo, what do you believe yourself to be? A hawk or a dove? This was an utterly piercing question. The room fell into an oppressive silence, and Lin Mo felt an unusual tension in the air. Several others could not withstand the pressure and began to perspire profusely. It was unexpected for the leader to pose such a pointed question upon meeting Lin Mo for the first time. Li Jingwu was anxious. If Lin Mo chose to identify as a dove, it would signify submission, a crushing blow to his life's convictions, potentially leaving him in despair. Conversely, if he chose to identify as a hawk, Lin Mo would establish an insurmountable adversary. How could one respond to such a query? The atmosphere remained thick with silence. Lin Mo gazed at the leader, contemplating how to answer this probing question. Surely, he could not be a dove, but was he a hawk? Reflecting on his past, recalling the aspirations he had set in both of his lives, clarity dawned upon him. In this lifetime, endowed with the system, he would undoubtedly be the future and hope of Huaxia. What of the doves? What of the hawks? What of the leader? As long as he could continually elevate Huaxia's technology and enhance the nation's fortunes, all resources would inevitably converge upon him. This was the inevitable trend. With this realization, Lin Mo's smile blossomed. Witnessing Lin Mo's unexpected mirth, Li Jingwu was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Damn it, this kid. Such audacity is truly astonishing. Yet, high-ranking generals like Long Jianjun, Hu Yinwen, and Deng Gaoxiang revealed expressions of appreciation. A young man, confronted by the third most influential figure in Huaxia, remained composed, wearing a smile. He indeed possesses the courage of a leopard. However, that is precisely what they admire. The soldiers of Long's army seek nothing less than the courage of a leopard. Long Jianjun had already resolved in his heart that regardless of how the leadership decides to handle Lin Mo, he would protect this young man. The leader gazed at Lin Mo, surprised. He spoke again. So, Comrade Lin Mo, do you have an answer? Faced with this inquiry, Lin Mo finally responded. Leader, I shall never be a dove. Oh, the leader was taken aback. Are you certain? Do you wish to be an eagle chick? However, Lin Mo shook his head, his gaze sweeping the surroundings before settling firmly on the leader. Yet, I will not be an eagle faction either. For these various factions are merely products of incompetence and rage, lagging behind. You audacious young man, a glimmer of brilliance appeared in the leader's eyes. You truly speak with unrestrained boldness. Lin Mo chuckled, his confidence growing with each word. My words may be harsh, but they reflect the truth. It is undeniable that while the majority of both factions hold differing ideologies and opinions, they have all devoted their lives to the rise of Huaxia. Yet many have forgotten that these struggles arose from Huaxia's humiliation at the hands of foreign enemies and the relentless suppression and isolation we faced. The crux of the matter remains. It is all rooted in backwardness. The consequence of being backward is to be bullied. Lin Mo's voice resonated with increasing conviction. Today he, carrying the future legacy of Huaxia, need not concern himself with factional affiliations. Through his own efforts, the backwardness of Huaxia shall become a relic of the past. A resurgent Huaxia will become the nightmare of all adversarial nations. Thus, the faction I, Lin Mo, belong to is the only rightful one. Any faction that opposes me is an enemy of Huaxia's rise. As for how to rejuvenate Huaxia and restore its position among the world's great powers, I, Lin Mo, have my own path. This path I shall tread step by step. Yet, as Huaxiao emerges as the sole hegemon of the Blue Planet. All these factions will naturally be swept into the annals of history. Therefore, if you must categorize me, it shall be as the Huaxia faction. The leader inquired with 3 words. On what basis? Lin Mo replied with a smile. On the basis of my intellect surpassing all others. On my talent overwhelming that of everyone else. With my own capabilities, I can eclipse countless scientists from the Eagle Nation and forge epic-making military technology. The leader laughed, genuinely amused. He looked at Lin Mo and remarked, in high positions, what one fears is not a lack of ambition, but rather individuals who can only spout grandiose words without the ability to put them into practice. Such individuals are the true bane of the nation and its people. Lin Mo responded calmly, if even I cannot achieve it, then no one in Huaxia can. The leader chose not to address Lin Mo's statement further and turned to Long Jianjun. General Long, he called. Long Jianjun stepped forward and responded, here. Comrade Lin Mo's development of the individual exoskeleton armor has elicited much admiration. Long Jianjun pondered briefly before resolutely responding, it transcends the era. It can be hailed as the king of land warfare. The leader then turned to Lin Mo, offering a gentle smile as he remarked, the individual exoskeleton armor is indeed worthy of the title, King of Land Warfare. Comrade Lin Mo, you are a great benefactor of Huaxia. Your contributions are invaluable. However, modern warfare also relies heavily on the Air Force and the Navy. Merely being the king of land warfare leaves a long and arduous path ahead to fulfill your declaration. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo chuckled. Are you suggesting that the path is arduous when speaking to someone who has mastered the system? Chapter 29, Official Support. Public Promotion and Hope for System Upgrades. Leader, do you know how long it took me to develop the complete technology for the exoskeleton armor? Lin Mo raised a single finger. 1 year. This declaration sent a wave of astonishment throughout the room. 1 year? Everyone recognized Lin Mo's brilliance. Yet none could fathom he had achieved such a monumental leap in military technology, encompassing over 30 equally groundbreaking supporting sub-technologies, all within a mere year. Observing the sheer shock on their faces, Lin Mo secretly chuckled. He dared not reveal that it had actually taken him only 3 months. If he were to disclose the truth, it might induce heart palpitations among them. He gazed at the leader and continued, I possess both confidence and capability. Provide me with ample resources and authority, and within 3 years, I will enable Huaxia's new fighter jets to dominate the skies of Blue Star. Within 5 years, I will ensure Huaxia's aircraft carrier fleet reigns supreme over the oceans of Blue Star. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, the leader burst into hearty laughter, his mirth resonating throughout the entire factory. Indeed, very commendable, Comrade Lin Mo. The leader's laughter subsided, and he regarded Lin Mo with a serious expression. I understand your intent. But remember, the words spoken before me are akin to a military decree. Lin Mo smiled silently. 3 and 5 years were, in fact, conservative estimates. With the highest levels of support from Huaxia and the continuous activation of the system, how could it possibly take that long? The leader chuckled and continued, Comrade Lin Mo, I acknowledge your first-class merit. Furthermore, I bestow upon you 2 special authorities. The leader paused, his tone resolute. First, all reports related to technology in Huaxia will be copied to you. Second, you have the authority to access all strategic resources of Huaxia, with only a report to me required. With these words, the room was enveloped in awe. The leader stated earnestly, and my only demand is this. Unleash your intellect beyond all others and liberate your talents to their fullest potential. Pursue your aspirations and fulfill your promises. Comrade Lin Mo, do you possess the confidence to do so? Listening to such generous offers and powers, Lin Mo felt an overwhelming excitement. He could hardly believe the immense support the leader had bestowed upon him. It is as if the entire nation is exerting its utmost efforts to pave a grand avenue for his scientific endeavors. Lin Mo's heart swelled with ambition as he resolutely declared, You treat me as a national hero, and I shall repay you as such. The leader nodded in satisfaction and inquired with a smile, Comrade Lin Mo, do you have any further requests or needs for assistance? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's heart leapt with joy. After such a lengthy build-up, he had finally awaited this moment. The requirements for the system upgrade task could not be fulfilled without the support of the highest echelons of Huaxia. Thus, Lin Mo replied, yes. It pertains to the Kunlun exoskeleton armor. The leader, intrigued, asked, Kunlun, is that the name you have given to the exoskeleton armor? Indeed, Lin Mo affirmed. The leader expressed great satisfaction, proclaiming, to go and leave one's heart and soul to Kunlun. This name carries profound significance. Speak, what are your requests? Lin Mo took a moment to organize his thoughts and articulated the words he had contemplated for a long time. The technology behind the Kunlun exoskeleton armor is fully mature and ready for mass production and deployment. Moreover, even if the Eagle Nation were to take the design blueprints unchanged, they would not be able to replicate it within 5 years due to the technical and resource barriers. Therefore, I wish for the Kunlun exoskeleton armor to be declassified. I want to conduct a live demonstration for all Dragon Army soldiers and formally announce it to the entire populace of Huaxia. The leader appeared slightly astonished. Having anticipated other types of requests, he did not expect such a demand. What is your reasoning? Lin Mo could not divulge his true thoughts and instead offered a somewhat acceptable excuse. Please forgive me, leader. I am not only a youth but a passionate one as well. Beyond the great cause of our nation, I possess personal aspirations. If the technological products I develop are continually shelved by the state as mere reserves, I will swiftly lose the motivation to continue my research. Lin Mo spoke with resolute conviction. As an ancient saying in Huaxia goes, wealth and honor unreturned to one's hometown is like brocade worn at night. My greatest wish is for the cutting-edge technology one create to gain recognition from the people of Huaxia, to instill fear in the external forces that oppose us. This, for me, would be an immense source of spiritual encouragement. Lin Mo paused and continued with a smile. In the vernacular of our youth in Huaxia, it's akin to the fleeting joy of showing off, a moment of exhilaration that can be sustained endlessly. Just like today, our project team has successfully made a significant impression before our leaders, receiving such generous treatment. I believe everyone feels immensely gratified. However, it was not enough. There must be more. As soon as these words left Lin Mo's lips, the entire room erupted in laughter. And even the leader could not help but join in the mirth. You rascal. Indeed, who can expect a mere 21-year-old to have the same mindset as us seasoned veterans? The leader waved his hand decisively. Comrade Lin Mo, your request is granted. You are a soldier of Huaxia. How you proceed should be discussed with General Long Jianjun. Subsequently, after deliberations among the attendees, it was determined that the exoskeleton armor would participate in the Dragon Army Festival's demonstration event in 2 days, engaging in a simulated offensive and defensive exercise. Simultaneously, a combat promotional video will be produced based on the demonstration, officially unveiling the exoskeleton armor to the public. Lin Mo was filled with excitement. Under such comprehensive disclosure, it should be sufficient to accomplish the system upgrade task. After a brief discussion, the inspection team reviewed various parameters from the comprehensive tests. As they prepared to depart, the leader seemed to recall something, turning to Lin Mo with a smile and saying, Comrade Lin Mo, you answered the previous question exceptionally well. I, too, have my own response to that query. The leader's gaze swept over all the senior commanders, and the authoritative aura of the higher-ups dissipated. I am also a member of the Huaxia faction. Who would have thought I would encounter a kindred spirit here? Upon hearing this, the expression on Peng Hao's face in the rear ranks turned ashen, devoid of any color. Chapter 30. The Arrival of the Dragon Army Festival. 10 men versus heavy armored combined brigade. Time swiftly passed, and on the day of the Dragon Army Festival, at 5:30 in the morning, as dawn barely broke, the army barracks erupted with the shrill sound of the wake-up call. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Assemble immediately. Proceed to the training ground. All the Dragon Army soldiers of the tank company quickly sprang from their beds, skillfully donning their camouflage uniforms while engaging in lively discussions. Who are our opponents for this year's live combat drill? No idea. Who knows what unit it is? I heard yesterday that we have 8 companies here, including a Special Operations Reconnaissance Company. They say it comprises the most elite units of the Dragon Army. By the way, the commander of that Special Operations Reconnaissance Company is Old A. Hisses of astonishment filled the soldiers' dormitory. It's actually Old A's unit, the elite special operations force that selects only the best all-round soldiers. With such a configuration, we can't possibly be up against just a single division, can we? It's not impossible. Ha ha ha. This time we must make it thrilling. Let us crush every soft egg from that division. What do you think our casualty ratio will be this time? At least 5-1, right? Your confidence is rather lacking. It should be at least 20-1. If they lose 20 and we lose just 1, that would be a victory. In less than 5 minutes, the soldiers of the 3rd Tank Company completed their assembly. Report to the commander. The company is at full strength with 60 personnel and 15 tanks, all assembled. Awaiting orders. Depart. Proceed to the training area. Yes. In the live combat drill area, shortly thereafter, all participating units had gathered. Their military equipment was neatly arranged. 150 ZL-4A1 armored infantry fighting vehicles, 30 J-99A1 heavy tanks, 5 WZ-1 armed helicopters, 5 HQ-10 heavy anti-tank missile launchers, as well as self-propelled howitzers, modular rocket launchers, self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, and the communication, intelligence, jamming, and anti-jamming military equipment of the information warfare units, along with the Special Operations Company led by Old A, consisting of 33 all-around soldiers. Observing such a grand display, the Dragon Army soldiers participating in the live-action drill were left speechless. This was nothing short of an understrength heavy combined arms brigade. The military prowess assembled here was more than sufficient to obliterate the entire military force of a small nation. One could only ponder what kind of formidable adversary warranted such extravagant resources. Everyone was itching with anticipation for the upcoming live exercise. As the red team on the offensive, they were determined to minimize casualties and to vanquish the blue team thoroughly. At that moment, the voice of the operational command echoed through the loudspeakers. All units promptly took their positions, with our side designated as the defenders of the blue team. The objective was to safeguard our command center at all costs. Upon hearing the operational deployment, everyone was taken aback. What? They were to be the blue team? Moreover, their goal was to defend the command center? What kind of unit were they up against? Could it be a full frontal assault by 2 divisions? Half an hour later, at the Northwest Military District's Rising Sun base, the live-action drill area was bustling. The observing troops from the 4 major military districts of the Dragon Army had completed their entry and were taking their designated positions. Each area was equipped with a large screen and 2 loudspeakers, broadcasting real-time updates of the drill. Meanwhile, those Dragon Army soldiers who could not attend the live event were organized in playgrounds or large conference rooms, watching the proceedings via satellite television. Goodness gracious! Was the scale of this drill really so immense? Just look at the blue team's equipment. All of it is cutting-edge military hardware. It seems the red team is in for a challenge. To the south, on a 30-meter observation platform overlooking the entire drill area, dozens of high-ranking Dragon Army officials were seated. In the front left, a colossal LED screen composed of numerous large panels was divided into 4 sections, ready to display real-time tracking of the drill once it commenced. Shortly thereafter, accompanied by several senior generals, a few venerable elders ascended the observation platform, the highest leaders of Huaxia. All high-ranking Dragon Army officials rose in salute. Greetings, esteemed leaders. The dignitaries took their seats in the front row, arranged according to rank, while the senior generals followed suit and sat down. The commentary for this live drill was to be provided by Colonel Huang, a 2-star officer from the Supreme Military District's General Staff. After seeking permission from the leaders, he hurried to the massive screen. Attention, all Dragon Army soldiers. I will be your commentator for this grand live drill. First, as for our defending blue team, it is composed of elite units from various military districts. There are 5 armored infantry companies, 2 tank companies, 1 artillery company, and 1 special operations reconnaissance company. In total, there are 30 Type 99A1 heavy tanks and 150 Type 04A1 armored infantry fighting vehicles. It took Colonel Huang nearly 10 minutes to comprehensively introduce the exceptionally elite blue team. In summary, it was akin to an understrength heavy combined arms brigade. After a brief pause, Chief of Staff Huang continued his introduction. Our red team comprises the first operational squad of the esteemed Dragon Tooth Special Operations Forces, consisting of 10 members. Their armament features the Kunlun individual-powered exoskeleton armor. With both sides introduced, we are now merely 15 minutes away from the commencement of the exercise. A wave of astonishment swept through the Dragon Army soldiers. Could it be that they had misheard? The red team consists solely of a 10-member Special Operations Squad. Their equipment amounts to merely a single piece of individual exoskeleton armor? Surely, this is not a jest. Just last month, Huaxia had unveiled this so-called exoskeleton armor, and now, scarcely a month later, it is to be employed in a live combat exercise. Moreover, this is to occur during the grand military demonstration on the Dragon Army Festival, pitted against an elite unit comparable in strength to a heavy combined arms brigade. The majority of Dragon Army soldiers questioned whether the generals had lost their minds. This was utterly outrageous. On the viewing platform, someone chuckled. Only you have seen this exoskeleton armor in advance. Why not enlighten the rest of us? The leader replied with a smile. That would spoil the thrill. By the way, where is Comrade Lin Mo? Army Commander Long Jianjun responded. Comrade Lin Mo is at the Red Team command post. The leaders expressed their curiosity. Did a squad of just 10 require a dedicated command post? Long Jianjun sighed. Comrade Lin Mo asserts that no one understands the operational capabilities of the exoskeleton armor better than he does. Without his guidance, its full potential cannot be realized. At that moment, the large screen began to display scenes from the Red Team command post. The 10 special operatives, adorned in sleek, matte black, sci-fi-inspired individual exoskeleton armor, came into view. They were attentively listening to a young man in Dragon Army combat attire as he outlined the operational strategy. Numbers 2, 3, and 4. Step forward. Your primary task is to draw fire. I have made special modifications to your exoskeleton armor, enhancing its firepower by 5 times. The armor is equipped with a counter-stealth system, so you need not concern yourselves with the targeting of those self-propelled artillery pieces. The only threat to be wary of is the armed helicopters. Therefore, your foremost objective is to eliminate the enemy's aerial forces. Understood? Received. Lin Mo then addressed the others. Numbers 5 and 6. Your mission is straightforward. Utilize the long-range targeting system to snipe key ground targets with high-energy laser cannons. Numbers 7 and 8. You will conduct reconnaissance raids from the enemy's left and right flanks, disrupting their formations while low. If the opportunity to capture the commander of the blue forces alive eludes us, we shall execute them all. Lu Zhihui responded excitedly alongside his 2 most elite soldiers. Indeed, Lin Mo smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, yesterday, you have already become acquainted with the exoskeleton armor for an entire day and should be aware of its formidable power. Although the opposing side appears numerous, they are merely a rabble. Even without employing tactics, you could easily overpower them. However, as today marks the Dragon Army Festival, the higher-ups have specifically instructed us to coordinate our efforts and strive for a decisive engagement. Upon hearing this, the 10 Special Forces soldiers chuckled in unison. Lu Zhihui remarked with a smile, "Against Lin's exoskeleton armor, sheer numbers are of no consequence. Let us give it our all." Lin Mo declared, "Victory for the red team." Victory, the 10 echoed in unison. Meanwhile, on the blue side, within an all-terrain vehicle of the logistics support unit, the blue commanders huddled around a sand table and display screens, engaged in fervent discussion. "Gentlemen, I have just received news. Our red adversaries are unlike any we have faced before. The commander of the blue forces, a renowned colonel who rose through the ranks based on merit, leads an elite heavy combined brigade from the Northern Military District." He stated solemnly. "The red team consists of only 10 individuals. Their armament consists solely of a singular piece of equipment, the individual exoskeleton armor." The attending commanders were initially taken aback, followed by furrowed brows. As seasoned frontline officers, they were not naive enough to underestimate the capabilities of these 10 individuals. Given the arrangement for this live combat exercise, it was clear to the high command of the Dragon Army that these 10 could indeed rival the elite blue forces. The crux of the matter lay in the combat equipment they had only just heard of in practice, the individual exoskeleton armor. Regardless, they are merely 10 in number. The blue commander stated gravely. Yet, we must remain on high alert. The opposing side may appear under strength, even lacking in forces. Yet the Dragon Army believes they can contend with us, which indicates their mobility and striking capability are exceptionally robust. Therefore, our operational strategy must be meticulously crafted to ensure absolute victory. The blue commanders deliberated intensely, and within a mere 10 minutes, they finalized their operational deployment. The foremost priority was to establish 2 decoy command posts, one to lure, and the other to serve as the deputy command post for 2 infantry companies. The main command post would remain situated within this mobile all-terrain vehicle. It would be inconceivable for the average person to realize that the blue command to breach our first line of defense, even if they have 10 formidable warriors, is no small feat. The commander of the blue team remarked with a smile. However, even when hunting rabbits, a lion must exert its full strength. Not only do we aim to triumph, but we must do so with resplendence. We shall minimize our casualties to the utmost, and if possible, capture a few to showcase to the higher-ups what it truly means to be the elite of Huaxia. The other commanders responded with chuckles. Absolutely. Let us aim for a score of 10-0. Haha. 15 minutes swiftly elapsed. An announcement echoed, signaling the imminent commencement of the live exercise. The conditions were set. If the blue team's command post was destroyed, the red team would emerge victorious. Conversely, if the red team was annihilated or refrained from attacking the blue base within 10 minutes, the blue team would claim victory. 3, 2, 1. The red team launched an immediate assault. All the observing Dragon Army soldiers fixated on the large screen, brimming with anticipation for the performance of the 10 Red Special Forces warriors. The senior officials of the Dragon Army, confident in their exoskeleton armor, orchestrated this grand military event, believing even if the red team did not prevail, they would undoubtedly pose significant challenges to the blue team. The true test lay in the capabilities of the individual combat exoskeletons. At that moment, 3 matte black armored figures emerged on the screens across various locations. Their strikingly futuristic appearance instantly captivated the attention of all Dragon Army soldiers. Chapter 31. A single shot takes out a heavy tank. Is this for real? Goodness. I must admit, this gear is truly impressive. It's not just impressive. Have you forgotten the previously announced armor specifications? 3,000 kilograms. It can lift the front of a 3-ton truck. Absolutely astonishing. I can only hope to don this armor during my 2 years of service. Wait. You've just reminded me. I'm due to retire next year. No way am I retiring just yet. I want to stay in the service until this armor is fully deployed across the army, savoring the experience before I retire. Dragon Army soldiers from military districts across the nation gazed enviously at the armored warriors on screen, wishing they could be the ones clad in exoskeleton armor. This type of individual combat gear, rich in personal heroism, truly embodies the romantic spirit of a soldier. Suddenly, to their astonishment, the 3 armored warriors in the footage slightly bent their knees and leaped into the air. The breathtaking spectacle nearly left the Dragon Army soldiers in a state of disbelief. Why on earth can that exoskeleton armor fly? On the observation platform, the higher-ups were already aware of this development and appeared remarkably composed. Comrade Jingwu, how stable is the flying capability of this exoskeleton armor? One leader inquired, turning to Li Jingwu. After a moment of contemplation, Li Jingwu replied, Sir, it can currently maintain stable flight for about 20 minutes. The limitation lies primarily in the battery power of the propulsion system. With a wry smile, he added, according to Comrade Lin Mo, he currently lacks the time to develop a new battery. Otherwise, it could remain airborne indefinitely. At this, everyone burst into laughter. The young man is indeed quite intriguing, the leader remarked with a hint of indifference. The true intrigue lies ahead. At that moment, the blue forces also detected 3 armored figures in the sky above, catching them utterly off guard. The blue commander was so frustrated he nearly spat blood. Who on earth can explain why these exoskeletal armored soldiers are airborne? Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and quickly commanded, self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, lock on and fire. Armed helicopters, engage automatically. Snipers, prepare to target the airborne armored soldiers. With this swift deployment, the blue forces rapidly altered their strategy. However, just as the orders were issued, a broadcast interrupted. Blue Force Helicopter 1 has been destroyed. Blue Force Helicopter 2 has been destroyed. Blue Force Helicopter 5 has been destroyed. For reasons unknown, all 5 armed helicopters had been obliterated in an instant. The blue commander's pupils constricted as he hastily peered through the bulletproof glass skyward, witnessing his helicopters plummeting, trailing red smoke. How is this possible? At that moment, the booming voice of the artillery company commander erupted from the radio. ZZZZ. Report to the commander. Report to the commander. All artillery is completely unable to lock on. Military radar shows no enemy presence. We strongly suspect the enemy's exoskeletal armor possesses stealth capabilities. Please advise. Please advise. The blue commander's complexion turned pale. Following the sudden onslaught, the 3 airborne red armored soldiers provided the blue forces with no respite. From the shoulder pads on either side, rotating gun barrels emerged, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the blue positions. Their armored arms continuously ejected miniature guided rockets, accurately striking vital targets such as armored personnel carriers, machine gun nests, and artillery positions after a brief period of aiming. As for the heavy tanks, they were simply disregarded. For these tanks were the targets of 2 laser cannon sharpshooters. Report to the commander. Report to the commander. The enemy's firepower is extraordinarily fierce. Our tank defenses have been swiftly torn apart. Please advise. Please advise. The tank commander urgently inquired. Is the enemy concentrating on breaching our tank line? Panic echoed through the radio. No. There are only 2 snipers on the enemy side. The tank commander nearly erupted in a curse. 2 snipers? Their firepower is exceedingly fierce. The blue commander snatched the radio. Are you telling me that the enemy is using sniper rifles against tanks? The voice on the radio trembled with a hint of despair. Yes, commander. They are employing a new type of sniper laser weapon. 1 beam hits, and a heavy tank is rendered incapacitated. Just 10 seconds ago, we had already lost 6 heavy tanks. No, now it's 8. Commander, what shall we do? The blue commander sank helplessly into his chair. You asked me what to do? How should I know? 1 shot from a sniper takes down a heavy tank. What kind of nonsense is this? At this moment, on the red side stronghold, noticing the disarray in the enemy's formation, Lin Mo issued new orders. Number 7, Number 8. Acknowledge receipt. Received. Number 1. Please provide instructions. Swiftly locate the enemy's command center. We shall launch a stunning blitz to eliminate them. Understood. The units, Number 7 and Number 8, stationed to the north and south of the Blue Army's camp, swiftly engaged the enemy's flanks upon receiving the command. With a roar, the propulsion systems roared to life. The 2 moved with the swiftness of jungle leopards, darting through the woods surrounding the blue base. The defensive lines encountered along the way were utterly ineffective. Suddenly, Number 7, advancing at full speed, felt himself plummet into a deep pit. It was a trap. Instinctively, he leapt upwards, springing over 4 meters, nearly escaping the abyss. Rat-a-tat-tat. A cacophony of gunfire erupted. The sound of bullets ricocheting off his armor was unmistakable. Fortunately, the extraordinary defensive capabilities of his exoskeleton rendered the incoming bullets as harmless as raindrops, leaving not even a scratch. Damn it! What on earth is this? I've emptied an entire magazine and yet received no elimination notification. How thick is this turtle shell? As number 7 landed on solid ground, he realized he had been encircled by a dozen Special Forces soldiers. Captain A, he exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the figure before him. The opposing commander was equally astonished. Is that you, San Pao? Goodness, Captain, what brings you here today? Number 7's tone was imbued with excitement. Captain A looked at the fully equipped San Pao with envy. You rascal, you've only been at Lanya for a few years, and you've already donned such advanced personal combat gear. San Pao chuckled. What can I say? I'm part of the Supreme Military District's Special Forces. Do you know what it means to be the favored child? Ha ha ha. Isn't it a coincidence, Captain? All the brothers in our Red Squad were trained by you. Captain A, renowned as a ruthless instructor for Special Forces and elite soldiers in China, had trained over half of the current Special Forces, particularly those versatile warriors. Even Lu Zhihui had once been Captain A's deputy. Enough of this idle chatter. Captain A waved his hand. Quickly remove that exoskeleton armor. I want to take a look. Chapter 32. Am I not the one surrounding you all? Number 7 was utterly perplexed. What is this? Aren't we in the midst of a live exercise? Why must I remove my exoskeleton armor? Captain A scoffed, pointing at the surroundings. I say, San Pao, you've only been in the Supreme Military District for a few years, but has the lavish fare dulled your wits? Don't you realize you've already been encircled? Not comprehending? Very well. I hereby officially announce that you have been captured by our forces. Immediately relinquish all weapons. Upon hearing Captain A's declaration, Number 7 paused in disbelief, then struggled to stifle a laugh, ultimately bursting into laughter. What are you laughing at? Captain A frowned. 3 shots. Do not refuse a toast, and instead drink the penalty wine. Time is limited. I will count to 3. If you do not remove the exoskeleton armor by then, I will have no choice but to eliminate you. At this moment, the surrounding Special Forces soldiers had already switched to high-caliber armor-piercing ammunition, with 2 of them even shouldering individual grenade launchers, aimed squarely at Number 7. Witnessing this display, Number 7 retracted his smile and addressed his former captain with an air of calm. Captain Olde, I have something to say. Would you grant me a chance? Captain Olde furrowed his brow and replied, Speak. Number 7 smiled faintly and declared, Captain, the times have changed. No sooner had the words left his lips than the joints of his armor ignited fiercely, propelling him 5 meters into the air. His forearm suddenly ejected a barrage of guided micro-rockets. Boom, boom, boom. Each projectile precisely struck all the surrounding Special Forces soldiers. Though the weapons in this drill were merely blank rounds, the impact still delivered a painful sting. Captain Olde stood in stunned silence, hearing in his earpiece. You have been eliminated. He could hardly believe his eyes. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, How did you achieve this? Number 7 strolled forward, grinning as he passed Captain Olde. Captain, I've long wished to take you down. You surrounded me. Ha ha ha. Wasn't it I who surrounded you? Today is truly exhilarating. Ha ha ha. Captain Olde's anger flared you. Number 7 interrupted. Dead men cannot speak. Captain Olde nearly spat blood in frustration. That little rascal. Number 7 continued with a mischievous laugh. Captain, do not be angry. It is all in jest. Ha ha ha. And let me share a secret. Soon, this armor will be prioritized for deployment within the Special Forces. I must take my leave now. At these words, all the Special Forces soldiers present displayed expressions of excitement and anticipation. Captain Olde watched the armored figure of San Pao disappearing into the depths of the forest. Deep in thought, after a moment, he shook his head and muttered, What a farce. I suspect the higher-ups are not interested in how we win, but rather in how long we can endure. Damn it. This is the first time I've been treated as a living test target. Who would have thought Olde would find himself in such a predicament today? On the observation platform, Chief of Staff Zhou analyzed both sides' data while providing commentary. Currently, the battle has lasted 17 minutes. The red side has suffered 0 casualties, while the blue side has lost 62. All aerial forces of the blue side have been annihilated, and all radar targeting weapons have become inoperative, resulting in a fundamental chaos of the defensive line. It is projected that the blue side will face defeat within 10 minutes. Many senior officials from the Dragon Army in the back row stood up in excitement. A true national treasure. This individual exoskeleton armor as firepower is simply extraordinary. It is akin to a humanoid ammunition depot. Throughout their years of service, they have witnessed various new weapon designs, But no matter the innovation in military technology, there is always a developmental process. Yet, this sudden leap into advanced military technology, presented before you in a practical manner, forces itself into your vision and mind. Let the minds of the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Army be shrouded in confusion, as if caught in a dream. On the observation platform, the leader raised his teacup, sipping thoughtfully as he spoke. Though this scene had long been anticipated, witnessing it firsthand still evoked considerable astonishment. Long Jianjun chuckled, remarking, "These warriors are still unfamiliar with the armored vehicles. Otherwise, how could it take them so long?" At that moment, a venerable leader with silver hair interjected solemnly. "Given the low production cost of the Kunlun armor, why not mobilize the entire industrial strength of the nation to mass-produce it and quickly equip the entire military? Furthermore, the technology is now highly mature. We should encourage Comrade Lin Mo to persevere a little longer, exploring the transition from military to civilian applications. This armor technology holds tremendous potential across various infrastructure sectors." This individual was none other than Bai Yannian, the chief architect of science and technology in Huaxia, a senior technical leader who had long served as the chief designer of Huaxia's military equipment. "I shall not make the decision," he stated. Upon hearing this, Bai Yannian inquired in surprise, "Why not? Let Comrade Lin Mo make his own choice. We shall not intervene in his decision-making process. He is a national genius of Huaxia, a beacon of hope for our resurgence. Whatever path he chooses, we will provide our utmost support. Matters will proceed smoothly." Bai Yannian, albeit with a hint of skepticism, pondered this. He was still young and feared he might stray off course, running into obstacles. Hearing these words, the leader laughed heartily. "Yannian, youth is an asset. One's capabilities are not solely tied to age." Long Jianjun remarked, "He crafted this exoskeleton armor all by himself in a university laboratory, achieving it in just a year. What we perceive as detours and walls may very well be the correct path. Interfering would only bind him with shackles." After a moment's contemplation, Bai Yannian nodded. "I was indeed short-sighted." Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the live-fire exercise, smoke filled the air. 3 armored warriors, responsible for drawing enemy fire, had expended 80 of their ammunition. 2 assaulting armored warriors finally breached multiple defenses, advancing into the heart of the enemy territory. Chapter 33. An overwhelming victory of near-total annihilation. The king of land warfare, Lu Zhihui, accompanied by units 9 and 10, soared into the sky, racing towards the rear of the Blue Army's position. Everything had come to an end. The trio raised their arms, and with 2 beeps, the micro-guided missiles completed their grid scanning. A full saturation bombardment ensued. Countless rockets were unleashed, carpet bombing the area housing TH-5 armed WZ-1 helicopters were destroyed, resulting in a 100 loss rate. The Dragon Special Operations Reconnaissance Company suffered 33 casualties, also reflecting a 100 fatality rate. The blue side's overall loss rate stood at 84, while the red side experienced no casualties, with their exoskeleton armor sustaining no damage and retaining a total of 24 rounds of ammunition. The comprehensive loss rate was 0. The duration of the entire live combat drill was 24 minutes and 23 seconds. Listening to the absurd broadcast, soldiers from various military districts, both present and remote, gaped in disbelief, their eyes wide and mouths agape, utterly unable to conceal their profound shock. What on earth was happening? The red side suffered no losses, while the blue side incurred an 84 casualty rate in merely 24 minutes. 10 individuals faced off against a heavily armored combined brigade and nearly annihilated them. Was this reality or mere illusion? Had I merely dozed off? Was Huaxia truly entering an era of science fiction? On the observation platform, Lin Mo, clad in military attire and accompanied by 10 exoskeleton-clad warriors, approached the leadership for inspection. As they ascended the platform, all senior officials of the Dragon Army rose, erupting into fervent applause that echoed endlessly. Witnessing this scene, the 10 armored warriors felt an inexplicable surge of excitement, their palms, covered in armor, slick with sweat. They never imagined they would witness a day when all the leaders of the Dragon Army would applaud them. "Comrade Lin Mo, you have worked hard," the leader said, grasping Lin Mo's shoulders and gently patting him, sincerity evident in his voice. Lin Mo returned the salute. "Everything for Huaxia," the leader replied with a smile. 3 announcements were made. First, following today, the various functional parameters and live demonstration videos of the exoskeleton armor would be published globally via the official website and media. Second, your first-class merit will be expedited for approval, and your rank will be elevated to colonel due to your achievements. Third, Professor Peng Hao from Xuan Nu University is deemed unsuitable for educational work and has been reassigned to the Desert Greening Research Institute in the Western Xinjiang region. Comrade Lin Mo, are you satisfied? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's expression remained calm, but his heart was filled with joy. It seemed that the requests he had previously made were taken to heart by the leadership. As for Peng Hao, who was that? Lin Mo had no recollection of such a person. Thank you, leader. Lin Mo expressed his gratitude. The leader smiled kindly. Comrade Lin Mo, in our Huaxia, you can work with confidence and boldness. Whatever the undertaking, we old-timers will support you. Receiving this almost promise, Lin Mo could hardly contain his excitement. He vowed not to disappoint the expectations of his leaders. Simultaneously, at the Huaxia Nuclear Power Operation Research Institute, Director Xiang gathered all staff members of the Bright organization to listen to and watch the live broadcast of the Dragon Army Festival. AI Depeo, you truly are an exceptional student, Director Xiang remarked, glancing at AI Chongfeng to his left with a smile. Some advanced features of this exoskeleton armor were never seen in the previous design blueprints. Sometimes I ponder the extent of Lin Mo's imaginative prowess. Before AI Chongfeng could respond, the doctoral students seated behind him were immediately stirred by Xiang Guangming's words. Director, are you saying that the creator of this exoskeleton armor is a student of Master AI? No way. Is that true? It's incredible that it's a student of Master AI. If even the apprentice is so formidable, how extraordinary must the master be? Our institute is thriving. Master AI, you must guide us thoroughly in the exoskeleton armor technology. AI Chongfeng chuckled awkwardly, yet internally he felt a sense of urgency and panic. I know nothing about exoskeleton armor. It's all the result of Lin Mo's own ingenuity. I couldn't even identify the type of screw used in the armor. How am I supposed to teach you all? That afternoon, in accordance with the directives from the Supreme Military District and under Li Jingwu's leadership, the Strategic Intimidation Bureau began orchestrating official propaganda, both domestically and internationally. Major social media platforms in Huaxia were mobilized in full force. Through broadcasts, television, and social media, the details of the individual exoskeleton armor's configurations were unveiled to the entire populace of Huaxia during the Dragon Army Festival coverage. On Huaxia's social networks, Kunlun Individual Exoskeleton Armor, King of Land Combat, Explosive, Chapter 34, The Shameless Eagle Sauce, Huaxia Stealing Technology. Trending topics dominated the charts. Everyone, come and see. The internet is in an uproar. The performance parameters of the individual exoskeleton armor have all been exposed. This is completely different from last time. Wasn't it said that it was too advanced to be displayed? How come a promotional video has been produced? I absolutely adore this unpredictable nature of the Dragon Army. No way. It can even fly. And look at these firepower configurations. My goodness, it's practically a human arsenal. I declare this to be the best recruitment promotional video in the history of the Dragon Army. The metallic texture. The design. This armor designer truly understands their craft. I want to resign and enlist. No one can stop me. Experts in military fields also made their appearances, quickly beginning to extol the virtues of the armor. Some even utilized sand tables for practical simulations. The consensus was clear. With this groundbreaking individual combat equipment, the strength of the Huaxia Dragon Army would become unparalleled globally. Without heavy firepower covering, no nation could contend with a Dragon Army soldier clad in the individual exoskeleton armor. Moreover, if armored soldiers were allowed to infiltrate cities and employ tactics of stealth and assassination, it would be nearly impossible to neutralize them with missile strikes. The title of King of Land Combat was indeed well-deserved. Soon, this news traversed from Huaxia's networks to the Eagle Sauce and other Western Alliance nations. Across the ocean, in the Pentagon, high-ranking military officials convened an emergency meeting. What major event has transpired to warrant such a high-level urgent meeting? In the conference room, dozens of military generals whispered among themselves, summoned abruptly by the leadership, uncertain of the situation at hand. Director Smith, please provide an introduction, said Charles, the Secretary of Defense of Eagle Sauce, with a furrowed brow. Director Smith of the Eagle Sauce Intelligence Agency stepped to the front of the conference room screen and played a segment of high-definition video. It is precisely the promotional video of the Huaxia Armored Warrior. The generals present are increasingly astonished. Warfa, where's this? Which state of our Eagle Nation is this? No, it seems to be in the Huaxia language. The subtitles are primarily in Huaxia, with translations in Eagle language beneath. What? This is absolutely impossible. How could Huaxia's individual exoskeleton armor possibly reach such a level? My God, this is absurd. It must be fake. Bang! Charles slammed the table suddenly, causing an immediate hush in the conference room. Where are the people from the R&D department? General David responded, they will be here shortly. Before long, several researchers in white lab coats hurried into the office. Dr. Steve. General David placed the video and parameter analysis directly in front of Dr. Steve. Take a look at these parameters. Steve picked them up, his brow furrowing deeper with each glance. Dr. Steve, I need an explanation, Charles inquired with a darkened expression. Steve set down the materials, adjusted his glasses, and replied calmly, Minister Charles, as you are aware, our Eagle Nation has focused its military-industrial development in recent years primarily on naval and air force equipment. In terms of army equipment, our emphasis has also been on missile development and upgrades. We have not invested much in the research and development of individual exoskeleton armor. Thus, there has been little progress. Minister, the situation is dire. I formally propose to the Ministry of Defense to increase funding for the development of individual exoskeleton armor. Charles, utterly incredulous, couldn't he help but laugh in anger. He refrained from holding these incompetent researchers accountable, yet they still dared to reach out for funding. Ignoring Steve's absurd suggestion, Charles asked, Tell me, what is the current status of the individual exoskeleton armor that Eagle Nation has developed? Steve pondered for a moment before responding. It can bear a load of 300 g. To maintain flexibility, it can only manage a maximum of 100 g. The officers present erupted in astonishment. They were aware of the disparity, but never anticipated it to be this vast. Dr. Steve continued, Our research on individual exoskeleton armor is still grappling with the issues of load capacity and flexibility. Meanwhile, Huaxia's individual exoskeleton armor has already achieved stable flight assistance. This isn't just a matter of being generations ahead. It has completely shattered our technological barriers, reaching an entirely new domain. It cannot even be categorized as the same type of equipment. Charles's pupils constricted, a profound sense of crisis washing over him. He realized that, at this moment, the military technological supremacy of Eagle Nation was facing the most severe threat and impact from Huaxia in the realm of individual equipment. Now that everyone understands the situation, Charles addressed the assembly. This is a grave challenge that our Eagle Nation faces. Over the years, Huaxia has repeatedly attempted to challenge our hegemonic position, and we have fiercely repelled them. But this time, they have succeeded in a seemingly minute domain. All the high-ranking officials of the Eagle Nation's military were visibly incensed. The Third World nation dared to disrupt their role as a resource provider. Such insubordination must be suppressed, firmly and decisively. Esteemed colleagues, this can only be attributed to theft, can it not? With the technological prowess of the Huaxia nation, how could they possibly develop such advanced exoskeleton armor technology? Defense Minister Charles rose, surveying all the military leaders with a fierce glare. He declared, It must be those shameless Waxians who have dispatched spies under the guise of academic exchange to pilfer our cutting-edge technology and have even destroyed our laboratory data. Otherwise, this individual exoskeleton armor technology would rightfully belong to the Eagle Nation. The audacity of Huaxiao must be met with consequences. Instantly, all the generals comprehended his intent and rose in unison, raising their right hands in fervent agreement, exclaiming, Let the shameless Huaxiao pay the price. Chapter 35. The second-level technology unlocked. The Xuan Nu aerospace fighter. Charles pressed his hands down to restore order and continued, Just now, an urgent meeting was convened among the member states of the Western Alliance. It was resolved that this cutting-edge technology must be shared with the rest of the world by Huaxia. Lord Xuan Nu has issued a presidential decree. We must unite to apply pressure and ensure that Huaxia relinquishes the technology without hesitation. First, apprehend Huaxia's spies. Let us detain a few obstinate scholars holding doctoral degrees from Huaxia residing in our Eagle Nation until they concede. Second, we shall immediately dispatch 10 Raptor, 22 fighter jets from the military base in the Chicken Nation to conduct a demonstration flight along the coast of Huaxia. Third, we will formally announce a joint naval exercise in the eastern ocean of Huaxia in 2 months, in collaboration with John Bull, Kangaroo, and Chicken Nations. Finally, pausing for effect, Charles spoke with malice. According to intelligence reports, this individual exoskeleton armor technology was developed by the despicable Dr. Ai Chongfeng. We must mobilize our resources within Huaxia to ensure his destruction. At this point, Charles glanced at Director Smith, who nodded and added, Applying pressure to Huaxia is not our primary goal. Acquiring the armor technology is. There is an old saying in Huaxia, a slap followed by a date. In military strategy, there is a tactic known as surrounding 3 to leave 1, ensuring the enemy retains some hope. Thus, we must also offer Huaxia some avenues. Minister Charles, I propose we intensify our talent acquisition policies regarding Huaxia. Their scholars are diligent and highly capable. We cannot allow the capture of spies to instill fear of the Eagle Nation among them. We must employ both a hammer-like approach to suppress and generous incentives to attract them. This way, those who waver will be compelled to make a decisive choice. Later, We can find ways to retain them to sweat and bleed for the Eagle Nation. After listening to Smith's remarks, Minister Charles nodded solemnly. Director Smith, you are absolutely right. I entrust this matter to you. Nevertheless, the individual exoskeleton armor is truly remarkable. We must cancel all covert operations along the borders of the western and southern regions of Huaxia. Otherwise, it would be all too easy for the armored warriors of Huaxia to gather incriminating evidence against us, leaving us unable to justify our actions on the international stage. Soon, in the wake of the official announcement from Huaxia, various responses and countermeasures from the Eagle Nation swiftly began to take shape. Far across the ocean, Lin Mo received immediate feedback. The first system upgrade mission had finally come to fruition. While attending a celebratory gala at the Supreme Military District, Lin Mo was unable to conceal his excitement as the delightful sounds of the system filled his ears, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Lin Mo? My junior brother? What is wrong with you? Ren Shui exclaimed, startled by Lin Mo's sudden change. Could it be that you're so overjoyed today that you've lost your mind? She quickly grasped his shoulders and shook him vigorously. Stop shaking me, senior sister. You're going to rattle my brain. Lin Mo snapped back to reality, utterly speechless. With your petite stature, you certainly possess a surprising amount of strength. I'm over 1.8 meters tall, and you nearly shook me to pieces. Ren Shui patted her chest, relieved. It's all good, it's all good. I was just worried about you. Look, junior brother, this program is captivating. All the female soldiers are so beautiful. Following Ren Shui's pointing finger, Lin Mo's gaze fell upon dozens of poised female Dragon Army soldiers clad in their striking Huaxia military uniforms, each exuding an air of confidence. Yet, Lin Mo had no inclination to watch the performance, as he was entirely engrossed by the voice of the system. Beep. Congratulations, host. Utilizing the Kunlun individual exoskeleton armor, you have significantly boosted the morale of the Huaxia populace. Congratulations, host. You have successfully executed a substantial strategic intimidation against the Western Alliance, led by the Eagle Nation. The first system upgrade mission has been completed, marking the beginning of the hegemony. Beep. Congratulations, host. The system has upgraded to level 20, officially unlocking the second tier of Huaxia's future technology. Acquired. Xian aerospace fighter and its associated sub-technologies. Acquired. Accompanying satellite drone development technology. Acquired. Dragonfly unmanned reconnaissance aircraft development technology. Acquired. Kunlun second-generation individual exoskeleton armor and its associated sub-technologies. Beep. You have gained 20,000 prestige points. New function of prestige point exchange has been activated. Currently available for exchange. Qinglong Warrior Human Potential Development Level 1 Gene Supplement. Available for 40,000 prestige points. Bailong Strategist Brain Potential Development Level 1 Gene Supplement. Available for 60,000 prestige points. Current prestige points, 30. 452, Sky Sovereign Stage. Reach 1 million prestige points to unlock the second system upgrade mission. An aerospace fighter. It is indeed an aerospace fighter. Lin Mo could hardly contain his exhilaration. This technology was all too familiar to him. In his previous life, he had participated in this national-level major project, enduring several sleepless nights before inadvertently meeting his demise. The project bore a globally renowned name, the Southern Gateway Project. Before his sudden demise, the progress of this project had been exceedingly slow, despite the fact that several significant technological barriers had indeed been surmounted. However, there remained at least a decade before production could commence. Now, the sophisticated technology of aerospace fighters was directly implanted in his mind, an indelible imprint that he could not erase. Lin Mo meticulously studied the ancillary technologies of aerospace fighters, and with each passing moment of research, his joy intensified, prompting silent tears to stream down his cheeks. The lifelong aspiration of his past existence had finally reached its resolution today. Chapter 36. The Eagle Sauce begins its action. Intimidating Huaxia. The senior generals of the Dragon Army, seated nearby, observed Lin Mo's tears, their own emotions stirred, deepening their respect for him. Only those who harbored profound feelings for the Dragon Army and a deep love for Huaxia would exhibit such unrestrained displays of emotion. Comrade Lin Mo is indeed a true patriot. Junior brother, wipe your tears. Seeing you like this makes me want to cry too, Ren Shui said, handing him a tissue. Lin Mo discreetly dabbed at his tears, then continued to relish the fruits and delicacies at the celebration banquet while reflecting on the monumental gains achieved. The most significant outcome was, of course, the system's upgrade to level 20, unlocking a plethora of various aircraft technologies. However, the second achievement was equally crucial. Prestige points could finally be exchanged for items. To his astonishment, the first item was a gene supplement. As Lin Mo pondered the description of this gene supplement provided by the system, he found himself immersed in thought. He had a profound confidence that with continued development, whether it took 20 years or 50, the futuristic technologies within the system could undoubtedly be realized. However, gene editing and recombination were not merely matters of time. Genetic engineering pertained to humanity's taboos. In his previous life, all genetic engineering experiments involving living organisms, even humans, were strictly prohibited by nations worldwide. It was not that such research was impossible. Rather, gene editing would lead to immense inequality, ultimately resulting in a broken window effect. The lower echelons of humanity would be irrevocably relegated to a subhuman status, never to rise again. Moreover, due to the inherently uncontrollable nature of genetic engineering experiments, akin to a blind box, no one could predict whether the modified beings would retain their humanity. If they lost all semblance of humanity, could they still be regarded as human, regardless of their intelligence? The moral fabric of human society would undoubtedly be jeopardized. Contemplating this, Lin Mo furrowed his brow. In the future of the Blue Star Huaxia, genetic engineering was ultimately compelled to commence and achieved remarkable success. He pondered the trajectory of the future world line that could transcend such taboos and witness significant advancements in human genetic technology. This was not a matter that could be resolved overnight. Lin Mo shook his head, dismissing these thoughts. He resumed reading the system's description of the two gene supplements. The first was the Azure Dragon Warrior gene supplement, primarily designed to significantly enhance human physical capabilities. After injection, within 24 hours, an ordinary person could attain strength comparable to that of professional weightlifters, discus throwers, and javelin throwers, along with stamina on par with that of marathon athletes. The speed and responsiveness will be significantly enhanced. The second is the White Dragon Strategist gene supplement, primarily focused on the redevelopment of cerebral potential. It can greatly augment memory capacity, allowing one to read 10 lines at a glance and retain everything. This enables ordinary individuals to effortlessly attain the championship of the program, the strongest brain. More importantly, it significantly accelerates the brain's recovery from fatigue. Typically, a person requires at least 6 hours of sleep daily to maintain vigor. However, after cerebral development, only 1 hour of sleep is necessary. While this is indeed beneficial, the cost is exorbitant. Observing the steep exchange prices of the two gene supplements, Lin Mo felt a pang of despair. One is priced at 40,000, the other at 60,000. Having saved for so long and completed a 2,000 prestige value upgrade task, he currently possesses merely 30,000 prestige points. He could not afford even one gene supplement. Moreover, as someone engaged in scientific research, if he were to exchange anything, it would have to be the strategist supplement. Additionally, there is a rather frustrating aspect to prestige point exchanges. One can only undertake the second system upgrade task after reaching 1 million prestige points. If all prestige points are spent on items, how long would it take to unlock the third tier of technology? Lin Mo understood that climbing the technological tree was of utmost importance. He ceased to ponder further. Amidst the sounds of laughter and celebration, the commendation banquet continued. Across the ocean, as the Pentagon and the intelligence agency enacted consecutive measures, the atmosphere shifted ominously. "What are you doing, Mary University? We are Chinese citizens. We possess visas," barked the stern American sheriff. "They are all spies. Apprehend them." 3 esteemed Chinese scholars engaged in academic exchanges in America and a manager from a Chinese military enterprise negotiating trade cooperation were detained by the American intelligence agency on suspicion of espionage. Simultaneously, the Americans dispatched 10 of their most advanced F-22 stealth fighters from the Guangdao base, flying low along the edge of the Chinese coastline. The deafening sonic booms reverberated through the sky, prompting coastal cities to trigger air raid alarms. Prepare for an airstrike. All citizens, take shelter in the air raid shelters. Upon receiving the news, the Chinese ambassador to America promptly sought negotiations. Ultimately, he was met with an infuriating demand. The Chinese nation must return the stolen individual exoskeleton armor technology to America. This statement sparked a tremendous uproar globally. On social media platforms of Western allied nations, countless individuals mocked and even berated China, asserting that its current technological level lagged at least 50 years behind America, making it impossible for China to develop such cutting-edge exoskeleton armor technology. Furthermore, America had publicly stated that indeed, Chinese spies had stolen high-end technology under the guise of scholars. How could the most advanced and free nation possibly lie? China steals. China is shameless. The nation of thieves, China. China must surrender the technology. Soon, the news reached Chinese social media. Before netizens could express their outrage, Some public intellectuals and fervent American sympathizers immediately emerged to play the role of moderates. In a most egregious manner, they have launched a direct tirade against our great nation. To speak candidly, if we have indeed appropriated technology, it is only right that we return it, for we have already reaped substantial rewards. We cannot benefit from deceit and then feign innocence. I feel profound shame for those scholars who have engaged in such theft. The virtues cultivated over thousands of years in our civilization have been cast aside as if they were mere trifles. I can scarcely endure another moment in this land. I fervently hope that this incident does not jeopardize my visa. My green card application is on the verge of approval. It infuriates me to witness the rampant chaos online. Countless citizens are unable to remain silent, unleashing their ire upon these misguided individuals from the West. Do you not possess the capacity for critical thought? If we were indeed guilty of technology theft, why is it that the West cannot produce exoskeletal armor on their own? If a nation's cutting-edge technology is pilfered, how could it possibly surpass the technological prowess of the nation from which it was taken? Chapter 37. An urgent situation. The Supreme Military District convenes an emergency meeting. Why the silence in response? Answer me, you insufferable wretches. It is futile to harbor any illusions about the West. The rift is unmistakably widening. I have never encountered such shamelessness in a nation. Previously, they used a mere bottle of laundry detergent to incite the Camel War. Today, they wield accusations of technology theft as a pretext for a renewed campaign of oppression against our nation. Curse the West. We shall never yield. Our leadership must resolutely refuse to relinquish our technology. In the Supreme Military District's General Assembly Department, within the office of the Chief of Staff, Lin Mo sits opposite Li Jingwu. Lin Mo, you have brought us great honor this time. It has been years since our department has had such a significant presence before these high-ranking officials. What a delight, truly. The praise is buoyed by laughter. All thanks to the support from the chief. After a busy day celebrating the Dragon Army Festival, Li Jingwu and Lin Mo have yet to attend to the clamor online. Suddenly, the red secure phone on Li Jingwu's desk rings. After a brief conversation, Li Jingwu's brow furrows in concern. Hanging up, he turns to Lin Mo, indicating. It was a call from the general headquarters. The West, it seems, has indeed discarded any pretense of dignity. Upon explaining the situation, Lin Mo is equally incensed. It's just as I expected from you, West. There is no limit to their shamelessness. Prepare yourselves. The Supreme Military District is about to hold an emergency meeting, and you are required to attend via video link. Lin Mo is taken aback. Am I to participate as well? Li Jingwu responds curtly. I specifically requested your presence. You've truly risen to prominence. I have not attended such meetings nearly as often. Before long, the technical team completes the network adjustments. In the grand conference room on the top floor of the General Assembly Department, Lin Mo joins the urgently convened meeting. As the video connection is established, a thunderous voice reverberates through the speakers, filling the conference room with its intensity. This is intolerable. The Air Force commander, Yun Feijia, is livid. This is a declaration of war. The Eagle Nation has dared to bully us. Why haven't we shot down their warplanes yet? The Chief of Naval Staff, Jing Hai, interjected. Is this your first encounter with the shamelessness of the Eagle Nation? Damn, you seem to be the most tolerant, but I can no longer endure this. We must retaliate this time. I will bear the consequences. Yun Feijia's exclamation of profanity stirred a profound sense of dissonance within Lin Mo. The high-ranking military leaders, who were usually aloof, could also utter nationalistic sentiments. Enough, the Chief of Army, Long Jianjun, remarked. Comrade Lin Mo has already joined us. Let us settle down. As soon as he finished speaking, all the bigwigs turned their gaze toward Lin Mo on the screen. On Lin Mo's side, the dignitaries on the screen were all staring at him, causing him to feel a sudden tension and discomfort. Am I not just an observer? Why are you all looking at me? Please, continue your meeting. At that moment, the voice of Chief of Army Long Jianjun resonated through the conference room speakers. Comrade Lin Mo, you must be aware of the news by now. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo nodded, affirming, yes. You have been invited to this meeting primarily to discuss some specific arrangements regarding the subsequent developments of the individual exoskeleton armor, the high-ranking leader said with a smile. We wish to hear your insights as the armor designer. First and foremost, we must address the issues of mass production and deployment. Chief of Army Long Jianjun stated seriously. Comrade Lin Mo, the technology for individual exoskeleton armor is our core technology for breaking through the blockade and suppression by the Eagle Nation. Mass production and deployment must take precedence. As the chief engineer of the National Project for Individual Exoskeleton Armor, you have the most authority on this matter. My preliminary thought was to mobilize the entire strength of our nation to expedite production. The sooner the better, the more the better. However, we would like to hear your opinion. Here is a report analyzing the production capacity structure of our entire military-industrial system. After the meeting, it will be sent to the Supreme Military Region's General Assembly Department. You can review it when you have the time. After listening to the leader's words, Lin Mo fell into contemplation. The higher-ups were patient, waiting attentively. After several seconds, Lin Mo spoke up. Regarding this issue, I personally believe it is not yet time for large-scale production. The unexpected contrary opinion from Lin Mo left everyone in shock. Comrade Lin Mo, what is the reason for this? Lin Mo explained. It's quite simple. The current armor technology still has considerable room for improvement, and I would like to make further modifications. Previously, we only had the first generation, Kunlun. Now, having unlocked the second tier of technology, we already possess the capabilities of the second generation, Kunlun 2. The armor's performance can achieve a qualitative leap. Lin Mo's calm statement left everyone present astounded. What? There is still room for enhancement. The entire meeting fell into silence, as everyone struggled to digest Lin Mo's statement. Such an extraordinary individual exoskeleton armor could still be improved. To what level could the enhanced armor possibly reach? At that point, the initial version of the armor might even become obsolete. Why even consider mass production? After a long pause, the attendees expressed their admiration. Comrade Lin Mo, you truly have a knack for surprising us. Army Commander Long Jianjun chuckled, remarking that ever since he last mentioned his solitary year-long endeavor to develop a complete set of exoskeleton armor technology, he realized that Comrade Lin Mo's mind was brimming with ideas. Navy Commander Shi Jinghai shook his head in amusement, exclaiming, indeed, my understanding has been rather limited. Comrade Lin Mo, are we to await the successful development of your new armor before contemplating mass production? However, Lin Mo shook his head once more. No. What I mean is that while it is indeed necessary to produce several sets of Kunlun individual exoskeleton armor in the near future, we should not concentrate our efforts solely on exoskeleton technology in the coming period. Upon hearing this, the leaders were left bewildered. If the focus was not to be on individual exoskeleton armor, then where would it be directed? Chapter 38. Let us develop aerospace fighters. Making Huaxiao a true sovereign of the skies. Comrade Lin Mo, please share your thoughts candidly. Lin Mo straightened his posture and stated seriously, esteemed leaders, I have conducted some research and formulated ideas regarding aerospace fighter technology, and they have matured. At this declaration, the attendees exchanged puzzled glances. Aerospace fighters? What on earth could that be? Air Force Commander Yun Feijia furrowed his brow and inquired, Comrade Lin Mo, is your aerospace fighter a type of interceptor or a bomber? Our developed fifth-generation supersonic stealth fighter, the J-20, has indeed caught up with the fighter technology of the Eagle Nation. Furthermore, not only with the fifth generation, but we have also made strides in the research of the sixth generation, with the latest J-30 prototype already demonstrating preliminary sixth-generation capabilities. However, the technology is not yet mature. To enter mass production and meet deployment standards, it will require at least another decade. His words carried an additional implication. Huaxia already possessed a mature research team in the field of fighter aircraft, yielding remarkable results. Was Lin Mo truly intent on intervening in this domain? Moreover, the engineering demands of fighter aircraft are immense, with numerous technical barriers. While the previous individual exoskeleton armor could indeed be developed by a genius, the same could not be said for fighter aircraft. Even with a team of dozens of elite talents, research would still require years to yield results. Time waits for no one. Leaders, I am not referring to interceptors or bombers, but rather to aerospace fighters, Lin Mo corrected. What I intend to study are aerospace fighters capable of entering space, which are entirely different from conventional fighter jets. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, the leaders were once again left in a state of confusion. A fighter capable of reaching space? Was he speaking of a space shuttle? When it comes to spacecraft capable of reaching space, aside from manned rockets, only space shuttles fit that description. Currently, among all nations on Blue Star, only the Eagle Nation possesses such technology, and it has not been utilized for over a decade due to stability concerns. Comrade Lin Mo, regarding this space shuttle, an elder leader with white hair spoke up. It is not that I do not believe in you, but rather that I wish to remind you. In the realms of aviation and aerospace, there exists a plethora of technological overlaps. However, they are distinctly separate fields of expertise. In recent years, our nation has made remarkable strides in aerospace technology, achieving significant successes in manned spaceflight. Nonetheless, the aspiration to seamlessly integrate aviation and aerospace technologies remains elusive. Even the United States, which once boasted a mature space shuttle program, ultimately retired it following a catastrophic incident due to its inadequate stability. At the helm of our technological advancements is Chief Scientist Bayanian. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo smiled gently and remarked, Chief Bai. Let me clarify once more. My intention is to research spaceplanes, not those outdated space shuttles that merely serve as fireworks in the sky. Lin Mo elaborated, esteemed leaders. To facilitate your understanding, think of the spaceplane as akin to a 7th-generation fighter jet. With these words, the room erupted in astonishment, and expressions transformed dramatically. Comrade Lin Mo, are you fully aware of the implications of your statement? Bai Yannian inquired urgently. Lin Mo nodded in affirmation. In truth, we have yet to witness the unveiling of a 6th-generation fighter. References to 7th or 8th-generation aircraft merely serve to illustrate that the spaceplane represents a paradigm shift in aerospace technology. With a smile, Lin Mo continued, strategically. The impact of individual exoskeleton armor lacks the decisive weight of a spaceplane. The advent of a spaceplane would elevate our nation to the status of aerial dominance on Blue Star. We would truly embody the principle that those who threaten our sovereignty, regardless of distance, will face retribution. Adversaries like the United States and other hostile entities would find themselves living in constant trepidation beneath the shadow of our spaceplane's deterrent power. As Lin Mo spoke, the audience became enraptured by the vision of becoming the sovereign of the skies. The prospect of realizing Lin Mo's vision would signify a genuine resurgence for our nation, ensuring that our people would no longer be subjugated. Hence, Lin Mo asserted, our focus must be directed towards the development of the spaceplane. Exchanging glances, the leaders noted a palpable eagerness in their eyes, overshadowing any lingering concerns. Had it been anyone else, even the most esteemed academicians, such an ambitious proposition would have been met with skepticism. Yet, the genius Lin Mo, who had already achieved miraculous feats, had ignited their interest. Dragon Jianjun solemnly asked, Comrade Lin Mo, do you possess the confidence to undertake this endeavor? Lin Mo straightened in his seat, responding earnestly, with a clear vision, I shall not disappoint. With Lin Mo's affirmative reply, murmurs of discussion ensued among the attendees, swiftly culminating in a decisive resolution. Very well, Bai Yannian declared, striking the table with resolve. Everything is entrusted to you, Comrade Lin Mo. Lin Mo rose to return a military salute. Subsequently, the assembly convened to deliberate on the various matters pertaining to the national project of the spaceplane. Under Lin Mo's suggestion, this project was officially named the Southern Gate Plan. Observing the unanimous recognition from the upper echelons, Lin Mo felt an undeniable surge of excitement within. The aspirations unfulfilled in his previous life now beckoned him to manifest this future blueprint in the parallel world of China with his own hands. Comrade Lin Mo, we originally had several topics for discussion at today's meeting, Yun Feijia remarked with a smile. However, with the introduction of your Southern Gate Plan, further discussion seems unnecessary. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted among those present. Nevertheless, there was still a matter that required your input. Long Jianjun interjected. Can the technology of individual exoskeleton armor be politically exchanged with the Eagle Nation? As he spoke, the smiles faded from the high-ranking officials. Each had their own perspective on this matter. Some believed partial exchange was feasible, if it could lead to the acquisition of critical technologies, such as photolithography machines or shield tunneling machines. China's advancement would leap forward significantly. Yet, others contended that no exchange should occur at all, citing the overwhelming technological superiority of the Eagle Nation. They feared that even a small transfer could lead to an opportunity for the Eagle Nation to gain insight, potentially reversing the hard-won land combat advantages of China. In this debate, Lin Mo, the father of the exoskeleton armor, was designated as the final decision-maker. Upon hearing the inquiry, he fell into contemplation but soon reached a resolution. My esteemed leaders, my stance is unequivocal, no exchange. Furthermore, we shall not yield to any pressure from the Eagle Nation. We will resolutely counteract, Lin Mo declared, his words resonating with conviction. The senior officials present regarded him with admiration. Excellent, Comrade Lin Mo. Long Jianjun responded with evident delight. Your resolve will be upheld. As for the consequences, we possess sufficient capabilities to withstand them. From now on, do not let external disturbances affect you. We shall secure this brief period for you, he continued. Lin Mo nodded in appreciation. With the backing of the highest military authority, his forthcoming research endeavors would undoubtedly receive substantial support. Reflecting on previously devised strategies, Lin Mo spoke again. While we cannot truly relinquish our technology, certain minor schemes can still be pursued. The room fell silent as the others regarded him with curiosity. For instance, the smelting technology of rare titanium alloys could be exchanged with the Eagle Nation. This would not disrupt the overall strategy while allowing them to incur significant losses, Lin Mo said with a mischievous smile. Instantly, all the leaders comprehended. The primary component of rare titanium alloys is rare metals, and currently, 90 of the world's rare metal reserves are located in China. Yun Feijia burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Just wait until the Eagle Nation returns the alloy material technology. They will be driven to madness. Ha ha ha. Not only shall we exchange, but we must also repurchase all the rare metals available in the market ahead of time. Let us infuriate those shameless eagles." Shi Jinghai shook his head with a smile, saying, "Lin Mo, you truly are cunning. It's no wonder you joined the Strategic Intimidation Bureau." Lin Mo smiled sheepishly. Since the leaders were already perceptive, he felt no need for further explanation. The upper echelons would naturally arrange matters accordingly. Lin Mo continued, "The second point pertains to the core supporting technology for armor, specifically the Intelligent Behavioral Adaptation System, which can also be discussed with the Eagles." Upon hearing this, Long Jianjun furrowed his brow. This seemed to be the most critical sub-technology. If mishandled, wouldn't it lead to significant losses? Indeed, Yun Feijia chimed in. "Didn't we just decide against a technological exchange? Why the change of heart now? Comrade Lin Mo. There's no need to introduce unnecessary risks in such matters." Lin Mo chuckled and reassured, "Rest assured, leaders. I have implemented certain measures within this supporting subsystem. If it receives my preset command protocol, not only will the armor fail to enhance mobility, but," he paused for effect, then with a grin remarked, "it could even result in the wearer suffering shattered bones, rendering them incapacitated. I can guarantee that even with 10 years, the Eagles won't be able to crack this sub-technology I provide." A collective gasp escaped the assembly, their eyes widening with a mix of surprise and admiration. This Lin Mo is truly wicked and impressively ruthless, but I admire that. Especially Yun Feijia, a staunch advocate of wolf warrior diplomacy, found himself increasingly captivated by this emerging Chinese prodigy. "Let us proceed as you suggest." The consensus was swift. Having considered the implications, it seemed only reasonable to engage the Eagles in a game of wits. They arranged for the Supreme Military District, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Ministry of Commerce to form a negotiation team, engaging in slow deliberations with the Eagles. This approach would mislead them into believing that, with a certain price, discussions could indeed take place. The intent was to prolong the timeline, granting Comrade Lin Mo the time he needed. After a brief discussion on various matters, the emergency meeting was drawing to a close. "Comrade Lin Mo, you've certainly worked hard during this time. Everyone needs a balance of work and rest," Long Jianjun said with a smile. "In the coming week, we must prepare the groundwork for the Southgate Project as per your requirements. Take a little vacation and rest well at home." Once Lin Mo severed the video signal and departed the meeting, several leaders exchanged knowing glances and shared a resigned smile. Yun Feijia remarked, "The measures set for the armor." Lin Mo's words were not solely directed at the Eagles. Long Jianjun sighed and shook his head with a smile. "That little rascal even dares to intimidate us. Such a rare genius has emerged from China. We must cherish him." Yun Feijia did not conceal his fondness. This perfectly illustrates that Lin Mo is quite astute. With a bit of nurturing, he could become a cornerstone. Huh? Chapter 40. Underhanded Tactics. The scheming revenge of the Eagle Intelligence Agency and the Dove faction. To initiate the South Heaven Gate project, it requires the collaboration of numerous core departments and leading high-tech enterprises from Huaxia. Remarkably, such a colossal plan can be set in motion within a mere week. A feat only achievable in a nation like Huaxia that concentrates its efforts on significant undertakings. The following day, Lin Mo officially announced at the General Assembly's research base that the project had achieved resounding success. All researchers were granted a half-month vacation, after which a new research initiative would commence. The jubilant cheers echoed, a delightful reward for their hard work along with the prospect of an extended break. Truly exhilarating. "Chief Lin, your private jet has been arranged," reported Lu Zhihui as he entered Lin Mo's office. Under the auspices of the Supreme Military District, Lu and his 10-member Special Forces team would serve as close bodyguards, ensuring Lin Mo's personal safety at all times. In addition to essential weaponry, they brought along 3 sets of individual exoskeleton armor. Lin Mo had become the greatest treasure of all Huaxia. There could be no room for error. "Thank you, Captain Lu," Lin Mo replied, turning to see Ren Shui arriving with a pink suitcase. With a helpless expression, he remarked, "Shui, it's a rare short vacation. There's really no need for you to accompany me. You could return home and rest properly." Ren Shui's eyes sparkled as she giggled. "I am your secretary now. How could I not follow you? What if your brilliant mind suddenly sparks an idea and there's no one around to take notes? That would be quite a pity." Lin Mo was speechless, not believing a word of Ren Shui's reasoning. However, considering that his mother had been pressuring him to find a partner, bringing Ren Shui, this charming young lady, home would serve as a better excuse, so he decided not to argue further. At the helipad of the Supreme Military District, Lin Mo and his entourage boarded the private jet bound for Jiangqing. Meanwhile, in a reforestation demonstration area in the northwest, Peng Hao stood against the yellow sands. Surrounded by a desolate landscape dotted with thorny branches, his head covered in yellow soil, expressionless as he recorded data on sand erosion. Suddenly, his phone buzzed in his pocket. As he answered, the poor signal caused a static noise. "Old Peng, how are you holding up?" came the voice of Professor Mi. Peng Hao spat out a mouthful of sand and replied gloomily, "Only you care about me, Professor. Is there still hope?" He chuckled bitterly. Hope? With the direct intervention of the leadership, the supreme leaders at that. What kind of hope could there be? Yet, I refuse to accept this. If it weren't for me, how would Huaxia have so many high-level talents returning from studying in Eagle Country? If it weren't for me, how could Huaxia have enjoyed a decade-long honeymoon period in mechanical technology with the Western Alliance countries? How could our infrastructure have advanced so remarkably in just a few short years? What have I, Peng Hao, contributed to Huaxia over these years? And yet, this is how the leadership treats me. Even that AI Chongfeng, a veritable failure, managed to secure a position as a professor at Lonka University. Yet here I am, forced to venture into the arid deserts of the northwest to plant trees. Allow me, I truly cannot accept this. The voice on the other end of the phone fell into a long silence before finally exhaling deeply. Alas, you are somewhat fortunate. You still hold the position of director. Despite the somewhat unfavorable working environment, your rank and benefits have not diminished. In this sweeping reshuffle, many leaders from Xuan Nu University have faced far more severe repression than you. Some have even lost their jobs. I, Mi Yuan, am among the fortunate few who still remain in positions conducive to development. In the eyes of the Dove faction, their every action is purportedly for the resurgence of Huaxia, pursuing development by any means necessary. Thus, they have long referred to themselves as the development faction. The term Dove faction is merely a prejudice held by outsiders. Lao Peng, your departure was so sudden. Do you have any unfulfilled wishes? I will certainly assist you in any way I can. Upon hearing this from the phone, Peng Hao violently tore off a branch of the tamarisk and declared with fervor, AI Chongfeng. It is AI Chongfeng who seeks revenge against me. How could Lin Mo, a mere undergraduate, have possibly produced such advanced military technology without AI Chongfeng's guidance? This must be a trap set by AI Chongfeng. If it weren't for him and his detestable student, I would not have found myself in this predicament. Mi Yuan's voice was laced with curiosity. Who is Lin Mo? What has he done to you? As Mi Yuan's question sank in, Peng Hao was jolted awake and hastily replied, No, nothing at all. Allow me, just find a way to help me retaliate against AI Chongfeng. Do not concern yourself with others. As for the matter of Lin Mo, refrain from inquiring further. With that, Peng Hao quickly ended the call, thrusting the tamarisk branch back into the sandpit. Lin Mo's identity is now the highest level of secrecy. Should any details leak from him, it would spell disaster. At Xuan Nu University, in the office of the Dean of the School of Journalism and Communication, Mi Yuan listened to the incessant beeping of his phone, lost in thought. He searched for information about Lin Mo online and discovered that Lin Mo had been the top scholar of Jiangqing a few years prior and was the only undergraduate to have been mentored by AI Chongfeng in recent years. No further information was available. He then inquired with acquaintances from Houyi University, only to find that they seemed to know something but were tight-lipped. No matter how he probed, he could not extract any details. Consequently, he switched to a different phone card and dialed an overseas number. Dear me, how may I assist you? Good evening, Mr. Anderson. Mi Yuan responded. The dossier on AI Chongfeng provided by your intelligence bureau is incomplete. He has a student named Lin Mo. I need all available information on this student. Understood. Shortly thereafter, the fax machine buzzed to life, and as Mi Yuan glanced at Lin Mo's profile, his pupils constricted in shock. This Lin Mo had directly entered the Supreme Military Region's General Equipment Department post-graduation, bypassing any formal examinations or public procedures. There are even suspicions that he has ascended to a high-level managerial position in a national project. A conspiracy. It must be a conspiracy. As an esteemed professor of journalism, Mi Yuan resembled a shark that had sensed blood, his face aglow with astonishment. Mi Yuan, ever so cautious, meticulously examined the faxed information and discovered that this graduate named Lin Mo indeed hailed from an unremarkable background. He was not a second-generation elite. In Mi Yuan's eyes, a fierce glint shimmered. It appeared that AI Chongfeng had leveraged some hawkish connections to covertly facilitate the admission of his prized student Lin Mo into the Supreme Military District. The thought ignited a wave of exhilaration within Mi Yuan, prompting him to burst into raucous laughter. Ha! AI Chongfeng, you are truly digging your own grave. As a professor at Xuan Nu University, He was acutely aware of the formidable challenges an undergraduate faced in gaining direct entry to the Supreme Military District. It undoubtedly required an unimaginable price. Alas, he was aware of it. Expose. Mobilize all media resources to unveil this sordid web of connections. Mi Yuan's laughter took on a chilling tone. AI Chongfeng, your cherished student is destined to meet his demise at my hands, and you shall be dragged down with him. Your reputation in tatters. Chapter 41, A Brief Interlude. A storm approaches, malicious schemes against Lin Mo. Jiangcheng is truly vast. On the private jet, Ren Shui excitedly pointed out the bustling Jiangcheng to Lin Mo. Jiangcheng serves as the provincial capital of Jiang Province, nestled in the coastal region of eastern Huaxia. It is among the best developed cities in Huaxia's roster of 16 quasi-first-tier cities. Lin Mo's home is not located within the city proper. Upon disembarking the plane, Lin Mo and Ren Shui boarded an armored vehicle dispatched from the Eastern Military District, en route to Jiangcheng's outskirts, specifically the 7th Middle School. Lin Mo's mother is a high school teacher, and their residence is situated within the faculty quarters of the school. As noon approached, and they entered the school grounds. The summer vacation had commenced in July, leaving the campus relatively quiet. Underneath the shade of the trees, several elderly individuals conversed leisurely with their grandchildren, who were enjoying their extended break. The group arrived at an old 3-story villa. Captain Lu, you and I will go up. The other soldiers can remain outside. Lin Mo said with a smile to Lu Zhihui. Lu Zhihui nodded in agreement, assigning the other team members to strategic positions before grabbing his suitcase and following Lin Mo. Dad, Mom, Lin Mo called as he opened the door, the sound of clattering emanating from the kitchen. Xiao Mo, you're back. Lin Mo's mother, Liang Ying, wearing an apron, hurried out of the kitchen, wiping her hands on the fabric. You really should have called before coming back so that your father could pick you up. You never seem to think ahead, she chided, her words trailing off as she suddenly noticed Ren Shui standing beside Lin Mo. You. Liang Ying quickly rubbed her eyes, astonished to find that she had not erred. Indeed, a delicate beauty stood before her. Hello, Auntie. My name is Ren Shui, and I am Lin Mo's classmate. Ren Shui said sweetly. Ah, hello, little Ren. It's lovely to meet you. Liang Ying replied, her laughter tinged with embarrassment. My goodness, am I dreaming? Lin Mo? This stubborn blockhead unexpectedly brought home such a beautiful girlfriend. Old Lin, you rascal, come out already. In an attempt to ease the awkwardness, Liang Ying quickly turned and shouted for help. Here they come. Lin Mo's father, Lin Ziyuan, emerged from the kitchen. Hello, uncle. Ren Shui sweetly greeted him. Greetings. Lin Ziyuan was momentarily struck dumb, gazing at the lovely Ren Shui standing beside Lin Mo. What on earth? This rascal Lin Mo, what is he up to? Liang Ying, disappointed by the lack of assistance, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Come, little Ren. Everyone, don't just stand there, come sit on the sofa. Liang Ying vigorously wiped her hands on her scarf, approached, and eagerly took hold of Ren Shui's suitcase. Lin Ziyuan hastily added, Yes, everyone sit down. I'll go fetch some water. Lin Mo smiled at Ren Shui and Lu Zhihui. Shui, Captain Lu, let us sit on the sofa. It's been a long time since I've been home. Lin Mo unceremoniously sprawled on the sofa, feeling a rare sense of relaxation. Liang Ying shot him several pointed glances, but Lin Mo pretended not to notice. Lin Mo, you are a soldier now, sit properly. Liang Ying nearly scolded him under her breath. Can't you be mindful of your demeanor in front of your girlfriend? Reluctantly, Lin Mo straightened up. Dad, Mom, allow me to introduce you. This is Major Lu Zhihui, captain of the Dragon Tooth Special Operations Unit of the Supreme Military District. And this is my current secretary and also my senior, Ren Shui. What? Secretary? Liang Ying exclaimed. That can't be right. This young lady has her arm linked with her son S. How could she be just a secretary? Unable to contain herself, Liang Ying began to engage Ren Shui in conversation, hoping to glean some information. Little did she know, even Ren Shui referred to herself as a secretary, leaving her utterly perplexed. These two young ones, could they be playing some sort of game? Meanwhile, Lin Ziyuan, a seasoned veteran who had transitioned from the military, was captivated by Lu Zhihui's title. The Dragon Tooth Special Operations Unit of the Supreme Military District is the most formidable special operations unit in China. Moreover, Lu, a major officer at the captain level, just how well is his son doing to have such an esteemed figure as a guest in their home? Thud, thud. Sounds emanated from the kitchen. Lin Ziyuan stood up. I'll go prepare the dishes. I fear we may run out of time, so please continue your conversation. Liang Ying smiled at Lin Mo. Little Mo, I heard you were coming home today. Your Uncle S family will be joining us for dinner as well. Uncle S family? Remembering his Uncle S wealthy family living in the affluent district of Jiangcheng, Lin Mo felt puzzled. Their family had been embroiled in domestic disputes for years, and their relationship had considerably weakened. aside from New Year's, there had been little contact. Why would they choose to come over for a meal on the very first day of my return? Lin Mo didn't dwell on it, and continued to chat with Liang Ying about everyday work matters. Unbeknownst to him, a conspiracy against him was brewing online in China at that very moment. What transpired? Have the resources of the major media outlets been fully utilized? Indeed, Professor Me. All avenues have been explored, and the situation is already beginning to escalate online. By leveraging the student named Lin Mo as a focal point, we shall surely bring disgrace upon AI Chongfeng. Excellent. Maintain your vigilance. 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Third brother, open the door, it's me. Liang Ying rushed to the door, while Lin Mo also rose to his feet. Uncle Lin Ziking, sporting a beer belly, entered with a hearty laugh, followed closely by Aunt Li Chuanxiu and their cousin Lin Feihong, who was laden with bags. Ha! Lin Mo, you've returned so early. I thought I would arrive sooner. Yet here I am late. Lin Ziking exclaimed jovially, pulling Lin Mo into a tight embrace. Knowing you were coming back today, I told your father we must come to see you. You graduated from university this year and have been assigned to work at the Supreme Military District. Among our large family, you are the only one in a government position, so we must celebrate properly. Lin Mo felt deeply touched by his uncle's warmth. In his memories, Lin Ziking had always treated him well. Having been successful in business, Lin Ziking often took him to amusement parks and treated him to KFC during his childhood. Whatever aspirations or wishes Lin Mo had, his uncle would always support him. However, as time passed and interactions dwindled, their relationship had grown somewhat distant. At that moment, a sharp voice pierced through the jovial atmosphere. Is this recent graduate already dreaming of a government position? Aunt Li Chuanxiu's tone was laced with sarcasm. If you don't understand, refrain from speaking. A mere soldier aspiring to be a general has a long road ahead. Hearing this, Lin Ziking's expression darkened instantly. Today is a day for celebration. How could one speak to their own nephew in such a manner? Humph. Li Chuanxiu rolled her eyes. What did I say that wasn't the truth? You. Liang Ying quickly intervened. All right. You've been bickering for a lifetime. A moment more won't matter. Come in and sit down. Lin Ziking and Li Chuanxiu had been embroiled in a marital dispute for over a decade. No matter what Lin Ziking said, Li Chuanxiu would inevitably retort. Liang Ying and the others had long since grown accustomed to it, and Lin Mo paid it no mind. Xiao Mo, congratulations. Cousin Lin Feihong set down his belongings and patted Lin Mo on the shoulder. Lin Mo smiled in return, replying, Thank you, cousin. At that moment, Lin Ziking and Li Chuanxiu noticed two unfamiliar faces in their home. Xiao Mo, this is. Upon seeing the sweet and charming Ren Xue, Lin Ziking first expressed curiosity, then seemed to understand something. Turning back to Lin Mo, he laughed heartily. You rascal. You move quickly. Just graduated and already brought your girlfriend home. Splendid. Ha! Meanwhile, Li Chuanxiu gazed at the ethereal beauty of Ren Xue, consumed by jealousy, her eyes nearly bulging. Chapter 42. Online Exposure. Lin Mo enters the Supreme Military District through the back door. Ren Xue, possessing a good-natured disposition and remarkable courage, was far from timid, cheerfully greeting everyone in turn. Her endearing demeanor delighted Lin Ziking immensely, while Liang Ying was even more pleased. This young lady truly knows her manners. She is also quite striking. Regardless of the circumstances, it is imperative to have a heartfelt conversation with that foolish lad Lin Mo. Since he has already brought her home, and the young lady is willing to return, how could a cooked duck possibly fly away? We must solidify this relationship. Meanwhile, Li Chuanxiu watched all this unfold, consumed by jealousy. With her family's affluent circumstances, why were there no beautiful girls interested in her cousin Feihong? It seemed utterly unfair. Lu Zhihui stood at the back with a stern expression, wearing a bulky jacket in the sweltering summer, not bothering to greet anyone. Lin Jiqing and the others refrained from asking too many questions and settled on the sofa. Lin Mo, I have watched you grow up, Lin Jiqing began, lighting a cigarette. His gaze filled with pride. When you topped the exams in Jiangcheng and went to Huaka University, I promised you that upon your graduation, your uncle would bestow upon you a generous gift. You have indeed made us proud by joining the Supreme Military Region, and today, I am here to fulfill that promise. As he spoke, Lin Jiqing opened his bag and took out an envelope wrapped in red paper. Upon unveiling it, a thick stack of cash was revealed, amounting to at least 20,000. Brother, this is too much. You can't. Liang Ying and Li Chuanxiu exclaimed in unison. This is for my beloved nephew. It is none of your concern, Lin Jiqing retorted, visibly displeased. Come here, Lin Mo, accept this. It is 28,000, from your uncle. The figure astonished even Lin Mo. In an era where housing prices in a first-tier city barely reached 4,000, 28,000 was indeed a substantial sum. His cousin Lin Feihong chimed in with a smile. Lin Mo, just take it. When I graduated from college, I received far less. Lin Mo felt a deep sense of gratitude. Despite Lin Jiqing's flourishing business, 28,000 was no trivial amount. Although his bank account boasted 20 million in cash and his lifestyle was not entirely gauged by monetary value, this sum symbolized his uncle's affection. Just as he prepared to decline, Aunt Li Chuanxiu snatched the money away. Lin Jiqing, why are you giving Lin Mo so much money? He has just graduated and is working in the military. He hardly needs your money. The sudden turn of events left Lin Jiqing seething with rage. The money was already laid out, and now she dared to take it back. Li Chuanxiu, don't force me to slap you in front of everyone today. The moment those words escaped his lips, Li Chuanxiu's eyes turned red, and she defiantly cried out, Go ahead and hit me. You worthless man. So fond of beating your wife. Go on. She added, If you dare to lay a hand on me, I will file for divorce today. Lin Jiqing sprang to his feet, disregarding everything as he raised his hand, ready to deliver a once adversaries. How could they remain married? The emotional entanglements of the older generation are utterly incomprehensible to me. Xiao Mo, you rascal, how did you manage to find such a beautiful girlfriend? Where is she from? Lin Feihong inquired curiously, gazing at the delicate Ren Shui. Let us discuss this later, Lin Mo replied, somewhat exasperated. It was truly astounding how his cousin could still indulge in such frivolities when his own parents were on the verge of conflict. After a considerable time, the atmosphere finally calmed. Lin Jiqing, looking quite embarrassed, handed the retrieved money to Lin Mo. Haha. I hope you enjoyed the spectacle. Xiao Mo, you must accept this money. To his surprise, Lin Mo pushed the money back. Uncle, I appreciate your kind gesture, but I am not in need of funds at the moment. Seeing Lin Mo refuse, Lin Jiqing grew anxious. My child, having just graduated, there are countless expenses. How can you claim to lack money? Accept it, or I shall be quite displeased. Lin Mo offered a brief explanation. Uncle, I have a settlement fund. I possess more than enough. Lin Jiqing countered. That is a result of your own efforts. But this money is from your uncle. It is not the same. Regardless of Lin Jiqing's persuasion, Lin Mo remained steadfast. He had no need for this small sum, especially if it meant inviting further displeasure from Aunt Jiqing. I say, Lin Jiqing, since Lin Mo has declined, why persist in forcing it upon him? Li Chuanxiu remarked sarcastically from the side. One might think you are a fool with too much money, eager to squander it. At this remark, Lin Jiqing's anger flared anew. Observing the situation, Lin Zhirui and Liang Ying quickly intervened to separate the two. Lin Zhirui addressed Lin Jiqing, Brother, let it go, otherwise we may not enjoy our meal today. If you insist on giving, save it for Lin Mo's wedding. With this statement, Lin Jiqing had no choice but to relent. As everyone settled onto the sofa, the initial atmosphere was decidedly awkward. However, under Liang Ying's persistent efforts to steer the conversation, the mood gradually lightened. Lin Zhirui acted swiftly, bringing all the dishes to the table. Come, everyone, let us eat, Liang Ying urged, serving each person a bowl of chicken soup. Li Chuanxiu took a bite of chicken but promptly spat it out, her face contorted in disdain. Where did this chicken come from? It's not free range. It must be feedlot chicken. Eating this could shave a decade off your life. Feihong, you shouldn't eat this unhealthy fare. It's fit for the impoverished, not for us. Lin Zhirui and Liang Ying's expressions darkened considerably. While the earlier quarrels had been directed at Lin Jiqing, this was a direct affront to them. And the harshness of her words was unbearable even for the most patient of individuals. Lin Jiqing set down his chopsticks, pointing towards the door and shouting, This is the last time I'll say it. If you dare to embarrass yourself here again, get the hell out. Seeing Lin Jiqing's serious demeanor, Li Chuanxiu fell silent, though her disdain remained unabated. The meal, intended to be a pleasant gathering, turned utterly flavorless for everyone. Fortunately, Liang Ying, ever the conversationalist, managed to find topics to discuss, and the adults chatted about various trivial matters. Young people are often engrossed in their smartphones. Lin Feihong, feeling bored, was mindlessly scrolling through Weibo when he suddenly stumbled upon a familiar name. Curiously, he remarked, Lin Mo, look at this trending news. The person mentioned shares your name. Lin Mo glanced at Lin Feihong's phone, where the second trending topic boldly displayed, exposing the dark secrets. Graduates entering the Supreme Military District without proper procedures. Where is the fairness? Chapter 43, Crisis Resolution. Urgent approval for first-class merit granted. The news article elaborated on a graduate named Lin Mo, who, without passing any formal examinations or following established protocols, had managed to secure a position in the Supreme Military District through dubious means. The editor provided an illustrative example to highlight the challenges of entering this prestigious military sector. A typical undergraduate must navigate multiple rigorous examinations to compete in a daunting ratio of hundreds to one for a position within the military district. Furthermore, according to regulations, newly recruited technical personnel must first undergo training at one of the 4 major military research institutes for 2 years before qualifying for internal selection to work in the Supreme Military District. Only exceptionally talented doctoral candidates or those with significant accomplishments at the master's level could potentially enter directly upon graduation. However, Lin Mo, an undergraduate who had neither passed the entrance examinations nor achieved any notable merit, had no justification for his immediate entry into the Supreme Military District. The editor also pointed out that Lin Mo's mentor, Ai Chongfeng, had previously held a high-ranking position in the Supreme Military District but was later demoted to a teaching role at a university due to unspecified transgressions. The implications were tantalizingly ambiguous. Once this news broke, it swiftly ignited the emotions and sensitivities of Weibo users. It was obvious, this was undoubtedly a scandal. The prevalence of such corrupt connections in Huaxia exacerbates social tensions. This graduate must be exposed to uphold fairness and justice in society. Lin Mo and that Professor Ai Chongfeng must be revealed as parasites of Huaxia. Everyone began to share the news. We need the momentum to ensure exposure. We cannot allow the heat to dissipate. Is anyone willing to join me in reporting this to the Supreme Discipline Department's official website? Just copy the message below. I will go with you. We must report this together. The online community buzzed with fervor. Users expressed their outrage, particularly the younger demographic, who are significantly represented on Weibo. This issue directly pertains to the employment fairness of young people, making everyone a stakeholder. Even those who usually remain silent were stirred to action, either by posting furious comments or joining in the reporting campaign. Before long, the topic surged to second place on the trending list. At Lin Mo's home, Lin Feihong continued to scroll through Weibo while muttering to himself, the offspring of officials, using connections, directly entering the Supreme Military District TSK. So many people are condemning this Lin Mo. I can hardly keep up with the comments. Suddenly, Lin Feihong felt something was amiss and handed his phone to Lin Mo for a closer look. Huazhong University of Science and Technology, recent graduate, majoring in military technology, directly entering the Supreme Military District for work. Little Mo, could this be you? This aligns perfectly with your cousin's experience. Li Chuanxiu had been listening intently. Before Lin Mo could reach for his phone, she seized it and began to read the trending news. With every line, her excitement grew, her expression blossoming like a flower. Who would have thought? I previously remarked on the peculiarity of Lin Mo landing a position in the Supreme Military Region right after graduation. Turns out, it was through backdoor connections. Lin Jiqing slammed his hand on the table, rising to drag Li Chuanxiu toward the door. Get the hell out of here right now. Li Chuanxiu, her clothes and hair in disarray from being pulled, struggled desperately, shouting, Lin Jiqing, you worthless thing, let go of me. Look at your precious nephew. Lin Jiqing took the phone and read the news, standing frozen in place. Li Chuanxiu, slightly adjusting her attire, let out a cold laugh. Well, now the entire nation knows Lin Mo got in through connections. I reckon that esteemed position in the Supreme Military Region is certainly not secure. Lin Mo's father, Lin Ziyuan, furrowed his brow and inquired, what is going on? Lin Jiqing handed over the phone, and both Lin Ziyuan and Liang Ying began to read the news, their faces turning increasingly pale. Impossible. This is slander. Lin Ziyuan declared resolutely. What connections do we have to enter the Supreme Military Region? Upon hearing this, Li Chuanxiu scoffed. How can it be impossible? Can't you read the black and white text? It was Lin Mo's mentor, a former high-ranking official in the Supreme Military Region, who used connections to arrange this for him. At this point, she feigned concern as she addressed Lin Mo. Oh dear Xiao Mo. You really ought to be more discreet when engaging in such matters. It's crucial to keep things under wraps. Now, everyone knows, and it's trending. In this situation, even if your mentor has connections, he won't be able to save you, and he might even be dragged down himself. Meanwhile, Lu Zhihui and Ren Shui also came across this news. However, rather than feeling any emotional upheaval, they found it amusing, akin to observing a farcical performance. They were among the very few who knew Lin Mo's true capabilities. Did he even need connections? In the laboratory at Longkou University, the head of the Supreme Military Region's General Assembly and 2 academicians had nearly lost their composure, almost carrying Lin Mo away in triumph. Lin Mo felt somewhat speechless. He could surmise the reason behind this. It seemed the Dove faction intended to undermine Ai Chongfeng, employing some underhanded tactics. He had likely been used as a pawn in their struggle, caught in the crossfire. Nevertheless, the Dove faction had inadvertently hit the mark. Suddenly, Lin Mo's phone rang. Picking it up, he saw it was a call from Li Jingwu. Good day, General. Lin Mo, Are you aware of what's happening online? Lin Mo replied. I just found out. Li Jingwu's voice crackled with anger over the phone. Even those from my General Assembly dare to provoke? They are truly courting death. Lin Mo replied. It's merely a misunderstanding. Please do not be too upset, Chief. Li Jingwu's voice carried an air of apology. Leave this matter to me. Alas, I had hoped you could return home and rest for a few days. Yet you encountered this issue instead. However, I bear good news. Your first-class merit has been expedited and approved. The leaders from Jiang Province and the Eastern Military District will arrange to contact you shortly. Thank you, Chief. Lin Mo responded before hanging up. He then noticed that everyone at the table was staring at him. Li Chuanxiu, her face filled with disbelief, was the first to scoff. Huh? A university graduate of less than a month, awarded first-class merit and expedited approval? I truly wonder where such a lunatic or drunkard comes from, spouting nonsense. Chapter 44. A thunderous celebration at the home of a first-class hero. As soon as Li Chuanxiu's words escaped her lips, the first to change expression was Lu Zhihui. As a direct subordinate of Li Jingwu, he could not endure the baseless slander directed at his superior. Lu Zhihui fixed an intense gaze on Li Chuanxiu and declared, Madam, my superior is neither a lunatic nor a drunkard. You ought to speak with more respect. I observed the robust and furious Lu Zhihui. Even someone as brash as Li Chuanxiu appeared slightly intimidated. At that moment, Lin Mo's phone rang once more. Hello, am I speaking with Chief Lin Mo? Lin Mo replied. May I ask who this is? The voice on the other end was filled with excitement. Chief Lin, greetings. We have finally reached you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the first secretary of the Jiang Province Party Committee. You may call me Secretary Li. Are you back home now? Lin Mo responded in astonishment. Hello, Secretary Li. I am indeed at home. What can I assist you with? Great news, Chief Lin. Secretary Li exclaimed with enthusiasm. Please wait at home. We will be on our way shortly. The dining table erupted into bewildered glances. A secretary named Wang. There was only one leader in Jiang Province with that surname. The top official. And what position was this Chief Lin? Before anyone could ponder further, Liang Ying's phone rang. Hello, Principal Yang, what is it? My son has achieved something noteworthy. How come I was unaware? Oh, thank you, Principal Yang, for your encouragement. My boy is indeed making us proud. But what does that mean? Ah, you and a few other principals are coming to my house immediately? Is it that urgent? Lin Ziyuan's phone rang as well. As expected, it was also about Lin Mo. The leaders and all members of their unit were hastily making their way to their home. Lin Mo? What exactly have you accomplished? Lin Jiqing could no longer contain himself. His nephew had only just returned, yet a succession of significant figures had been stirred into action. Lin Mo helplessly replied, Uncle, I truly do not know. Subsequently, it seemed the Ministry of General Equipment had shared Lin Mo's secretary's contact information. As Rin Shui's phone incessantly buzzed, urging her to assist with various tasks and to prepare Lin Mo in advance. Half an hour later, the sound of firecrackers erupted, resonating throughout the entire campus of the 7th Middle School. A few red flag cars, surrounded by dozens of military vehicles, arrived at the entrance of Jiangqing 7th Middle School. A dozen reporters leaned out of the car windows, armed with cameras and microphones, diligently covering the event. As soon as the vehicles came to a halt, several agile Dragon Army soldiers leaped from the military trucks and began hanging firecrackers on both sides of the school gate, creating a lively atmosphere. The teachers' community at Jiangqing 7th Middle School is quite expansive, housing several thousand families. Most residents had just finished their lunch and, upon hearing the commotion, emerged from their homes. What could this mean? Whose family is celebrating? Why wasn't Ti invited? Look, there are so many military vehicles at the entrance, and they are setting off firecrackers. Old Zhang, do you see over there? Isn't that someone carrying a large plaque? Let us go and take a look together. At that moment, at the school gate, over 20 Dragon Army soldiers produced drums and banners. The sound of gongs and drums resonated powerfully. Two of the tallest Dragon Army soldiers carried a grand, red and gold plaque, slowly making their way toward the school premises. The plaque bore the clear inscription, Home of a First-Class Meritorious Person. Several photographers and reporters from television stations rushed ahead of the crowd. Hello everyone. This is Jiang Province Satellite TV. We are currently reporting on the presentation of the plaque and commendation notice to the family of First-Class Meritorious Person Lin Mo. Greetings, and welcome to Jiangqing Satellite TV, where we bring you the momentous news. Comrade Lin Mo from our Jiangqing has been awarded the esteemed title of First-Class Meritorious Individual for his exceptional contributions. One person's achievement brings glory to the entire city. Comrade Lin Mo is also the first individual from Jiangqing to receive this honor in the past 5 years. More and more residents from the community gathered around. Upon reading the words on the plaque, an uproar ensued. Home of a first-class meritorious person. Goodness gracious, am I seeing this correctly? A first-class meritorious individual has emerged from our teacher-s community? It can't be. It said that achieving first-class meritorious status usually comes with sacrifice? Which family's child has given their life for the country? What a pity. One person lamented. As soon as the words were spoken, another nearby immediately retorted. If your ears can't hear, perhaps you should just cut them off. Didn't you hear the announcement? It's Lin Mo. Lin Mo? Isn't he the one who just graduated this year? I heard just a few days ago that he joined the Supreme Military District. It hasn't been long. Surely he wouldn't have sacrificed so quickly. Nonsense. Don't speak such things. I just saw Lin Mo return home this morning. A young resident, aware of the trending news, chimed in, "Old man, there are rumors online that Lin Mo got into the Supreme Military District through connections." Upon hearing this, the older gentleman swiftly delivered a resounding slap to the young man's head. Foolish child, don't believe everything you hear. Avoid the internet's fabrications. A few moments prior, at Lin Mo's home, Secretary Li arrived with several individuals, draping sashes over Lin Mo and Lin Ziyuan, as well as Liang Ying, leaving Li Chunxiu in awe. The sash clearly read, "First-class meritorious person, honored family." Secretary Li glanced at his watch and urgently spoke, "Chief Lin, and esteemed uncles and aunts, this way please. Wang Shuji and the others are waiting outside." As everyone stepped out of the house, they were met with a thunderous applause. Outside the gate, the road was crowded with neighbors from the community, eager to join the celebration. A middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit strode forward, firmly grasping Lin Mo's hand. "Comrade Lin Mo, thank you for your hard work." Following him, a general adorned with 2 stars approached, saluting Lin Mo with respect. "Comrade Lin Mo, we appreciate your outstanding contributions to the Dragon Army. I salute you." Lin Mo was at a loss for words, still caught off guard by the unexpected attention. Secretary Li quickly interjected, "Chief Lin, this is our province's top leader, Wang Shuji, and this is Deputy Commander Tang from the Eastern Military District." Lin Mo promptly responded, "Thank you, Wang Shuji. Thank you, Deputy Commander Tang." Wang Shuji enthusiastically remarked, "Comrade Lin Mo, you have brought unparalleled honor to Jiang Province. We are the ones who should be grateful to you." As the top leader of Jiang Province, Wang Shuji took Lin Mo by the arm and led him outside, with Lin Ziyuan and Liang Ying following suit. They arrived at an open area not far from the entrance. Chapter 45, the Provincial Directorial Courtyard, a standalone villa, a treatment that evokes envy. Lin Mo and his family were escorted to their prearranged seats. Wang Shuji, holding a megaphone, spoke with slight excitement. "Hello everyone. I am Wang Shuji from Jiang Province. Today is a day of joy for all the people of Jiang Province. Our youthful hero, Comrade Lin Mo, has made significant contributions to our great nation. Without further ado, I shall now read the commendation for Comrade Lin Mo." The audience erupted in fervent applause. Wang Shuji took the commendation from his secretary and, filled with enthusiasm, read aloud, "Comrade Lin Mo, you have led a national-level cutting-edge technology project with remarkable results, making monumental contributions to our nation's strength. In recognition of this, the Supreme Court of our nation has decided to award Comrade Lin Mo the first-class merit medal." The applause was deafening, lasting for an extended period. Many voices rose in ecstatic screams, as if they themselves had achieved the honor. Lin Mo's family had lived in the teachers' community for over a decade, and Lin Mo was a child they had watched grow up. Now he had distinguished himself with a first-class merit for the nation. This was a source of pride for all residents of the teachers' community. "This young man has truly brought honor to our community," they exclaimed. "Such an achievement is a once-in-a-lifetime event. Indeed, the Liang family has produced a prodigy. I must ask her to tutor my child." Uncle Lin Jiqing stood at the front of the crowd, brimming with excitement. "Did you see that? I told you Lin Mo is absolutely the future star of our Lin family." Ha! Li Chunxiu wore a grim expression, as if she had swallowed something bitter. Initially intending to make a snide remark, the atmosphere deterred her. She knew speaking out could provoke backlash. Turning to look at Lin Feihong, who was grinning foolishly beside her, her frustration boiled over, and she slapped him across the face. "Smile, all you do is smile. How much money has been spent on you from childhood to adulthood? You are a worthless individual who can't even pass the university entrance exam. You have no idea how to uphold my dignity." The award ceremony, though simple, yielded surprisingly excellent results. After Wang Shijiji adorned Lin Mo with a first-class merit medal, he also bestowed red flowers upon Lin Ziyuan and Liang Ying. "Thank you for nurturing such an outstanding talent like Lin Mo for Huaxia," Wang Shijiji remarked with a smile. Lin Ziyuan and Liang Ying were immensely excited. "Thank you, Shijiji. Thank you, Shijiji." The principal of the 7th High School, along with the head of Lin Ziyuan's organization, seized the opportunity to passionately recount how they had nurtured Lin Mo. They vividly recounted their first-hand experiences, particularly recalling 4 years ago when Lin Mo achieved the title of top scholar in Jiangxing, an occasion during which the 7th high school awarded a scholarship of 30,000 yuan. Wang Shijiji expressed his admiration and recognized the exceptional work of the 7th high school, stating that Lin Mo's accomplishments today, which greatly benefit Huaxia, owe a significant debt to the school's unwavering support. The senior officials of the 7th high school were instantly elated. With Wang Shijiji's affirmation, they felt that their administration had also made a substantial contribution. Prospects for promotion appeared bright for all of them. After the group photograph, the award ceremony officially concluded. However, Wang Shijiji and his party did not depart immediately. They visited Lin Mo's home for a heartfelt visit. The family had just finished lunch and had not even had time to wash the dishes. Secretary Li efficiently directed several staff members, and within a couple of minutes, the home was tidied up impeccably. Photographers and reporters from 3 television stations scrambled for the best angles to capture Lin Mo's home. Lin Mo sat in the center of the sofa, flanked by Wang Shijiji and Vice President Tang, while other family members occupied the remaining spots, engaging in casual conversation with Wang Shijiji. Even Li Chuanxiu, Lin Mo's aunt, chatted warmly with Wang Shijiji, filled with excitement. It was only after 4 in the afternoon that Wang Shijiji's party concluded their delightful conversation. Holding Lin Mo's hand, Wang Shijiji smiled and said, "Comrade Lin Mo, I was so pleased earlier that I momentarily forgot to tell you. In light of your contributions to Huaxia, coupled with your current high-ranking status, we have arranged certain material benefits for your family in accordance with the Supreme Court's requirements." With a knowing glance, Wang Shijiji signaled Secretary Li, who produced 2 floor plans. Wang Shijiji handed one to Lin Mo, explaining, "We have identified 2 residences that are particularly suitable for Chief Engineer Lin's family, each with its own merits. Comrade Lin Mo may choose one from these options. The first residence is a traditional-style villa located in the provincial government compound in the center of Jiangxing. Although it is a bit older, the surrounding amenities are exceptional. Provincial leaders, including myself, reside in this compound, allowing us to look out for one another." Upon hearing this, Lin Ziyuan and Liang Ying were utterly stunned. Lin Jiqing and Li Chuanxiu, who lived in the city center, could hardly believe their ears. Unable to contain herself, Li Chuanxiu exclaimed, "Wang Shijiji, are you certain you are referring to the provincial government compound? Isn't that residence reserved for leaders of a certain rank? Lin Mo and his family, how do they qualify?" Upon hearing this, Wang Shijiji inadvertently furrowed his brow. He keenly sensed that Lin Mo's aunt did not seem to share a close relationship with Lin Mo's family. Otherwise, how could she pose such a lowbrow question? He concealed his thoughts and merely offered a perfunctory explanation, stating that Comrade Lin Mo was indeed qualified. Without further ado, he handed over the floor plan of another house to Lin Mo and continued with his introduction. The second option, located within the military family community of the Eastern Military Region headquarters, was also a standalone villa. It was significantly larger than the previous one, albeit situated in a more remote area, and living within the military community required adherence to military regulations, which would depend on their acceptance. Wang Shijiji's words were laced with intention. As the top official of Jiang Province, he was privy to certain insider information. He had long since concluded that Lin Mo's future was boundless. If he could cultivate a favorable relationship and arrange for Lin Mo's family to reside in the provincial government compound, he would be able to care for them, alleviating any concerns for Lin Mo, thereby securing a personal favor for himself while providing an explanation to the higher-ups. Moreover, the military family community, a standalone villa. Upon hearing about the second house, Li Chuanxiu felt a surge of jealousy. Her expression twisted, barely holding back her emotions. The provincial government compound and the Eastern Military Region family community were renowned in Jiang Province. No matter how wealthy a person might be, acquiring property in these 2 communities was an impossibility. Why? Simply because these 2 communities symbolized power and status. Chapter 46. Information unlocked. Online rumors crumble. Just mentioning the amenities of these communities reveals the stark contrast with other commercial housing. First and foremost, the property management. The personnel in these 2 communities are all state-funded employees from Huaxia, supported by specialized institutional departments. Additionally, the security checkpoints are unlike those in other commercial complexes, where retired gentlemen are hired as guards, preoccupied with collecting parking fees and evading responsibilities. The guards in these 2 communities are all elite soldiers from the Eastern Military Region. They stand guard 24 hours a day and patrol every evening. Furthermore, the community is equipped with a dedicated kindergarten and primary school, staffed by renowned teachers transferred from various regions. The most prestigious hospital in Jiang Province First Hospital, is conveniently located next door. Thinking of all this, Li Chuanxiu felt a bitterness that made her teeth grind. Why should they be entitled to such privileges? Their family's financial situation was 100 times better than that of Lin Mo's family. Yet gaining entry into these two communities was merely a dream. What right did Lin Mo's family have to reside in such a splendid community? Even if they were awarded a first-class merit, they would still lack the qualifications. Was it merely because they were associated with the top military district? At this moment, Li Chuanxiu suddenly recalled a previous news story, her eyes lighting up. She exclaimed, "Wang Shijiji, is it inappropriate for my nephew's family to live in these two communities?" The moment she uttered this, everyone present frowned. Li Chuanxiu, be quiet. Lin Jiqing's face changed dramatically as he hurriedly grasped Li Chuanxiu's arm, attempting to stop her from speaking further. However, Li Chuanxiu remained indifferent and continued. "I wonder if Wang Shuju has seen the news. My nephew is being condemned online. They say Lin Mo got into the Supreme Military District through backdoor connections. And the news has even reached trending status. Alas, I genuinely care for Lin Mo. If this continues, he might lose his job. I believe it would be wise to keep a low profile for their family's sake." Each utterance of Li Chuanxiu's purported concern for Lin Mo's family infuriated Lins Yuan and Liang Ying. They could hardly fathom that this sister-in-law, disregarding years of camaraderie, could harbor such malice. "Wang Shuju, do not heed her words." Lin Jiqing interjected, his countenance darkened, hastily attempting to salvage the situation. "My wife has always had some mental issues. My nephew has even received first-class merit, yet cannot enjoy these benefits?" Upon hearing Lin Jiqing's words, Li Chuanxiu intended to retort, but, noticing the leaders present remained silent, she mistakenly believed she had achieved her goal and chose to remain silent, smiling instead. With such impoverished members of the Lin family, do they truly expect to rise to prominence in this lifetime? Dream on. Meanwhile, Wang Shuju's expression soured slightly. He had surmised that Lin Mo's aunt harbored some discord with their family, yet never anticipated she would stab him in the back during this rare visit. At that moment, Deputy Commander Tang from the Eastern Military District spoke up. "Aunt of Lin Mo, you may have misunderstood some matters. Given General Lin's contributions to Huaxia, he not only qualifies for these benefits, but is profoundly deserving of even more. It's merely that his work involves state secrets and cannot be disclosed to the public." Deputy Commander Tang's gaze was piercing as he addressed Li Chuanxiu, enunciating each word deliberately. "Aunt of Lin Mo, let me offer you a piece of advice. The internet is never a realm of freedom, but rather a battlefield fraught with smoke and conflict. Every moment, there are uninformed citizens of Huaxia being manipulated by external hostile forces, becoming pawns to attack the nation's heroes and impede its development. And you, as a relative of General Lin, should discern right from wrong and not direct hostility towards your own." As a high-ranking leader of the Eastern Military District, Deputy Commander Tang was known for his fiery and straightforward demeanor. His emphatic words nearly pointed directly at Li Chuanxiu in reproach. Li Chuanxiu's complexion paled. "General Tang, I was merely concerned about Lin Mo after seeing the news." Simultaneously, Wang Shuju completed reviewing the urgent materials handed to him by Secretary Li and spoke with a smile. "Aunt of Lin Mo, there's no need for your worries now." Wang Shuju handed the materials to Lin Mo, and after he perused them, he passed them to Deputy Commander Tang with a smile, adding, "General Tang, it seems that the technology has been confirmed as mature, and the related information is no longer classified." Observing the details within the documents, Deputy Commander Tang appeared quite exhilarated. "The equipment is within reach." The others looked on in bewilderment. What were these leaders discussing? Wang Shuju chuckled as he explained to everyone, "Originally, this was classified information, but it appears the timing is now ripe. Just moments ago, the official Huaxia website released a news item stating that the research team from Huazhong University of Science and Technology has successfully broken through the core technology of individual exoskeleton armor. Comrade Lin Mo, as the principal advocate of the project, has been honored with the prestigious first-class merit medal by Huaxia. Following a thorough review by the Supreme Court of Huaxia, Comrade Lin Mo has been exceptionally promoted to the General Equipment Department of the Supreme Military Region, where he will serve as the head of scientific research projects. Truly, heroes are ageless, and wisdom knows no hierarchy. The rumors circulating online have been effectively dispelled. Upon hearing this news, everyone was left in a state of astonishment, realizing how Lin Mo had achieved this esteemed honor. "Lin Mo, you have made us proud. This is indeed a national-level project leader." The family rejoices in glory, and Lin Mo's parents and uncle, Lin Jiqing, were so overwhelmed with excitement that they struggled to articulate their feelings. His cousin, Lin Feihong, was equally elated. A military enthusiast, He had closely followed the developments of the individual exoskeleton technology. To discover that the remarkable exoskeleton armor showcased in the promotional video was crafted by his own cousin filled him with exhilaration. The prospect of experiencing it himself in the future was thrilling. Meanwhile, Li Chuanxiu appeared pale, her lips devoid of color, as she leaned against the sofa, unable to utter a single word. A few leaders expressed their sincere gratitude to Lin Mo once more. Before long, the clock struck 5 in the afternoon, prompting Lin Mo to speak with Wang Shui. Regarding the housing matter, I should first discuss it with my parents. Wang Shui smiled in response, of course. Just coordinate with Secretary Li. He will ensure everything is arranged. Shortly thereafter, the leaders departed from Lin Mo's residence. Yet, tranquility was short-lived as neighbors from the teachers' community, seeing the leaders leave, hurried over to offer their congratulations. Congratulations, Teacher Liang. Your family has truly struck it rich this time. Let me see this grand plaque hanging at your door. It's quite impressive, exclaimed one neighbor. Teacher Liang, my foolish son was also educated by you. Yisnt he is remarkable, as Lin Mo, laughed another. Lin Zhiyuan and Liang Ying exchanged pleasantries at the entrance, momentarily disregarding the rest of the family. Let us go. This is becoming unbearable. Let us not linger here. Lin Jiqing urged, pulling Li Chuanxiu along with Lin Feihong, as they navigated through the crowd. Li Chuanxiu appeared dazed, struggling to keep her balance. Be careful, Mom. Lin Feihong assisted her as they made their way unsteadily. Chapter 47. The holiday concludes. Off to the Chilean Satellite Launch Center. Lin Mo had no desire to engage in trivial conversations with the neighbors. Accompanied by Ren Shui and Lu Zhihui, he ascended from the 3rd floor to the rooftop terrace. Lin Mo, look, your topic is trending first on Weibo. Ren Shui handed her phone to Lin Mo. He glanced at it, noticing that the previous trending topic had vanished. Now, the headline dominating the trending news read, 21-year-old youth achieves scientific merit, awarded Huaxia first-class merit medal. Ding dong. At that moment, Lin Mo received a text from Li Jingwu, stating that the highest level of confidentiality regarding the individual exoskeleton armor had been lifted, effective immediately. All information pertaining to you is now fully declassified. Furthermore, the culprit has been apprehended. It was a professor from Waterwood University's journalism department who was engaging in underhanded activities. Not long ago, at Xuan Nu University, within the School of Journalism and Communication, a contingent of armed Dragon Army soldiers streamed through the doorway of Mi Yuren's office. Mi Yuren's pupils constricted sharply, and his confidential mobile device clattered to the floor. Just as he bent down to retrieve and conceal it, a Dragon Army officer, standing across from him, coolly interjected. Professor Mi Yuren, please place the device down. The officer approached Mi Yuren's desk, picked up the phone, extracted the SIM card, and handed it to a technician beside him. Within a minute, the technician excitedly reported, indeed, it's a signal from the American intelligence agency. Mi Yuren's eyes dimmed, and he slumped into his chair. The Dragon Army officer let out a derisive snort, fixing Mi Yuren with a contemptuous gaze, and declared, Mi Yuren, by order of the Supreme Military Region, I hereby arrest you on charges of espionage. The nation entrusted you with a prestigious position to educate and nurture, yet you have turned into a traitor to Huaxia. Truly shameless. Even if you escape this time unscathed, you shall spend the rest of your life in prison. The first day brought some minor disturbances, yet it did not impede the swift passage of the holiday. As the days went by, Lin Mo experienced an exceptionally fulfilling 7-day vacation. The first order of business was moving. After a night of deliberation, Lin's parents, brimming with excitement, hardly managed a decent night's sleep. Ultimately, they decided to relocate to the provincial government compound. This community is nestled in the bustling heart of Jiang City, with excellent amenities surrounding it. Lin Mo, possessing memories from a past life, was aware that within 5 to 6 years, property prices in this area would likely soar to at least 50,000 yuan per square meter. By then, this residence would possess an economic value of no less than 50 to 60 million. Owning a standalone villa in such a prime location would alleviate any financial concerns for his family. Once the decision was made, the move proceeded swiftly. The house was already furnished and equipped with high-end appliances. Should they desire to upgrade, they could do so gradually after settling in. Upon receiving Lin Mo's call, Secretary Li promptly organized a team, and within a day, they had completed the family's relocation. Lin Ziyuan and Liang Ying entered the courtyard and opened the front door. Gazing at the grand and opulent traditional Chinese decor, they stood in stunned silence. Liang Ying murmured, "Oh my, Wang Shuji previously said it was small, but this is immense. The first floor alone must be at least 200 square meters." Lin Ziyuan, equally mesmerized, remarked, "How on earth will we manage the cleaning?" Secretary Li chuckled and replied, "Uncle Lin, Aunt Liang, you need not worry at all. The provincial government will send personnel to clean regularly. Our Jiang province will certainly not neglect its meritorious individuals. Liang Ying nudged Lin Ziyuan, urging him to refrain from complaining. Having moved into such a spacious residence, was it not rather pretentious to lament over cleanliness? The only tinge of sadness for Liang Ying was the impending return to teaching at the 7th middle school after the summer break, which would complicate her daily commute. Would she be facing 2 to 3 hours of travel each day? However, she soon found solace in a solution. She could simply stay at their previous home during the weekdays and return to this residence on weekends. The neighborhood, where residents have lived together for over a decade or two, is filled with familiar faces. Now, with his son achieving such remarkable accomplishments for Huaxia, every outing brings a sense of pride. The feeling of fulfillment is simply overwhelming. If they were to move away and no longer hear the praises, wouldn't that be a pity? After relocating, Lin Mo transferred 1 million to the bank accounts of Lin Ziyuan and Liang Ying. Upon receiving the notification of their new balance, the elderly couple was utterly astonished. Having lived most of their lives, they had never encountered such a sum. Liang Ying hurriedly insisted on returning the money to Lin Mo. However, upon Lin Mo showing her the bank balance on his phone, she fell silent. To Lin Mo, 1 million was but a trifling sum. On the same night he sent money to his parents. Lin Mo intended to repay Ren Shui the previous 5 million. Ren Shui remained silent, merely displaying her bank balance to Lin Mo. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. As Lin Mo counted those 9 digits, he was taken aback. Just where did this wealthy lady come from? Ren Shui smiled mischievously and said guess. Lin Mo chuckled wryly. How about I just be your secretary instead? Ren Shui playfully stuck out her tongue. With your brilliant mind, money can't buy my happiness of staying by your side. Lin Mo regarded Ren Shui with suspicion, uncertain if this was her genuine sentiment. Based on past experiences, her thought process was indeed quite unconventional. He cautiously probed, are you really planning to follow me for a lifetime? Ren Shui replied with certainty, of course. He then asked, what if I get married? Her excitement was palpable. Are you suggesting 3 of us? Little Junior, if we are to live together as 3, you must find a partner who understands research, or else there will be no common ground. In today's Huaxia, finding such a partner is somewhat challenging. Would the boys be accepting of that? All right, stop. Lin Mo quickly interrupted. Forget I said anything. Observing Ren Shui's demeanor, which exuded an air of financial ease, he abandoned his plan to repay her, simultaneously feeling a flicker of curiosity about her background. Soon, the 7-day holiday came to an end. Accompanied by the leaders from Jiang province, Lin Mo and his team boarded a private plane, returning to the Supreme Military District's General Equipment Department. On the day of their return, Li Jingwu personally greeted them at the military airport, informing Lin Mo that the comprehensive research base for the Nantianmen Project was not situated at the General Equipment Department, but rather at the Longjun 22nd Aerospace Experimental Training Base in Huang Province, also known as the Tianshan Space Launch Site. Additionally, it bore a name well known to the people of Huagua, the Chilean Satellite Launch Center. Chapter 48. The Nation Unites. The Nantianmen Project officially launches. The following morning, Lin Mo, accompanied by a select group of capable individuals, once again boarded a private plane, heading towards the Chilean Satellite Launch Center in Huang Province. The center is a comprehensive aerospace development park, encompassing an area of several 100,000 acres, significantly larger than an ordinary county in Huaxia. Within it, there exists a small-town ambience, complete with public transportation, hospitals, supermarkets, and even schools, often referred to as the Tianshan Aerospace City. The launch center's park is dotted with numerous aerospace bases, featuring various missile and satellite launch sites, as well as research facilities dedicated to the development of diverse aerospace components. The primary project site of the South Gate Plan is located right in the heart of the Chilean Center, within the expansive No. 1 Aerospace Test Base. After more than 2 hours, the group arrived at the launch center's helipad. To Lin Mo's surprise, 3 senior leaders from the Supreme Military District of Huaxia had come, underscoring the importance the district placed on the South Gate Plan. Comrade Lin Mo, have you been able to rest well during this holiday? One of the leaders inquired with a handshake and a smile. Lin Mo jested, my bones have been itching. I've longed to engage in research. The leader chuckled, you rascal. Bayanian, the chief engineer of Huaxia's technological development, interjected, Comrade Lin Mo, all requirements for the Southgate Plan have essentially been prepared over the past 7 days. Let us hope our efforts this week are not in vain. Lin Mo nodded sincerely, rest assured. General Yun Feijia of the Air Force pointed southeast. Let us proceed to the aerospace base. Guided by the staff, the group boarded a shuttle bus headed towards the heart of the launch center's aerospace research base. Upon entering the facility, they were awestruck by the vast expanse, filled with countless cutting-edge engineering and mechanical devices. Towering mechanical towers reaching several dozen meters high, massive gantry cranes weighing over 10,000 tons, and numerous researchers and engineers busily engaged in their tasks surrounded them. The base was divided into sections based on modules, encompassing research areas for aircraft, rockets, and satellites, as well as development zones for launch vehicles and rocket engines. On the northern wall of the aerospace base hung a large blue banner with white letters proclaiming the Southgate Plan. As they entered, several project leaders were already awaiting them, 3 of whom were familiar to Lin Mo. Lan Mingsheng, the director of the Materials Physics Research Center, approached with a smile. I didn't expect a collaboration opportunity to arise so soon. Ha ha ha. Beside him stood Xiang Guangming, the director of the Nuclear Power Operation Research Institute, along with Lin Mo's mentor, Ai Chongfeng, the current chief engineer of the National Nuclear Power Operation Research Institute. Mentor, academician Lan, academician Xiang. Lin Mo greeted them with a smile. The core of the Southgate Plan revolves around the development of aerospace combat aircraft. With 2 critical technologies, alloy materials and power engines, precisely the primary research focus of these 2 academicians' institutes. Ai Chongfeng patted Lin Mo on the shoulder and affectionately ruffled Ren Xue's hair, feeling immensely gratified. He realized that Huaxia's most significant scientific research project, the Southgate Plan, was indeed spearheaded by Lin Mo, akin to the exhilarating sensation of winning a lottery jackpot. Comrade Jingwu, please introduce the details, the leader instructed. Li Jingwu nodded and began to introduce several senior leaders to Lin Mo, individuals who would assist him in his endeavors. First among them was a middle-aged man dressed in uniform, standing prominently amidst the crowd. He was Yi Xiangtian, the chairman of China Aerospace Science and Technology Corporation. Yi greeted. Chief Engineer Lin, all the essential materials and personnel for the Nantianmen Project are provided by our Aerospace Technology Group. Should you require anything during the course of your work, please do not hesitate to inform me. Thank you, Chairman Yi. Lin Mo expressed his gratitude. Li Jingwu proceeded to introduce the second individual, an elderly gentleman with a full head of white hair, clad in a white research coat. This distinguished figure was Pangu, the chief designer of the China National Space Administration. Many of China's aerospace advancements, including manned spaceflight, lunar rovers, and space stations, bore his contributions. Peng waved his hand and said, "Please do not refer to me as Chief Designer Peng. From now on, Comrade Lin Mo is the sole chief designer. According to the hierarchy, you may call me Chief Engineer Peng." With a smile, he added, "Chief Engineer Lin, it appears that you share quite a serendipitous connection with my 2 brothers." At this remark, Lin Mo felt somewhat perplexed. When had he ever met this leader's siblings? Li Jingwu clarified, "Chief Engineer Peng's brother is Peng Hao, the dean of Xuan Nu University, whom you met previously. You have secured the chief designer positions of 2 consecutive projects from the Peng brothers. If that isn't fate, then what is?" Realization dawned on Lin Mo, as he had already gathered information about Peng Hao from Li Jingwu in recent days. He glanced at the other leaders, astonished that such a significant project would involve placing the brother of a rival as his deputy. Was this an indication that they sought to challenge his comfort? Peng Yu, sensing Lin Mo's potential misgivings, quickly interjected, "Chief Engineer Lin, please do not misunderstand. I have often expressed my disagreements with Peng Hao's ideas, and we have had our share of disputes. I must sincerely thank you for enabling Peng Hao to reconsider his stance and sever ties with the Eagle Nation, while still retaining his position. Moreover, being entrusted as a deputy in a major national research project is a testament to the organization's confidence in him, regardless of personal disputes. They must be set aside. This conviction has been with me since I embarked on my research journey 40 years ago." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo felt a surge of admiration. This was the perspective and magnanimity of seasoned researchers. Thus, Lin Mo respectfully responded, "Chief Engineer Peng, your dedication and remarkable contributions to China's aerospace endeavors deserve my heartfelt gratitude." Under Li Jingwu's guidance, the remaining leaders were introduced in turn. After a brief exchange, the staff summoned all research personnel to gather in the central open area of the research base. The leaders announced, "It is time to commence the project launch meeting." All senior executives ascended the platform in the designated order. The representative of the highest military district of China officially declared the initiation of the Nantianmen Project, appointing Lin Mo as the chief designer and Peng Yu as the chief engineer, the second in command. The announcement from the China Aerospace Science and Technology Corporation has pledged comprehensive logistical support for the Southgate Project. Amidst a wave of applause, the Southgate initiative has ignited with fervor. Chapter 49, The Eruption of Potential. Exchange for Brain Domain Development Gene Supplements. At 2 o'clock that afternoon, Lin Mo convened all senior leaders from the project teams in the grand conference room of the aerospace base for a brainstorming session focused on the design of the aerospace fighter. The aim was to unify thoughts and actions. During the meeting, an intense discussion ensued regarding the design concepts and intricate details of the aerospace fighter, lasting over 8 hours. The participants even dined while deliberating, concluding their discussions well past 11 o'clock at night. Upon exiting the conference room, everyone felt a lingering excitement. Comprising the finest technical talents in China, they understood that aviation and aerospace are entirely distinct fields, each fraught with numerous technical challenges. However, Lin Mo astounded them by providing precise solutions and strategies for each of the challenges bridging the two domains. His imaginative ideas left everyone in awe, expressing profound gratitude for the insights gained. Consequently, their confidence in Lin Mo and the Southgate Project soared. Early the next morning, Lin Mo urgently called for a mobilization meeting to delineate specific tasks for the forthcoming work. Some senior leaders, still exhilarated from the previous night's discussions, appeared with dark circles under their eyes, having hardly slept. Unfazed, Lin Mo announced the formation of 7 teams, demanding that each group expediently prepare the foundational work for the project within the stipulated timeline. Initially, some attendees felt drowsy, but upon hearing the daunting distribution of tasks and deadlines, their fatigue evaporated. Lan Mingxing managed a wry smile, exclaiming, "Chief Engineer Lin, are you trying to work us to death? Is such urgency truly necessary?" According to Lin Mo's directives, Lan was tasked with overseeing the materials smelting team, which was to complete the alloy materials for all components of the aerospace fighter within 5 days. Even with relentless effort, such a feat seemed unattainable with the current manpower. Other team leaders voiced their concerns, primarily regarding the overwhelming pressure. Lin Mo responded decisively, stating, "If additional personnel are needed, let Chairman Yi dispatch them as required. The tasks must be completed on time." Hearing Lin Mo's unwavering tone, many furrowed their brows, unable to comprehend why he insisted on compressing a workload that typically required 2 to 3 months into a mere week. Such pressure seemed unreasonable. However, Lin Mo's subsequent words left everyone speechless. "In 5 days, I will present the design blueprints and technical manuals for the aerospace fighter." Everyone exchanged incredulous glances. Producing the fighter's blueprints and technical manuals within 5 days? Could they truly believe what they were hearing? Pangu could not contain himself, asking, "Chief Engineer Lin, don't you need our cooperation for the design blueprints and technical manuals?" Lin Mo replied, perplexed, "When did I ever state that your cooperation was necessary?" Pangu suppressed the flicker of frustration within and patiently articulated, "Developing a fighter aircraft is an immense undertaking. Each component necessitates distinct knowledge and technology, requiring multiple research teams to collaborate. Chief Engineer Lin, this endeavor is vastly different from that of an individual exoskeleton armor. Even the most brilliant genius cannot single-handedly design it. Moreover, time is of the essence. Might you reconsider and reorganize the distribution of tasks?" Through yesterday's seminar, Pangu had come to recognize Lin Mo as an extraordinary prodigy. However, Lin Mo had yet to engage in large-scale research projects and was unaware of the arduousness and complexity inherent in such grand endeavors, which was understandable. As his deputy, it was essential for him to provide reminders and corrections. Seeing Lin Mo deep in thought, Pangu sighed in relief, believing he had accepted his counsel. To his dismay, Lin Mo's next words nearly caused him to choke. "You are correct, Chief Engineer Pang. The timeline is indeed rather short. Let us revise it to 7 days. Extending everyone's deadlines by 2 days. Pangu grew increasingly anxious. "Did you comprehend what I was conveying?" Lin Mo waved his hand, interrupting, "It's merely a design blueprint. I can manage it alone. I expect that before I present the design drawings and technical manuals, your foundational work will be entirely complete. I do not wish to be left waiting with the design in hand while you prepare." With this declaration, no one dared to voice further objections. They clenched their teeth and accepted the task. The most challenging aspects of the South Skygate project, namely, the design blueprints and technical manuals, had now been entrusted solely to Lin Mo. What further complaints could they muster? Pangu gritted his teeth, suppressing the words he yearned to say, now viewing Lin Mo as a naive youth. After all, there were only 7 days when the inevitable challenges arose. Lin Mo would surely return to heed his advice. Thus, within the research base that gathered the majority of China's aerospace talents, a fervent mobilization commenced. Lin Mo, as the principal leader, embodied the spirit of relentless dedication. He subsisted within the laboratory, with mere 3 to 4 hours of sleep each day, garnering the admiration of all. Under the leadership of such a committed head, everyone was inspired to emulate his fervor. The entire base seemed to have pressed an acceleration button. Each researcher and engineer oscillated between sleeping and working, even dining at their posts, with urgency in their every step. Forget the 996 work schedule. Nearly everyone had transformed into a 007 work regime. Such a scene would bring tears to capitalists, compel the Judeans to kneel, and evoke guilt in the wealthy elite. 3 days later, at precisely midnight, while Lin Mo was engrossed in designing the aircraft blueprints using drafting software, a crisp system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Daily prestige value settlement. You have successfully uplifted the spirits of the Chinese populace, enhancing the nation's fortune, and earned 745 prestige points. Current prestige value, 60. 123, Sky Sovereign Stage. Lin Mo felt a surge of joy within. At last, he had accumulated enough. After the Dragon Army Festival, the official announcement of the individual exoskeleton armor technology not only instilled fear in external hostile forces, but also greatly boosted the confidence of the Chinese people. The prestige value rewards, calculated daily at midnight, surged from over 300 to more than 700. After accumulating for over 10 days, Lin Mo finally amassed 60,000 prestige points, sufficient to exchange for the White Dragon Strategist Gene Supplement for brain domain development. Host, do you confirm the use of 60,000 prestige points to exchange for the White Dragon Strategist Brain Domain Development Gene Supplement? Lin Mo silently affirmed in his heart, yes. Congratulations, exchange successful. Current prestige points, 123, Sky Sovereign Stage. A faint glow flickered. A milky white gene supplement, contained in an unknown apparatus, materialized in Lin Mo's hand. Chapter 50. The Eagle Saw Starlink Plan leaves no secrets for China. The gene supplement appeared as a liquid, measuring less than 1 milliliter. Lin Mo took a deep breath, twisted off the safety cap, and injected the syringe into his arm. The gene supplement was instantly absorbed into his muscles. Contrary to his expectations, there was no pain. Instead, it felt akin to being injected with a stimulant. Within 10 minutes, the fatigue from several nights of insufficient sleep vanished completely. This was the sensation he craved. Lin Mo's spirits soared, as if he had been invigorated, his body bursting with energy. That very night, after injecting the brain domain development supplement, Lin Mo forwent sleep and plunged directly into work. For 3 consecutive days, he stayed awake, accumulating no more than 2 hours of sleep. This gene supplement was truly a dream elixir for a research enthusiast. Lin Mo's grueling schedule left some researchers, who had initially intended to challenge him in terms of diligence, in tears on the spot. In the Eagle Sauce Black Palace, President Xuan Nu sat with his legs crossed at his desk. Before him stood Defense Minister Charles and Director of the Intelligence Agency Smith. Defense Minister Charles, holding a stack of documents, reported to Xuan Nu, the Eagle Sauce delegation currently negotiating with China has just returned with news. Although China has agreed to a technology exchange, they are demanding an exorbitant price. The cost of acquiring the complete individual exoskeleton armor technology is prohibitive. After a brief pause, Charles continued his report. However, based on a comprehensive assessment from our research department, we do not need to acquire all the technology at once. We only need to exchange for some key supporting sub-technologies. The rest we can develop ourselves. Furthermore, China has agreed to exchange the supporting sub-technologies. Xuan Nu chuckled dismissively, remarking, indeed, the foolish Chinese. With Eagle Sauce's formidable technological prowess, we only need to obtain a few crucial supporting sub-technologies, and our great Eagle Sauce scientists will undoubtedly be able to create exoskeleton armor that surpasses theirs. Charles responded with excitement. Your insight is remarkable, sir. At present, our primary objective is to acquire the newly developed alloy material technology from Huaxia. Once we secure this, our research department can embark on a technological breakthrough. As long as we possess this innovative alloy, we are bound to achieve significant advancements based on the original exoskeleton armor. Xuan Nu smiled and remarked, indeed, Charles, but the terms of exchange require further negotiation. Charles produced an exchange list, presenting it to Xuan Nu with both hands, and explained. If we are to exchange solely for the new alloy material technology, Huaxia seeks 3 main items in return, as outlined in this list. The most critical of these is the lifting of trade restrictions on rare metals. Many rare metals are strategic resources that we, the Eagle Nation, currently monopolize. Xuan Nu scrutinized the exchange list, his finger resting on the foremost metal. He pondered. I recall your previous report mentioning that patterned steel is a crucial metal for our exoskeleton armor, is it not? Indeed, Charles exclaimed, surprised by Xuan Nu's sharp memory. Sir, their inclusion of this metal indicates its necessity for the armor. Without hesitation, Xuan Nu brandished his pen and crossed out the patterned steel. This metal shall not be exchanged, and we will intensify our monopoly on it. Other materials may have their trade permissions relaxed, but with limitations. As for the other two exchange conditions, one involves enhancing civilian technological exchanges, and the other pertains to the repatriation of detained Huaxia scholars and merchants. These minor matters can certainly be agreed upon. Let the negotiation team proceed. Charles saluted. Yes, sir. After organizing the technical exchange arrangements, Xuan Nu turned to Director Smith of the Eagle Nation's Intelligence Bureau. Smith, it's your turn. Smith presented a dossier, stating, "This is supplementary information regarding Lin Mo, sir." Once Xuan Nu had perused the document, Smith spoke with grave seriousness. Huaxia has placed Lin Mo under close protection. Our personnel find it exceedingly difficult to even catch a glimpse of him. Moreover, according to the latest intelligence, Huaxia has mobilized over 80 of its aerospace research resources within a mere week, urgently launching an unprecedented national-level research initiative named the Southern Gate Project. This project, as commencement, is closely tied to Lin Mo. Xuan Nu furrowed his brow. Is there no opportunity to eliminate him? Smith shook his head decisively. Huaxia currently resembles an impenetrable fortress. Opportunities are scarce. Upon hearing this, Xuan Nu felt a surge of frustration. Why must a genius emerge from Huaxia? Why could this genius not be from the Eagle Nation? Damn it. A glint of malice flashed in Xuan Nu's eyes as he slammed the table, declaring, regardless of the circumstances, Smith, anyone who threatens the dominion of the Eagle Nation over Blue Star must perish. We must seize the opportunity to eliminate Lin Mo. Defense Minister Charles interjected. The most crucial matter now is to swiftly ascertain the nature of the Southern Gate Project that Huaxia has initiated. He gestured to Smith, who promptly submitted a proposal to Xuan Nu. Sir, this is a request for defense funding from the Pentagon. We aim to expedite the Starlink project in the Eastern Hemisphere. Xuan Nu inquired with confusion. Isn't the Starlink project developed by Musk's ex-company? What relevance does it hold for our new initiative in Huaxia? Charles elucidated, my lord. Space projects transcend ordinary scientific research endeavors. The components developed are often colossal, and testing typically necessitates outdoor environments. By strategically positioning a sufficient number of spy satellites in the Eastern Hemisphere, we can monitor the advancements and specific movements of the Southgate project in real time. The detailed implementation plan is thoroughly outlined in the proposal you possess. Upon hearing this, Xuan Nu experienced a moment of clarity and promptly delved into the proposal he held. The more he examined the Starlink initiative, the more he found it commendable, and without hesitation, he signed his name with a fountain pen. After returning the proposal to Smith, Xuan Nu rose, leaned against the desk with both hands, and fixed an intense gaze upon the two individuals opposite him, stating, I entrust this matter to you. I approve all funding. Contact Musk and ensure that X company fully collaborates with you, shifting the focus of the Starlink project to the Eastern Hemisphere. Utilizing our military base in the Chicken Basin, we must not only launch expeditions promptly, but also maximize the number of launches. I intend for Huaxia to harbor no secrets. Chapter 51, a deadline of 1 month. Expedite the development of the Xuan Nu fighter. At the Chilean Satellite Launch Center, within the No. 1 aerospace base. The time had come on the final evening of the task deadline. The leaders of 7 teams sat quietly in the grand conference room, awaiting Lin Mo's arrival. The grueling 7-day schedule had left each of them with a hint of weariness. Fortunately, everyone had successfully completed their tasks that day. Soon, Lin Mo entered the grand conference room with an invigorated demeanor, a thick stack of documents in hand. Observing Lin Mo's spirited appearance, everyone collectively sighed in relief. Pangu remarked with exasperation, Chief Engineer Lin, your superhuman ability to forego sleep is incomparable. Truly, the comparison was infuriating. Initially, Lin Mo had averaged less than 2 hours of sleep per day, causing concern among his colleagues regarding his health. No matter how youthful one may be, such self-exploitation is unsustainable. Maintaining such a relentless pace significantly increases the risk of sudden cardiac arrest. Consequently, the upper management of the project urged Lin Mo to ensure at least 5 hours of sleep each day. They were loath to see a prodigious talent perish prematurely. However, to everyone's frustration, Lin Mo acquiesced verbally, yet spent the night working tirelessly. In desperation, they enlisted Ai Chongfeng, Lin Mo's closest confidant, to address him. That morning, in front of everyone, Ai Chongfeng chastised Lin Mo vehemently. Lin Mo, do not presume upon your youth to act recklessly. You've only slept 2 hours in 3 days. Do you intend to cultivate immortality? If you continue this way, you'll be dead on the job within a month. It's utterly foolish. Yet, even with Ai Chongfeng's intervention, Lin Mo remained unyielding, asserting that no one understood sudden death better than he did, leaving everyone exasperated yet amused. Aware that this concern stemmed from their care for him, Lin Mo sought a solution to avoid further trouble. He specifically invited a team of expert medical professionals within the base to monitor his sleep quality and health status using instruments after he fell asleep. Following an hour of sleep monitoring, the expert team ultimately concluded that Lin Mo possesses an extraordinary talent for sleep. He is able to enter deep sleep within 10 seconds of closing his eyes, achieving the restorative effects of 6 hours of sleep in just 1 hour. Upon learning this conclusion, everyone was utterly convinced. Can such a peculiar gift truly exist in this world? Is he not the chosen worker? In the conference room, Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle at the weary yet envious expressions of those around him. The genetic supplement, acquired for 60,000 prestige points, was no trivial matter. He tossed all the technical documents to Pangu, instructing him to distribute them to the heads of other project teams for circulation. It was time to convene. After receiving the materials, Pangu, without even glancing at them, promptly began to distribute them, somewhat dismissively. He firmly believed that despite Lin Mo's relentless efforts, 7 days was still too short a time, and at best, he could only summarize the design concepts. Numerous technical details and the massive technical challenges that lay ahead would require the collective strength of the entire team to overcome during the actual tasks. Nevertheless, even so, for a national-level large-scale research project like the Nantianmen Plan, this was a monumental advancement. The path ahead was now clearly visible. As Pangu pondered, sudden gasps echoed throughout the conference room. Good heavens, how could such a genius design exist? A true genius. The way he had ingeniously resolved the issue of energy loss in the propulsion engine was astounding. How could I not think of that? It was simply extraordinary. The terrifying hardness values, along with the metal fatigue data. How could such alloy materials possibly exist? Clearly, the design blueprints had left them profoundly shocked, with some individuals unable to contain their emotions, beginning to stutter. Pangu's curiosity was immediately piqued. Let me see that. He snatched a design blueprint and accompanying technical manual from someone nearby. The more he examined it, the more astonished and excited he became. Even his words began to tremble with emotion. Ingenious, truly ingenious. The unbelievable design was nothing short of futuristic technology that transcended the times. It was, without a doubt, a marvel in the annals of aerospace technology. Everyone was enveloped in a prolonged state of shock. No one could have imagined, nor dared to think, that Lin Mo had refined the various supporting technical designs to such an extent in just 7 days. It is worth noting that this involved over 200 supporting sub-technologies, each pertaining to entirely different fields of knowledge. Could such a genius truly exist in this world? An hour later, as everyone finished passing around the materials with lingering anticipation, they finally emerged from their shock, excitement, and exhilaration. Tears glistened in each person's eyes, filled with fervent admiration as they gazed at Lin Mo. Leaning back in his chair, Lin Mo smiled and said, "So, I did not deceive you, did I?" Pangu wiped away his tears, first gazing at Lin Mo with a complex yet reverent expression. He then rose to his feet, leading the assembly in a bow, exclaiming, "Master Lin, your genius is unparalleled. Under your guidance, we shall undoubtedly forge history and create miracles." The others followed suit, rising with tear-filled eyes to bow in unison. "Master Lin, your genius is unparalleled." With the mature design blueprints and technology at their disposal, they merely needed to follow the plans, and soon, a transcendent aerospace fighter would be born within Blue Star. The annals of history would be crafted by their hands. The attendees had devoted their lifetimes to research. Their ultimate aspiration was nothing less than the development of cutting-edge technology that transcended the era. Most were no longer young. The average age of the seasoned researchers present exceeded 50, and the likelihood of achieving their lifelong dreams seemed exceedingly slim. Yet now, under Lin Mo's leadership, the dreams they thought unattainable would soon become reality. If not for the design blueprints laid before them, they would scarcely dare to believe in the authenticity of it all. An authoritative designer who had previously worked on the 6th-generation fighter exclaimed with fervor, "The technical hurdles of the 6th-generation aircraft have been flawlessly addressed in Master Lin's technical documentation. Does this not imply that our nation's 6th-generation fighters are poised for mass production?" A senior engineer nearby laughed and chided, "Have you lost your senses? Master Lin is guiding us in the development of aerospace fighters, which transcend numerous generations. We should indeed be counting from the 7th generation. Do not cling to your outdated 6th-generation thoughts." Chapter 52, The Shameless Huaxia People. All the rare metals are gone. The aircraft designer slapped his forehead, excitement radiating from him. "I was foolish. Ha ha ha. I truly was foolish." Their words were filled with anticipation for the future and profound respect for Lin Mo unbeknownst to them. A heartfelt reverence and admiration for Lin Mo began to blossom within everyone. Just days prior, some had harbored doubts about Lin Mo's youth, lack of research experience, and inexperience with large-scale projects. From this moment forward, such foolish thoughts would no longer linger. Sensing the palpable change in atmosphere, Lin Mo felt immensely satisfied and smiled. Ladies and gentlemen, having reviewed the design blueprints and technical manuals, do you have any opinions? The crowd responded in chorus, no objections. Not a single objection. Agreed. Lin Mo nodded and continued. Since there are no objections to the design blueprints, I hereby officially announce that the project is entering its second phase, the subdevelopment stage. We will now proceed with specific task allocations, and each group will undergo adjustments. After approximately half an hour, Lin Mo detailed the tasks for the subdevelopment. He stipulated that all fighter components must yield at least 10 units, ideally aiming for 20 or more. For the more fragile components, he insisted on producing hundreds in advance to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. Lin Mo's goal was to ensure that during the final assembly phase, more than 5 aerospace fighters could be assembled in one go. In this manner, the effectiveness of the mass production and deployment of the aerospace combat aircraft could be assessed in advance. Observing the excitement and eagerness of the crowd, Lin Mo smiled and declared, the deadline for the task is 1 month. Does anyone have any questions? Unlike the previous reluctance, all the group leaders enthusiastically responded in unison. No problems. The experience of toiling with a clear objective differs vastly from that of laboring aimlessly. Subsequently, the aerospace research base was engulfed in a fervent atmosphere. Each individual dedicated themselves tirelessly to their work. To mitigate any unforeseen incidents among the researchers, Yi Xiangtian, responsible for logistics, even hired a group of renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners from various regions. During the researchers' brief moments of respite, they alleviated their fatigue through acupuncture, physiotherapy, and herbal baths. Lin Mo, of course, was not idle. He immersed himself in every task, personally overseeing operations for both large components and small parts, even engaging in hands-on development. Although his workload exceeded that of anyone else, Lin Mo's energy remained remarkably abundant. In terms of mental and physical condition, he was likely the most robust individual at the entire aerospace base, evoking both admiration and envy from his peers. Soon, under the collaborative efforts of the finest research teams in Huaxia, the developmental phase of the Nantianmen Project yielded gratifying results. Announcement: the first aircraft power engine has been successfully developed. Announcement: the first aircraft aerodynamic device has been successfully developed. Announcement: the first right-wing component of the aircraft has been successfully developed. Each announcement was broadcasted throughout the aerospace base, invigorating the researchers and engineers, who felt a surge of motivation with every piece of good news. While the Nantianmen Project progressed with great vigor, the Eagle Sauce Nation was also occupied. The most significant endeavor was negotiating a technical exchange regarding new alloy materials with Huaxia. During this month, the negotiation teams from both countries engaged in repeated discussions but failed to reach a consensus on the terms of the technological exchange. The primary reason was Huaxia's unwavering stance, demanding exorbitant terms without compromise. Consequently, President Xuan Nu erupted in frustration, nearly abandoning the negotiations and considering mobilizing allied nations to exert pressure on Huaxia. Just as Eagle Sauce's patience was on the verge of depletion, Huaxia seemed to sense the tension and finally relented, swiftly reaching a technical exchange agreement. The Eagle Sauce negotiation team was almost moved to tears at the moment. These Huaxia individuals were truly exasperating. After acquiring the alloy material technology, the Eagle Sauce Research Department promptly delved into the technological challenges of exoskeleton armor. President Xuan Nu and the high-ranking officials of Eagle Sauce brimmed with confidence, believing that with their nation's superior scientific prowess, gaining even a glimpse of Huaxia's exoskeleton armor technology would lead to rapid breakthroughs. Those foolish Huaxia individuals would soon pay the price for their arrogance. They all awaited good news from the research department. Regrettably, they not only awaited favorable news, but were instead met with disheartening revelations that could provoke an outpouring of frustration. In the capital of the Eagle Nation, the minister of the Scientific Research Department, with a voice tinged with despair, lamented to all Eagle legislators, including Lord Xuan Nu, esteemed legislators. The audacity of Huaxia knows no bounds. The essential metallic raw material for this new alloy is rare metal. Some legislators, lacking technical understanding, were bewildered, questioning its relevance. Since we have acquired the alloy technology, cannot we simply proceed with the development? The director of the Resource Bureau, standing beside the minister, interjected furiously, "Honorable legislators, rare metals are a strategic resource, yet Huaxia monopolizes over 90 of the rare metal reserves on Blue Star." The legislators finally grasped the gravity of the situation. erupting in outrage. Damn it! How outrageous! Those shameless Waxians. They understood why Huaxiao was so eager to engage in technological exchanges. It was a trap laid for them. Some legislators, regaining composure, posed a question. Isn't there still 10 left? Given that it is a strategic resource, have we not made prior reserves over the years? Is this how your resource bureau fulfills its duties? The director's expression darkened considerably. The minister interjected, esteemed legislators, of the remaining 10 of rare metal resources. Over 70 lies within the territory of the Northern Bear Nation. Less than 30 of the rare metal reserves are on our soil. The questioning legislator slumped back in resignation. The good news was that 10 of the rare metal resources were not within Huaxiao's borders. The bad news was that the majority resided in the territory of a formidable adversary. Furthermore, the extraction of rare metals proved exceptionally challenging. Apart from Huaxiao, Whe, the director of the Resource Bureau, pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. Xuan Nu, it is exceedingly difficult, yet the preliminary research should suffice. However, to achieve large-scale production and deployment is undoubtedly impossible. Xuan Nu inquired further, can we exploit the rare metal resources within our own territory? Yes, came the reply. But the extraction costs are exorbitantly high. With a decisive thump on the table, Xuan Nu declared, as long as there is a need, we shall bear any cost. He entrusted this matter to the Resource Bureau, insisting that research must not be interrupted. Turning to the Minister of the Research Department, he added, have you heard? As long as your research remains unaffected, you shall have 1 month to achieve a technological breakthrough. The minister's expression shifted. And just as he was about to voice an objection, he felt a chill upon meeting Xuan Nu's fierce gaze. Xuan Nu enunciated each word with a menacing clarity. If you wish to retain your position as Minister of Research. The minister swallowed hard and stammered, yes, boss. Xuan Nu surveyed the assembly, his tone icy as he declared. The nation of Huaxia is despicable, shameless, filthy, and repugnant. Yet, we must concede that their recent technological exchange adheres to international trade regulations. It can only be said that we, the Eagle Nation, have suffered a silent loss. After a brief pause, he smiled with a ruthless gleam, raising his hands high. Ladies and gentlemen, when has the Eagle Nation ever suffered a loss in the past few centuries? The members of the Eagle Nation rose, shouting with fervor. We must retaliate. We must take revenge. Xuan Nu motioned for silence, then turned to Defense Minister Charles. Charles, present. He commanded, his voice laced with lethal intent. First, I demand that Huaxiao lift restrictions on rare metal trading. Within Smith chuckled, remarking that according to their Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they are currently expressing resolute protests and engaging in serious negotiations with us, the Eagle Nation. Xuan Nu laughed lightly and continued to instruct, urging them to persist in their protests and negotiations while we continue launching our satellites. My demand is for our military satellites to be strewn across the space orbits of the Eastern Hemisphere. Meanwhile, as night deepened over the Eastern Hemisphere, in the Supreme Military District of Huaxia, Air Force Commander Yun Feijia gazed at the information regarding the Eagle Nation in his hands and couldn't help but burst into laughter. This ultimate strategy is truly brilliant. Ha! The leader spoke coolly, noting that the Eagle Nation has suffered a significant silent loss, and retaliation is imminent. Yun Feijia scoffed, asserting that it would be nothing more than the usual tactics. Let them come. Despite his casual tone, his brow furrowed slightly. The Eagle Nation's retaliation will undoubtedly not be simple or easy. Bayanian rapped the table and said coldly, colleagues, the greatest crisis we currently face is not the retaliation from the Eagle Nation, but rather the Starlink project. Commander Peng, please elaborate on the specifics. Commander of the Huaxia Space Agency, Peng Tao, nodded and opened the documents before him, reporting, in the past month, the Eagle Nation has launched 100 satellites in the Eastern Hemisphere via the Guangdao base, claiming it to be the Starlink project. Although the Eagle Nation publicly promotes these as communication satellites, we cannot ascertain whether they are indeed communication satellites or military reconnaissance satellites. If all 100 are reconnaissance satellites, they could collectively capture images, potentially producing semi-high-definition pictures, allowing us to see even the flowers and grass on the ground. It is as if we have a high-definition camera operating continuously over the heads of every Huaxia citizen. Upon hearing this, the leader's expressions changed dramatically. Peng Tao continued, his face stern. Leaders, we have repeatedly engaged in serious protests and negotiations with the Eagle Nation, but to little avail. Not only have they completely ignored us, but they have also launched an additional 30 satellites within the past week. If this continues, any secrets of Huaxia will be laid bare. The threat to us is indeed immense. Chapter 54, Major Breakthrough in the Southgate Project. After hearing the report from the space agency, the room fell silent. All the leaders furrowed their brows, contemplating countermeasures. After a while, Yun Feijia was the first to speak, asking, "Can we take them down?" Peng Tao replied helplessly. To destroy foreign satellites is tantamount to declaring war. Yun Feijia slammed the table in frustration, exclaiming, "Are we to simply allow them to launch satellites while we stand idly by?" Peng Tao had no words to counter. According to current international law and the Outer Space Treaty, the Eagle Nation's satellite launches in the Eastern Hemisphere, while bordering on provocative, do not fundamentally violate international regulations. Moreover, the Eagle Nation claims that the Starlink project aims to enhance the quality of global satellite communication services, asserting that all launch satellites are communication satellites. Such implausible claims would not be believed by any nation, yet they nonetheless comply with international rules. The leader solemnly stated, "What of declaring war? Concerning the security of our great nation and the dignity of our people, should conflict arise, we shall spare no effort." Upon hearing these words, most attendees nodded in agreement. At that moment, a leader, with a slightly frosty tone, interjected, "Ladies and gentlemen, the Southern Heavenly Gate project in Huang Province is progressing rapidly, with continuous good news. Are we certain we wish to engage in conflict at this juncture? Heed my advice. In times like these, it is paramount to discern the weight of our actions." Although he did not explicitly mention the word restraint, the implication was clear to all. The Southern Heavenly Gate project is a scientific endeavor critical to our nation's fate. And this is indeed the most pivotal moment. No matter how vehement the reactions from the Eagle Nation may be, they must not impede the advancement of this project. We must provide unwavering support. The conference room fell into a profound silence. At that moment, the senior leader spoke. "Let us first engage in dialogue with the Eagle Nation." He continued, "Do not forget, Comrade Lin Mo's ultimate strategy is but a series of interconnected schemes." His words ignited a spark of realization among all present. Yun Feijia slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Indeed, the intelligent behavioral adaptation system." The leader elaborated, "The delegation from the Eagle Nation has once again approached us for negotiations. What they seek to exchange is precisely this system. Perhaps we could extend an offer to them. Negotiations may proceed, but during this period, the Eagle Nation must suspend the launch of Starlink satellites in the Eastern Hemisphere." Yun Feijia nodded in agreement, recognizing that while it merely delays the matter, this approach is the most prudent. The leader remarked, "What we require now is time." Following thorough deliberation, the leader's decision garnered unanimous consent from all present. Thus, the discussion regarding the Eagle Nation's threats reached a conclusion. Everyone marveled at how Comrade Lin Mo's research yielded numerous subtechnologies, with merely two proving pivotal national strategies capable of extricating our nation from peril. This clearly underscores that cutting-edge technology is our most invaluable asset. The meeting resumed, and after deliberating several other topics, the Secretary-General rushed into the conference hall, presenting an urgent report from Guanghan Province. The leader glanced at the beginning of the report, unable to suppress his delight, and stood to announce, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have splendid news. The Southern Heavenly Gate project has made a groundbreaking advancement." "What?" Everyone gasped in astonishment. The leader, brimming with joy, continued, "Comrade Peng Yu's urgent report states that the first prototype of the aerospace fighter has officially completed assembly this afternoon." Upon hearing this, the entire conference hall erupted in disbelief. Impossible. Wasn't it merely a month ago that we were in the development phase? How could assembly be completed in just a few days? Is the technology sufficiently mature? We must not rush in such a critical period. The leader meticulously read the report, growing increasingly elated, but upon reaching the conclusion, his expression abruptly shifted, and he exclaimed, "How dare Lin Mo?" Others exchanged perplexed glances. Bayani furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is the matter?" The leader passed the report to others, maintaining a serious demeanor, and stated, "This young man intends to conduct the ignition test flight first thing tomorrow morning. Furthermore, he wishes to be the test pilot." "What?" Everyone was taken aback. "We must prevent this." Bayani rose abruptly. The audacity of a researcher to attempt a test flight of a newly developed prototype was tantamount to courting death. The leadership swiftly reached a decision. The meeting was adjourned, and all other topics were postponed. "Tomorrow, I shall personally inspect the situation." The next morning, the winds of Huang Province carried a chill. The stark contrast between day and night was palpable in the northwestern region, which had distinctly entered autumn. According to the Blue Star Huaxia calendar, today marked the Mid-Autumn Festival, the 15th day of the 8th lunar month. At the Chilean Satellite Launch Center, the Aerospace Research Base, the first prototype of the Xuan Nu aerospace fighter lay quietly at the heart of the facility. Peng Yu gazed in awe at the immense prototype, its wingspan exceeding 30 meters, his voice trembling with excitement. "We have achieved it. Chief Engineer Lin, we have truly accomplished it." The others were equally elated. For the past month, it felt as though they had been living a dream. Each day was exceptionally fulfilling, devoid of any technical hurdles. As they tirelessly worked to bring the design plans to life, and suddenly, success was theirs. Just 2 days prior, the aircraft had entered the final assembly stage, completing the overall assembly in a mere 30 hours. Only then did the dream awaken. They realized that they had, with their own hands, transformed this dream into reality. Lin Mo observed the visibly fatigued and thinner faces of his colleagues, expressing his gratitude. This past month has been arduous for all of you. Completing the assembly of the first prototype of the aerospace fighter before the Mid-Autumn Festival is a testament to everyone's hard work. The team responded with fervor. Chief Engineer Lin, you have borne the greatest burden. Without you, our efforts would have been in vain. Indeed, I have never participated in such a seamless research project in my life. And that is all thanks to you. Each person gazed at Lin Mo as if he were a deity in the realm of scientific research, their eyes filled with admiration. All right, we are all comrades here. Let us dispense with the flattery. Lin Mo chuckled, waving his hand. As he noticed Lu Zhihui approaching with 2 equipment cases in tow, he walked over and said, Captain Lu, you should don your armor. I shall change into a set as well. The performance of the exoskeleton armor is exceptional, making it perfect for aerospace suits. You will pilot the aerospace fighter and take me for a spin outside. Upon hearing that he would be test driving a sci-fi fighter, Lu Zhihui's face lit up with excitement. Absolutely. Chapter 55. If you don't come soon, Lin Mo will truly ascend to the heavens. As the commander of the elite special forces of the Supreme Military District, he was well versed in piloting aircraft. Lu Zhihui harbored no concerns about safety. As Lin Mo's chief bodyguard, he had developed an unwavering trust in him. If Lin Mo said it was safe, it was undoubtedly safe. However, upon hearing Lin Mo's words, the expressions of the others shifted dramatically. Pangu hurriedly stepped forward to block Lin Mo. Chief Engineer Lin, you cannot attempt the test flight under any circumstances. Yi Xiangtian quickly voiced his objections as well. Chief Engineer Lin, this model has just completed assembly and has yet to undergo any inspection. You absolutely cannot board it. Other senior project members also rushed over to intervene. Indeed, Chief Lin, it is exceedingly perilous. It would be prudent to let the professional test pilots handle this, Chief Lin. Although Lin Mo had repeatedly expressed his desire to pilot the fighter jet yesterday, most took it as mere jest, few believing it to be sincere. Now, witnessing Lin Mo's earnest intent sends a chill down the spine. Why are they not here yet? Pangu, anxious and urging, gazed outside the base. Having accompanied Lin Mo daily, he had anticipated this very scenario since last night, for Lin Mo's words, no matter how outrageous, were always followed through. Hence, he had exercised his authority to submit an urgent report to the Supreme Military District. What is there to fear? I am well aware of the spacecraft I have assembled. Lin Mo chuckled, clad in his exoskeleton armor, adding, moreover, do you even know how to conduct the tests if I were to let you? Over the past few days, he had meticulously assembled the spacecraft under the system's guidance, ensuring there were no errors. With the system's assistance, it was far more reliable than any inspection by others. Furthermore, Lin Mo had compelling reasons to pilot the spacecraft himself. He feared that if he did not personally operate the craft, the subsequent strategic intimidation effects would not be credited to him by the system, depriving him of the prestige points he desperately needed, leaving him utterly despondent. Key emphasis on the rationale for test flying. Yet, the others were unaware of the specifics, continuing to urge Lin Mo against such reckless actions. Now, everyone, listen to me. Who possesses greater knowledge of the spacecraft, you or I? Lin Mo scanned the crowd, his voice resolute. I have assured you there are no issues. And there shall be none. I would never jeopardize my own life for folly. He patted his exoskeleton armor, further asserting, you all participated in the aircraft's development and know precisely how safe it is. Moreover, I am wearing exoskeleton armor. Let us not forget, this armor possesses auxiliary flight capabilities. If this does not ensure safety, what can? Do you truly wish for my demise? With his words reaching such gravity, silence enveloped the crowd. For indeed, he spoke with reason. Furthermore, as the chief overseer of the Southgate plan, no one could impede his resolution. Goodness gracious, where are they? Pangu, now witnessing Lin Mo's intention to board the aircraft, was fidgeting restlessly, akin to an ant on a hot skillet. If they do not arrive soon, Lin Mo will genuinely take to the skies. Just then, Pangu's phone rang, a sound akin to celestial music, and he hurriedly answered. Have you arrived at the helipad? Excellent, excellent. Please hold on. We shall be there momentarily. After hanging up, he quickly informed Lin Mo, clad in armor. Chief, please hold on. The inspection team has arrived at the entrance. Upon hearing this, everyone exhaled in relief. Lin Mo was taken aback. He had not submitted any reports to the higher-ups in recent days. How had they suddenly decided to inspect? He had intended to wait until after the test flight to present everyone with a delightful surprise. Let us proceed to welcome the inspection team. The individuals have already arrived, and the necessary courtesies must undoubtedly be observed. At this moment, a plane from Kyoto gracefully descends onto the helipad at the center of Chilean. Bai Yinyang remarked helplessly. A mere month has passed, and the authenticity of this model aircraft remains uncertain. Claims of a test flight? I simply do not believe it. The inspection team furrowed their brows, responding, Comrade Yinyang, are you perhaps exhibiting too much skepticism towards Comrade Lin Mo? Bai Yinyang shook his head with a smile. Do you possess knowledge of aerospace, or do I? To fabricate a complete model of a fighter jet in just a month is nothing short of miraculous. To ignite and conduct a test flight is utterly impossible. Bai Yinyang steadfastly upheld his beliefs, having dedicated decades of tireless effort to China's aerospace endeavors. He had played a pivotal role in elevating the nation's aerospace achievements to a level comparable with that of the United States. After years of experience in the aviation sector, he had witnessed all manner of triumphs and tribulations, even with unwavering trust in Lin Mo. He could not fathom how Lin Mo could construct a new fighter jet in merely a month. Everything must adhere to the principles of science and established theories. Bai Yinyang speculated that Pangu's report the previous night was merely an attempt to garner accolades, showcasing Lin Mo to the inspection team for the sake of recognition. The model aircraft was likely nothing more than an assemblage of parts. However, upon voicing his suspicions, the inspection team remained resolute in their convictions. Trust my intuition, they asserted with unwavering certainty. If it can be done, then it shall be done. Some individuals exist beyond the confines of scientific definition. Bai Yinyang sighed. Then let us wait and see. Once the plane has come to a complete stop, we must hurry. I fear Lin Mo may take off in that fighter jet. The inspection team, consisting of dozens of individuals, swiftly boarded 2 dedicated vehicles and made their way to the aerospace research base. Upon their arrival, Lin Mo, accompanied by senior project leaders, came to greet them. Welcome to our establishment. Bai Yinyang frowned and inquired, Comrade Lin Mo, why are you clad in exoskeletal armor? Chapter 56, The Wave-Piercing Body Configuration, a streamlined design that transcends the era. Lin Mo smiled. What a coincidence. Leaders, we were just preparing for the test flight of the fighter jet, and we had no idea you would arrive so suddenly, intending to surprise everyone. Unexpectedly. A leader reprimanded him. Surprise? More like a fright. Comrade Lin Mo, as a research scientist and the project as principal leader, it is utterly reckless for you to pilot the prototype. Under no circumstances do I agree to your personal test flight of the prototype. Bai Yinyang added, Comrade Lin Mo, you are no longer the impulsive student you once were. You are now a pillar of our nation. Should anything happen to you, it would be the greatest loss for China. One must exercise caution in all endeavors. Both individuals firmly conveyed their serious concerns to Lin Mo. And as Pangu listened from behind, the burden he had been carrying finally lifted. Lin Mo felt somewhat speechless and helpless. The 2 individuals had come specifically to prevent him from conducting the test flight. Lin Mo felt a sense of helplessness. These leaders had a limited understanding of technology and rushed over with a myriad of demands. Was it not perilous? And did he not know that himself? Had they arrived just 10 minutes later, he would have already taken off in the aircraft, successfully completed the test flight, and there would be no further complications. However, he had no choice. He would ultimately have to rely on support from above, and they were genuinely concerned for his well-being. So he could not dismiss their good intentions lightly. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Mo decided to employ a strategy of delay, intending to reassess the situation regarding the test flight later. Thus, he forced a smile and said, Leaders, since you are here for an inspection, why not first take a look at the prototype of our aerospace fighter? We can discuss the test flight later, according to your arrangements. Hearing Lin Mo's concession, the leader's expression softened and the others visibly relaxed. The leader adopted a benevolent smile and remarked, Comrade Lin Mo, a professional test pilot is designated for the flight. Why must you personally undertake it? You've been immersed in research for too long, and your thinking has become somewhat rigid. You need to adopt a different perspective. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo nearly rolled his eyes, searching for a place to vent his frustration. Come, let us see the latest achievements of the aerospace fighter. The leader cheerfully urged. Pangu quickly stepped forward, saying, Esteemed leaders, please follow me. The leaders, guided by Pangu and Lin Mo, briskly entered the aerospace base. Shortly thereafter, as they entered the facility, a futuristic aircraft that seemed to have emerged from a science fiction film captured everyone's attention. This is the inspection team. Upon entering the base, felt their pupils constrict sharply, even their breathing quickening. The new aircraft before them was entirely matte black. measuring over 30 meters in length with a wingspan of approximately 15 to 16 meters. A sense of futuristic technology enveloped them, illuminated by the sunlight filtering into the research base, evoking a dreamlike quality. Even those unfamiliar with aviation would undoubtedly feel an unparalleled shock upon their first encounter with this aircraft. What a stunning design! Bai Yanyan's voice trembled as he pondered deeply. Wait, let me think. This aircraft's shape is extraordinarily unique, resembling a sharp spike, entirely distinct from the fighter jets of all nations on Blue Star. Yet its curves are remarkably graceful. Although it appeared unconventional, it seemed to align more closely with aerodynamics, appealing to everyone's aesthetic sensibilities. Suddenly, Bai Yanyan recalled something and gasped in shock. The overall streamlined design of this prototype aircraft adopts the wave-riding body configuration. It cannot be, absolutely impossible, he exclaimed loudly. The leader, drawing upon years of cultivated composure, forcibly pulled himself from the state of astonishment and could not help but inquire, Old 5, what is the wave-riding body configuration? Bai Yanyan swallowed hard and replied, Leaders, the wave-riding configuration is quite complex. The wave-riding configuration is specifically designed for hypersonic vehicles. Aircraft utilizing this design soar through the atmosphere as if riding on a wave, leveraging shock waves to generate immense lift while effectively mitigating over 99% of aerodynamic drag. It can reach speeds exceeding 30 times the speed of sound within the atmosphere, presenting an extraordinarily swift and stable biomimetic body configuration. Bai Yanyan introduced with a quivering voice that our 6th-generation fighter project team had envisioned and invested in the wave-riding configuration, yet after years of effort, we ultimately faced failure. However, the aircraft developed by Comrade Lin Mo, although fundamentally divergent from our current mainstream aircraft design philosophy, surprisingly aligns with aerodynamic distribution, epitomizing an exceptionally flawless wave-riding body layout. The mere configuration of the fuselage embodies a substantial technological innovation, underscoring that this aircraft is indeed extraordinary. The leaders nodded in agreement, captivated by the discussion. Despite their limited understanding of aerospace technology, if even the capabilities unattained by the 6th-generation fighter are realized here, it must indeed be remarkable. At this moment, Pangu spoke with a hint of pride and excitement. Gentlemen, allow me to present the specific performance parameters of the aerospace fighter. As Lin Mo's deputy, Pangu was thoroughly familiar with the data parameters of the aerospace fighter, and even Lin Mo might not articulate them as adeptly. Chief Engineer Peng, we appreciate your efforts in elucidating this for us. Bai Yanyan, having quelled his astonishment, managed a faint smile. Thus, Pangu led the inspection team around the aerospace fighter, detailing each feature with the familiarity of a connoisseur. Under the guidance of Chief Engineer Lin, we dedicated a month and 7 days to the creation of this prototype. Chief Engineer Lin has named this aerospace fighter Xuan Nu. The aircraft measures an impressive 385 meters in length, with a wingspan of 21 meters, a standard mission weight of 80 tons, and a maximum takeoff weight of 120 tons. It is equipped with 3 power engine groups, 1 set of inductive force field drive engines located at the bottom, and 2 sets of variable cycle engine power engines at the rear. At an altitude of 30,000 meters, it can cruise at a speed of 6 Mach, with a maximum mission speed reaching 10 Mach. Above 30,000 meters, as air resistance diminishes, the maximum mission speed continues to increase, potentially exceeding 20 Mach. Chapter 57. Unimaginable Wind Tunnel Test Data. Perfectly meeting flight test standards. After breaching the atmosphere, the maximum operational velocity can exceed the second cosmic velocity of 112 ms, which translates to over 33 Mach. In terms of weaponry systems, it is currently equipped with 8 pod-mounted pulse particle acceleration cannons, capable of launching 60 rounds from a laser cluster cannon system, an electromagnetic system that can fire 80 rounds of electromagnetic impact cannons, as well as various guided munitions. Pangu devoted approximately 10 minutes to meticulously elucidate the fundamental parameters and configurations of the aerospace fighter, articulating an array of sophisticated terminologies that remained incomprehensible to the listeners. Much to the satisfaction of the leadership, if even they could grasp the concepts, it would hardly qualify as cutting-edge technology. With palpable excitement, Pangu continued, particularly noting that the prototype had successfully completed 3 wind tunnel tests the previous night, demonstrating stable overall performance with exceptionally favorable test data, thereby preliminarily meeting the standards for test flights. Upon hearing this, the leaders were momentarily taken aback, while Bai Yanyan swiftly seized upon the inconsistency. Wait a moment. Chief Engineer Peng, are you implying that this aircraft has not only completed its initial ignition, but has also undergone 3 wind tunnel tests? Indeed, Pangu replied, brimming with enthusiasm. That is impossible, absolutely impossible, Bai Yinyang exclaimed, shaking his head vehemently. This prototype was only fully assembled yesterday afternoon. And you are telling me it has already undergone wind tunnel testing? It has barely been 12 hours since then. Where would you find the time to conduct 3 wind tunnel tests? Chief Engineer Peng, do you think we are completely ignorant of aerospace technology? Able to spout whatever you wish. Wind tunnel testing? The leadership, still bewildered, struggled to comprehend this technical jargon. It was only after Bai Yinyang provided a rough explanation that they began to understand. Wind tunnel tests are mandatory for all new aircraft, missiles, rockets, and similar flying vehicles. The principle involves artificially creating a simulated high-altitude gas flow environment within a secure wind tunnel laboratory on the ground, based on the relativity of dynamics. The test aircraft is fixed within the tunnel to simulate various complex flight states, conducting a series of aerodynamic tests to ascertain the stability of the aircraft's flight data. Moreover, Bai Yinyang noted that wind tunnel tests typically span a considerable duration and adhere to stringent standards. For instance, during the development of the J-20 fighter jet a few years prior, the initial model underwent over 2,000 hours of wind tunnel testing, frequently returning for adjustments and refinements before it barely met the standards for its first test flight a year later. Given that this new fighter jet had only completed its final assembly yesterday, how could it possibly have undergone 3 wind tunnel tests today, let alone reach the standards for test flights? The more Bai Yinyang pondered, the more he sensed something amiss, leading him to a troubling conclusion. Pangu harbored ulterior motives. Due to his brother's demotion, Pangu nursed a grudge, deliberately attempting to undermine Lin Mo and seize credit for the project's achievements. Having unraveled the crux of the matter, Bai Yinyang cast a cold, penetrating gaze at Pangu and said in a chilling tone, "Comrade Pangu, those engaged in scientific research should cultivate a more straightforward disposition. I understand that the incident involving Peng Hao has led you to form certain opinions about Comrade Lin Mo. However, resorting to such foolish tactics to frame Lin Mo is utterly misguided. Do you truly believe you can conceal this from me?" Previously, during discussions regarding the selection of the deputy director for Nantianmen, concerns of this nature were already raised. Were it not for the leadership's insistence, they would never have appointed Peng Yu as Lin Mo's deputy. As it stands, it seems the leadership has once again misjudged the situation. Opposite him, Peng Yu gazed incredulously at Bai Yinyang, his expression one of despair, almost on the verge of tears. He wished to speak up in his defense, yet his anxiety rendered him speechless, stumbling over his words. This only deepened his sense of injustice. He had been nothing but supportive of Lin Mo, the esteemed figure in research. How could anyone accuse him of plotting against him? The leaders truly possessed an extraordinary capacity for misguided assumptions. As he pondered how to articulate his thoughts, an assistant interjected, "Chief Engineer Peng, should we retrieve the data from the 3 wind tunnel tests for the chief to review?" With a sudden realization, Peng Yu smacked his forehead. "Yes, hurry and bring it. The wind tunnel data would serve as irrefutable proof, rendering any further discussion unnecessary." The assistant dashed off with remarkable speed, returning with the documentation, which he presented to Bai Yinyang. With a huff, Bai Yinyang accepted the materials. Yet the more he examined them, the more perplexed he became. The data appeared strikingly authentic. He hastily called over a colleague. "Lu, come take a look." Lu, a senior engineer who had previously contributed to the development of the J-20 fighter jet and had been promoted to work alongside Bai Yinyang, was also part of the inspection team. Upon receiving the documents, Lu adjusted his glasses and scrutinized the materials meticulously. Lift characteristics curve, normal. Pitching moment curve, normal. Critical flutter wind speed, still normal. This is impossible. Lu shook his head vigorously, his hands trembling as he continued to verify the experimental data. All aerodynamic parameters were normal. All moment parameters were normal. All stability parameters were normal. The more Lu examined the data, the more exhilarated he became, ultimately trembling with excitement. After reviewing the materials, Lu's voice quavered as he declared, "If this data is not fabricated, it indeed represents successful wind tunnel test results. Furthermore, the experimental data is exceptionally successful, particularly the aerodynamic data, which is remarkably stable. Even the various aircraft we have already mass-produced would not achieve such results if subjected to wind tunnel testing again. Thus, this aircraft has indeed passed the wind tunnel test." Lu's pronouncement left Bai Yinyang utterly astounded. Did this imply that the wind tunnel data was genuine? An occurrence deemed impossible had materialized into reality? He instinctively wanted to inquire about the possibility of data fabrication, when a leader interjected, "Old 5, let go of your biases." The leader furrowed his brow and continued, "Comrade Lin Mo is right here. A simple inquiry will clarify everything." Indeed, Lin Mo? All eyes were fixed upon Lin Mo. Chapter 58. You tell me to conduct a test flight indoors when there isn't even a runway for the aircraft? Seeing the attention directed entirely at him, Lin Mo merely smiled and calmly remarked, in truth, there is little to it. It is the inadequately developed aircraft that necessitates hundreds, if not thousands, of wind tunnel tests. As long as the performance is sufficiently exceptional and stable, wind tunnel testing need not take an excessive amount of time. The aerospace fighter we are developing has always been designed to the standards that allow for direct flight testing. Thus, completing wind tunnel tests in just a few hours is hardly astonishing, with the correct answers in hand. If one still cannot pass the wind tunnel tests on the first attempt, what system could one possibly claim to have? Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Guanghan and engineer Lu nearly erupted in exasperation. Completing wind tunnel tests in just a few hours to meet flight test standards is hardly extraordinary? What a preposterous notion. Is there anything more bizarre in this world? The aggrieved Pangu also interjected, President Bai, you truly misunderstand me. We have not overlooked a single wind tunnel test. And in fact, we have been even more stringent than usual. Yet, the first prototype overseen by Chief Engineer Lin passed all tests flawlessly on the first attempt. All the testing took less than 8 hours. Guanghan remained skeptical, relying on his extensive aerospace experience to inquire about several technical specifics, only to receive reliable answers each time. Finally, enlightenment dawned upon him. He fully believed in this extraordinary occurrence. At that moment, Guanghan was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. It was a miracle, an absolute miracle. After dedicating several decades to aviation, such a miraculous event unfolded right before my eyes. Comrade Lin Mo, the emergence of a talent such as yourself is indeed a great fortune for our nation. In his heart, he felt a profound sense of being born in the wrong era. Had Lin Mo been born in Huaxia 40 years ago, how different might our aerospace endeavors have fared? Devoid of such trials and tribulations, how few can truly comprehend the hardships endured. As the situation reached a conclusion, a nearby leader erupted in laughter, applauding enthusiastically. Excellent. Comrade Lin Mo, Comrade Pangu, and all the dedicated researchers behind the Nantianmen Project. The leader proclaimed loudly to those present, your efforts are commendable. I am thoroughly satisfied with today's inspection. On behalf of the entire Huaxia populace, I extend my sincerest gratitude to you all, the project personnel within the base. Upon receiving recognition from the high-ranking official, could hardly contain their excitement. To dedicate oneself to scientific research for the strength of Huaxia, pouring in all one's effort and sweat, was it not all for this very moment? Comrade Lin Mo, as the principal leader of the project, you must be credited first. The leader turned to Lin Mo with a look of satisfaction, stating, I shall record this accomplishment in your name. Once the aircraft successfully completes its formal test flight, we shall honor you appropriately. In the upcoming days, you must diligently prepare for the aircraft's test flight. I shall return to witness it myself. Comrade Lin Mo, our schedule is quite tight, so we shall be departing for Kyoto today. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo felt a wave of confusion. The following days? When did he ever mention that the test flight would take a few more days? Lin Mo, perplexed, inquired, Leader, we are about to commence the test flight. Why do you suggest waiting a few more days? Shouldn't we continue today? His words caused the leader and Bai Yin-yang to exchange glances of astonishment. This young man intends to conduct the test flight today. The leader's temper flared, and he retorted angrily, Comrade Lin Mo, did you not heed my previous warnings? Test flights are exceedingly perilous. Without thorough preparations, we cannot proceed abruptly. You must arrange for professional test pilots and conduct simulated flight tests in advance, which at the very least requires a week. Only when everything is properly arranged and ready for the test flight will I personally come to observe. Do you understand? Professional test pilots? Lin Mo's expression shifted oddly. So, it was merely a matter of securing a test pilot. How simple. He called out to the rear of the group, Captain Lu Zhihui, come here. Captain Lu, clad in exoskeleton armor, jogged forward, saluting while exuberantly announcing, Esteemed leaders, I am Captain Lu Zhihui, commander of the Special Operations Forces of the Supreme Military District, and a test pilot for aerospace combat aircraft, reporting for duty. As a major in the Supreme Military District and a paragon among soldiers, Lu Zhihui had honed his skills under the tutelage of General Li Jingwu from the General Armament Department. Mastering all military equipment, he was proficient in an array of skills, including piloting combat aircraft with ease. Upon realizing that Lin Mo had indeed arranged for a test pilot, the leader's heart sank. He bombarded Lu Zhihui with questions regarding his rank and whether he had participated in simulated flight tests, to which Lu Zhihui confidently responded, Apologies. I am a bona fide ace pilot of Huaxia, with over 1,000 hours of flight experience and combat missions on more than 80 aircraft models. My credentials are indisputable. Seeing the leader rendered speechless, Lin Mo stifled a laugh, saying, "Leader, do you find my test pilot satisfactory?" The leader was left without a retort. This young man had truly outmaneuvered him. Observing the leader's silence, Lin Mo continued with a smile. "Then let us not delay. Captain Lu, proceed with the test flight. Do not venture too far. Just circle around the launch center and return." At that moment, a voice interrupted Lin Mo. "Wait, Comrade Lin Mo. Where do you intend to conduct the test flight?" Bai Yinyang questioned incredulously. "Are you suggesting a test flight at this space base?" Lin Mo turned to Bai Yinyang, asking in surprise, "If not here, then where?" "You." Bai Yinyang was momentarily at a loss for words, gesturing towards the surroundings. Lu Gong quickly interjected, "Chief Engineer Lin. What director by means is that there isn't even a runway here? How can we conduct a test flight?" Bai Yinyang nodded in agreement with Lu Gong's statement. They stood in the very center of the space base, upon a vast platform resembling a skywell. Was the aerospace combat aircraft expected to launch like a firework from the top? At this moment, Lin Mo comprehended Bai Yinyang's intentions, yet he merely smiled without elaborating. "Director Bai, you shall see. You will understand shortly." He gestured for everyone to step back and then instructed Lu Zhihui, "Captain Lu, proceed as per the previous directives." Chapter 59, Vertical Takeoff. Hovering in midair, Lu Zhihui accepted the command, his face alight with excitement. With a few agile leaps, he approached the underside of the aerospace fighter. With a gentle bound, he soared over 4 meters to stand before the cockpit. The dorsal side of his exoskeleton armor flickered with green light. A moment later, the cockpit door responded with a green glow, indicating successful identification. The hatch swung open. Once Lu Zhihui settled into the pilot's seat, he leaned out and shouted to the crowd, "Chief Lin, esteemed leaders, I am ready." Upon witnessing Lu Zhihui enter the cockpit, Lin Mo responded loudly, "Test pilot Lu Zhihui. Commence the test flight." Lu Zhihui raised his right hand, forming an A shape. Subsequently, he pressed the ascent activation button within the cockpit. In the next instant, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. Vroom vroom vroom. A thunderous roar of engines erupted within the research base. An extraordinarily powerful gust of wind surged from the center of the facility, radiating outward in all directions. The force was so intense, akin to a gale of 7 or 8 on the Beaufort scale, that it rendered everyone unable to open their eyes. "It's taking off," shouted a member of the inspection team. Everyone endured the discomfort, finally managing to pry open their eyes, and beheld an unforgettable spectacle. Before them, the sci-fi fighter was gradually ascending. As the aircraft lifted, a massive array of propulsion engines beneath it revealed themselves, continuously expelling deep blue flames. Bai Yinyang and Engineer Lu were momentarily paralyzed with astonishment. As the aircraft ascended slowly, the wind subsided considerably. Bai Yinyang could scarcely believe that the fighter was genuinely taking flight. "No, no," he exclaimed. Lu, beside him, blurted out, "Vertical takeoff, it's truly vertical takeoff." In Bai Yinyang's eyes, a brilliant light ignited. Just as he was about to introduce this to the leaders, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. Lu Zhihui's aerospace fighter had ascended over 20 meters, but now it descended 7 or 8 meters, hovering 10 meters above the ground. Wow. It was the first time Engineer Lu had uttered a curse. Vertical takeoff, hovering in midair. At that moment, even those leaders who were not well versed in aircraft technology recognized the significance of these two capabilities. Unlike helicopters, fighter jets lack propellers and rely solely on engine thrust. How could they achieve vertical takeoff and hover? Such maneuvers typically belong only in the realm of UFOs in science fiction films. In other words, if these capabilities could indeed be realized in a fighter jet, what need would there be for catapult launches from aircraft carriers? They could take off vertically instead. If these technologies were to mature and prove reliable, they would fundamentally revolutionize the ongoing construction of domestic aircraft carriers. Just as everyone was engulfed in unparalleled shock, an unexpected incident transpired. "Lin Mo, what are you doing? Come back immediately." Pangu shouted, his eyes wide with fury. Suddenly, the exoskeleton armor adorning Lin Mo surged with a pale blue flame at every joint, propelling him into the air. He dove straight into the cockpit of the aircraft, settling securely into the co-pilot's seat. "Captain Lu, let us go," Lin Mo exclaimed, brimming with excitement. If they didn't leave now, they might never get the chance. The leaders on the ground were momentarily blinded by panic, their faces flushed with urgency as they shouted towards the aircraft, "Lin Mo, you must come down immediately." Unfortunately, the deafening roar from the engines drowned out their voices. A terrifying growl from the engine reverberated throughout the research base. The thunderous noise abruptly interrupted the leader's commands. The aerial combat craft, suspended in midair, began to dim its lower propulsion engines as the body tilted upward. The two rear engines ignited instantaneously, releasing twin jets of deep blue flames. Boom. In mere moments, this extraordinarily futuristic aircraft ascended with unimaginable speed, gradually vanishing into the azure sky. Is it flying away? Everyone present was momentarily stunned. What should they do? Chief Engineer Lin had taken to the skies. They had to ensure his safety. The leader, understanding the gravity of the situation, quickly retrieved a red mobile phone. After a triple-layered security check involving facial recognition, fingerprint, and voice command, he calmly pressed 6 zeros, designating an emergency coordination line for the highest military command. The phone rang only once before being answered. This is 002. This is 002. Comrade Wu Zhang, it's me. On the other end was the second-in-command of the highest military district, the Chief of Staff of Huaxia, General Zhou Wu Zhang, who was stationed at the National Tactical Command Platform. Leader, please provide instructions. Dispatch 10J, 20 fighter jets to the Yuquan Satellite Launch Center for support. Understood. Reporting to the leader, the deployment order has been issued. Please briefly explain the situation. The leader, unfamiliar with aircraft technology, promptly handed the red phone to Bai Yinyang for further communication. In concise terms, Bai Yinyang summarized the events within 30 seconds. Comrade Wu Zhang, it is imperative to ensure the absolute safety of the subject. Received. After hanging up, before anyone could exhale in relief, the red phone rang again within 30 seconds. Bai Yinyang hurriedly answered. Reporting to the leader, our military district's radar detection systems are completely unable to locate the aircraft you mentioned. What did you say? It cannot be detected? Both the leader and Bai Yinyang were taken aback. In this day and age, was there truly an aircraft that Huaxia's radar technology could not detect? Bai Yinyang, disregarding decorum, spat in frustration. Lin Mo, that guy has constructed an epic-making stealth aircraft? Leader, is there really a new type of aircraft that took off from the Yuquan Launch Center? Could there be a misunderstanding? Absolutely no mistakes. We are currently at the launch center, witnessing it firsthand. Immediately activate the highest authority and access the surveillance system of Launch Base Number 1 at the Yuquan Launch Center. Understood. After waiting for more than 40 seconds, oh my, a voice resonated through the phone, a true gem of Chinese culture. There is indeed a fighter jet. Chief, I will contact the pilot right away. Bai Yinyang exclaimed hastily. Quickly, we must act swiftly. 2 minutes later, the Air Force Base of the Northern Military District received an urgent order. 10J, 20 fighter jets ascended one after another, rapidly heading towards the Yuquan Launch Center. Chapter 60, Cruise Speed of Mach 6? This must be a display error. Above the launch center, Lu Zhihui was frantically piloting the space fighter. Although he was an ace pilot, the cockpit of the space fighter was unlike any aircraft he had previously encountered. It took him quite a while to locate the ascent lever. Captain Lu, are you all right? Shall I take over? Lin Mo observed Lu Zhihui, who seemed even less familiar with the controls than he was, rendering him momentarily speechless. Chief Lin, please do not rush. I am almost there, Lu Zhihui replied, feeling somewhat awkward. Approximately 10 minutes later, relying on his years of flying experience, Lu Zhihui pressed and twisted various controls. Eventually, he grasped the basic handling of the space fighter. With newfound confidence, he pulled up a lever while continuously pressing various buttons. In just a few minutes, the space fighter began to stabilize. At an altitude of 25,000 meters above the launch center, it commenced a steady cruise. Meanwhile, the 10J, 20 fighter jets were tirelessly searching the skies for them. Unfortunately, the Xian NV space fighter's cruising altitude reached 25,000 meters, a height unattainable by the fifth-generation aircraft currently on Blue Star. Chief Bai, we still cannot locate Lin Mo's fighter. Has it flown too far? Bai Yinyang could not help but vent his frustration into the red phone. Has it really flown too far? You come to ask me? The leader also suppressed his anger, stating, Comrade Wu Zhang, we must find a way to locate that space fighter, no matter what. Yes. After hanging up the phone, the two exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's anxiety. Lin Mo is a national genius of China. If anything were to happen to him, the path to China's rise would become exceedingly arduous. As everyone anxiously awaited, after approximately 5 minutes, the phone rang. Ding ding ding. Bai Yinyang quickly answered the red phone. The signal from Lin Mo's fighter had been connected. Upon hearing this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. A few minutes earlier, the space fighter continued its cruise at an altitude of 25,000 meters. Suddenly, the satellite phone signal within the cabin flickered to life. Lin Mo was astonished. It was remarkably quick for his phone to connect to the fighter's signal. Indeed, China's communication technology holds its own. He clicked to connect the satellite phone, and after a crackling sound, a tense yet excited unfamiliar male voice resonated within the cockpit. Calling Lin Mo, calling Lu Zhihui. This is the Supreme Military District. This is the Supreme Military District. Please respond upon hearing this. Please respond. Lin Mo replied. I am Lin Mo. May I ask who you are? Wonderful. The voice of the unfamiliar man was filled with excitement. Commander Lin, this is the Supreme Military Region Tactical Command Platform, and my code name is 002. It has been 18 minutes and 32 seconds since your aircraft took off from the launch center, and we have been searching for you the entire time. Before Lin Mo could utter a word, a cheer resonated from the satellite phone. Fantastic. The detection radar has finally shown a signal. The man continued to express his elation. Commander Lin, you need not worry. This is an urgent communication authorized by the leadership and General Bai. We are mandated to ensure your safety and that of Lu Zhihui at all costs. Lin Mo smiled faintly. How can you ensure their safety? Lu Zhihui chuckled. Commander, rest assured, we are perfectly safe. We are equipped with exoskeleton armor that assists with flight. Even if we were to jump from this altitude of 25,000 meters, there would be no danger to our lives. On the other end of the satellite phone, Zhou Wujing, listening to Lu Zhihui's words, nearly exploded in frustration. You're flying a prototype for the first test flight, and you bring the chief designer of the aircraft. Where does your confidence and safety come from? He took a deep breath, calming his emotions before speaking. Commander Lin, please agree to connect the aircraft signal to the Supreme Military Region S secure satellite communication system. Afterward, maintain your cruising speed. Beep. The cockpit chimed with an alert. The intelligent display screen showcased a message. Incoming military signal from the Supreme Military Region, frequency XXXX, requesting connection. Lin Mo did not hesitate and chose to agree. Connection approved. In the Supreme Military Region, on the enormous display screen, the aircraft signal was being connected. 3:56:99. As the aircraft signal loaded completely, a futuristic aircraft emerged on the large screen, resembling something from the realm of science fiction. Upon witnessing this extraordinary aircraft, Zhou Wujing, as the chief of the general staff, felt his pupils constrict in astonishment. All the technical officers present gasped in awe. Beside Zhou Wujing, a tall Air Force general immediately stood up, exclaiming, when was this new type of aircraft developed? This Air Force general, adorned with two gleaming stars on his shoulders, was Gu Hongyi, the vice chief of the Air Force of the Supreme Military Region. Having once been an ace pilot, he was well versed in all aircraft models in China. The moment he discerned the unique design of this new aircraft, an unparalleled fervor ignited in his eyes. The active aircraft models of China had never showcased this type. Due to the shared status of the aircraft and the reconnaissance from military satellites, the vast display screen of the Supreme Military Region Tactical Command Platform continuously calculated the various parameters of the aircraft. Aircraft code, Type 1 Aerospace Fighter. Aircraft model, unknown. Length, 385 meters. Wingspan, 21 meters. Flight altitude, 25,000 meters. Current engine afterburner thrust, 600 kilonewtons. Current cruising speed, 6 Mach. Gazing at these critical parameters, Yun Feijier exclaimed. Impossible. There must be a calculation error. A thrust of 600 kilonewtons and a cruising speed of 6 Mach is absolutely inconceivable. Our most advanced Chinese fighter jet, the J-20, equipped with the latest WS-15 engine, has a maximum afterburner thrust of only 200 kilonewtons and a cruising speed of merely 2 Mach. Quick! Check if these data parameters are displaying incorrectly. A group of technical officers nearby hastily began to investigate, examining whether the data and signal connections were faulty. However, after repeated checks by the technicians, they ultimately confirmed that the parameters were indeed accurate. Zhou Wujing could not restrain his curiosity and asked, what about the latest fighter jets from the Eagle Sauce Nation? Chapter 61. Are you going to pilot a fighter jet into space? Gu Hongyi exclaimed in disbelief while responding to Zhou Wujing. The Eagle Sauce Nation merely has a more mature fighter jet industry. Their most advanced Raptor 22 fighter jet has a cruising speed of 22 Mach, slightly surpassing ours. Yet, its maximum afterburner thrust is only 160 kilonewtons, inferior to our own. To be frank, the current fifth-generation aircraft worldwide are not vastly different, with the highest performance merely at this level. Suddenly, Gu Hongyi seemed to have an epiphany, slapping his thigh with vigor. By heavens! Old Zhou, I understand now. Could this possibly be our latest sixth-generation fighter jet developed in China? Gu Hongyi murmured, gazing at the exaggerated parameters displayed on the screen. Hypersonic flight, a cruising speed of 6 Mach, exceptional stealth capabilities that even the highest military radar cannot detect. An engine power several times that of fifth-generation aircraft. This is undoubtedly a sixth-generation fighter jet. Though reluctant to believe it, everyone present had to accept that the performance of this aircraft had indeed reached, if not surpassed, the standards of a sixth-generation fighter jet. Damn it. Gu Hongyi slammed the table in anger. How could they keep this from me? As the vice chief of the Air Force in China, he naturally had the right to be informed about new aircraft developments. Yet, this fighter jet had already been undergoing test flights, and he had received no news whatsoever. Was the project team and leadership treating him as an outsider? Zhou Wujing interjected. All right, old Gu, you just arrived, so don't jump to conclusions. No one is hiding anything from you. After receiving the urgent notification, Gu Hongyi had hurried to the tactical command platform, where they had already established a signal connection with Lin Mo, remaining in the dark about previous events. Do you not recall the South Heaven Gate project we initiated a month ago? Gu Hongyi was momentarily taken aback, then widened his eyes in disbelief. Pointing at the large screen. Are you saying this is a new result from the South Heaven Gate project? Old Zhou, that project only just started last month. Do you think I'm foolish? Zhou Wujing scoffed. The leader personally stated it, believe it or not. Gu Hongyi is indeed an astute individual, swiftly connecting the relevant personnel and events. At the Yuquan Satellite Launch Center, the first aerospace experimental base, Lin Mo, serving as the chief designer of the Nantianmen Project, is currently aboard this aircraft. Suddenly, Gu Hongyi smacks his forehead and exclaims, goodness, this new fighter jet is indeed the latest achievement of the Nantianmen Project. It's utterly bewildering. Approximately 5 minutes later, the satellite signal from the Supreme Military District finally synchronized perfectly with the aerospace fighter. A crackling sound emanated, and a voice inquired, Chief Engineer Lin, can you see this? This time, it was not merely a voice. On the intelligent display screen within the aircraft, a middle-aged general clad in army uniform appeared, holding a red mobile phone. Beside him stood another officer in an Air Force uniform. The insignias on their shoulders prominently displayed 3 shining stars. The middle-aged general, holding the red phone, spoke with a hearty voice, Chief Engineer Lin. It is a pleasure to meet you at last. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhou Wujing, the Chief of Staff of the Supreme Military District. This esteemed individual beside me is Gu Hongyi, the Deputy Chief of Air Force. Zhou Wujing, Gu Hongyi. Lin Mo gazed at the 2 highest-ranking generals of the Dragon Army on the display screen, feeling a twinge of astonishment, particularly at Zhou Wujing's unexpectedly youthful appearance. Although immersed in research, Lin Mo had a profound understanding of this military titan. Zhou Wujing, the youngest 3-star general in China, is renowned as the King of Command. Chief Engineer Lin, I am Gu Hongyi. Gu Hongyi exclaimed with palpable excitement upon seeing Lin Mo on the large screen. Just now, I learned of your remarkable achievements. On behalf of all Air Force personnel in China, I extend our sincerest gratitude and heartfelt respect to you. Your groundbreaking work in developing this epic-making new fighter jet is indeed monumental and will be remembered through the ages. As Gu Hongyi continued, his enthusiasm intensified. As the head of the Air Force, witnessing China break through technological barriers to create a fighter jet far superior to those of other nations left him exhilarated beyond measure. However, the effusive praise made Lin Mo feel somewhat bashful. Ahem. All right, Chief Gu, we must focus on the critical matters at hand. Zhou Wujing interjected, clearing his throat to interrupt Gu Hongyi's flow of compliments. He was acutely aware of the precarious situation Lin Mo was in and the grave nature of the circumstances. Regarding Lin Mo on the display screen, Zhou Wujing spoke with utmost seriousness. Chief Engineer Lin, you are currently one of the most vital national talents in China. Your personal safety is of paramount importance. This new fighter jet has not undergone safety performance testing, nor has it been subjected to multiple test flights by test pilots. Flying in it like this is exceedingly perilous. I implore you to descend to the ground in the safest and most secure manner as soon as possible. In the cockpit, Lu Zhihui, piloting the aircraft, also turned to Lin Mo and advised, Chief Engineer Lin, it seems we have conducted sufficient test flights. Shall we return? Lu Zhihui was assigned as Lin Mo's direct subordinate, with the sole duty and mission of obeying all of Lin Mo's commands. Consequently, in the previous launch center, he disregarded the words of everyone else as mere background noise. Now that the fighter jet had successfully completed its test flight, the National Tactical Command Platform had approached them requesting their return. There was no need to remain aloft any longer. What does it mean that the test flight was nearly complete? Lin Mo, sitting in the co-pilot seat, looked at Lu Zhihui with a perplexed expression and asked, do you know what an aerospace fighter is? You haven't even reached orbit yet. How can you claim to be piloting an aerospace fighter? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhihui was utterly bewildered, his mind a blank. Orbit? What on earth is that? Train tracks? Where would there be tracks in the sky? What in the world? Chief Engineer Lin, are we supposed to find train tracks while flying a fighter jet? Lin Mo, exasperated, replied, it's a space orbit. What? Lu Zhihui and Zhou Wujing were both stunned. Are you serious? You want to pilot a fighter jet to a space orbit? This is madness. Are we really throwing our lives away just to ascend into the heavens? Chapter 62. Are you kidding me? A G-suit capable of withstanding 25G overload? Enough with the chatter. Hurry up. Lin Mo, seated in the co-pilot position, also had the authority to control the fighter jet. Seeing that Lu Zhihui was in a daze, he decided to take matters into his own hands, gripping the control lever and forcefully pushing it upward. Boom! The roar of the jet engine at full throttle enveloped the entire cockpit. Lin Mo inquired as he pushed the lever. The aerospace fighter began to accelerate and steadily ascend. Meanwhile, Zhou Wujing stood dumbfounded before the enormous screen, still grappling with the word orbit. In the hall of the tactical command platform, a wave of exclamations erupted. Not good. Chief of Staff, Jet number 1 is accelerating again. Good grief, it's so fast. Is this some kind of joke? 7 Mach, 8 Mach, 9 Mach. Zhou Wujing watched as the jet's speed skyrocketed to 9 Mach in mere seconds, with the afterburner thrust reaching 1200 kilonewtons, leaving him utterly speechless. It was not only him. All the technical officers at the tactical command platform were equally astonished. Moreover, the image of Lin Mo on the giant screen momentarily lost connection due to the terrifying acceleration. From 6 Mach to 9 Mach in just 5 seconds? How is this even possible? What kind of fighter jet engine can achieve such afterburner thrust? One Air Force officer murmured. Not good. Gu Hongyi, standing beside Zhou Wujing, suddenly changed color. He snatched up a red phone and shouted frantically into the microphone. Chief Engineer Lin. Chief Engineer Lin. Are you still conscious? Wake up. Wake up. The deafening shout, reaching a volume of 100 decibels, exploded in the cockpit. Lin Mo and Lu Zhihui were both bewildered. Has Gu gone mad? Why is he shouting so loudly? Gu, we can hear you. Please lower your voice. Gu Hongyi, hearing the voice echoing from the speaker, was initially incredulous, followed by a face full of uncontainable joy. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Master Lin, I cannot believe you are still alive. Quickly check if you have any adverse reactions. Lin Mo? He was utterly speechless. How could Director Gu curse him to death out of the blue? Ahem. Zhou Wujing cleared his throat and retrieved his phone. I apologize, Master Lin. Director Gu is quite agitated and may have spoken without thinking. Who the hell is speaking nonsense? Gu Hongyi's face flushed with urgency. This acceleration is astonishing. Do you even understand physics? He voiced his concerns and doubts aloud. Director Zhou, 5 seconds, only 5 seconds. Accelerating from Mach 6 to Mach 9. Just think about it. Such terrifying acceleration would subject the aircraft to at least 15 G of overload. Even the most experienced and well-trained ace pilots would struggle to endure that. After hearing this, Zhou Wujing finally grasped the situation. Cold sweat trickled down his spine, and his expression shifted dramatically. How on earth did Lin Mo and the others withstand such an overwhelming level of pressure? At that moment, the fluctuating image stabilized, and the figures of Lin Mo and Lu Zhihui reappeared on the large screen. The overload pressure you mentioned? We thought you were referring to something else. Rest assured, our exoskeleton armor is equipped with an anti-G system that can counteract up to 25G of overload. This level of pressure is nothing. What did you just say? Gu Hongyi was taken aback, as though he had heard an unbelievable tale. An anti-G suit that can negate 25G of overload pressure. How is that even possible? Absolutely impossible. The anti-G suit is fundamental equipment for Air Force pilots. Utilizing such a suit effectively enhances a pilot's ability to withstand high overloads, enabling the aircraft to perform maneuvers with greater G-forces, thus achieving superior aerial combat performance. Currently, the anti-G suits disclosed by nations on Blue Star can only counteract up to 2G of overload. As the Deputy Chief of the Air Force, Gu Hongyi was acutely aware that the most advanced anti-G suits in Huaxia could withstand a maximum overload of 38G. One should not underestimate this 38G. A seasoned ace pilot can typically endure around 9G of overload pressure. With the suit, that tolerance skyrockets to approximately 13G, allowing for the smooth execution of various aerial maneuvers. Consequently, this anti-G suit has become one of Huaxia's most classified weapons. All ace pilots in Huaxia have signed the highest level of confidentiality agreements, prohibiting the disclosure of the suit's maximum pressure parameters to anyone, including pilots who have yet to reach ace status. It cannot be. How could there possibly be a 25G anti-G suit? Gu Hongyi tugged at his hair, spiraling into a state of mental disarray. Yet, Master Lin, who had never undergone flight training, emerged unscathed. Past experiences informed him that such a suit could not possibly exist in reality. However, Lin Mo's pristine condition forced him to confront the unsettling truth. This was indeed real. Enough, old fellow. Please step aside and refrain from your incessant clamor. Zhou Wujing urged Gu Hongyi to distance himself, unwilling to allow the already mentally disoriented Gu to disrupt his command. He was aware of the absurdity of the situation. Yet this was not the moment to dwell on such matters. Chief Lin, Zhou Wujing endeavored to maintain a calm tone. I shall reiterate. Please reduce the speed of the aircraft in the safest and most prudent manner and return to the satellite launch center. You are piloting a prototype undergoing its maiden flight, which is exceedingly perilous. In the cockpit, upon hearing Zhou's words, Lin Mo merely smiled gently. You want me to return now that my pants are off? Lin Mo replied with a grin at the display screen. Thank you for your concern, Chief of Staff. Remaining at hypersonic speeds within the atmosphere incurs excessive energy consumption. Listening to Lin's words, Zhou Wujing initially sighed in relief, but Lin Mo's subsequent remarks nearly gave him a heart attack. Without delay, we are heading to orbital space. Rest assured, it will only take a few minutes, and we shall return swiftly. Zhou Wujing's forehead broke out in beads of sweat as he urgently exclaimed, Chief Lin, please do not act impulsively. However, the next moment, the thunderous roar of the aircraft's engines ignited the cockpit, completely drowning out Zhou Wujing's voice. Lin Mo, seated in the co-pilot's seat, pushed the throttle, and the aerospace fighter began to accelerate and ascend steadily. In the tactical command center, Zhou Wujing set down his red phone, which was now reduced to the sound of engine roars, his entire being engulfed in chaos. Chief of Staff, look at the big screen. Chapter 63, 232 Mach. The first cosmic speed. Zhou Wujing hastily lifted his gaze. Before him, the enormous display screen showcased the ever-refreshing flight data of Lin Mo's aircraft. The numbers flashing before his eyes left even the seasoned Commander Zhou, renowned for his battlefield prowess, momentarily paralyzed with astonishment. Designation, Aerospace Fighter Number 1. Current altitude, 28. 542 meters. Current speed, 101 Mach. Current altitude, 35, 416 meters. Current speed, 134 Mach. Current altitude, 49, 865 meters. Current speed, 162 Mach. In a mere span of seconds, the aerospace fighter's speed and altitude escalated in a manner that shattered all preconceived notions of reality. All technical officers in the command hall transitioned from astonishment to disbelief, culminating in a collective standing ovation, trembling with exhilaration, resembling the frenzied state of madness. Is this madness? What in the world is happening? 17 Mach already. Is this a missile or a fighter jet? No missile travels this swiftly. Goodness gracious. The speed is still climbing. It's reached 20 Mach. What? What is this altitude? 40,000 meters, 50,000 meters, nearly 60,000 meters. As altitude increases, the air becomes increasingly rarefied. How could a fighter jet possibly soar to such heights? Not even the renowned Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft of the United States could achieve this. Look, 80,000 meters, 90,000 meters. We're on the brink of 100,000 meters. This is a breach of the atmosphere. On the colossal display screen, as the numbers ceased their frantic dance, the flight data of the Lin Mo fighter jet boldly proclaimed, current altitude, 100,000 meters. Mission speed, 232 Mach. In that moment, all the technical officers present were driven to madness. Some technicians, their worldviews shattered and minds collapsing, pointed at the screen, shouting in a frenzy. We have breached the atmosphere. 232 Mach. The first cosmic speed. Incredible. This defies the very laws of physics. Where is this fighter jet, if not a rocket? The fundamental understanding of physics for everyone present was brutally challenged by this devilish aircraft. What alloy is this jet constructed from? Is there no consideration for the yield strength of metals? What about extreme heat resistance? Are the occupants even alive? At that moment, Zhou Wujing was utterly drained. Slumped in his chair, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the big screen. He persistently called out for Lin Mo. Chief Engineer Lin, please halt. Chief Engineer Lin. It's dangerous. Please stop. Perhaps his unwavering determination moved the heavens, for after a fervent plea, he finally received a response from Lin Mo, Chief of General Staff. See how swiftly we have breached the atmosphere. Maintaining the first cosmic speed, we shall soon enter orbit. I told you it would be quick. Chief Engineer Lin Yu. Zhou Wujing felt tears welling up. You are truly barreling towards orbital space. A madman. An absolute madman. Chief Engineer Lin, this is perilously reckless. Can the engines still operate after breaching the atmosphere? Will we be able to return? In an instant, panic seized Zhou Wujing. What if they could not return? How would they manage a rescue in space? This was beyond the limits. Rest assured, Chief of General Staff, I have designed this as a space-capable fighter jet. How could it fail to return? Lin Mo exclaimed with exuberance. To fly high in the heavens, with one's spirit chasing behind. The exhilarating velocity that transcends all boundaries sent his adrenaline soaring. Beside him, Lu Zhihui was in a state of ecstatic frenzy, shouting, "This is exhilarating. Truly amazing, haha." In the blink of an eye, the fighter jet shot beyond the atmosphere, reaching an astonishing 23 times the speed of sound. What could be more thrilling than this? It surpassed any ground supercar racing at full throttle. As the conversation continued, the altitude climbed ever higher. In mere minutes, they had ascended to over 130 kilometers, officially breaching the atmosphere and entering outer space. After breaking through the atmosphere, the jet's power engine reduced its operational capacity, yet the speed remained steadfast at 232 Mach. This realm bears little resemblance to the atmosphere, where immense atmospheric resistance prevails. Upon entering an orbit exceeding 160 kilometers above the Earth, one can extinguish the engines entirely. Yet the aircraft continues to glide around the blue planet at the first cosmic velocity. This principle underpins the operation of satellites. 10 minutes later, the aerial combat vessel ascended to an altitude of 550 kilometers above the surface of the blue planet. The engines fell silent. A profound stillness enveloped the surroundings. Is this what constitutes low Earth orbit? Lin Mo gazed through the cockpit glass, and an awe-inspiring panorama unfolded before him. The vast expanse of the starry sky shimmered with a myriad of colors, exuding an exquisite and breathtaking beauty. A colossal full moon hovered overhead, with its numerous massive craters distinctly visible. Casting his eyes towards the blue planet, he observed hues of azure, deep green, earthy yellow, and pristine white, representing the ocean, forests, deserts, and snow, respectively. These colors blended harmoniously, creating an unparalleled beauty. "Wow, Chief Lin, is that the Great Wall of China?" Lu Zhihui exclaimed, his excitement palpable. There, amidst the verdant expanse of green, lay a serpentine, slightly yellowish dragon. Following Chief Lin, he had never imagined he would one day don the mantle of an astronaut. Previously, although he prided himself on being well-versed in military equipment, he had never ventured into the realm of aerospace. Now, he was relishing the privileges of an astronaut, truly a feat of versatility. While Lin Mo engaged in casual banter with Zhou Wujing, he deftly operated the myriad systems within the aircraft. This was his inaugural journey into space, and numerous experiments needed to be conducted promptly. The aircraft had an oxygen reserve lasting 18 hours and 24 minutes, while the exoskeletal armor's oxygen supply dwindled to 5 hours and 42 minutes. The high-energy wave absorption stealth system activated successfully. The neutron beam omnidirectional radar scanning system initiated successfully. The wide-area microwave anti-detection system commenced successfully. Scanning in progress. Lin Mo methodically tested each function of the aircraft, primarily aiming to familiarize himself with its capabilities. Suddenly, upon the conclusion of the radar scan, the intelligent display revealed over 100 enemy red dots. Chapter 64, Starlink Communication Satellites? All military espionage satellites. Lin Mo's heart raced. Goodness! Could the radar system of this futuristic aircraft be detecting extraterrestrial vessels? He quickly glanced outside the cockpit, only to find an array of floating spacecraft debris, no sign of alien aircraft. He let out a sigh of relief. The low Earth orbit was rife with space debris, particularly in recent years, as the SX company of the Eagle Nation hastily initiated its Starlink project, intending to launch tens of thousands of communication satellites across the blue planet. Much of this space debris was a result of their endeavors. Beep. Incoming enemy target detected 10 meters ahead. What? Lin Mo hastily activated the radar system's precise positioning. Soon, guided by the aircraft's radar, he identified the so-called enemy target. It was a satellite. The side of this satellite bore the emblem of the Eagle Nation's bald eagle flag. Lin Mo furrowed his brow. Currently, we find ourselves in the airspace of Huaxia. Why then does a satellite from the Eagle Sauce Nation appear? At that moment, a crackling sound resonates within the cockpit. The satellite signal in space is not optimal, and communication with the Supreme Military District has been interrupted for several minutes. Fortunately, after stabilizing the aircraft, the signal reconnects. Chief Lin, can you hear me? Yes, Chief of Staff. Zhou Wujing's voice, tinged with fatigue, emanates from the cockpit as the display screen refreshes. Chief Lin, how do you feel now? Quite well, everything is under control. Lin Mo observes Zhou Wujing's bloodshot eyes and inquires with concern. Chief of Staff, did you not rest well last night? Your eyes are quite red. Hearing this, Zhou Wujing feels a wave of helplessness. I am in excellent health and do not require your concern at the moment. Chief Lin, how much longer can your aircraft sustain its energy? We have urgently arranged for the Huaxia Space Agency to assist you with your space rescue. Lin Mo glances at the energy levels displayed in the cockpit, noting that they have utilized less than 1/10. Let me see. We should have enough for about 5 round trips. 5 round trips? Zhou Wujing shakes his head, quickly regaining his composure. The shocks experienced in the last hour have been ample. This level of astonishment is negligible in comparison. He straightens his expression and states, Chief Lin, as a soldier of Huaxia, you should understand that obeying orders is the duty of a military personnel. I, in my capacity as Chief of Staff of the Supreme Military District of Huaxia, both command and implore you, above all else, prioritize your personal safety. Each operation of the aircraft must be executed with utmost caution. If there exists even the slightest risk, cease all operations immediately. The Huaxia Space Agency is en route to guide you, and we shall exert every effort for your rescue. Please remember, Huaxia truly needs you. Zhou Wujing's earnest words evoke a sense of guilt within Lin Mo. Lu Zhihui also urges Lin Mo, Chief Lin, why don't we just return? This is our first foray into outer space, and if anything were to go awry, I, old Lu, could accept my fate, but if anything were to happen to you, how could I possibly explain it to the people of Huaxia? In this completely unfamiliar environment, even Lu Zhihui, the omnipotent soldier who regards life and death with indifference, feels a chill in his heart. Most crucially, he previously believed that the exoskeleton armor would provide the utmost safety for flight. Even if the aircraft were to go out of control, safety would not be a concern. Yet now, they find themselves at an altitude of 550 kilometers above the ground. No matter how capable the armor is, it cannot return them to Blue Star. Zhou Wujing resumes, speaking sincerely, Chief Lin, you are an invaluable figure for Huaxia. To ensure your safety, the authorities have just issued critical directives regarding the rescue efforts. We must mobilize the entire nation to undertake the highest level of rescue. Please, have faith in us. Listening to Zhou Wujing's heartfelt words, Lin Mo remained speechless. In less than half an hour, the reaction on the ground was unexpectedly intense. As they contemplated a space rescue operation, historically, our nation had never engaged in such endeavors. What if, instead of a rescue, it turned into a situation requiring them to reverse the rescue? With this thought, Lin Mo could only helplessly address Zhou Wujing, Chief of Staff. That space rescue operation should cease immediately. It is utterly unnecessary. Once we obliterate this satellite from the United States, we shall return without delay. It is peculiar, however, that American satellites would be present in our airspace. Before heading back, Lin Mo did not forget about the nearby American satellite. He had been pondering how to test the weapon systems of the aerospace fighter, and now an opportunity had presented itself. Lin Mo pulled the lever, turning the laser cannon to aim at the American satellite. He activated the high-energy laser cannon's firing mechanism and pressed the red launch button. Buzz! A crimson beam shot forth. The American microsatellite was instantaneously obliterated. In the vacuum of space, there was no medium for sound to carry, rendering the event silent. The target had been destroyed. A voice prompt echoed within the aerospace fighter. Simultaneously, Lin Mo's mind was greeted with a system notification. Ding! You have destroyed one military espionage satellite belonging to the United States, successfully executing a strategic intimidation against the United States, earning 10,000 prestige points. Upon hearing the system notification, Lin Mo couldn't help but exclaim, what the hell? In the cockpit, Zhou Wujing immediately expressed concern. Chief Lin, is there a malfunction with the aircraft? Please ensure your safety. Lu Zhihui, nearby, grew anxious as well. He feared that if something went awry, he would bear the blame for the nation. Lin Mo waved his hand, stating, it's not a malfunction. Chief of Staff, according to the aircraft's radar, the satellite I just destroyed was a military espionage satellite deployed by the United States in our airspace. Recalling the over 100 red dots previously scanned by the radar, Lin Mo continued gravely, such military espionage satellites number over 100 in our airspace. Zhou Wujing exclaimed, what? Connecting this to recent intelligence from the Supreme Military Region, he realized that the so-called communication satellites launched by the United States were, in fact, nothing but military espionage satellites. This was a matter of great significance. It was imperative to report this immediately. Meanwhile, within the aircraft, Lin Mo's face, concealed behind his armored helmet, radiated excitement. The destruction of an American espionage satellite yielded a staggering 10,000 prestige points. Was this not akin to receiving free points? Chapter 65, All Destroyed. 1 million prestige points. The surprise came so suddenly. At the moment the satellite was destroyed, at the Guanghan Palace building, number 2 building of the American Aerospace Reconnaissance Bureau. In the Military Satellite Control Center, a report was made. Director, we have lost contact with satellite number 43, one of the 100 military satellites located in the Eastern Hemisphere. Director Williams of the American Aerospace Reconnaissance Bureau frowned and inquired, What is the situation? Wasn't this satellite just launched a few days ago? The despicable SX company and the contemptible Musk. The satellites they produce are nothing but space debris, yet they demand exorbitant prices, purely a scheme to extort money. Compile a comprehensive report on the disconnection of Satellite 43. I must present it to the absurd President and Defense Minister Charles. Upon receiving the orders, several staff members hurriedly processed and analyzed the data and imagery from the 10 minutes preceding the disconnection of Satellite 43. What? Exclaimed the staff in astonishment. Director Williams furrowed his brow again. What now? Director, it's not due to quality issues that this satellite has disconnected. One staff member wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It has been destroyed by an unknown laser weapon. What? Director Williams rushed over and seized the analysis report before him. According to the imaging of 8 nearby Starlink satellites in the last 10 seconds before the disconnection of Satellite 43, it appears that the satellite was obliterated by high-energy lasers emitted from an unidentified weapon. But what kind of high-energy laser weapon could accurately annihilate a satellite in one shot? Given the current technological capabilities of nations on Blue Planet, even the Eagle Nation does not possess such advanced laser weaponry. Could it possibly be from the Celestial Empire? A glimmer of insight sparked in William's eyes. Who dared to attack the military satellites of the Eagle Nation? Did they not realize that assaulting another country's satellite is tantamount to an act of war? No, Director, that's not right. The laser trajectory is incorrect, exclaimed another staff member. Indeed, look at the angle of the laser. It is clearly not emitted from the surface of Blue Planet, since laser emissions must travel in straight lines. The concentrated imaging from the nearby Starlink satellites indicates that this high-energy laser was evidently not fired from the surface of Blue Planet, but rather from the direction of outer space. The staff exchanged glances, and one of them slammed the table, muttering, "Oh my God, could it be a UFO?" As soon as this was uttered, it sent shockwaves through the room. Indeed, it must be. Such high-energy laser weaponry could only be wielded by extraterrestrial spacecraft. My heavens, could it be an alien invasion of Blue Planet? The apocalypse is upon us. Director Williams began to perspire as well. However, he soon sensed something amiss. He quickly raised his voice to restore order. You are all a bunch of mindless fools. If this were truly an attack from extraterrestrial weaponry, why would only our satellite be destroyed? How do we explain that? Our Eagle Nation's airspace is filled with tens of thousands of communication satellites and thousands of military satellites. Why was it specifically our satellite in the Eastern Hemisphere that was targeted? Director Williams raised his voice, sternly declaring, there absolutely cannot be UFOs in this world. And there are certainly no aliens. Anyone who spreads rumors and disturbs the order will be dismissed tomorrow. Without a doubt, this is the work of the Celestial Empire. We must investigate further. We must ascertain the cause. Just as Director Williams finished speaking, a piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout the Military Satellite Control Center. Warning. Disconnection of Starlink Satellite 45 in the Eastern Hemisphere. Warning. The 46th Starlink satellite in the Eastern Hemisphere has lost connection. A warning. The 47th Starlink satellite in the Eastern Hemisphere has also lost connection. The enormous display screen showed that 3 out of the 100 military satellites in the Eastern Hemisphere had suddenly gone offline. Williams's pupils constricted in disbelief as he uttered, "How is this possible?" Before anyone could react, alarms began to blare repeatedly. All personnel were thrown into a state of panic. How could this be explained? Williams's complexion turned a ghastly shade, yet he could only watch helplessly as events unfolded before his eyes. In a mere few minutes, a staggering 50 military satellites across the Eastern Hemisphere had lost contact. My God, and they claim it isn't UFOs. Director, what should we do? Aliens have truly invaded Blue Star. The aliens have arrived. We must flee. Witnessing the chaos in the command center, Williams was drenched in cold sweat, his spine tingling, utterly devoid of his usual composure. Could it truly be an assault by extraterrestrial UFOs? In the space orbit above Huaxia, Lin Mo piloted the aerospace fighter jet, targeting one enemy red dot after another displayed on the radar system, locking in and firing lasers. In no time, all 50 red dots in his vicinity were obliterated. Exhilarating. Lin Mo's face radiated joy. In just 3 minutes, he had amassed 500,000 prestige points. It is worth noting that despite all his efforts, including grand military drills and public promotional videos, he typically earned less than 2,000 prestige points a day. Yet now, with merely a flick of his fingers, he had garnered 500,000, directly achieving half of the requirements for the next system upgrade. It was simply euphoric. Captain Liu, let us pursue the other targets. Lin Mo exclaimed with fervor. The anxious voice of Zhou Wujing crackled through the display. Chief Lin, please ensure you remain in place. Without hesitation, Lin Mo severed the communication. The world fell silent. Let us not waste time. Lin Mo said to Lu Zhihui. All the satellites we just destroyed were military spy satellites from Eagle Nation. Our aerospace fighter jets possess exceptional stealth capabilities. This means that we have obliterated these satellites without Eagle Nation even knowing who was responsible. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Lu Zhihui's excitement matched his own. Chief Lin, is that really the case? Captain Lu, dare you to say otherwise? It must be done. I, Old Lu, will pilot the fighter jet, and Chief Lin, you shall handle the cannons. The maximum attack radius of the laser weapon is 50 meters, while the enemy red dots scanned by the radar are distributed over a diameter of 1,000 meters. Under Lin Mo's command, Lu Zhihui commenced a clockwise sweep, starting from the 9 o'clock position, systematically annihilating the military satellites of Eagle Nation. Before long, approximately 20 minutes later, Lin Mo and Lu Zhihui still felt unfulfilled. Yet all the spy satellites of Eagle Nation within the Huaxia airspace had been entirely eradicated. Alas, it was not satisfying. Lu Zhihui, with a look of lingering disappointment, exclaimed, "Why is Eagle Sauce so inept? They've only launched a little over 100. It's utterly insufficient for combat." At that moment, a look of ecstatic joy illuminated Lin Mo's face. 1 million prestige points. He could now claim the second system upgrade mission. Such delightful news arrived so unexpectedly. Chapter 66. The second system upgrade mission, Sky Sovereign. Beep. Current prestige points. 1008, 210, Ocean Sovereign Phase. Congratulations, host. You may now claim the second system upgrade mission. Would you like to accept? Lin Mo silently affirmed in his mind. Mission accepted successfully. Second system upgrade mission, Sky Sovereign. Mission requirements. Utilize the Xuan Nu aerospace fighter to significantly boost the morale of the Chinese people and impose a formidable strategic intimidation on the Western allied nations led by Eagle Sauce. Mission rewards. 1. Gain 2,000,000 prestige points. 2. Upgrade the system to level 30, unlocking the third tier of technology. 3. The prestige system will enter the Ocean Sovereign phase, unlocking more redeemable items. Finally, he had received the latest system upgrade mission. Lin Mo's face radiated with joy. As anticipated, the second mission bore striking similarities to the initial upgrade task. By employing the core technology of the Xuan Nu aerospace fighter from the second tier of technology to deliver a significant strategic intimidation to Eagle Sauce, he could complete the mission. Of course, the substantial difference in the prestige point rewards clearly indicated that the difficulty of the mission had escalated dramatically. With a reward of 2,000,000 prestige points, how should he intimidate the nation of Eagle Sauce? The term significant unique to this system left Lin Mo somewhat puzzled. However, he quickly dismissed the concern. With the aerospace fighter already in production, how could he possibly fail to deliver adequate strategic intimidation? Disregarding international ramifications, he could simply form a squadron of aerospace fighters and traverse the skies over Eagle Sauce at low altitude. Surely, he would accomplish the upgrade mission then. Let us go? Captain Lu, we shall return. Lu Zhihui licked his lips, casting a reluctant glance at the satellite debris, and said, Chief Lin, since they are unaware, why don't we fire a few shots in the Eagle Sauce airspace in the Western Hemisphere before we depart? Lin Mo chuckled. What? Are you not afraid of death now? Weren't you just worried about my fighter malfunctioning? Lu Zhihui sheepishly touched his armored head and smiled awkwardly. Lin Mo retorted, You're with me. Are you still concerned about future opportunities? Ha! I must be out of my mind. Lu Zhihui exclaimed with excitement. Return. Yes. A tactical officer in the command hall shouted. Chief of Staff, the altitude of the number 1 aerospace fighter is descending. Zhou Wujing looked up at the large screen. Current flight altitude, 528 kilometers. Aircraft speed, 228 Mach. At that moment, the satellite communication video call, which had not paused, was finally connected. Zhou Wujing quickly inquired, Chief Lin, are you planning to re-enter the atmosphere? Lin Mo's voice resounded. Indeed, Chief of Staff, rest assured, we shall return shortly. Zhou Wujing understood that no matter what he said, Lin Mo would not listen. So he decided to guide the conversation instead. Comrade Lin Mo, it is imperative that you ensure your safety while executing the landing. 50 minutes later. At the Chilean Satellite Launch Center, Base 1, everyone awaited with bated breath. They've arrived. They've returned. Someone exclaimed, pointing at the silhouette in the sky. Soon, Lu Zhihui piloted the aerospace fighter, gradually descending from the zenith of Base 1, before coming to a steady halt at the designated spot. The cockpit opened. Lin Mo and Lu Zhihui leapt down, approaching their superiors, removing their armored helmets, and standing at attention to salute. Leader, we have successfully fulfilled our mission. The inaugural test flight was a resounding success. Lin Mo could not help but smile awkwardly at the stern-faced leader. Comrade Lin Mo, do you realize how perilous such actions are? The leader, having accumulated nearly 2 hours of pent-up frustration, was on the verge of erupting like a volcano. Lin Mo quickly interjected with a smile. Leader, might I make amends for my transgressions? The leader, with an irate expression, reprimanded, Comrade Lin Mo. Even if you were to achieve an extraordinary feat today, I must still firmly educate you. If you continue to act recklessly. Before the leader could finish, Lin Mo interjected, I just destroyed 100 military spy satellites of the Eagle Nation. Is that sufficient? What did you say? Comrade Lin Mo, please repeat that. The leader was momentarily taken aback. Lin Mo chuckled softly. According to radar assessments from our aerospace fighter, the Eagle Nation has deployed 100 spy satellites in our airspace without our knowledge. Just moments ago, we successfully obliterated all of these military spy satellites. At this revelation, everyone's expression changed dramatically. Yantian remarked coldly, we previously believed that among those 100 satellites, there were at most 2 or 3 military spy satellites. We never imagined they were all military spies. Truly shameless. The leader paced back and forth, his expression shifting from grim to contemplative, considering the deeper implications. Comrade Lin Mo, while your actions were justified, they were indeed hasty. We must now prepare our forces for immediate readiness. Looking at Lin Mo, the leader initially wished to elaborate further, but ultimately sighed. Alas, given the circumstances, and considering the Eagle Nation's unscrupulousness, you cannot bear the blame for this. Comrade Lin Mo, I had previously assured you that regardless of the situation, the Supreme Court would support you. Let us allow the dragon army of our nation to undergo this necessary trial by fire. Lin Mo gazed at the leader in astonishment. Why the sudden preparation for full-scale war with the Eagle Nation? Had the upper echelons truly placed such confidence in the newly developed aerospace fighter? Noticing Lin Mo's puzzled expression, Yantian furrowed his brow and explained, Comrade Lin Mo, attacking foreign satellites is tantamount to declaring war. We haven't merely destroyed one. We have taken out hundreds. Given the Eagle Nation's shameless conduct, how could they refrain from retaliating furiously? At this, Lin Mo could not help but chuckle. Have you misunderstood something? I merely stated that I destroyed 100 military satellites belonging to the Eagle Nation, without implying that they knew it was me. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, both the leader and Yantian were taken aback. Suddenly, Yantian recollected something and slapped his thigh, exclaiming, Goodness! It's true, leader. Have you forgotten? Just now, our most advanced radar system was utterly incapable of detecting the presence of Lin Mo's aircraft. Chapter 67, Extraterrestrial Incident. Video conference of world leaders. Upon hearing this, the leader appeared somewhat dazed. Lin Mo elaborated further. This aerospace fighter employs a new type of stealth coating material that I developed, and it is equipped with my uniquely designed high-energy wave absorption stealth system, capable of flawlessly achieving wave absorption. It can be said that no nation on Blue Planet possesses the capability to detect our aircraft's movements. Therefore, with these satellites destroyed, they could never ascertain who was responsible. Besides, when we used laser weapons to obliterate the satellites, our aerospace fighter was situated above their altitude. Even if the Eagle Nation managed to uncover some clues, they would ultimately conclude that it was a mysterious incident. With this reminder, the leader instantly comprehended the situation, followed by great delight. So that is how it is. How ingenious. As long as there is no direct evidence to prove it, the Eagle Nation cannot unjustly place the blame for the destruction of these satellites on China. The thought of the Eagle Nation suffering such a significant setback brings me immense joy. Elder Qian, a pioneer of our nuclear program, once remarked that the strategic significance of stealth technology is akin to that of the mushroom bomb in its time. With such an epic-making stealth system for the aerospace fighter, it could transform into an aerial specter, leaving the Eagle Nation with no choice but to endure passive assaults. Comrade Lin Mo, you are truly a beacon of hope for our great nation. Across the ocean, in the Eagle Nation's Black Palace, Defense Minister Charles and Director Williams of the Aerospace Reconnaissance Bureau hurriedly rushed into the office. This is dire. Lord Xuan, extraterrestrials have attacked Blue Planet. Upon hearing this, Xuan was momentarily stunned, questioning whether he had misheard. Here is all the footage and analytical reports. Xuan received the materials from Director Williams and quickly skimmed through them. After finishing, he expressionlessly set them aside. You mean to say that these were all the work of UFOs? Director Williams, visibly excited, replied, Indeed, Mr. President. It was undoubtedly UFOs. Then explain why all the destroyed satellites were situated above Chinese airspace. Moreover, why were they destroyed precisely when we were intensifying the deployment of our Eastern Hemisphere Starlink satellites? Xuan inquired with a piercing gaze. Williams hesitated momentarily, then attempted to justify. Perhaps it is because those detestable Chinese have drawn the ire of extraterrestrials? Xuan slammed the table, rising to glare at Director Williams. If extraterrestrials resent the Chinese, why would they target our satellites? Why not strike the thousands of Chinese satellites above their airspace, instead of focusing on our 100 satellites? Director Williams wore an expression of embarrassment. He had indeed contemplated these matters, yet he could not fathom the source of those high-energy lasers that had obliterated the satellites, emanating as they did from the vastness of outer space. He reported this profound perplexity to Chancellor Xuan Nu, expecting to garner the president's approval. To his astonishment, Xuan Nu seized all the documents and flung them at his head. "Use your brain, for once," Xuan Nu exclaimed, his anger palpable. Before the public unveiling of exoskeletal armor technology, who could have imagined that the seemingly inept Huaxia could develop such cutting-edge armor? If that is the case, why could they not also create even more formidable aerial combat equipment? This satellite incident can only be attributed to one possibility. It was the work of the Huaxia people. Director Williams turned pale, gathering the scattered documents from the floor, cursing himself for his lack of insight. At this juncture, Defense Minister Charles interjected, "My Lord Xuan Nu, it is indeed plausible that Huaxia has developed aerial combat technology that transcends current understanding, based on the intelligence gathered over the past few days. The South Gate Project initiated by Huaxia is primarily focused on aerospace technology. However, it has been barely over a month since the formal launch of the South Gate Project. And already there are new research breakthroughs capable of precisely locating and swiftly destroying 100 of our Eagle Nation satellites. Is that not exceedingly astonishing?" Xuan Nu furrowed his brow in contemplation before offering his perspective. Regardless of how extraordinary it may seem, the events have transpired. I wonder if they possessed adequate technological reserves prior to this, and that the South Gate Project merely represents the final phase of a technological trial? Charles nodded in agreement. Indeed, there is that possibility. Huaxia's mobilization of resources for such a grand national research initiative indicates a high likelihood of success. Otherwise, they would not concentrate such immense power to expedite this project. Alas, it is regrettable that our satellites were launched less than half a month ago and have yet to be successfully calibrated, rendering us unable to conduct concentrated imaging of the Yuquan Satellite Launch Center. We lack sufficient evidence to prove that it was Huaxia's doing. Evidence? What evidence do we need? A malevolence gleamed in Xuan Nu's eyes. These are not the critical issues, Charles, since we have surmised that it was the Huaxia who perpetrated this. When has our Eagle Nation ever required evidence? A glint of insight sparkled in Charles's eagle-like gaze. Are you suggesting? Xuan Nu licked his lips, a cold smirk curling his mouth. Our satellites have been destroyed, and the astute Director Williams has even theorized it to be an extraterrestrial incident. Let us play along and present this at the Blue Star United Nations Conference. The primary agenda will be the alleged UFO attacks on Starlink communication satellites in Huaxia's airspace. To safeguard Blue Star, we must consolidate the efforts of all nations worldwide. Huaxia's airspace will no longer be the domain of just one nation. We, the Eagle Nation, along with all members of the Western Alliance, shall intervene in the Eastern Hemisphere's airspace to investigate the origins of these extraterrestrial events, provided we possess the technology and capability. With a malevolent tone, Xuan Nu declared that this time, the Huaxia Nation must either swallow its secrets and dutifully accept our Eagle Sauce's takeover of the Huaxia airspace, or publicly disclose the nature of the weaponry that obliterated our Eagle Sauce satellite. The destruction of another nation's satellite equates to a declaration of war. At that point, they shall inevitably comprehend why the great Eagle Sauce Nation is deemed the sole superpower of Blue Star. Charles, his face radiant with delight and his tone imbued with admiration, remarked, "Mr. President, your foresight is truly commendable. This time, Huaxia must pay the most excruciating price." Upon finalizing the counterattack strategy, the staff of the Eagle Sauce Black Hole swiftly mobilized to submit a high-level agenda to the United Nations that could threaten the very survival of humanity, demanding an immediate video conference among the leaders of Blue Star nations within 3 hours to deliberate on a response. Chapter 68, Report, We, Eagle Sauce, may have encountered a UFO. When the United Nations headquarters inquired about the agenda, Eagle Sauce replied with the alarming news of an alien invasion of Blue Star, startling even UN Secretary General Anthony. After verifying the accuracy of the information, he hurriedly initiated invitations for a conference to all nations. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Upon receiving this news, representatives from various countries at the United Nations promptly reported to their respective leaders. Faced with the peril to Blue Star, not a single nation failed to take the matter seriously. Nearly all heads of state promptly agreed to attend the meeting. Even those unable to participate personally dispatched their second-in-commands to represent them, ensuring they remained fully engaged with the proceedings. At the Chilean Launch Center, the leadership received an urgent meeting notification from the secretary. Indeed, the leader smiled and remarked, "Comrade Lin Mo, you were correct. The agenda from Eagle Sauce pertains to an alien invasion of Blue Star." Bai Yin laughed heartily. Who would have thought that our Huaxia would be associated with extraterrestrials? Ha ha ha. As they envisioned Eagle Sauce's eagerness to convene a UN meeting, everyone burst into joyous laughter. Lin Mo merely smiled faintly. Given the performance of the aerospace fighters, it was improbable that Eagle Sauce could discern which weapon had destroyed their satellite. Following their historical tendency to associate any incident with UFOs, it was only natural for them to speculate towards extraterrestrial civilizations. Lin Mo silently contemplated the possibility of orchestrating an upgraded alien incident in the Eagle Sauce airspace, perhaps bringing down thousands of their satellites to elevate their prestige. At that moment, the leader raised a hand for silence and said earnestly, "Ladies and gentlemen, we must not underestimate the significance of this UN summit. It is possible that Eagle Sauce has already cast suspicion upon us." Bai Yin added, "Eagle Sauce is home to many astute minds. By synthesizing various factors, they could easily arrive at a conclusion. However, without evidence, they are powerless against us. Our primary concern now should be guarding against any underhanded schemes they may devise." The leader nodded in agreement, reflecting briefly before instructing the staff, 3 hours is insufficient to return to Kyoto. I shall attend the summit from the launch center. Please ensure that General Long Jianjun extends a warm welcome to the esteemed kings of the Camel Nations, arranging for their participation in the United Nations Summit in the capital, so as not to compromise our grand national etiquette. Once we return to the capital tomorrow, we shall invite them to observe the exoskeleton armor. The Camel Nations have specifically organized a delegation to Huaxia for a state visit, primarily to inspect the individual exoskeleton armor. During the past month, amid the fervent progress of the South Heavenly Gate Project, the Supreme Military Region's General Assembly Department has remained industrious. Li Jingwu has directed several major research bases and military enterprises to work tirelessly, hastening the production of a batch of Kunlun Generation I individual exoskeleton armors. To date, approximately 200 units have been manufactured, sufficient to equip 2 special operations battalions. As for the urgency in producing this initial batch of armor rather than waiting for Lin Mo's development of the second generation, the impetus came from Lin Mo's suggestion. According to Lin Mo, by stripping away the advanced features of the exoskeleton armor and implementing assembly line production to reduce costs, the expense of producing the simplified armor becomes remarkably low. This could be sold at a premium on the military market, establishing a complete industrial chain that would undoubtedly generate unimaginable foreign exchange revenue for Huaxia, while simultaneously mitigating concerns regarding technological leaks. Lin Mo has already incorporated hidden protocols within several subsystems of the armor. Should any nation act as a traitor and attempt to sell the exoskeleton armor to foreign adversaries, it would be a fortuitous development. Unauthorized disassembly would trigger these protocols, resulting in immediate self-destruction. Perhaps it could even present an opportunity to apprehend high-level scientific experts from those adversarial nations. Following careful analysis, the Supreme Military Region promptly endorsed Lin Mo's proposal and extended invitations to several friendly nations. Given the exceptional performance of the exoskeleton armor, numerous countries have expressed keen interest, particularly the affluent Camel nations, which swiftly organized a delegation to Huaxia for negotiations. As long as the armor performs as portrayed in promotional materials, they are prepared to pay handsomely for it, regardless of the cost. However, these arrangements were interrupted by a series of unforeseen events. The leadership initially planned to meet with the heads of the Camel nations this afternoon upon returning to the capital. Yet, unexpectedly, the Blue Star United Nations Summit emerged, causing the arms sale to be postponed. 3 hours later, under the organization of the staff, the main conference hall at the Chilean Satellite Launch Center was fully prepared, with all meeting equipment in place and national-level interpreters ready. The colossal display screen showcased the heads of state connecting in succession. The leadership entered the conference hall first, followed closely by several high-ranking officials from the South Heavenly Gate Project acting as advisors. Lin Mo trailed behind, feeling a surge of excitement as he gazed at the leaders on the grand display. If one were to disregard the consequences, wouldn't it be exhilarating to confront the Eagle Nation or the Western Alliance countries in such a setting, potentially elevating one's prestige to extraordinary heights? However, consequences must still be taken into account, dear colleagues. Especially you, Comrade Lin Mo, the leader remarked with a smile, urging everyone to focus and remain composed, reassuring them that he would consult them should any questions arise. After the leaders of all nations declared their positions, The figure of United Nations Secretary-General Antonio appeared on the screen. He solemnly announced, "The video conference of the heads of state of the Blue Star United Nations is now officially commenced. The agenda of this urgent meeting pertains to the fate and future of all countries and humanity on Blue Star, and it must be taken seriously by all nations." According to the analysis report from the United States, Blue Star may face extraterrestrial events. Chapter 69. Everything must be supported by evidence. China will not accept any slander. Now, let us invite Mr. Williams, the director of the Aerospace Reconnaissance Bureau of the United States, to introduce the specifics of the alien invasion incident on Blue Star. Director Williams appeared on the screen, holding documents, and began to present the details. Upon learning that the United States had lost 100 satellites, destroyed by high-energy lasers from outer space, and that all reported information was accurate, the assembly erupted in astonishment. Wilson, the leader of the United Kingdom, was the first to speak, stating gravely, "The Aerospace Reconnaissance Bureau of the United States possesses the most advanced satellite reconnaissance technology on Blue Star. Since they have issued this analysis report, it must be true. We in the UK express our concerns. The legend of UFOs has always existed, and now, with ironclad evidence presented, it must be accorded the utmost attention." The leader of France, Colonel, also voiced his opinion, saying, "There is no doubt regarding the satellite technology of the United States. The images are sufficient to prove that this is likely an alien invasion of Blue Star. We in France are deeply worried that this may be a probe by extraterrestrials, with the ultimate aim of threatening our human existence." Afterward, Ding Fu, the leader of Russia, made a brief statement. Following the expressions of concern from the heads of the permanent member states of the Security Council, other member countries also voiced their serious apprehensions regarding this global security incident, asserting that the most pressing international matter is to unite and devise effective measures to confront the impending alien invasion. However, regarding what measures to adopt, each country had its own opinions and proposals, leading to a chaotic discussion. Amidst the cacophony of differing views, Secretary-General Antonio's voice resonated, "Esteemed leaders, this agenda was proposed by the United States, and surely they have some mature and concrete countermeasures in mind. Now, let us invite the absurdly unique President of the United States to share their proposals." As the video switched, the figure of Xuan Nu appeared on the conference screen. With a smile, he addressed the leaders of Blue Star, saying, "First, I want to emphasize that all nations on Blue Star are united. Under the unifying role of the United Nations, we can surely harness the collective strength of all nations to combat the extraterrestrial forces together. Furthermore, the occurrence of this alien event actually indicates that extraterrestrials are not to be feared. If they truly possessed overwhelming technological superiority, why would they only dare to secretly destroy a few of our communication satellites?" Upon hearing Xuan Nu's words, the heads of all countries nodded in agreement. His statements were indeed quite reasonable. Had the capability for dimensional reduction been within reach, extraterrestrial beings would not have merely destroyed a handful of insignificant satellites. Rather, they would have launched a full-scale assault on Earth. Thus, in light of this extraterrestrial incident, I, representing the United States, proposed the following. A subtle yet menacing smile graced Xuan Nu's face. The nation of Huaxia must open its airspace, allowing countries worldwide to venture into Huaxia's domain in search of alien traces, as a means to confront this global crisis. Upon the conclusion of Xuan Nu's statement, the leaders of various nations were immediately engulfed in uproar. To open Huaxia's airspace? To permit countries to search for aliens? Was this not tantamount to compelling Huaxia to open its borders? The countenance of Huaxia's leadership darkened instantly. The attendees at the Chilean Launch Center were collectively filled with righteous indignation. The audacity of the United States. They were attempting to coerce Huaxia into relinquishing its airspace. Unthinkable. Absolutely unacceptable. Following Xuan Nu's proposal, leaders from several Western Alliance countries, as if in collusion, began to echo in agreement. The representative from John Bull's realm remarked sarcastically, "This is all for humanity, for Earth. Huaxia must make sacrifices, and we must compensate them. Perhaps we should bestow upon Huaxia a United Nations honor medal." The representative from Gaul added with a smile, "Huaxia need not be anxious. Our nations are simply well-intentioned in our search for extraterrestrial traces. We do not intend to remain there indefinitely." The leader of the affluent Foot Basin country, Mei Ma Bei San, shamelessly interjected, "We have some reservations regarding this proposal. Why should Huaxia's consent be necessary to enter the Eastern Hemisphere airspace? Who decreed that Huaxia's airspace is exclusively theirs?" The leader from the Southern Peninsula, Park Duan-di, chimed in with a laugh. "Precisely. The airspace of nations worldwide has yet to be fully developed. Thus, in strict terms, Huaxia's space beyond the atmosphere cannot be considered part of its sovereign territory, and countries are entirely free to enter at any time. With the United States leading the charge, the heads of Western alliance nations bantered back and forth, treating Huaxia's airspace as if it were their own personal platter. Huaxia's supreme guardian wore a pained expression, yet managed to maintain a facade of composure. It was not until over 10 minutes had passed that United Nations Secretary-General Anthony interrupted the discussions among the leaders. The leaders of Huaxia. You are now aware of the proposals from various nations. May I inquire what your stance is? The video shifted to Huaxia, displaying the leader on the large screen. The representatives from the Western Alliance wore faintly amused expressions, eager to witness Huaxia's response. At that moment, the leader's voice, calm yet resolute, resonated. Esteemed leaders. The topic initiated by the United States pertains to the fate of humanity and the stability of Earth. Nations across the globe must unite, treating this matter with utmost seriousness and implementing the most effective measures to confront, prevent, and resolve this crisis. In this regard, Huaxia expresses its unwavering support. However, concerning the proposal from the United States, we hold certain dissenting views. The leader's eyes sparkled with intensity as they spoke with conviction. Before we proceed, we wish to pose several critical questions, to which we request straightforward answers from the United States. First, why have so many as 100 satellites from the United States appeared within Huaxia's airspace? Secondly, according to the recent data from the Eagle Nation's Aerospace Reconnaissance Bureau, the images captured by the satellites are exceptionally high definition, a feat unattainable by ordinary communication satellites. Thus, what exactly are these over 100 satellites, communication satellites, or military espionage satellites? Thirdly, what intentions lie behind the Eagle Nation's deployment of such numerous military reconnaissance satellites in the skies over China? Upon hearing these words, leaders from various countries were left in contemplation, while a sinister glint appeared in Xuan Nu's eyes. He did not respond directly, but instead inquired, Chinese leader, does your statement imply that you acknowledge it was you who destroyed our Eagle Nation's military satellite? The leader smiled, refraining from a direct answer, and continued, Eagle Nation's head, every matter must be substantiated by evidence. In the absence of proof, we in China will not accept any baseless accusations or slander. Chapter 70, still too conservative. Go into the Eagle Nation's airspace and take down hundreds of their military satellites. Finally, regarding your Eagle Nation's proposal for us to open our airspace, China is a civilization with a history spanning 5,000 years and a nation of etiquette. I would like to respond with a Chinese proverb. When friends come, there is good wine. When wolves arrive, there are hunting rifles. We certainly welcome any nation that agrees to mutually open its airspace and is willing to sign a treaty of friendly cooperation, non-aggression, fairness, and mutual benefit regarding airspace development. However, we will not entertain any nation that harbors ill intentions or hostility towards China seeking entry into our airspace. China's stance is reasoned and substantiated, resonating with authority. Some leaders could not help but applaud. After China's reminder, many nations quickly sensed something amiss. Could this be reminiscent of the previous instance, where the Eagle Nation, in its quest for oil resources from the camel countries of the Middle East, forcibly seized a bottle of detergent, claiming the camel nation possessed weapons of mass destruction, merely as a pretext to invade China's airspace? After all, even if China's airspace were to genuinely open, there are scarcely any nations, aside from the Eagle Nation, with the capability and technology to explore for so-called extraterrestrial traces. This time, they did not wish to be mere pawns in the Eagle Nation's game. United Nations Secretary-General Anthony, observing the opinions expressed by various countries, switched the video to his side and spoke. This matter is of great significance. Each country requires some time to make decisions. The Leaders' Summit will reconvene in 2 hours. The UN conference video was cut off. Bayani, who had been listening to the meeting, hurriedly entered and sat beside the leader. All staff promptly rearranged to restore the video connection with the Supreme Court of China's conference hall. In the next hour, an emergency meeting of the Supreme Military District was convened. Within 5 minutes, the chief of the Dragon Army, the leaders of the Army, Navy, and Air Force, along with several key generals, all appeared on the screen. Having just been fully engaged in the meeting, they all wore furrowed brows. Bayani solemnly remarked, it seems the Eagle Nation has already deduced that it was us who destroyed their military satellite and has devised a cunning trap. This time, the Eagle country reveals its true intentions under the guise of discussing extraterrestrial incidents, ostensibly to compel Huaxia to either develop its airspace or comply. Regardless of the choice made, we will ultimately fall into the trap set by the Eagle country. We must promptly reject their unreasonable proposals and directly declare our responsibility for the destruction of the satellite. Air Force Commander Yun Feijia was the first to voice his opinion. How shameless of the Eagle country to dare deploy 100 military spy satellites within our Huaxia airspace, openly trampling on our dignity. They initiated the first move. Do not blame us for retaliating. If they seek war, then we shall engage in battle. Army Commander Long Jianjun shook his head, declaring, "This is inappropriate. Old Long, you are far too conservative." Yun Feijia retorted angrily, "It is not my conservatism at play, but rather your recklessness." Long Jianjun coldly responded, "Such reckless aggression, devoid of consideration for consequences, will only hinder Huaxia's future standing in the international arena." The two continued to argue for a moment. The leader interjected, "I have noted your opinions. Let the others share theirs." Subsequently, each senior official expressed their views. The majority believed that if Huaxia were to outright refuse to open its airspace, it would fall victim to the Eagle country's insidious plot. This would not only provide the Eagle country with the perfect pretext for military intervention, but also create an opportunity for allied nations to unite against Huaxia. However, Huaxia's airspace must not be unconditionally open to the outside world. This is not merely a matter of national security, but also one of national dignity. Comrade Lin Mo, what is your perspective? The leader turned to Lin Mo on his left and inquired. The other generals also turned their gaze towards Lin Mo. Within the 3 hours preceding the meeting, they had acquired a general understanding of the morning's events and were aware that Lin Mo was the source of this incident. If we continue to deny that the satellite was destroyed by Huaxia, and the Eagle country cannot provide evidence to substantiate their claims, can they use this as a justification to attack us? Lin Mo asked. Long Jianjun replied, "No. However, the Eagle country can fabricate numerous reasons to target any nation." Lin Mo nodded and smiled, saying, "In that case, we can entirely ignore the Eagle country's unreasonable demands and simply step outside the trap they have laid." Upon hearing this, Yun Feijia furrowed his brow and remarked, "Comrade Lin Mo, you must understand that the Eagle country has already set the stage, and we have entered their game. If we allow ourselves to be ridden so brazenly, Huaxia will not dare to respond directly, ultimately leading other nations to perceive us as weak and vulnerable. And the Eagle country will undoubtedly take further liberties." Lin Mo looked at Yun Feijia, smiling faintly. "I did not suggest we refrain from responding. I merely believe your approach is still too conservative." Hearing this, Yun Feijia was taken aback, asking, "Is even my approach considered conservative?" Lin Mo cleared his throat and articulated his thoughts. As the saying goes, one should return the favor in kind. Since the Eagle country claims there is an extraterrestrial incident in our airspace and demands we open it, why not create a similar incident in their airspace? As the time until the meeting dwindled to just over an hour, the thought of piloting a space fighter into the Eagle's domain to incapacitate several hundred military satellites seemed entirely feasible. After all, with my state-of-the-art stealth system, it was improbable that the Eagles could procure any evidence against us. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback before realization washed over them. Indeed, the Eagles, who often wielded power with abandon, had unexpectedly suffered a significant setback and were now contemplating a counter-strategy. Little did they know, if we had managed to make them falter once, we could certainly do so again. Brilliant, simply brilliant. Yun Feijia began to applaud enthusiastically. At that moment, we could assert that extraterrestrial events had shifted into the Eagle's domain, demanding their airspace be opened. Were they not so ostentatiously self-righteous? Let us see how they respond this time. Ha! The situation has dramatically shifted. They have been shackled by their own habitual thinking, completely forgetting that the balance of power had long since shifted, with autonomy firmly in the hands of Huaxia. The leader clapped in agreement, proclaiming, "Comrade Lin Mo has indeed given this matter profound consideration. Let us proceed, as you suggest. However, to avoid provoking the Eagles into a desperate reaction, we must regulate the number of satellites we destroy. Since they dared to deploy 100 military satellites within our airspace, we shall eliminate 200 of theirs. Without delay, let us embark and ensure the mission is completed before the meeting reconvenes." Chapter 71. The Eagles must demonstrate their great power responsibility. Open their airspace proactively. Within the confines of the No. 1 space base, Lu Zhihui received an urgent task and quickly donned his powered exoskeleton armor. Together with his subordinate, San Pao, who was similarly armored, he saluted the video feed, stating, "Esteemed leaders, rest assured, we shall resolutely accomplish our mission. Act swiftly. The target is 200 military satellites." Lin Mo commanded. This time, Lin Mo opted to remain behind. Firstly, he was engaged in a crucial meeting of the Supreme Military District, making it impractical for him to attend. Secondly, he wished to conduct an experiment to observe how his prestige would be calculated without his direct control of the space fighter. Lu Zhihui accepted the mission, piloting the Xuan Nu space fighter as it swiftly ascended, heading directly towards the sky. In the air, the Xuan Nu's engines belched blue flames as they operated at full power, quickly breaching the atmosphere and entering the airspace. The Xuan Nu soared towards the western hemisphere at speeds surpassing the first cosmic velocity. Approximately 30 minutes later, according to the positioning display, they had arrived in the Eagle's airspace. San Pao, commence scanning. San Pao nodded, seated in the co-pilot's seat, as he fumbled to activate the radar scanning system. The intelligent display soon revealed a dense array of red dots. Lu Zhihui licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. San Pao, lock on for me. Once the laser has completed its targeting, fire at will. Yes. At the Eagle's Satellite Reconnaissance Bureau's central control, the blaring alarm resounded once more. The staff, who had barely managed to regain their composure, were once again paralyzed with fear upon witnessing the display on the large screen. They frantically shouted in panic. What the hell? How are the aliens back again? In an astonishing turn of events, our airspace has been invaded by extraterrestrial forces. Panic ensues as the cries of alarm echo. My God. 5, 10, no. In just 1 minute, 60 satellites have lost contact. Who will come to our aid? The personnel within the Eagle Nation Space Agency are thrown into disarray, while Director Williams, engrossed in a meeting at the White Palace, remains oblivious, leaving the situation leaderless. Some staff members, in sheer terror, abandon their posts and flee to gather their belongings for an escape. Inside the White Palace, upon receiving the news, Director Williams' expression shifts dramatically, his body trembling uncontrollably. What is happening? Inquires Xuan Nu, furrowing his brow. With gritted teeth, Williams divulges the dire circumstances. Within a mere 10 minutes, 200 military satellites in Eagle Nation's airspace have been annihilated by unknown high-energy laser weapons launched from outer space. Blast it all. Xuan Nu's countenance fluctuates between anger and despair. A surge of frustration wells up within him, yet he cannot suppress it, seizing nearby objects and hurling them in every direction. For so long, it has been the Eagle Nation that dictated terms, sending stealth aircraft and carrier fleets to roam freely within the airspace and waters of the East. With no repercussions, they have swallowed their pride and endured the humiliation like a bitter pill. This time, however, Xuan Nu never anticipated that the East would summon such audacity, daring to invade their airspace and assault their military satellites. This act is not merely a slight against the Eagle Nation. It is a blatant disregard for their authority. Yet, they find themselves devoid of any evidence to substantiate their claims. Xuan Nu's fury reaches a fever pitch. Damn the East. I want them all to perish. At that moment, Director Williams unwisely broaches the topic. Mr. President, could it truly be extraterrestrials? Before he can finish his sentence, a glass shatters against his head, crashing to the floor in a cacophony of shards. Get out of my sight. You worthless fool, resign by tomorrow. Ignoring the blood streaming down his face, Williams clutches his head and exits the office, casting a venomous glance back, vowing that when the extraterrestrials arrive, they will be the first to seize this imbecilic president. The head of the Satellite Reconnaissance Agency occupies a perilous position. Let those who wish to take it do so. With 10 minutes remaining until the resumption of the summit, the Xuan Nu fighter jets return triumphantly to the #1 space base. Lu Zhihui removes his helmet, a broad smile illuminating his face, clearly having just experienced a thrilling endeavor. Beside him, San Pao radiates uncontrollable excitement. Lu Zhihui initiates a video call. Moreover, it is a full reward. Based on previous experiences, Lin Mo has essentially concluded that the system's assessment of strategic intimidation primarily requires such actions to be conducted under his command. As long as the intimidation stems from his directives, there is no need for him to take direct action. His prestige will remain unaffected. Gazing at the system's display of 3 million prestige points, Lin Mo was overwhelmed with joy, suddenly experiencing an exhilarating sense of fortune. He became increasingly eager for the latest items available for exchange after the system upgrade. 10 minutes later, the United Nations Summit officially reconvened. Staff members adjusted the network, successfully establishing a video conference connection. The figure of UN Secretary General Anthony appeared on the large screen. Leaders of various nations, let us continue our meeting. After 2 hours of deliberation, it seemed that each country had reached a decision. Now, let us invite the leader of the Huaxia nation to make an address. The scene shifted to Huaxia. The leader gently cleared his throat, wearing a kind and approachable smile, exuding a demeanor of warmth and congeniality, and said, "Firstly, I wish to share some recent news. Just half an hour ago, according to the latest reconnaissance from our Huaxia Space Agency, we discovered that a staggering 200 satellites in the airspace of the Eagle country have been destroyed. The manner of destruction aligns perfectly with the previous analysis reports from the Eagle Country's space agency. This number has precisely doubled compared to before. It appears that these extraterrestrial beings harbor a profound enmity towards the military satellites of the Eagle Country. I wonder if this is a consequence of the Eagle Country's military satellites having committed grievous acts, thus inciting the wrath of extraterrestrial forces? At this point, the leader's smile faded, and he adopted a serious expression. Therefore, we, the Huaxia nation, solemnly propose. First, we urge the Eagle Country to self-destruct all its military satellites to quell the fury of the extraterrestrials. Second, we request the opening of the Eagle airspace, allowing nations worldwide to investigate the extraterrestrial events. We hope that the Eagle Country can demonstrate the responsibility befitting a leading global power and set an example as the foremost nation of Blue Star. For the protection of Blue Star and humanity, it must make the necessary contributions. Upon concluding his remarks, the expression on Xuan Nu's face turned a deep shade of anger. Chapter 72, Shameless Double Standards. The biased Secretary General. Xuan Nu was nearly infuriated to the point of vomiting blood. He had intended to question Huaxia, but was taken aback by their audacity to seize the initiative. At this moment, a wave of discussion erupted among the leaders of various nations, astonished by the significant shift in circumstances immediately upon reconvening. Some nations, after hearing Huaxia's words, suddenly realized that the destruction of the Eagle Country's satellites was not an extraterrestrial incident at all, but rather the doing of Huaxia. They discerned deeper implications from the leader of Huaxia's statements. It seemed that Huaxia had developed some cutting-edge weaponry capable of not only precisely destroying military satellites within their own airspace, but also traversing half of Blue Star within 2 hours to obliterate 200 military satellites in the Eagle airspace. And astonishingly, the Eagle Country was left without any means to gather evidence. Had they truly transformed from the once feeble entity they used to be? Many nations have suddenly begun to regard Huaxia with a newfound respect, akin to the saying absence makes the heart grow fonder. Meanwhile, the leaders of the Western Alliance, allies of the Eagle Nation, find themselves muted and grim-faced, grappling with the abrupt reversal of circumstances. Their attempts to coerce Huaxia have backfired spectacularly. This outcome is utterly unacceptable to them. As the scene shifts to the Eagle Nation, all heads of state await Xuan Nu's response. Taking a deep breath, Xuan Nu forces a smile and remarks, "It appears there have indeed been some technical missteps in this incident. The analysis report lacks rigor. And whether this is an extraterrestrial matter requires further investigation. As the only superpower on Blue Planet, we possess ample strength and technology to address this situation independently, without the interference of other nations. Thus, I hereby withdraw the previous proposal." Despite Xuan Nu's forced smile, he is inwardly seething with rage. Although they lack tangible evidence, the expression on Huaxia's leader's face unmistakably conveyed a defiant challenge, as if to say, "I did this. Come at me." The incompetence of the Aerospace Reconnaissance Bureau, which failed to uncover even the slightest clue, has left him in a most humiliating position. United Nations Secretary General Anthony, observing the absurdity of the summit, intends to bring this farcical meeting to a close. However, just then, he notices that Huaxia has submitted another request to speak. Pressing the yellow button to switch the video feed, the screen transitions to Huaxia, where the leader's eyes gleam with determination as he declares, "Now that the Eagle Nation's agenda has concluded, we, Huaxia, wish to present a matter to the United Nations." The Eagle Nation, under the pretense of launching Starlink communication satellites, has brazenly deployed hundreds of military spy satellites within our airspace. This shameless act constitutes a serious violation of international space law. We, Huaxia, hereby express our solemn protest and urge all nations to unite against such infringements of sovereignty. We demand that the Eagle Nation provide an explanation, delete the relevant data, issue an apology, and commit to never deploying military spy satellites in the Eastern Hemisphere again. Should we discover further military satellites in Huaxia's airspace, it will be tantamount to a declaration of war, and we shall employ all necessary measures, including military action, to defend ourselves. Let this not be said to have gone unheeded. Upon hearing Huaxia's leader's words, the representatives of all nations are taken aback. They question whether they have misheard. Is Huaxia truly launching an offensive against the Eagle Nation? Is this the same Huaxia that once displayed weakness and retreat? Nations that have long suffered under the Eagle's tyranny feel a sense of exhilaration as Huaxia boldly confronts the Eagle Nation. Well said. The Eagle Nation proclaims itself the world's police, violating the sovereignty of other nations at will. Previously, they would at least offer some pretext. Let us see how they explain themselves this time. The Eagle Nation has instigated war in our region, causing untold suffering for countless families. Now, They attempt to employ the same tactics against Huaxia. The Eagle Nation is the world's greatest terrorist. An apology is mandatory. Their claims of extraterrestrial involvement are merely a cover for their failed invasion of Huaxia's airspace, revealing their shame and fury. What a farce to boast of being a beacon of democracy. It is truly laughable. In the past, many nations, despite harboring discontent towards the actions of the United States, were intimidated by the formidable military prowess of the Western alliance led by the U.S. However, emboldened by the leadership of China and witnessing the unraveling of American plans, many countries have found their voices and are now vocally condemning the U.S. The Western alliance remains silent, even appearing somewhat awkward, as the meeting originally intended for them to collectively pressure China has taken an unexpected turn. The scene shifts to the United States, where the expression on President Trump's face is one of evident distress. This is the first time he has encountered such a scenario, where China audaciously challenges American authority on the global stage. How dare they? At this moment, the typically biased Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio, hastily interjects, urging China to exercise restraint. He states that minor conflicts between nations are inevitable, and both China and the U.S., being permanent members of the UN Security Council, should strive for unity and peace. Many nations listening to the Secretary General's remarks cannot help but smirk. Where was his mediation when the U.S. and its allies were pressuring China? Now, witnessing their own patron being confronted, he is eager to play the peacemaker. Meanwhile, the Chinese leadership merely smiles lightly, exhibiting indifference, having grown accustomed to such dynamics over the years. Ultimately, their objectives have been met. The Nantianmen Project has achieved substantial results, and the recent satellite incident serves as a testament to China's military technology, which has reached a level capable of overpowering the U.S., effectively dismantling their military blockade. Prior to this, China's missile technology was already on par with that of the U.S., and with the addition of exoskeleton armor and cutting-edge aerospace fighter jets, it can be asserted that, aside from naval combat, China's military capabilities now rival those of the U.S. In light of this, it is indeed time to reclaim the dignity that the Chinese nation rightfully deserves. This United Nations summit will mark the first step towards China re-establishing its status among the world's great powers. After a considerable pause, Secretary General Antonio's incessant remarks finally draw to a close. The scene shifts back to the U.S. After several moments of contemplation, President Trump regains his composure and, with a smile, declares, "It seems there has been some misunderstanding regarding China. Our satellite technology has always been at the forefront globally. Even our most basic Starlink communication satellites surpass the military satellites of certain less advanced nations. Given China's current technological capabilities, it is only natural they struggle to comprehend such advancements. The primary objective of the Starlink initiative is to benefit humanity as a whole. China must not dismiss the entirety of this plan for its own narrow interests." At this juncture, a subtle malice seeps into Trump's words as he adds, "Specific matters can be addressed gradually after today's meeting." When the Eagle Nation officially responded, the United Nations Secretary General, Antonio, hastily took charge, denying other nations the opportunity to speak, thereby abruptly concluding the meeting. In the Grand Conference Hall of the Chilean Launch Center, exuberance filled the air. It was truly exhilarating. Yun Feijia could not contain his laughter, exclaiming, 3 years and 3 more years. Do you know how long I have awaited this day? As the Air Force commander, he had endured far too much from the Eagle Nation over the years. It had become unbearable. Long Jianjun smiled faintly and said, "From this moment forth, you may unleash your pent-up frustrations." Yun Feijia rubbed his hands together, exhilarated to the core. After years of silent suffering, he was finally free to express his grievances. Henceforth, it was imperative to meticulously craft diplomatic language, enlisting the entire diplomatic corps to collaborate, ideally sourcing some sharp-witted writers from provincial secretariats and local writers' associations to harness the profound richness of the Chinese language, ensuring that the Eagle Nation would not even recognize its own mother. Comrade Lin Mo, this time, your contributions are monumental. The leadership looked at Lin Mo with satisfaction. Others echoed, Comrade Lin Mo truly deserves the title of a national hero. The leader turned to the assembly and continued with a smile, everyone. Thanks to Comrade Lin Mo's efforts, the development process of our nation has been significantly accelerated. Let us seize this opportunity to deliberate on an appropriate reward for his extraordinary contributions. Excellent. Indeed. Just then, the senior officials engaged in a lively discussion, and within half an hour, they swiftly drafted several commendations for Lin Mo. First, they would exceptionally confer upon him the highest honor of the nation. Third, He would be granted the title of Honorary Academician of the Hwaka Institute for life. Fourth, he would be promoted to the rank of 1-star general. Fifth, he would be appointed as the Deputy Chief Designer of Huaxia's military equipment. Hearing these astonishing accolades, even Lin Mo felt a twinge of unworthiness. He could hardly fathom the generosity of the Supreme Military District, especially with the 5 significant rewards, which encompassed not only the highest spiritual honors of the state, but also real power and responsibilities. Each of these awards was something many would spend a lifetime striving to attain. If the Supreme Military District's previous attitude towards Lin Mo could be described as one of trust, it had now transformed into one of delegation. As long as Lin Mo refrained from committing any heinous acts, he would find that any endeavor he wished to pursue would be unimpeded. This, too, was a means for the Supreme Military District to ensure that Lin Mo remained ever devoted to Huaxia, adding a measure of responsibility and restraint upon him. Thank you, esteemed leaders, Lin Mo expressed sincerely. Long Jianjun chuckled. Comrade Lin Mo, next time you devise any groundbreaking technology, we may find ourselves at a loss for how to reward you. Laughter erupted among all present as they turned to discuss the next phase. Yun Feijia looked at Lin Mo and inquired, now that the aerospace fighter has been successfully developed, Comrade Lin Mo, what are your plans for the next steps? Lin Mo contemplated his current primary objective, which was to successfully complete the second system upgrade task. He remarked, at present, I do not have any grand plans, but I do have several smaller initiatives. Let us first dedicate a few days to assemble the remaining 10 or so aerospace fighters. This iteration of the Nantianmen Project had mobilized an immense amount of human and material resources, resulting in the development of at least 12 sets of various components and parts for the aerospace fighters, which could be fully assembled in just a few days. Lin Mo continued, subsequently, we shall spend some time validating the maturity of the technology, aiming for mass production within the next month. This year, we strive to manufacture over 100 Xian'Nv fighters for the Huaxia Air Force. Everyone present nodded in agreement. With a fleet of 100 exceptionally capable 7th-generation fighters, Huaxia would possess a formidable confidence in facing any nation. Additionally, I will expedite the development of the Kunlun 2 exoskeleton armor, including a simplified civilian version of the armor. Upon mentioning the lateral technological development of exoskeleton armor, Bai Yannian could no longer remain seated. Comrade Lin Mo, I hope you will place greater emphasis on the design of civilian armor, creating more affordable options. Exoskeleton armor holds significant developmental and utilitarian value in various sectors, such as security, firefighting, infrastructure, and labor. Once widely promoted, it would undoubtedly propel our nation's strength forward. Lin Mo assured him, rest assured, Chief Bai, I will finalize the design scheme within half a month and submit it to the Supreme Military District's Assembly Department for comprehensive production coordination. Bai Yannian nodded in satisfaction. The enhancement of national strength through technology is not solely reliant on advancements in military technology, but also hinges upon the transition of military applications to civilian use. Allowing cutting-edge technology to expand into the civilian sector enables the vast populace of Huaxia to genuinely experience the progress and convenience that technology brings. Later, Lin Mo proposed several new technologies in the realm of drones, which could serve as subsequent research projects. However, as these did not fall under the core technologies of the second-tier system, he decided not to pursue them personally. Instead, he would hand over the design plans to Chief Engineer Peng for exploration. Upon concluding his remarks, the senior officials nodded in approval. Comrade Lin Mo, we entrust all of this to you. Across the ocean, in the disheveled office of Xuan Nu, chaos reigned. Every visible object had been shattered to pieces. Xuan Nu exhaled sharply, disregarding the sweat on his brow, unceremoniously collapsing onto the sofa. Charles, come here, Mr. President commands you. Immediately terminate the military exercises of the Mudji aircraft carrier fleet in the South China Sea and deploy the Mudgung aircraft carrier fleet to the Huaxia waters. Contact the members of the Western Alliance and request that both John Bull and the Gallic Rooster send their aircraft carriers to jointly form a united carrier fleet. Proceed to conduct joint exercises and demonstrations in Huaxia's territorial waters. Both of Eagle Sauce's carrier fleets must be fully loaded with Raptor 22 fighters, circling the Huaxia coastline for a month. I want the people of Huaxia to live in fear of us, Eagle Sauce. Understood. 2 days later, at the No. 1 aerospace base where the Nantianmen Project was located, the Supreme Military District held an unprecedentedly grand celebration ceremony. The Xuan Nu aerospace fighter rests quietly at the heart of the space base, a testament to remarkable achievements. All the researchers stand in formation on the expansive grounds, their expressions brimming with excitement. Chapter 74. The Supreme Honor of Huaxia. the first-class Medal of Merit, lifetime honorary academician. It feels as though we are in a dream. It has only been a little over a month. Sometimes I wonder, did we truly create this aircraft together? Who could possibly doubt it? When I first learned of Chief Engineer Lin's deadline for the project, I must have cursed 100 fools in one breath. Yet now it is evident that I was the true fool. Ha ha. Laughter erupts around me. Everyone is engulfed in an overwhelming sense of happiness and fulfillment. Hey, what kind of reward do you think we will receive this time? Surely at least a third-class merit, right? It's hard to say. The project was completed too swiftly. Are you foolish? The project's evaluation primarily hinges on research outcomes. When have we ever judged based on workload and completion speed? As everyone enthusiastically speculates about the rewards. Someone suddenly asks curiously, aren't you all interested in what Chief Engineer Lin will receive? This sparks even greater excitement among the group. One can easily guess. He is bound to receive another first-class merit award. Chief Engineer Lin is extraordinary. It is known that for the same individual to earn a first-class merit award again is far more challenging than the first time. Indeed, I suspect he is on track for a double first-class merit. It seems Chief Engineer Lin has yet to receive any other commendation since enlisting. Doesn't that mean he has only the first-class medal to his name? How absurd. Ladies and gentlemen, I must remind you, Chief Engineer Lin is only 21 this year. At this point, everyone is taken aback. Goodness, it truly makes one feel inadequate. While I am still a university student at 21, he has already become a man with only a first-class medal to his name. Yet, no one feels envious. Rather, after more than a month of exposure, their respect and admiration for Lin Mo have only deepened. Soon, the leaders take the stage one by one. The celebration ceremony officially commences under the auspices of Project Chief Engineer Pangu. First, Yantian steps forward to deliver an important speech prior to the ceremony. Comrades, today, we gather here to hold a grand and solemn celebration. We celebrate the successful completion of the first phase of the Nantianmen Project, launched with the collective strength of the nation. On behalf of all the people of Huaxia, I extend the highest respect and heartfelt gratitude to all the personnel involved in the Nantianmen Project, both present and absent. Thank you for your immense contributions to the rise of a powerful Huaxia. At this moment, thunderous applause erupts throughout the venue. Everyone's faces flush with excitement. And the applause continues unabated. After a considerable time, the clapping gradually subsides, yet the thrill on everyone's faces remains undiminished. Yantian, his voice filled with fervor, continues, comrades. Science and technology are the primary sources and inexhaustible driving forces behind human development and progress. Each remarkable scientific achievement propels the advancement of humanity forward. In the preceding centuries, groundbreaking scientific achievements were predominantly spearheaded by Western nations. However, this time, a remarkable scientific breakthrough, far surpassing the current epoch, has been birthed in our illustrious land of Huaxia. Thanks to the relentless and extraordinary efforts of every individual present here. How fortunate we are to be part of Huaxia. How magnificent Huaxia is. The thunderous applause erupts once more, resounding even more fervently than before. Many, so engrossed in their enthusiasm, continue to applaud despite the pain in their hands. The success of the first phase of the Southgate project has indeed propelled the overall technological prowess of Huaxia to unprecedented heights. The more than 200 avant-garde subsidiary technologies associated with the aerospace fighter are poised to shine brilliantly across diverse high-tech domains, including manned rockets, space station construction, and intercontinental missiles. Yantian raised his hands to quell the applause, which gradually subsided. He continued, today, we are gathered here to honor and award all those researchers who have contributed to the Southgate project. He then proceeded to announce the specific recognitions and rewards for the researchers. Everyone listened eagerly, their faces alight with excitement. The awards were categorized by rank. All general researchers were bestowed with the Huaxia Scientific Progress Medal and a third-class merit award. In terms of tangible rewards, they received a cash prize of 500,000 yuan. Housing quotas in their primary cities, additional points for their direct descendants in major examinations, lowered requirements for professional title assessments, and priority admission to research institutions, among numerous other benefits. Upon hearing the specific rewards, no one could contain their joy. They had anticipated substantial rewards, but the magnitude of these benefits exceeded all expectations, achieving a dual harvest of spiritual and material gain. Next, Yantian announced the accolades for mid-level management personnel. Building upon the rewards for general researchers, the incentives for middle management saw a significant increase. The cash prize escalated to 2 million yuan, and the other benefits quadrupled. Following that, the high-ranking project officials were recognized. Without delving into the specifics of their generous rewards, Each was awarded the prestigious second-class Merit Medal of Huaxia. Finally, the moment everyone had eagerly awaited arrived. Here it comes. The recognition for Chief Engineer Lin is upon us. It goes without saying that a first-class merit award is inevitable. Chief Engineer Lin is truly remarkable. Bai Yannian smiled as he surveyed the audience, declaring emphatically, the chief designer of the first phase of the Southgate project, Comrade Lin Mo. He has exemplified the spirit of research leadership and exemplary conduct, uniting and leading the entire project team to overcome 902 technical challenges and conquer 233 subsidiary technologies in a remarkably short period. He has successfully developed the epic-making Xian NV aerospace fighter and achieved its inaugural flight. He has fulfilled the significant scientific tasks assigned by the nation with aplomb. His remarkable achievements will be etched in the annals of Huaxia's history. Following the deliberations of the Supreme Conference of Huaxia, we hereby confer the following honors upon Comrade Lin Mo. Bai Yannian paused, enunciating each word with care. First, we award Comrade Lin Mo the Supreme Honor Medal of Huaxia. Second, we restore and bestow upon Comrade Lin Mo the Special Class Merit Medal of Huaxia. Thirdly, the esteemed title of Lifetime Honorary Academician is conferred upon Comrade Lin Mo. The arrangements regarding positions and military ranks have not been disclosed during this commendation ceremony. When Bai Yanni announced the 3 honors, they detonated within the aerospace base like 3 heavy bombs. Everyone stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the moment. Chapter 75. The Retaliatory Measures of the Eagle Sauce. It was not until a few startled gasps broke the silence that everyone began to regain their composure. Goodness! A lifetime honorary academician. Indeed, for us researchers, the most astonishing accolade is the title of Lifetime Honorary Academician. This is the lifelong dream of every researcher. While the other awards elicited little reaction from the attendees, the announcement of the Lifetime Honorary Academician title left everyone utterly astounded. It is well known that being an academician is the pinnacle of academic achievement coveted by all researchers. And the title of Honorary Academician is reserved for those who have rendered tremendous service to the nation. Each one of them is a towering figure of Huaxia. It is simply outrageous, truly outrageous. Lin Mo has truly defied the heavens this time. As Bai Yanni continued to read out Lin Mo's other accolades, the audience was thoroughly overwhelmed by the recognition bestowed upon him. Everyone was animatedly exchanging thoughts, as if they too had received accolades, feeling genuine excitement for having witnessed a miracle unfold. Over the past month, Lin Mo's remarkable actions had already inspired every researcher. His unparalleled intellect and relentless dedication, even to the smallest tasks, exuded no airs of superiority. Lin Mo's presence shone like a beacon of light on the dark path of scientific research, assuring that those who followed in his footsteps would undoubtedly achieve victory. It can be said that Lin Mo has become the revered deity of research for them all. No one felt any discomfort regarding Lin Mo's youth. Instead, they felt fortunate because, based on a normal person's energy, Lin Mo could dedicate another 50 years to the advancement of Huaxia's scientific endeavors. With his extraordinary capabilities, to what heights could he elevate the nation's strength? After the conference concluded, the Blue Star returned to its previous tranquility. However, this calmness was eerily unsettling. All nations became remarkably subdued. Even those with strained relations ceased their mutual accusations. Even the camel nations visiting Huaxia abruptly halted their procurement plans, each seemingly waiting for something. Indeed, during a routine statement at the United Nations, the Eagle Sauce suddenly accused Huaxia, claiming that its satellite had suffered unexpected damage within Huaxia's airspace, and Huaxia must bear the primary responsibility for compensation. This shameless facade once again redefined and elevated the standards of shamelessness in the eyes of the Blue Star populace. Huaxia, of course, did not shy away from confrontation, promptly retorting to the Eagle Sauce. We, the Eagle Sauce, shall unite with the allied nations to conduct a joint military exercise in real combat at sea. 2 days later, the Eagle Sauce announced publicly. The time frame, 1 month. The location, the western seas of the Foot Basin Chicken. Huaxia, Supreme Military District. General Conference. The commanders of the 3 armed forces and the leaders of various military districts convened for a meeting. The current situation is exceedingly grave. According to publicly disclosed information from the United States, 5 aircraft carriers are involved. This time, the coalition of Western nations will dispatch a formidable multi-carrier strike group consisting of 5 aircraft carriers to conduct joint naval military exercises in the Eastern Hemisphere. Previously, the United States had anticipated countermeasures, yet the intensity of the response was utterly unforeseen. Comrade Jinghai, please share your thoughts. Assuming we regard this multi-carrier fleet as a hypothetical adversary, if we were to launch missiles and execute a saturation bombing of the sea area occupied by the carrier group. Would we be able to annihilate these 5 carriers? The chief of naval operations, Jinghai, swallowed hard and replied with difficulty. No, not even one. The assembly was left incredulous. How could this be? With so many missiles at our disposal, can we not destroy a single aircraft carrier? Jinghai managed a bitter smile. In fact, in 2 years, when our latest rapid delivery missile is unveiled, it should suffice. But at present, it is indeed not feasible. Chapter 76. The Supreme Commander, Zhou Wujing. An imaginative combat strategy. Jinghai solemnly elaborated. To destroy an aircraft carrier within an organized carrier battle group is far more challenging than one might anticipate. Firstly, the fleet assembled by the United States aims to win medium-scale regional conflicts and has formed a multi-carrier joint combat group. It is expected to be equipped with over 30 air defense missile cruisers and destroyers, more than 10 anti-submarine missile frigates, and upwards of 10 attack submarines. This configuration endows the coalition's carrier battle group with formidable capabilities in air defense, anti-submarine warfare, and information operations, resulting in an exponential enhancement of its defensive abilities. Even if we were to execute a saturation attack on the target area of the fleet, it is likely that countless air defense systems would intercept the majority of our missiles, rendering our efforts insufficient to achieve complete success. Secondly, recently, our nation's first aircraft carrier has completed repairs, and our domestic carriers have surmounted several critical technological hurdles. The more we understand, the more we recognize the terrifying nature of aircraft carriers. The structural defenses of an aircraft carrier are exceptionally robust. Localized damage does not impede its overall operation. Even direct hits from anti-ship missiles or heavy torpedoes would struggle to sink it. Even if we were to conduct a saturation missile attack and a few missiles managed to strike one of the carriers, the results would likely be far from satisfactory. Thirdly, there is a more disheartening reality. The United States is confident that we would hesitate to launch a saturation missile attack on the carrier fleet, as all 5 carriers are fully loaded with aircraft, totaling over 200 fighter jets. If our missiles are expended in an attempt to strike the carriers without achieving significant results, their aircraft will then be free from missile threats. At that point, they would have ample justification to bomb our critical cities. As the chief of naval operations, Jinghai's words carried considerable authority. Not only did he analyze the current situation thoroughly, but he also seemed to grasp the intentions of the United States with remarkable clarity. In plain terms, the Eagle Nation is fully aware that our China refrains from taking action and must endure the situation in silence. Yun Feijia slammed his hand on the table, seething with anger, and declared, if that is the case, let us direct all our missiles towards the key cities of the Eagle Nation. Should they dare to strike, we shall perish together. Let those insolent individuals understand the true valor of the Chinese people. A voice from the upper ranks cleared their throat twice and interjected, Comrade Feijia, please remain composed. It is imperative that you understand one crucial matter. The Eagle Nation, in conjunction with allied Western countries, is pressuring our China under the guise of a joint naval military exercise. If we react excessively or take the initiative, we provide them with the perfect justification. In truth, we all comprehend a singular fact. If we, China, choose to turn a blind eye to this joint naval military exercise involving 8 Western nations, accepting it quietly would merely result in a loss of face for us. They lack the means to genuinely engage us in conflict. Upon hearing these words, a surge of indignation swept through the room. Even Long Jianjun, typically the most tempered among them, could not restrain his outburst. Supreme Leader, this is utterly frustrating. Frustrating? If you cannot present a suitable military response plan today, then this is the optimal course of action. As soon as the words were spoken, an oppressive silence enveloped the conference room. No one dared to claim that their proposed response plan would be infallible. War inevitably entails bloodshed and sacrifice. For the sake of mere appearances, risking our fundamental interests could halt the rise of China, rendering them complicit in our downfall. After a prolonged silence, a voice resonated within the conference room. The youngest 3-star general of the Supreme Military District, the Commander-in-Chief of China, Zhou Wujing, spoke up. Perhaps I have a response plan. With this proclamation, all eyes turned to Zhou Wujing. Everyone understood the immense pressure that accompanied such a statement at this critical juncture. Without ample confidence and certainty, one would dare not voice an opinion. Zhou Wujing straightened his posture, leaning slightly forward, and calmly stated, my response plan not only alleviates the crisis, but also enhances our prestige. Yun Feijia's expression brightened. Comrade Wujing, you are the foremost strategist of our dragon army. Please, go ahead. Zhou Wujing did not respond immediately. Instead, he activated the computer projection before him, revealing a simulation on the large screen in the conference room, depicting a naval battle. Please observe, he urged. In this simulated naval conflict, the Blue faction boasted over 100 luxurious warships, with 5 aircraft carriers concealed in the central position, collectively occupying a vast expanse of several hundred nautical miles. At that moment, 10 Red faction fighter jets appeared. Their speed was astonishing, exceeding 15 Mach, and they soared to an altitude that surpassed the troposphere, reaching an astonishing 100,000 meters. These aircraft swiftly positioned themselves directly above the aircraft carrier battle group. Yet peculiarly, the Blue faction's carrier group displayed no reaction whatsoever. The onlookers, captivated by the simulation, felt a glimmer of intrigue in their eyes. These Red fighter jets possessed formidable stealth capabilities. Upon reaching the designated location, the Red squadron of aircraft did not execute the anticipated bombing strike. Instead, they began a rapid dive. As their altitude plummeted, approaching 5,000 meters and on the verge of being visually detected by the aircraft carrier battle group, an astonishing turn of events unfolded. Each aircraft released 10 armored warriors clad in protective gear. In total, 100 armored soldiers descended, their joints emitting pale blue flames as they activated their auxiliary flight systems to counteract the acceleration. They raced toward the aircraft carrier with remarkable speed. What was most astonishing was that these armored soldiers possessed the same stealth capabilities as the aircraft. Thanks to the superior stealth coating materials, they drew closer to the carrier, reaching a proximity that was visually discernible. Strangely, all radar systems of the multi-carrier battle group appeared to malfunction, responding not at all. Ultimately, within mere seconds, these armored warriors landed securely on the deck of the aircraft carrier. Subsequently, the armored soldiers transformed into phantasmal assassins in the night, swiftly dispatching the soldiers on the deck as if slicing through vegetables. The surrounding escort vessels, even when they realized what was happening, could only watch helplessly, completely powerless to intervene. They could not direct their firepower against their own aircraft carrier. In just over 10 minutes, the formidable nuclear-powered carrier, feared across Blue Star, was dramatically captured by these 100 armored soldiers. Thus, the simulation concluded. The attendees were left in a state of shock, rendered speechless by this bold and innovative approach to special operations. Chapter 77. China's proactive invitation, the maritime defense and offense drill of 9 nations. They were all astute individuals, quickly grasping the real significance of this simulation. In a mere 10 steps, one could conquer an enemy nation. Long Jianjun, his eyes brimming with excitement, murmured. Even as the commander of the Dragon Army of China, he could scarcely fathom, let alone dare to envision, such an outcome. The exoskeleton armor for individual land combat, when paired with the aerial combat system of the Xuan Nu fighter jet, had sparked such a groundbreaking synergy. In the midst of a large-scale naval engagement, this strategy proved to be a decisive game-changer. Such an imaginative operational plan could only be conceived by the Supreme Military Region's foremost strategist, known as the King of Command, Zhou Wujing, at such a critical juncture. Zhou Wujing smiled as he remarked, "The operational strategy one proposed primarily relies on the cutting-edge stealth system developed by Comrade Lin Mo. As our esteemed Qian Lao once stated, revolutionary stealth technology holds strategic value akin to that of the mushroom bomb in its time. However, we must also recognize that this strategy hinges upon the element of information disparity and the element of surprise. Modern warfare is ever evolving. Had the Eagles been forewarned and prepared, such a surprise assault would have been futile. It can be said that this is merely a one-time operational plan." With a wave of his hand, the leader declared, "Future matters can be addressed later. Resolving this crisis is sufficient." He promptly made a decisive command to the staff: immediately contact the Yukon Launch Center, Space Base No. 1, and arrange for Comrade Lin Mo to participate in the Supreme Military Region General Assembly via video link. Soon, the video conference successfully connected, and Lin Mo's figure appeared on the large screen of the Supreme Military Region's General Staff meeting. Comrade Lin Mo, Yun Feijia inquired with a smile. "How is the assembly of the recent aerospace fighters progressing?" Lin Mo replied, "I have both good and bad news. The good news is that just a couple of days ago, we completed the assembly of 10 Xuan Nu aerospace fighters, and they have all undergone multiple test flights with stable performance. The bad news is that while our project team initially manufactured at least 20 sets of fighter components, 3 sets are completely unusable due to faults, and 7 sets have various defects that require reworking. Thus, in the short term, we can only deliver these 10 Xuan Nu aerospace fighters for the Dragon Army's use." Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, everyone present felt a wave of joy. This hardly qualifies as bad news. Yun Feijia further asked, "What about the progress of mass production?" Lin Mo responded, "The mass production progress is satisfactory. Thanks to the significant coordination efforts of Chairman Yi Xiangtian from the Aerospace Technology Company, we will commence mass production of the Xuan Nu aerospace fighters starting next week. The standard output is 10 units per month, but with full acceleration, we anticipate increasing the production to approximately 25 to 30 units monthly. It is certainly no problem to equip over 100 units within this year. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Yun Feijia exclaimed with delight. Comrade Lin Mo, you have worked hard. The attendees were pleasantly surprised that, within less than half a month, the progress had become so promising. Lin Mo truly deserves the title of a national hero of Huaxia. Given this, Comrade Wu Zheng's plan can certainly be implemented. Lin Mo felt somewhat perplexed upon hearing this. He had been entirely focused on the project and was unaware of the specifics of the meeting. Zhou Wuzheng, who had previously interacted with Lin Mo, harbored great admiration for this national hero of Huaxia. He promptly provided Lin Mo with a brief overview and explanation of the current situation and response plan. After listening, Lin Mo was instantly overjoyed. Could such good fortune truly exist? He had been troubled about how to complete the second system upgrade task, fearing that being too arrogant might have adverse effects, while being too restrained could hinder meeting the task requirements. Little did he expect. The Americans had come directly to offer assistance. How fortuitous. Lin Mo joyfully stated, I wholeheartedly support the Chief of General Staff's plan. Give me one day. I will make targeted adjustments to the configurations of the aerospace fighters based on the Chief's specific proposal. Currently, the Xuan Nu aerospace fighter only has a 4-person cockpit. We need to convert the payload area into a crew area, allowing it to carry 10 armored warriors. Furthermore, I will design the belly compartment specifically to better accommodate the drop of armored warriors. Lin Mo's continuous remarks instilled a sense of reassurance in everyone. Engaging in dialogue with a genius like Lin Mo is indeed so reliable. Yun Feijia, slightly exhilarated, remarked, Comrade Lin Mo, you are truly a blessing for our Huaxia Air Force. He had never heard of a fighter jet that had reached such technological maturity, one that could be modified at will, yet Lin Mo could accomplish it. Zhou Wuzheng nodded with satisfaction and said, time is of the essence, Comrade Lin Mo. Proceed with your ideas, as we may need to deploy the fighter jets in a couple of days. After receiving the assignment, Lin Mo left the video conference. The atmosphere among the attendees lightened considerably. The leader smiled and remarked, now that we have a plan, let us continue discussing its implementation. Subsequently, the Supreme Military District's conference deliberated for an extended period, ultimately establishing a comprehensive plan that maintained the dignity of China, avoided excessively provoking the Western Alliance countries, and showcased the might of the Chinese nation. The plan was to invite the Western Alliance's joint aircraft carrier fleet to conduct a maritime offensive and defensive exercise under the banner of China. China would take the role of the attacking red side, while the joint aircraft carrier fleet would serve as the defending blue side. Since you Western Alliance countries are ostensibly engaged in a maritime joint military exercise and have come to our doorstep, we, as the hosts, extend an invitation for a friendly yet realistic confrontation. Is that too much to ask? When this invitation was officially conveyed to the United States and other Western Alliance nations, all countries were left astonished by China's audacity. The Southern Bamboo country exclaimed, what on earth? Has the leadership of China lost its mind? How could they possibly think to confront our invincible joint fleet of 5 aircraft carriers with just their own strength? The John Bull country laughed heartily. What a ridiculous notion. China doesn't even possess a single aircraft carrier. Where do they find such courage? Surely they must have eaten something spoiled. The kangaroo country speculated. I understand the Chinese mindset. They must be frightened yet unwilling to lose face, concocting such a foolish scheme merely to prevent our joint fleet from attacking their homeland. What cowards! The well-off foot basin chicken country added, Baka. These filthy and despicable Chinese have no face to preserve. We must set a wager. If China loses, they shall compensate the United States for the loss of 300 satellites. No, make it 3000, and open their airspace. Upon receiving the news, the Black Hall of the United States erupted into laughter. Chapter 78. The outrageous terms of the bet. Has China actually agreed? Major revision. He realized that China's response was quite astute, at least averting the outbreak of conflict on its homeland. However, did China's leadership underestimate the United States? They simply extended an invitation? How could my resentment be alleviated without exacting a significant toll on China? Let China know that the maritime exercise is acceptable, but a wager must be established. If China fails in the exercise, first, they must apologize to the United States and then compensate us for a total economic loss of 8,000 satellites. The staff recording this in the Black Hall were momentarily stunned, doubting their hearing. Meanwhile, Defense Minister Charles was equally astonished. After all, This was not merely about the loss of 300 satellites, but a demand for 8,000. Walter exclaimed, "You did not miss here. In the past decade, our esteemed nation, along with the members of the Western Alliance, has demanded compensation from China for all unexpected damages to satellites. This is merely the initial clause." The fierce and unyielding Xuan Nu continued. Secondly, the standards for the various supporting technologies of the individual exoskeleton armor must be reduced to 1/10 of their previous demands. Furthermore, a core technical team from the Exoskeleton Armor Project must be dispatched to provide guidance on technology breakthroughs in our esteemed nation. Thirdly, China's rare metals must be included in the foreign trade list, with the Chinese government prohibited from imposing any restrictions. Simultaneously, joint ventures with Eagle Nation must be permitted to collaboratively develop rare metal resources, with no state-owned funds from China allowed to enter these ventures. Fourthly, China must once again purchase at least 300 billion Eagle Nation currency in government bonds within this year, and must also acquire a certain amount of bonds from other Western Alliance member states. Fifthly, China is to establish a missile information sharing mechanism with Eagle Nation, mutually reporting the quantity of mushroom bombs. The term mutual is merely a formality, as it is a unilateral demand requiring China to report to Eagle Nation, and arrange for officials from Eagle Nation to participate in annual quantity verifications. Sixthly, China must dismantle its high-end technology industrial chain and transfer it to Western Alliance countries, with the authority to define which industries belong to the high-end technology sector resting solely with the Western Alliance. Xuan Nu enumerated more than 10 outrageous stipulations in one breath. The recording staff trembled slightly. These stipulations could easily be likened to a modern version of the Treaty of Versailles. Is this what it means to make China bleed? It is nothing short of opening a gaping wound on China's lifeblood and letting it bleed profusely. Xuan Nu's eyes glinted with ferocity. He commanded, "Hurry up and handle this. Notify the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs today. Let us see whether they will acquiesce." In light of their military intimidation, it is baffling that China would resort to such absurd countermeasures, voluntarily proposing a confrontation that is utterly unwinnable. The intent is glaringly obvious: to avoid a spark that could lead to conflict, sacrificing national dignity and face for a semblance of compromise. However, the foolishness of China is akin to livestock handing a knife to the butcher. The manner of slaughter depends solely on the butcher's whims. Xuan Nu smirked coldly. "Since you wish to extricate yourselves through such self-destructive means, patiently await your own demise at our hands." Soon thereafter, within mere hours, when Eagle Nation conveyed these ludicrous conditions to China, they were met with an unexpected response. To Eagle Nation and the members of the Western Alliance, China accepted all the terms of this wager. Should China triumph in this military exercise, we shall impose only 3 conditions. First, the maritime military forces of Eagle Nation and all Western Alliance nations shall not enter China's territorial waters within 1 year, and military exercises conducted must not obstruct internationally recognized trade routes. Second, all previous suppressive measures against China must be lifted, and no further actions targeting China may be taken in any form. Third, immediate repayment in cash of all Eagle bonds held by China must be made. Upon receiving this response, even Xuan Nu found it utterly preposterous. Was this acceptance not too swift for comfort? Moreover, the terms of these wagers are entirely defensive and grossly imbalanced. Have the upper echelons of Huaxia truly resolved to endure this self-sacrificial dilemma? Or are they secretly concocting some grand strategy? Yet, at this juncture, Huaxia has readily acquiesced to such outrageous wager conditions. The arrow is knocked and must be released, leaving no room for further refusal. Consequently, the Eagle Nation convened an emergency video conference with the other 7 nations to deliberate on a strategy. "My esteemed allies, Huaxia has agreed far too readily. What do you suppose they are truly scheming?" inquired Xuan Nu, furrowing his brow. The foot basin chicken smirked, exclaiming, "Huaxia is simply foolhardy. Our magnificent joint aircraft carrier fleet boasts 5 carriers and over 200 modern naval vessels, forming a formidable multi-carrier battle group, while the Waxians possess not a single carrier. Even should they muster their flimsy skiffs, they would be crushed in an instant." The Kangaroo Nation chimed in. "Prime Minister Ma is absolutely correct. On the entire blue planet, there exists no nation capable of withstanding such overwhelming military might, regardless of any conspiracies Huaxia may attempt. It would be akin to throwing eggs against a stone." John Bull chuckled, speculating, "If I were to venture a guess, Huaxia's intent is clearly not to engage in genuine military exercises, but rather to soothe our ire, deliberately playing the fool to humiliate themselves, thereby allowing us, the Western Alliance, to vent our frustrations." The Southern Stick Nation exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Let us accept the wager." Eagle Nation leader, Victory is assured. Each nation exchanged declarations, exuding an air of confidence in their impending triumph. Xuan Nu of the Eagle Nation, initially harboring some trepidation, found solace in observing the eagerness of the other nations to engage in combat. Even if Huaxia were to harbor some insidious plot, what of it? Before the mightiest military power on the blue planet, all schemes would be rendered futile, merely a source of amusement. Xuan Nu remarked with a smile. Then let us contact Huaxia. We agree to the maritime military exercise. In no time, the 8 nations of the Western Alliance and Huaxia formally confirmed that they would jointly conduct maritime military exercises in the eastern ocean of Huaxia in 3 days' time. High-ranking military officials from both sides convened to agree upon the various details of the exercises. Huaxia would represent the red side, while the 8 nations would assume the role of the blue side. Huaxia was prohibited from launching any land-based missiles or other weapons of mass destruction, specifically nuclear bombs, and could only employ conventional land, sea, and air military forces. The conditions for victory for the red side were exceedingly stringent, requiring them to effectively annihilate the blue side's naval forces or destroy the blue side's operational command center, thereby incapacitating their ability to continue fighting in order to claim victory. Conversely, the conditions for victory for the blue side were quite simple, should the red side be unable to organize an effective offensive for over 30 minutes. The blue side would be declared the victor. During the military exercises, renowned media from various nations, including Huaxia's Central Television, CCTV, Eagle Nation CNN, and John Bull's BBS, would be invited to provide unified, global live coverage. Simultaneously, the terms of the wager would be publicly disclosed to the world. The nations of the blue planet swiftly ignited a fervent discussion regarding the matter. Chapter 79. The probability of victory for Huaxia stands at a dismal 0.0000, indicating an utter lack of possibility for success. Not only do the pro-Western nations perceive Huaxia as deluded, but even several neutral countries share this sentiment. Despite Huaxia's naval capabilities having significantly improved in recent years, with its fleet now ranking 3rd globally, just shy of the Eagle Nation, mere numerical superiority without corresponding quality proves futile. Huaxia has yet to possess a single aircraft carrier. Do they truly believe they can confront an invincible fleet composed of multiple carriers with their modest naval vessels? Such an endeavor seems akin to inviting humiliation. As more information surfaced, the news of the 9-nation maritime joint exercises and associated betting agreements rapidly ascended to the top of trending lists across major social media platforms such as Bluebird, YouTube, and Facebook. Netizens from around the globe perceived this naval exercise as a farcical display, offering scathing commentary. One user from the Eagle Nation remarked, "Does Huaxia truly believe itself formidable? They are utterly oblivious to their role as a mere jester on the international stage. The notion that Huaxia could contend with an invincible fleet comprised of 5 aircraft carriers is laughable, indeed the greatest joke I have heard this year." A user from Gallia mockingly suggested, "Can we rename this trending topic? To say Huaxia stands against 8 is misleading. It's more accurate to say 8 formidable nations are ganging up on one weakling." A user from John Bull reminisced about the glory of the empire on which the sun never set. Brothers, history repeats itself. A century later, the 8-nation maritime coalition is set to once again deliver a resounding defeat to Huaxia. Our empire shall dispatch 2 aircraft carriers this time. Victory is assured. The kangaroo user added, "For you Waxians to be subjected to our coalition of 8 developed nations is indeed an honor." The sick man of East Asia. Meanwhile, within Huaxia's own social media platforms such as Weibo, Tieba, and WeChat, a fervent discussion erupted. Unlike the international spectators who adopted a detached, amused perspective, the majority of Huaxian netizens expressed outrage. What are the higher-ups in Huaxia thinking? How could they consent to such a blatantly disadvantageous maritime exercise? This is tantamount to volunteering for humiliation. It is utterly disgraceful, and the dignity of the Huaxian people is being tarnished by these incompetent officials. National shame, indeed. Is the Supreme Military Region attempting to utilize this opportunity to deplete their stockpile of munitions and subsequently reap military funding? Wasting taxpayer money in this manner is intolerable. I must report this to the Huaxian disciplinary authorities. This is simply outrageous. There are several specialized military bloggers who have swiftly conducted detailed drills and analyses regarding the recent maritime combat exercises. Following complex simulation drills, nearly all military analysts reached the same conclusion. The probability of victory for Huaxia in this maritime exercise is a resounding 0. Indeed, even the decimal places are zeros. Huaxia possesses no possibility of winning. If the restrictions on Huaxia's land-based missiles were lifted under the umbrella of a saturation missile attack, there might be a chance to unexpectedly strike the command center of the formidable fleet of 8 nations, potentially elevating the victory rate to a mere 5%. However, relying solely on Huaxia's conventional combat weapons to confront 5 aircraft carriers, countless battleships, cruisers, and destroyers forming an impenetrable defensive network is a futile endeavor. Following the initial outburst of anger, domestic netizens expressed their dismay, mourning the impending ridicule Huaxia would face on the international stage, a mockery that could last a decade. 3 days swiftly passed. The maritime combat exercises of the 9 nations of Blue Star commenced as scheduled. In the eastern seas of Huaxia, numerous naval vessels from Western allied nations were arrayed in formation, with 5 exceptionally prominent behemoths occupying the central position. These are the 5 aircraft carriers of Blue Star. The sovereign maritime power. The entire invincible fleet covers an expanse with a diameter of approximately 300 nautical miles, a grand display asserting its unparalleled status. Greetings to our viewers. We are CNN, the Eagle Nation's broadcasting station. Before you is the invincible aircraft carrier fleet of our allied nations. This fleet comprises naval vessels from 8 countries. Hello everyone. This is the John Bull BBS channel. We will now provide live coverage of the maritime combat exercises of the 9 nations of Blue Star. Our 2 aircraft carriers are currently positioned in the Huaxia region. Good morning, Huaxia viewers. I am your host, Ouyang Dan, from Central Media. We are live from the scene of the Blue Star's maritime combat exercises. In 2 hours, Huaxia will engage as the Red faction in this naval attack and defense drill. I firmly believe that the warriors of Huaxia's Dragon Army are fully prepared. Major official media outlets of Blue Star are conducting live broadcasts from helicopters. Although professional noise reduction measures have been implemented, the noise from the helicopter rotors remains overwhelming, rendering the audio unclear. Nevertheless, the viewers watching the live broadcast are immensely excited, undeterred by the noise. Countries across Blue Star conduct military drills annually, but such a large-scale maritime combat exercise has not been seen since World War II. Particularly noteworthy is this event's comprehensive live coverage to a global audience. A rarity in modern military exercises. Countless onlookers eagerly tuned in, either via television or major online platforms, causing immense server and network strain on various broadcasters and official websites. In Huaxia, numerous military enthusiasts anxiously awaited the commencement of the live broadcast from Central Media, and once it began, over 2 million viewers instantly flooded the online platform, overwhelming the website despite prior preparations. What a lagging experience. The connection is utterly unreliable. This website is a disgrace. It perpetually displays a connecting message. In response, the authorities swiftly activated contingency plans, promptly reaching out to internet giants such as Ali, Penguin, and Baidu for immediate server support. After a painstaking 10 minutes, they finally stabilized the server. Once the central bank's live streaming platform regained stability, the number of online viewers surged dramatically, achieving a remarkable breakthrough. Astonishingly, within less than 20 minutes, the viewership soared to an incredible 6 million. The barrage of comments cascaded across the screen like a flurry of snowflakes. In Chapter 80, is Huaxia's trump card the Kufu aircraft carrier? Let us see it sink into the eastern seas. The comments section instantaneously refreshed with millions of new entries. 6 million viewers concurrently watching is surely a historic record on multiple fronts. Was it not stated that Huaxia had a 30 illiteracy rate just 2 decades ago? The sheer number of internet users now is simply astounding. This undeniably underscores the enhancement of our national strength. Huaxia's might is truly formidable. Yet, your navy is on the verge of being reduced to a laughingstock by the combined fleets of 8 nations. What a farce. Truly, a clownish nation produces clownish people. Go ahead, insult us. I have never encountered anyone seeking their own ridicule. Clown nation. Clown people. How ridiculous. Amidst the tumultuous online uproar. In the eastern sea region of Huaxia, at the epicenter of the joint fleet of 8 nations, aboard the Niji aircraft carrier, hundreds of high-ranking military officers from various countries convened for a strategic meeting prior to the maritime exercises. How is the intelligence gathering from Huaxia progressing? The commander of the joint fleet, Admiral Robert, who oversees the Pacific Theater, inquired of the intelligence officer. The officer presented a dossier, frowning as he revealed. There is a critically important piece of information. According to reliable intelligence, Huaxia has officially completed the repairs on the Kufu aircraft carrier acquired from Ermao, and it was launched just the day before yesterday. It will serve as a primary naval force for Huaxia in this maritime exercise. Robert raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Furthermore, there is a second piece of intelligence. The main carrier-based aircraft on the Huaxia Kufu has been urgently adjusted from the previously intended 4th-generation Jian 15 fighter jet to the newly developed 5th-generation Jian 20 fighter jet. The performance of the Jian 20 is on par with our Raptor 22. Robert inquired about its carrying capacity. The intelligence officer replied candidly, it should be between 25 and 30 aircraft. At this revelation, a ripple of scattered laughter resonated throughout the room. A smirk appeared at the corners of Robert's mouth as he addressed the other officers. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems this is Huaxia's final trump card. A rear admiral from Britain stood up earnestly, stating, General Robert, this trump card from Huaxia is truly terrifying. I am beginning to feel apprehensive. Apprehensive? Why? We haven't even fired a shot, and this old rust bucket, which has been docked for 30 years, is already falling apart. Ha ha ha. The dark humor elicited uproarious laughter from the gathered high-ranking officers from various nations. Robert chuckled, then said loudly, Gentlemen, the Chinese have their political calculations, but that's a matter for the political elites at the top to consider. The only thing we need to do is annihilate all of the Chinese forces involved in the exercise, kill them, cripple them, let them grovel before our shoes like pitiful, crippled puppies, wagging their tails and begging for surrender. The crowd responded excitedly. Annihilate them all. Kill them, cripple them. Robert gestured for silence with his hands. And after the atmosphere calmed down slightly, he continued, This time, we have 3 operational objectives. First, we not only want to win, but to win decisively. The Chinese people's foolish thinking isn't hard to guess. They simply want to become a mad dog, biting us relentlessly, thinking that as long as we suffer even a minor injury, they'll have an explanation on the international stage and can preserve a shred of shameful national dignity. Can we agree to this? The crowd roared in response. No. Robert chuckled cruelly. Yes, no. Therefore, our first objective is to launch a brilliant blitzkrieg. We can't let China have a chance to catch us. We must win the exercise before they can even react. Robert paused, then continued menacingly. As for the second objective, it's attack, attack, attack. The best defense is offense. This time, our mighty invincible fleet is supposed to be the Blue Force, and their primary objective is defense. It's laughable. They have an old Chinese saying, even a mighty lion fighting a weak rabbit must exert all its strength from the very beginning to ensure absolute victory. Faced with China's weak naval fleet, we must change our roles from offense to defense, taking the initiative from the start and launching a brilliant proactive attack. We must strive to annihilate all of China's military forces to the greatest extent possible and proactively when the practical exercise. To achieve this objective, Robert deployed the joint fleet, ordering all destroyers, battleships, and cruisers to immediately shift to a defensive posture upon the start of the exercise, centered on the 5 aircraft carriers. They were to launch a proactive attack on the Red Force's positions, with all carrier-based aircraft taking off immediately for coordinated air and sea operations. After completing the deployment, Robert smiled and continued, Now, I want to talk about the third objective. They, China, have staged this farcical exercise, hoping to use a dilapidated, scrap metal aircraft carrier as a gimmick to preserve their shameful and laughable dignity. We must not give them that chance. Robert smiled sinisterly, since it's a live-fire exercise. Unexpected events are bound to occur. In the process of blitzkrieg and proactive warfare, sinking the enemy's aircraft carrier will be our primary and ultimate objective, and we will deploy specific combat missions accordingly. We will strive to destroy China's aircraft carrier by accident in the shortest possible time. Upon hearing this, all the senior officers present became even more excited. Sink an aircraft carrier. Robert's ultimate goal was to sink the Chinese aircraft carrier that had just been launched. This is indeed the highest honor bestowed upon the Navy, a remarkable achievement worthy of being inscribed upon a gravestone. The last time a carrier was sunk dates back 70 years to the era of World War II. In this contemporary age, for these naval commanders, can there be a greater accomplishment than the destruction of an aircraft carrier? The deputy commander of the Gallic Navy licked his lips, a hint of bloodlust in his gaze, his tone dripping with mockery. I am eagerly anticipating the expression on the faces of the Huaxia people as they witness their newly unveiled, dilapidated carrier unexpectedly sunk in less than 2 hours, plummeting into the Eastern Ocean. Ha ha ha. Some officers, unable to contain their excitement, rose to their feet, yearning for the live-fire exercise to commence without delay. Chapter 81. The Huaxia Jinlong ship makes its grand debut, galloping across the seas, sword pointed at the deep blue. 2,000 meters above, aboard a live-streaming helicopter of Huaxia, the host, Ouyang Dan, received a note from the director, disbelief etched on her face. Removing the microphone, she inquired loudly, receiving a firm nod from the director in response. She swallowed hard, replaced the microphone, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and tremulously addressed the live audience. Dear viewers, we are about to head to the red zone, where the Huaxia Navy is stationed. Just now, I received an extraordinary piece of news. Our Huaxia Navy will unveil a mysterious, heavyweight new naval equipment during this live-fire exercise. Upon hearing this, I am overwhelmed with emotion and feel immense pride in being Huaxia. But first, let me keep you in suspense. Please, let your anticipation build. In the television and online broadcasts, millions of Huaxiao viewers, upon hearing Ouyang Dan's words, felt their curiosity piqued. Throughout the subsequent 10-minute flight, Ouyang Dan continued to tantalize the audience, refusing to divulge more details. Some impatient viewers bombarded the comments section, their messages flooding the screen. Come on, just tell us already. What are you dilly-dallying for? Stop rambling. Ridiculous host. Half a sentence, and then you stop. Countless viewers were on edge, speculating about the audacity of Huaxia's highest military command to challenge the invincible fleets of the Western Alliance. Soon, the helicopter arrived in the red zone. At the very center, a colossal structure stood proudly among numerous naval vessels. What is that? It's enormous. No way could it really be? Impossible. I refuse to believe it. This must be a hoax. This gargantuan entity, shimmering with a steel-gray luster under the morning sun, resembled a fortress forged from iron. In contrast, the other Huaxiao warships appeared diminutive, like mere toys. All eyes were drawn to this steel behemoth. As the live-streaming helicopter drew closer, the viewers finally discerned that the grand structure at the heart of the Huaxiao Red Zone was none other than an awe-inspiring aircraft carrier. As the carrier made its official appearance on the broadcast, the comment section and bullet screen erupted in an explosion of excitement. An aircraft carrier. It is the aircraft carrier of Huaxia. My goodness. It has truly taken off. When did we, Huaxia, come to possess an aircraft carrier? My word. The authorities have managed to keep this under wraps for so long, revealing not a whisper. Huaxia, you have changed. Is this still the familiar Huaxiao officialdom I once knew? The aircraft carrier has already set sail for combat exercises, yet there has been no news at all. This feels so foreign, so unfamiliar. Host, please expound upon the fundamental details of the aircraft carrier. On the helicopter, Ouyang Dan, at the director's signal, suppressed her astonishment and joy, her voice trembling with excitement as she addressed the audience. Esteemed viewers, what graces our live broadcast is none other than Huaxia's inaugural aircraft carrier. For more detailed coverage, please stay tuned for the subsequent broadcast. The live footage shifted, commencing the presentation of a pre-recorded introduction video about the aircraft carrier prepared by the High Military District. As the 2-minute video concluded, the audience, previously in the dark, finally comprehended the significance of this vessel. Indeed, this aircraft carrier is the first officially commissioned carrier of Huaxia, having been launched into service just yesterday. Hull number 28, officially named the Huaxia Navy Jinlong. The scene returned to the live broadcast, where CCTV host Ouyang Dan's voice quivered as she proclaimed, "The sea breeze is brisk, and the sunset glows. Majestic and imposing, it commands respect from all directions. Esteemed viewers, how fortunate we are to witness this historic moment together." The formal launch of the Jinlong signifies a revolutionary breakthrough in Huaxia's maritime defense capabilities, liberating us from the constraints imposed upon us in the vast oceans. This is a significant milestone in the enhancement of Huaxia's naval power and a pivotal moment in our journey towards becoming a great nation. As observed, Huaxia's aircraft carrier is leading a fleet, participating in international maritime combat exercises within Huaxia's territorial waters, gallantly traversing the oceans. At this moment, I feel an overwhelming sense of pride and honor in being a Huaxia citizen. Listening to Ouyang Dan's heartfelt words, many viewers shed tears of joy. Huaxia has finally acquired its own aircraft carrier. Upon confirming the veracity of this exhilarating news, citizens of Huaxia, engrossed in television and online broadcasts, rushed to share the moment, gathering family and friends to watch together. At this time in Huaxia, it was just past 10 a.m. Hearing that Huaxia has an aircraft carrier participating in maritime combat exercises, many chose to forego their obligations, eagerly turning on their televisions, computers, or mobile devices to witness the live broadcast. Viewership for CCTV surged dramatically. In the CCTV building, leaders exclaimed, "The viewership is skyrocketing. We are on the verge of breaking records." Within a mere half hour, it surpassed the highest viewership records of the past 6 months. As they gazed at the soaring viewership figures on the big screen, joy illuminated the faces of many leaders at CCTV. Simultaneously, the online audience in the CCTV official broadcast room continued to shatter records. 10 million, 15 million, 20 million, until the online number stabilized around 22 million, achieving a miraculous figure for live viewership in this era. It is noteworthy that many individuals gathered with family or friends to witness this event, resulting in an astonishingly large viewership. as they gazed at the magnificent aircraft carrier illuminated by the sun on their screens. The newly arrived spectators were soon engulfed in profound awe and exhilaration. After regaining their composure, they found themselves overwhelmed with excitement and pride. Many were so moved that tears flowed freely. The aircraft carrier is an indispensable instrument for a nation to safeguard its territorial waters, embodying the pinnacle of a country's technological prowess. For years, only the developed nations of the Western Alliance possessed such vessels on Blue Star. The absence of an aircraft carrier in Huaxia led to ridicule and bullying from Western nations, who brazenly invaded its territorial waters, leaving all Waxians feeling stifled. However, the aircraft carrier symbolizes a nation's comprehensive strength, and the numerous technological barriers involved, compounded by the relentless suppression and blockade led by the Western Alliance, rendered Huaxia's aspirations for an aircraft carrier seemingly distant. Over the years, even many Waxians lost their self-confidence. Yet, after today, all threats and insecurities will vanish. Chapter 82. The Stark Disparity in Strength. The astonishing undertaking of Zhou Wujing. Many white-haired elders, who had endured through times of backwardness, wept openly, expressing their disbelief at having lived to see the day of Huaxia's aircraft carrier. At this moment, media outlets such as CCN and BBS, belatedly aware of the event, dispatched helicopters for live coverage half an hour later. Upon viewing the aircraft carrier situated in the heart of Huaxia's red zone, several prominent hosts appeared taken aback. Audiences from various nations on Blue Star were equally astonished. At that juncture, the official Huaxia website and major media outlets unveiled the specific parameters and capabilities of the vessel. With the release of this information, a cacophony of discordant voices erupted online, particularly on social platforms in Western nations such as Bluebird, YouTube, and Facebook. Derision and ridicule ensued. What is this? I thought Huaxia was advanced. It turns out this aircraft carrier was not independently developed. Isn't this the old warship bought by Huaxia years ago? What was it called? Let me think. That decrepit vessel named Kufu. How frightful. After so long in repairs, it still isn't seaworthy, and they didn't even dare announce its launch. Now, suddenly parading it for a military exercise. I genuinely worry it might fall apart at sea. No, we must insist on a waiver. Huaxia is clearly attempting to provoke us. If it suddenly sinks, we Western nations will not be liable for compensation. Conversely, on Huaxia's social media platforms, negative sentiments were remarkably scarce. Prior to today, the absence of an aircraft carrier was a sore point in the hearts of all Waxians. Now, having achieved a breakthrough from nothing to something, regardless of how much detractors may attempt to belittle Huaxia, they dare not speak out at this moment. They are acutely aware that if they were to voice dissent now, they would face the wrath of the populace. However, some specialized military bloggers from Huaxia have withstood immense pressure and successfully compiled a comparative analysis of the latest maritime combat exercises, including strength assessments and probability predictions. Following the acquisition of a new aircraft carrier, Huaxia's military capabilities have indeed experienced a significant enhancement. Regrettably, the probability of victory remains at a disheartening 0. A military blogger known as Warship Enthusiast, boasting 4 million followers, acted swiftly, creating a side-by-side comparison table based on the military capabilities showcased during the live maritime demonstration. The table reveals that Huaxia's naval forces participating in the exercise are remarkably impressive, reaching a level that commands the attention of all nations across the Blue Star. First and foremost is the formidable Jinlong aircraft carrier, representing a transformative leap for Huaxia from non-existence to prominence. Following this, Huaxia boasts a modernized naval fleet that firmly secures its position as the second strongest in the Blue Star, comprising 10 Type 54A frigates, 15 Type 52D destroyers, 15 Type 52C frigates, and an estimated minimum of 10 Type 91A nuclear submarines, based on previous disclosures. The entire Huaxia exercise fleet has surpassed the standard configuration of a typical carrier group by a staggering 5-fold. This formidable naval power is capable of intimidating over 90 nations worldwide, underscoring Huaxia's remarkable progress achieved through years of diligent development. Unfortunately, even with all its might, Huaxia's capabilities pale in comparison to the combined fleet of the 8 nations alliance, with disparities as vast as the heavens and the earth. The initial contrast lies in the aircraft carriers themselves. Huaxia's new carrier is a first-generation conventionally powered vessel, which lags significantly behind the currently deployed carriers of other nations in various performance metrics. In contrast, the 8 nations alliance operates 5 aircraft carriers, all of which greatly surpass Huaxia's in every aspect. Particularly noteworthy are the 3 Nimitz-class nuclear-powered carriers among them, representing cutting-edge technological advancements achieved through multiple iterations. rendering Huaxia's initial carrier inadequate in comparison. The discrepancy is starkly evident in the number of onboard aircraft. The Jinlong can accommodate 36 aircraft, consisting of 24 carrier-based fighter jets and 12 attack helicopters. In contrast, the Reagan-class carrier of the Eagle Nation is capable of deploying an astonishing 85 aircraft, including 48 fighter jets, which equates to 4 full squadrons. Collectively, the 5 carriers within the 8 Nations alliance boast over 150 fighter jets. Even though Huaxia's 5th-generation stealth fighter, the J-20, matches the performance of the Eagle Nation's F-22 Raptor, the disparity of 24 versus 150 is glaring. Any rational individual understands that unless a miracle occurs, victory in such an aerial confrontation is virtually unattainable. Moreover, there exists a generational gap in the carrier's overall performance, with stark contrasts evident. For instance, the Jinlong's aircraft launch method relies on a ski-jump takeoff, requiring approximately 90 minutes for all 24 fighter jets to launch. The launch method of the Eagle Nation's nuclear-powered aircraft carrier is through catapult takeoff, enabling the complete launch of all carrier-based fighter jets in less than 20 minutes. Furthermore, the Joint Fleet boasts the world's foremost maritime offensive capability with over 20 Tier 2 missile destroyers equipped with the Aegis air defense system, rendering them nearly invincible, along with more than 20 DDG-class cruisers and over 10 SSN-class attack submarines. It is evident that both the performance and quantity of these vessels far surpass those of the Huaxia's Jinlong aircraft carrier fleet. The comparison chart presented by naval enthusiasts starkly lays bare the disparity between the red and blue factions, leaving many citizens of Huaxia feeling as though they have been doused with a bucket of icy water in the depths of winter, chilling them to the core. Alas, perhaps it is best not to watch this military exercise. The gap is truly insurmountable, and the possibility of victory seems utterly bleak. Is there any need for further discussion? A discerning eye can easily perceive that even with the addition of another aircraft carrier, Huaxia is destined to face defeat. One can only hope it is not too humiliating. To be frank, I should probably turn off the live broadcast. It would only serve to agitate me further. The technological prowess of Huaxia still lags at least 50 years behind that of the Eagle Nation. The comments section is filled with shaking heads and sighs, as if the failure of Huaxia is imminent. However, to everyone's surprise, as more netizens flocked to various military bloggers' posts, the tide of commentary began to shift. Is the disparity truly yours to lament? The Huaxia Navy now requires the encouragement of its people. From having nothing, we have ascended to possess our own aircraft carrier, which is no small feat. The Flower Kingdom has worked diligently. I apologize for my previous harsh words towards Huaxia's highest military command. This marks our first step toward becoming a global powerhouse. Even if we lose this military exercise, we, the people of Huaxia, will retain our dignity. If Huaxia can possess its first aircraft carrier, it can certainly acquire a second, a third, and even a 10th. We must trust our officials. Go Huaxia, go Dragon Army. As more voices of encouragement emerged, they ultimately dominated the comments, moving many Huaxia netizens to tears. Nevertheless, reality remains reality. Deep down, everyone understands that Huaxia is almost certain to face defeat in this maritime military exercise. Time ticks away, and only 20 minutes remain until the drill begins. In the Eastern Military District, the Naval Operations Command Center, all Huaxia commanders responsible for this maritime exercise have gathered, awaiting the commencement of the operations. Lin Mo, clad in military attire, sported a dazzling first-class merit medal and a radiant special merit medal on his chest. He glanced at the display screen, then turned to his neighbor with a smile, saying, "Chief of Staff, your strategy to lure the enemy is truly brilliant." Zhou Wujing replied with a chuckle, "Fortunately, I did not leave Chief Lin in the dark." The naval commander Jing Haixing praised, "Truly the greatest strategist of our supreme military command, the king of command in Huaxia. Using an aircraft carrier as bait, such audacity, I am in awe." Other senior military officials nodded in agreement, expressing their strong approval. Chapter 83, Jinlong Ship. The strategy to lure the enemy. The military exercise officially begins. Recently, following the formal agreement of the 8 nations in the West Alliance to conduct maritime combat exercises and the signing of a treaty, the Supreme Military District convened a General Assembly to deliberate on specific operational plans for the upcoming exercises. The joint combat strategy proposed earlier by Zhou Wujing, which involved the collaboration of aerial combat aircraft and exoskeleton armored soldiers, while possessing a high degree of feasibility, also bore considerable risks. Should the operation of divine intervention be detected prematurely, the multitude of defensive naval artillery from numerous aircraft carrier battle groups would unleash a barrage upon the designated drop zones, placing all armored soldiers in imminent peril. In light of this, several high-ranking officials from the military district, including all chief strategists from the Supreme Military District's General Staff, presented numerous operational plans. However, each was ultimately dismissed due to concerns regarding their practicality and feasibility. At this critical juncture, Zhou Wujing, the commander-in-chief, made a startling proposal that none dared to conceive. He suggested the urgent launch of the recently repaired but yet to be commissioned Ku-Fu aircraft carrier to join the exercise, positioning it as the primary bait for this maritime drill. Upon hearing this audacious suggestion, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. What manner of audacity prompted such a proposal? The first aircraft carrier of Huaxia carries immense political significance and should not be used as bait. Even the most formidable of beings would find such reasoning incomprehensible. If it were not for the deep understanding of Zhou Wujing's character, any other chief strategist would have faced malicious speculation regarding potential treachery, as if he were deliberately offering their nation's foremost aircraft carrier to the enemy. Nevertheless, even after the proposal was put forth, not a single individual endorsed it. The repercussions of any misfortune befalling the Jinlong vessel would be staggering. Despite the rejection of his plan, Zhou Wujing remained remarkably composed, treating the matter with indifference as he continued to engage in discussions surrounding other supporting strategies. As the deliberations progressed, all members earnestly analyzed the various alternative plans. Through meticulous thought and research, they ultimately recognized that Zhou Wujing's proposal was indeed the singularly optimal strategy, both the most prudent and the one with the highest probability of success. The brilliance of this proposal lay in its potential to achieve three remarkable outcomes. Firstly, it would invigorate the spirit of the Huaxia populace. The official debut of the nation's first aircraft carrier in such a significant combat event would undoubtedly bolster the confidence of the entire nation. Simultaneously, it would serve to showcase Huaxia to the nations of Blue Star and intimidate adversarial forces. Secondly, it would divert enemy attention, as the coalition fleet of the 8 nations serving as the opposing side in the exercise. It is highly likely that the unexpected appearance of the aircraft carrier would capture their full focus, leading them to believe that this was Huaxia's trump card. Lastly, it would entice the enemy into making reckless advancements. The sudden emergence of the Jinlong warship will lead the commanders of the allied fleet of 8 nations to mistakenly believe they have unraveled all of Huaxia's intentions, prompting them to extinguish Huaxia's audacious spirit. This miscalculation is likely to result in a reckless advance, launching a full-scale offensive against Huaxia, thereby rendering their defenses the weakest point. This strategy to lure the enemy not only addresses political considerations, but also tactical ones. The sole risk lies in ensuring the safety of the Jinlong warship, a concern that weighs heavily on everyone's minds. Upon hearing this apprehension, Zhou Wujing merely stated, "Let us not forget. The essence of this plan does not hinge on the Jinlong warship, but rather on the aerospace fighter and exoskeleton armor. Should the operations proceed smoothly, victory in this live drill could be secured in less than 30 minutes. Is it conceivable that our Huaxia naval fleet cannot endure for even 30 minutes? Most importantly, I implore everyone to place your trust in Chief Engineer Lin." With these words, clarity washed over the assembly, dissipating all doubts. After a unanimous vote of consent, the Supreme Guardian decided to officially adopt the operational plan proposed by Chief of General Staff Zhou Wujing. Concurrently, the previous response strategies were consolidated, culminating in the finalization of the operation codenamed Divine Troops Descend. At this moment, the timer in the lower right corner of the Naval Operations Command Center ticked down to 10 minutes remaining. As the overall commander of the drill, Zhou Wujing exchanged a knowing nod with Lin Mo. He seized the red walkie-talkie and commanded, "Xian NV Fighter Squadron, you are ordered to take off and proceed as planned." Upon receiving the command, 10 Xian NV aerospace fighters, piloted by Huaxia's finest ace pilots, swiftly ascended vertically from the Eastern Military Region's airfield, accelerating to speeds exceeding Mach 15 within mere minutes. The Xian NV fighters, silent as phantoms, breached the troposphere undetected, soaring to the stratosphere at an altitude of 100,000 meters. Soon, all aircraft hovered directly above the waters of Huaxia's eastern sea, circling the area occupied by the Allied fleet with a steady pace. Thanks to the epic-making stealth capabilities of the Xian NV fighters, combined with their position in the thin air of the stratosphere, no sonic booms were produced, and indeed, the radar systems of the Allied fleet remained oblivious to their presence. As the clock struck noon, all spectators held their breath in anticipation of the live drill's commencement. Brown Isis, the chief adjudicator of the United Nations Ocean Affairs Commission and the principal referee for this live exercise, raised his wrist to check his stopwatch and loudly counted down into the live camera. 3, 2, 1. The maritime live drill officially commenced. With his words, the largest military exercise in the history of Blue Star, featuring the most aircraft carriers and vessels ever assembled and setting multiple records, was officially underway. In the command room of the Mudziheo aircraft carrier, Robert bellowed orders, "Attack! Attack!" The Blue forces in the area of the Allied fleet were instantly on the brink of action. All naval vessels of the Blue forces activated, swiftly departing from the Blue defensive zone. All carrier-based fighter jets aboard the 5 aircraft carriers were swiftly launched with an astonishing catapult speed of over 20 seconds per aircraft. The combined naval forces of the Allied nations advanced inexorably towards the red region of Huaxia, seemingly with no intention of defense from the outset. In stark contrast, the Huaxia forces appeared to have anticipated the intentions of the 8-nation coalition as all naval vessels converged towards the Jinlong, swiftly adopting a defensive posture. Within a brief span of time, both the red and blue forces seemed to have reached an unspoken understanding, exchanging roles in offense and defense entirely. Witnessing this scene, the Huaxia populace watching the live broadcast instantly turned pale. This is alarming. They have no plans for defense at all. What to do? The shameless 8-nation fleet is completely disregarding the rules of engagement and has launched a direct assault against us. It's over, utterly finished. Given the vast disparity in strength, the 8-nation fleet's unprincipled offensive indicates that the Huaxia Navy is likely to succumb swiftly. Chapter 84. Divine Weapons Descend. A battle that reshapes the military landscape of the world. On the other side, the spectators from the Blue Star nations erupted in joyous laughter. Ha! Charge forward. An active offense. How is the sun never setting fleet at the rear? Quickly, let the Huaxia people know that a dilapidated carrier is utterly useless. Only the magnificent Eagle's fleet reigns supreme over the oceans of Blue Star. Amidst the fervent cheers, an unexpected spectacle suddenly unfolded. Boom, 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 boom. The roar of artillery thundered through the heavens and the earth. The carrier battle group of the 8-nation coalition, still 100 nautical miles from the red region, simultaneously aimed their empty cannon tubes towards Huaxia and opened fire. What on earth? How can the red side launch such concentrated missile fire? Isn't that against regulations? Some Huaxia military enthusiasts exclaimed in surprise while observing the live exercise. According to relevant agreements, both the red and blue sides were to employ live ammunition for this exercise. Yet the use of weapons of mass destruction was explicitly prohibited, as was the large-scale concentrated use of conventional lethal weapons to prevent any accidental escalation during the exercise. What could be the intent behind the coalition's mass missile launch? The Huaxia military enthusiasts soon found their answer. Countless missiles launched by the blue side were heading straight for the red region. There lay the Huaxia aircraft carrier Jinlong. In response, Huaxia promptly organized a defensive countermeasure. The 52C and 52D destroyers elevated their rapid-fire naval guns at a 60-degree angle. Without any aiming, they unleashed a terrifying rate of fire, exceeding 11,000 rounds per minute, unleashing a relentless barrage towards the multitude of missiles in the sky. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The missiles launched by the 8-nation fleet exhibited exceptional performance, weaving erratically through the air. Yet the defensive net woven by Huaxia's close-in guns, firing countless anti-aircraft shells, was impenetrable. Soon, all missiles detonated in midair. Not a single one escaped. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of artillery reverberated through the skies. In the heavens, countless missiles erupted, resembling rather unremarkable fireworks. At that moment, the citizens of Huaxia, watching the live broadcast, finally comprehended the true operational objective of the 8-nation Allied fleet. It was none other than Huaxia's aircraft carrier. Their very first aircraft carrier, the Jinlong, had just set sail. The expressions of all Huaxia viewers shifted dramatically, and they erupted in furious denunciations. The despicable 8-nation fleet. Their intentions to assault our Jinlong are glaringly obvious. This is a blatant violation, an unscrupulous act by the 8-nation fleet, conducting a concentrated and saturated attack on a specific target in a designated area. This is clearly against the rules. Protests. Protests. Are the eyes of the United Nations judges blind? This is a demonstration, not warfare. The hearts of the Huaxia populace were filled with immense anxiety. The posture of the 8-nation Allied fleet bore no resemblance to a mere drill. It was evidently a conspiracy targeting Huaxia's aircraft carrier. A localized war aimed at stifling Huaxia's development. Should they succeed, the newly launched Jinlong would likely fall into the depths of Huaxia's eastern seas. The director of the helicopter broadcast at Central Mother Television, witnessing this situation, hurriedly contacted the United Nations Judge's helicopter to ascertain the circumstances and why such an evident violation had gone unaddressed. Soon, the judge's response was astonishing. There was no violation. Though the rationale of the eight-nation fleet was absurd, it left one speechless. Their excuse was that the Allied carrier fleet was comprised of 8 nations, and the missile attack orders were independently commanded by each member of the Western Alliance. The Joint Fleet's Command Center had not issued a unified attack directive. As for the concentration of missiles, the reasoning was simple. Who told you Huaxia has only one aircraft carrier? With such a large carrier positioned in the center, even a fool would recognize it as the target for an assault. If you genuinely feared for the safety of your carrier, then Huaxia should capitulate. Helplessly, the director relayed this situation to the anchor, and host Ouyang Dan could only report the truth. The emotions of all Huaxia citizens watching the live coverage surged to a boiling point, their rage nearly overwhelming. The shameless 8-nation Allied fleet, to utter such a despicable excuse, had revealed a level of audacity never before witnessed. This is a conspiracy, a scheme against Huaxia. The live demonstration must be halted immediately. If not, we should surrender. Enough of this fighting, please, no more sob. The crowd was in a state of frantic anxiety, filled with righteous indignation or hopeless despair, yet regrettably, the oblivious citizens of Huaxia would receive no response to their cries. Upon recognizing the grim reality, all viewers could do was silently pray that the Jinlong would remain unscathed. They fixated on their televisions or live broadcasts, their breaths quickening with anxiety. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Military District, at the Naval Operations Command Center, upon witnessing the full-scale assault of the 8-nation fleet, the naval commanders of Huaxia displayed expressions of delight. At the main command post, Zhou Wujing's lips curved slightly upward, his tone laced with mockery as he remarked, "The fish has taken the bait." He promptly grasped his red phone, connecting to the satellite line. "Calling Divine Soldier. Please respond. Calling Divine Soldier. Please respond. Received. Please provide instructions. Received. Please provide instructions. Initiate the Divine Armament operation immediately, with the target, Mud Juice." Affirmative. At an altitude of 100,000 meters, 10 Xuan Nu fighter jets swiftly adjusted their bodies to descend at a perfectly vertical angle to the sea level. Soon, they plummeted to 80,000 meters, 50,000 meters, 30,000 meters, 20,000 meters, 10,000 meters. Divine Armament ready. Divine Armament ready. Countdown, 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7. Inside the belly of the Xuan Nu fighter jet, the devilish instructor of the Zonglong Special Operations Unit, Captain A, clad in sleek, matte black exoskeletal armor, radiated excitement behind his helmeted visage. Listening to the countdown, his teeth instinctively clenched, producing a creaking sound. This battle is a battle of honor. It is a battle of paramount importance. More crucially, it is the decisive engagement that will alter the military landscape of Blue Star. After this battle, the army soldiers will no longer be synonymous with cannon fodder. Instead, they shall become harbingers of death, embodiments of terror. Individual assault operations will emerge as the most effective, precise, and formidable modern military action on Blue Star. He inhaled deeply, encouragingly patting his anxious comrade beside him. "Ayong, do not be nervous. This is our battle of honor. The Dragon Army shall prevail. We will triumph. Yes, Captain A. Victory is ours. Victory. Victory." The countdown raced forward, and 10 seconds swiftly elapsed. 3, 2, 1. Jump. Jump. Engage. Engage. Target Mud Juice. Upon reaching the predetermined position approximately 5,000 meters above the ground, the belly of the Xuan Nu fighter jet opened. 100 exoskeletal armored warriors were ready, leaping from the aircraft. Utilizing the powerful inertia of the diving jet, they descended rapidly. In that moment of freefall, the armored warriors activated their auxiliary flight systems. The power devices in their joints roared to life, emitting pale blue flames. They appeared like hawks and swallows, etching slender trails in the sky, headed directly toward the multitude of aircraft carriers in the joint combat group below. Activating positioning, target Mud Juice. In a mere 2 seconds, the intelligent positioning system achieved precise location. Captain A commanded, 3 o'clock direction. 3 o'clock direction. All armored warriors descended like divine soldiers from the heavens, rapidly approaching the Mud Juice aircraft carrier. At this moment, the multi-carrier combat group below remained oblivious. Within the operational command room of the Mud Juice aircraft carrier, over 100 commanders observed the floundering attempts of the Huaxia fleet to defend against missiles, revealing their derision. Chapter 85. Sever the restraint cables. Bomba, this is all thanks to the foolish people of Huaxia. Ha ha ha. This is our glory. The invincible 8-nation alliance fleet reigns supreme. At the helm, Admiral Robert, the commander of the joint fleet, wore a satisfied smile, exuding an air of ease and contentment. Having served for years as the commander of the Pacific Theater for the Eagle Nation's Navy, He had been acutely aware from the moment the Huaxia fleet was forced into a defensive stance that this victory was assured. The triumph of this maritime combat exercise would undoubtedly belong to the formidable 8-nation joint fleet. It is imperative to understand that naval warfare is not akin to a turn-based game. The necessity of seizing the initiative is exponentially more critical than in land combat. Once overwhelmed by superior firepower, there is often no opportunity to retaliate. Just like the current Huaxia warships, which are left with no possibility of counterattack, forced into a position of passive defense. For yet, the most absurd part was that after a few seconds of bewilderment, these soldiers began to exchange jovial banter. By the sacred heavens, what new contraption have our valiant Marines concocted? Indeed, one cannot deny that this armor is truly magnificent. Let us get to work. Regardless, it is not our turn. Let us complete our tasks first. The American soldiers treated the incident as if nothing had occurred and resumed their duties. In their minds, they unanimously believed that these suddenly descended armored warriors were indeed their own Marines, clad in a newly developed gear whose origin they could not fathom. Having stood atop the world for years, it was beyond the American soldiers' imagination that these individuals were actually special operations forces from China. The anticipated chaos failed to materialize. And witnessing this ludicrous scene, Old A could not help but chuckle. They had infiltrated the enemy's stronghold, yet it felt as though they had returned to their own hometown, encountering no resistance whatsoever. A squad leader remarked jokingly over the communications, "Next time, we should request from above to affix the Chinese dragon flag to the armor." The other Special Forces soldiers erupted in laughter. Old A cleared his throat and commanded seriously, "Hurry up, commence the operation." Yes, all armored warriors divided into 3 teams, each advancing towards their respective objectives. This divine operation encompassed 3 primary mission targets. First, the command center. Second, the arrestor wires. Third, the catapults. The priority diminished sequentially. On the aircraft carrier, 2 crucial devices played a vital role in ensuring the safe takeoff and landing of carrier-based aircraft. These were the steam catapult, responsible for launching aircraft, and the arrestor wires, which facilitated the landing of aircraft. The function of the catapult is to provide the necessary speed and energy for the aircraft to accelerate during takeoff. Conversely, the arrestor wires absorb the landing energy of the aircraft, minimizing the landing roll distance. It is safe to say that without these 2 critical devices, an aircraft carrier could not be deemed a true carrier. The core mission of this divine operation, aside from decapitating the command center, included the other 2 major targets, the arrestor wires and the catapults. Should these 2 devices be compromised, the already launched aircraft may find it impossible to return to the carrier. Most importantly, if these critical devices were damaged, once the drills concluded, the carrier would have to return to American soil for repairs, requiring a minimum of 6 months. The strategic significance was immensely profound. The second team swiftly sprang into action, with 20 members dividing into 4 groups, quickly advancing to the stern and bow of the ship, soon reaching the ends of the 4 arrestor wires. Group 1 is in position. Group 2 is in position. Group 4 is in position. Under the command of the second team leader, all members raised their forearms, and miniature high-energy laser cannons unleashed their firepower. Buzz! Each of the 4 arrestor wires, valued at over 10 million Chinese yuan, snapped asunder. Simultaneously, the third team, positioned at the catapult location, launched their assault. Under a barrage of numerous mini-guided rockets, the 4 catapults on the carrier were obliterated in an instant. At this moment, the guards aboard the Muddy Juice aircraft carrier, caught off guard, finally raised the alarm. Chapter 86, Capturing the Muddy Juice aircraft carrier. Decapitating the command center of the 8-nation fleet. Meanwhile, Old A, accompanied by 60 armored warriors, effortlessly toppled dozens of American soldiers. After receiving a barrage of expletives, they swiftly advanced to the core area of the Muddy Juice aircraft carrier. Old A lifted his gaze, observing the 4-story steel structure before him, his eyes radiating an icy intensity. This was the carrier's main control center, the island of the ship. Let me see where the little kittens have hidden themselves. Generally, the uppermost layer of the carrier's island serves as the flight control room, the middle layer as the navigation control room, and the 2 lower layers accommodate the command bridge and the operations command room. However, according to the enhanced infrared scanning system of the exoskeleton, a Chief Judge Bernicious shook his head wildly, resolutely dismissing the assertions of the other referees. To claim that Jesus is a goddess is a more credible statement than this news. He commanded, "Do not declare the end of the exercise. First, announce a pause. We shall investigate the mud pit at once. Without first-hand evidence, no one shall dare to believe such an outrageous claim." At his insistence, the Blue Fleet, representing the United Nations, ceased fire. The Huaxia forces followed suit, refraining from launching an assault. Meanwhile, the live broadcast captivated viewers from the Western Alliance, who were eagerly anticipating the sinking of the Huaxia aircraft carrier. However, they were abruptly taken aback. What the hell? Why has our invincible fleet from 8 nations halted its offensive? Huaxia has revealed defensive vulnerabilities. To cease fire now is tantamount to throwing the match. They bemoaned the incompetence of the commanders, exclaiming, "Continue the attack. Are these commanders complete fools? I could do better." On the other hand, the audience in Huaxia breathed a collective sigh of relief as the Blue Fleet abandoned its attack. Ceasefire, ceasefire. The judges of the United Nations are finally seeing clearly. Thank the heavens. The Liaolong ship is safe. This is wonderful news. They urged their fleet to capitalize on this opportunity for a counterattack, declaring, "We must not let this chance slip away. Let there be no further fighting. We can seek retribution later." Several helicopters hovered overhead, and upon observing the unusual circumstances, they swiftly inquired with the referees via telegraph. The response was astonishing. The exercise was on pause. This revelation left the directors of the Western Alliance's media in bewilderment. Pause. At such a critical juncture in the exercise, how can it suddenly be halted? Is this not merely granting the Huaxia fleet a moment to breathe? At that moment, they noticed the United Nations referee helicopter veering towards the area occupied by the joint fleet of 8 nations. The media directors hurriedly instructed their helicopter pilots to follow suit. "Let's pursue them." The Huaxia media helicopter quickly joined the chase. In less than 5 minutes, all media helicopters arrived above the mud pit aircraft carrier. As the broadcasters pointed their live cameras towards the carrier's deck, viewers around the world were left utterly stunned. What the? Look at those people. Why are there so many armored soldiers on our aircraft carrier? Why are high-ranking military officials from various nations seated before them? What is happening? OMG. Is that not our commander Robert, crouched with his head in his hands on the ground? What is going on? Then, confusion turned to disbelief as they noticed the armor worn by the soldiers closely resembled the exoskeleton armor previously revealed by Huaxia. This cannot be. It is impossible. This is a fabrication. No one dared to trust their eyes. Could it be that these armored warriors were indeed from Huaxia? How could this be possible? As speculation abounded regarding the cessation of hostilities by the Blue faction, an unexpected turn of events unfolded aboard the aircraft carrier. The leading armored warriors seized the uniform of Admiral Robert, the commander of the joint fleet, lifting him effortlessly as one would a mere chick. With the armored joints emitting a soft azure flame, he ascended into the air. Old A, clutching Robert, soared directly to the side of the adjudicator's helicopter, hovering before Brown Isis, and calmly inquired, "My Lord Adjudicator, will you not declare the end of the demonstration?" Chapter 87. Unlocking 3 tiers of technology. Aerospace carriers, submersible carriers, genetic engineering. Brown Isis beheld this scene reminiscent of a science fiction film, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his legs trembling with trepidation. He swallowed hard and murmured, "Oh, Huaxia winner," with the announcement reverberating through the airwaves. The grand maritime military demonstration of the 9 nations of Blue Star concluded in a manner that was both bizarre and fantastical, marking a definitive victory for Huaxia. Following the revelation of the Red faction's triumph, the participants from both sides exchanged bewildered glances, their minds swirling with questions. The joint fleet pondered, "Can anyone explain how we lost?" Meanwhile, the Huaxia fleet queried, "Who can elucidate how we won?" In the airspace above the ocean, the squadrons of carrier-based aircraft from the Mudslide-class carriers were spiraling in despair. What the hell? Who can help us figure out how to return? The carriers' arrestor wires had been shamefully damaged by the Waxians, rendering them unable to land, and their aviation fuel was rapidly depleting. Despite their frantic distress signals sent to the flight command center aboard the Mudslide carriers, the flight commanders had all been escorted to the deck, ignored by all. FK. FK. Everyone parachute. Call for rescue. Call for rescue. As the fuel reserves dwindled and the aircraft emitted piercing alarms, the squadron leaders of the 4 carrier groups gritted their teeth and issued the command, "Parachute." We abandoned the aircraft. Thus, as countless parachutes unfurled in the sky, 48 F-22 Raptors plummeted into the eastern seas of Huaxia. With the demonstration concluded, the live broadcasts from major media outlets swiftly ceased. However, audiences from various nations were far from satisfied, flooding social media hot topics with fervent comments. What? It's over? What the hell is going on? Why did they cut the live feed? The joint fleet of 8 nations had completely suppressed the Huaxia fleet, seemingly on the verge of victory. Why did the ceasefire occur so abruptly? The Huaxia fleet, as the attacking Red faction, had been on the defensive the entire time, not launching a single offensive missile. Yet they somehow emerged victorious? How did those armored warriors from Huaxiao manage to breach the impenetrable defenses and reach the mudslide carrier? Is there some hidden agenda at play? Did Huaxiao bribe the commanders of the 8-nation fleet in advance? Both spectators from Blue Star nations and those from Huaxiao were filled with questions, eager for immediate answers. Chinese netizens flocked to the social media account of the Supreme Military District, inundating it with inquiries. The comment section of the latest post by the Chinese military-industrial complex surged from 900 to an astonishing 5.4 million comments in an instant. Supreme Military District. Would you care to say something? This sudden victory leaves us looking rather foolish and bewildered. How did those exoskeleton armored warriors manage to board the mud-soaked aircraft carrier? Are you capable of opening a portal? I surmise that China must have expended tremendous resources, bribing individuals from 8 nations to conspire in this elaborate charade. It must be a conspiracy. The online discourse is rife with speculation and conjecture, each voice presenting its own theories and judgments. Unfortunately, there has been no precedent in previous military exercises across nations to elucidate new military equipment and operational strategies to the public. Following China's formal victory in the demonstration of arms, Lin Mo, stationed at the Naval Operations Command Center, wore a visage of unrestrained joy. Accompanied by the familiar system notification chime, the second system upgrade mission was accomplished. Ding! Congratulations, host. With the aid of the Xuan Nu aerospace fighter, you have significantly bolstered confidence in China. Congratulations, host. A grand strategic intimidation has been successfully executed against the Western allied nations led by the Eagle Sauce. The second system upgrade mission, Sky Sovereign, is complete. Ding! Congratulations, host. The system has upgraded to level 30, officially unlocking the third tier of future Chinese technology. Acquired, Luan Bird Aerospace Mothership and its associated sub-technologies. Acquired, Kunpeng Submersible Aircraft Carrier and its associated sub-technologies. Acquired, Xuan Nu second-generation aerospace fighter and its associated sub-technologies. Acquired, White Emperor Aerospace Fighter and its associated sub-technologies. Acquired, Moon Shadow Emergency Rescue Aircraft and its associated sub-technologies. Acquired, Chi Shao Rapid Response Aircraft and its associated sub-technologies. Acquired. Ding! Mission exceeded expectations, earning a prestige value of 6 million. Newly added prestige value exchanges. Qinglong Warrior Human Potential Development, second-level gene supplement. Redeemable for 4 million prestige points. Bailong Strategist Brain Potential Development, second-level gene supplement. Redeemable for 6 million prestige points. Qinglong Warrior first-level gene supplement technology. Redeemable for 40 million prestige points. Bailong Strategist first-level gene supplement technology. Redeemable for 60 million prestige points. Plant Genetic Engineering Technology Guide, Herbaceous Edition. Redeemable for 20 million prestige points. Plant Genetic Engineering Technology Guide, Woody Edition. Redeemable for 20 million prestige points. Current prestige value, 9. 11 million, Ocean Sovereign Stage. Upon reaching 100 million prestige points, the third system upgrade mission can be initiated. Gazing at the plethora of outrageous new technologies flooding his mind, Lin Mo was elated. The newly unlocked future technologies were indeed becoming increasingly advanced and incomprehensible. Even the associated sub-technologies were astonishingly extraordinary. For instance, controlled nuclear fusion, including large-scale shipborne fusion reactors, compact airborne fusion engines, and miniature cold fusion devices, as well as ion engines, force field propulsion systems, and high-energy pulse weapons. These technologies are the epitome of science fiction. However, Lin Mo found himself perplexed by the disconnect between these futuristic advancements and the oceanic domain they are purported to dominate. Indeed, there are two groundbreaking mothership technologies, one soaring through the skies and the other lurking beneath the waves, yet none that navigate the ocean's surface. Can this truly be deemed oceanic supremacy? Yet, the astute and handsome Lin Mo suddenly grasped the crux of the matter. How foolish of me. He recognized that he had fallen into the modern man's cognitive trap, who decreed that oceanic supremacy necessitates surface warships. To assert dominance over the vast oceans of Blue Star, one must possess capabilities for long-range maritime operations. In the current era, aircraft carriers undoubtedly hold unparalleled advantages in such operations. However, once the future experiences a technological explosion and an energy revolution, the landscape will transform entirely. Imagine nuclear-powered aerospace carriers soaring above the atmosphere, and submarine carriers concealed in the abyss. No matter how many carrier fleets one possesses, they would merely be targets on the surface. With this realization, Lin Mo felt a surge of confidence and excitement for the upcoming research projects. Subsequently, Lin Mo delved into the new offerings of the Prestige Exchange System. With the system's upgrade to its third generation, numerous advanced items were indeed introduced, all products of the taboo realm of genetic engineering. As he had anticipated, genetic technology began to gradually unlock, including the previously restricted technologies associated with first-level genetic supplements. However, the cost was exorbitant. Gazing at the staggering exchange price of several million, Lin Mo felt a pang of regret. After orchestrating so many grand maneuvers, he had only accumulated 11 million prestige points. It would take an eternity to amass enough for even a single associated technology. Was the pricing not utterly outrageous? Pondering this, Lin Mo reflected on the fact that even such outlandish future technologies as aerospace carriers had been unlocked, yet aside from the first-level genetic supplements associated technology, only the technical guidelines for plant genetic engineering were available. Even animal genetics remained shrouded in secrecy. This indicated that the system's approach to unlocking genetic engineering technology was still deeply cautious. After all, genetics pertains to the ultimate mysteries of life, and a misstep could unleash Pandora's box, potentially leading to the ruin of fragile human civilization. Chapter 88. Authenticity. The research planning of Huaxia for the next 5 years. Victory. I have triumphed. The dragon army shall prevail. Huaxia is invincible. We, the people of Huaxia, are forever undefeated. In the command center, jubilation erupted into a celebratory sea. Senior military officers could not help but shed tears of joy. Such an improbable victory in live combat exercises had been achieved without a hitch. Truly astonishing, it was a miracle among miracles. Thanks to Chief Lin and Chief Zhou, everyone's eyes turned with excitement towards the two figures in the main seat. It was their presence that had forged this miracle among miracles. Feeling the exhilarating atmosphere around him, Lin Mo was also swept up in the excitement. To witness firsthand the military technology he had meticulously crafted leading to a remarkable victory for Huaihua filled his heart with an overwhelming sense of fulfillment and accomplishment. Zhou Wujing, suppressing the tumult within, turned to Lin Mo with heartfelt gratitude, exclaiming, "Chief Lin, we have triumphed. Without the groundbreaking military technologies you developed, the dignity of our nation would have once again faced humiliation at the hands of the Western Alliance." Director Zhou, there is no need for false modesty. Lin Mo replied with a smile. Without your strategic insights, even the most advanced military equipment would be rendered ineffective. Zhou Wujing intended to respond with further humility when, at that moment, a video call from the Supreme Military Region came through. Comrades, thank you for your outstanding contributions to Huaxia. Your hard work is truly appreciated. The leader's face beamed with joy. Comrades Lin Mo and Wujing, your close collaboration has secured this miraculous victory in the military exercise. You have truly given Huaihua a breath of fresh air. This monumental triumph is primarily due to your efforts. At this juncture, the leader's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he stated, regarding today's military exercise, while we have achieved commendable results, the implications are significant. Comrade Yan Yan, please elaborate on the specifics. Bai Yannian took over, saying, the online discourse has erupted. Many citizens cannot comprehend or believe that we triumphed despite the vast disparity in strength. If we do not disclose parts of the operational plan, not only will the Western Alliance be unsatisfied, but people worldwide will also demand answers. The leader nodded in agreement. Indeed, not only will they not relent, but nations like Eagle Sauce may exploit this situation to undermine the impact and significance of our great victory. Regarding the handling of this matter, our upper echelons have deliberated cautiously and reached some differing opinions, particularly concerning the public disclosure of the operational plan, especially regarding the Xuan Nu aerospace fighter. Comrade Lin Mo, as the chief designer of this military technology, what is your perspective? All eyes turned to Lin Mo. Initially taken aback, he then smiled. Are you certain you wish to pose this question to a strategist skilled in intimidation? You have indeed chosen the right person. Lin Mo said calmly, esteemed leaders, my proposal is to convene a global press conference. Bai Yannian expressed surprise, you mean? Lin Mo replied with a grin. Absolutely complete transparency. We must disclose not only the operational plan, but also the first phase of our Southgate program and the Xuan Nu aerospace fighter. Furthermore, we should swiftly formulate a research and development roadmap for our future military technologies and unveil it at the press conference. This plan could encompass phases 2, 3, and 4 of the Southgate program, including concepts like aerospace motherships, submerged carriers, space cities, and starfighting vessels. We can certainly dream big. Oh, by the way, regarding this plan, we must establish a deadline. Let it be 5 years. We shall call it the Huaihua 5-year scientific research plan. Similar to the Southgate project of the Aerospace Force, the Mountain and Sea Classic project of the Army, the Penglai Project of the Navy, In the Houyi Project of the Rocket Force, we can delineate specific project plans. Chapter 89. The Realistic Significance and Strategic Value of Strategic Intimidation. I firmly believe that under the auspices of this miraculous victory, and coupled with our substantial plan, we can undoubtedly deliver the utmost strategic intimidation to countries around the globe. For a considerable time to come, they will refrain from openly opposing Huaxia. This will also provide our Huaxia people with a tremendous boost in confidence, enabling them to engage more earnestly in the nation's production and construction efforts. Listening to Lin Mo's audacious words, everyone was left in stunned silence. Do you even understand what you are saying? It's one thing to be completely transparent. Must you also devise an ethereal future plan? Do you believe in it yourself? Even boasting requires a draft. Meanwhile, Zhou Wujing silently clicked his tongue. This chief engineer Lin truly dared to think and speak boldly. After years of military service, this was the first time he encountered such a courageous young man. On the other end of the video call, everyone exchanged glances. They had anticipated Lin Mo might lean towards a hawkish stance, but upon hearing his words, even these seasoned power brokers were utterly bewildered. They had been contemplating whether to declassify information regarding the Southgate Project and the aerospace fighter. But they hadn't expected that Lin Mo was the true wolf in sheep's clothing. They were unveiling the starship. Who exactly were you intending to intimidate? Compared to Lin Mo, the hawkish stance seemed conservative. However, Lin Mo's proposal possessed remarkable feasibility. If successful, the Western Alliance countries would be temporarily deterred by Huaxia, rendering them hesitant to act against Huaxia in the near term, thus securing precious time for Huaxia's development. This indeed embodies the genuine realistic significance and strategic value of implementing strategic intimidation. Long Jianjun shook his head and sighed. No wonder he volunteered to join the Strategic Intimidation Bureau. Comrade Jingwu has found a worthy successor. Bai Yinyang interjected. Comrade Lin Mo. May we have a brief discussion? Approximately 5 minutes later, the video conference reconnected, and Bai Yinyang voiced the concerns of the group. Comrade Lin Mo. Your proposal is commendable and, at first glance, appears flawless. The only concern is, if the leadership of the Western Alliance possesses robust psychological resilience and remains unfazed by our strategic intimidation, would that not backfire? It could potentially lead to a tighter military alliance against Huaxia, which would be a misfortune rather than a boon. If it reaches that stage, we would essentially have disclosed the Southgate Project for naught. One must acknowledge, the strategic value of the Xuan Nu aerospace fighter is immeasurable. Failing to achieve a favorable outcome would be a grave loss. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo smiled. He had already considered these issues in his mind. Esteemed leaders, my ability to propose this initiative naturally stems from careful consideration of such factors. If we merely disclose our military strategies and unveil an ostentatious scientific research plan, the Western Alliance is likely to feel threatened by the swift rise of our nation, prompting them to unite against us. Therefore, we must devise a critical strategy to sow discord among these nations, specifically to prevent such a scenario from occurring. In the video, the crowd exchanged glances, and Comrade Lin Mo was asked for his insights. Lin Mo calmly replied, "My suggestion is diplomacy." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in by Yin Yang's eyes. The others, being astute individuals, quickly grasped the implication. Comrade Lin Mo, are you referring to military diplomacy? Yun Feijia inquired, his tone laced with excitement. Lin Mo smiled and responded, "Indeed, General Yun, that is precisely what I intend to convey, military diplomacy. At our last meeting, weren't we discussing the military equipment exhibition and sales event? Following the recent maritime military exercises involving 8 nations, I believe there is no country on Blue Star that would be indifferent to our exoskeleton armor. This press conference presents a splendid opportunity for promotion. We can officially announce the military equipment exhibition and showcase the simplified version of the exoskeleton armor as a flagship product." The attendees nodded in agreement. The sale of the simplified Kunlun generation exoskeleton armor had long been a mutual agreement between them and Lin Mo. They felt confident regarding the risks involved, primarily because the second-generation technology had undergone significant updates, and, most crucially, Lin Mo had embedded numerous concealed protocols within the armor. Even if sold externally, the armor would possess vulnerabilities that would prevent it from posing any threat to our nation. However, the specifics of the sales strategy had yet to be firmly established. Lin Mo continued with a smile. Of course, the selection of countries to engage with, the pricing, and the extent of functional modifications to the armor are all within our purview. These diplomatic matters are best handled by you esteemed leaders, so I shall refrain from overstepping. With this, the room fell into contemplation. Moreover, the formulation of trade agreements, specific delivery timelines, and prioritization of recipients All of these aspects serve as leverage in our hands. Should the Western Alliance develop an interest in our exoskeleton armor, they will inevitably find themselves at our mercy. Yun Feijia, with a hint of cunning in his smile, remarked. Comrade Lin Mo's proposal is indeed brilliant. This reminder has sparked some divergent thoughts in me. We might consider bundling some of China's obsolete military equipment with the exoskeleton armor for package sales. We could even sell the J-20. Upon this declaration, the military high-ranking officials present were taken aback. The J-20 is a fifth-generation fighter jet that was only developed last year. The pilots have scarcely settled into their seats. Currently, among the nations of Blue Star, only the United States, Russia, and our nation possess the capability to develop fifth-generation jets, and now we are contemplating selling it abroad. Bai Yinyang nodded, affirming, Comrade Feijia is correct. Once the Xian Envy aerospace fighter, our seventh-generation aircraft, is officially deployed, the fifth-generation J-20 will soon be retired. Rather than letting it gather dust in a warehouse as a mere relic, we might as well sell it at a premium, thus earning a substantial amount of foreign exchange, while simultaneously drawing some nations closer to us. Before the delivery is completed, all Western Alliance countries that have signed arms sales agreements with China are unlikely to align with the Eagle Nation in targeting China. Others expressed their thoughts, and soon a preliminary arms diplomacy proposal emerged. Long Jianzhu nodded in satisfaction, stating that our esteemed leader once remarked that true governance is about cultivating numerous friendships while minimizing enmities. This arms diplomacy is a perfect embodiment of that principle. Thus, it is settled. Comrade Lin Mo, I entrust you with drafting the China's 5-year research plan. No problem, grant me half a day, and I shall present a draft by this evening, with a complete version by tomorrow. Bai Yani emphasized the need for perfection in this proposal. Thank you for your hard work. Across the ocean, in the Eagle Nation's Cyprus building, buoyed by a sense of assured victory, Defense Minister Charles and much of the military leadership did not watch the live broadcast of the military exercise. Upon receiving news of the exercise's failure and the specifics behind it, Charles was left bewildered. Chapter 90. The press conference on the military exercise. The focus of global attention. Upon hearing the news, Charles's immediate reaction was disbelief. Surely, no one was playing an international joke on him? Are you telling me the mothership aircraft carrier was decimated? What on earth? Just as he was about to inquire further, the phone rang. Upon answering, a furious voice erupted. Charles, what on earth is going on? How could our great Eagle fleet lose to the despicable Chinese fleet? A fleet of 5 aircraft carriers lost. And we were ambushed 8 against 1. Do you even know how to fight? Charles broke into a cold sweat and quickly responded, My lord, please calm down. I will immediately convene a video conference with the commanders of the 8 nations to get to the bottom of this. After enduring a harsh reprimand, Charles hung up the phone, his face clouded with despair. He promptly requested a video connection with the Joint Fleet Command Center. Soon, the video connection was established, and a haggard Robert's face appeared on the screen. Charles wasted no time and directly asked, General Robert, what is the situation? Robert shook his head, his expression filled with despair. We lost, utterly lost. General Robert, Defense Minister Charles, the Chinese simply cannot be defeated. Seeing Robert's terrified demeanor, Charles bellowed, Deputy Commander, step forward. The Joint Fleet's Deputy Commander tremblingly approached the camera. You explain. My lord, it was the Chinese exoskeleton armor. The Chinese have an entire special operations unit equipped with exoskeleton armor that launched an assault on the mothership aircraft carrier. Upon hearing this, Charles was both furious and incredulous. Are you telling me how the Chinese managed to send an entire special operations unit onto the mothership aircraft carrier, which was under the tight protection of countless warships? The deputy commander fell silent. Who do you expect me to ask? At that moment, a loud shout from Commander John Bull echoed behind me. I know. It must be some sort of celestial magic. The people of Huaxia are adept in such arts. They must have utilized their mystical abilities to transport individuals onto the aircraft carrier. Upon hearing this, the surrounding commanders felt a sense of clarity and began to murmur in agreement. A military officer from the Chicken Basin nation slapped his thigh in sudden realization. Indeed. So this is it. The legends of immortals have persisted in Huaxia throughout the ages. It is said that they possess a technique called turning beings into soldiers. Surely, these are the celestial troops they have summoned. Precisely, I share your belief. Another chimed in. The people of Huaxia are not only skilled in martial arts. They indeed have mastery over celestial techniques. The crowd, one after another, seemed to have accepted this absurd explanation without quest. It is inconceivable. Wouldn't he flying through the sky render us mere targets? Do you think the radar systems of the Allied fleet are utterly inept? Pray tell, what does this poster actually signify? Why must we wait until tomorrow? Why not tonight? What crucial news could possibly warrant such delay? If the Supreme Military District has something to declare, then let it be known without the need for a press conference. Do not tantalize us with suspense. My dear friends, I find myself unable to sleep. The anticipation of the press conference stretching into the next day leaves many restless, agitated from the afternoon to the night, ultimately foregoing slumber entirely. The night is spent scrolling through posts and commenting across social media platforms worldwide, buzzing with more excitement than during the Olympics or the World Cup. Time flies swiftly, and before long, it is 9 o'clock the following morning. At the Eastern Military District, in the first-floor conference hall of the Comprehensive Office Building, invited media representatives have gathered, armed with cameras and microphones, eagerly awaiting the proceedings. The hall has been meticulously arranged, featuring a blue backdrop with the words Supreme Military District Press Conference emblazoned in white. A few minutes later, led by staff members, several high-ranking military officers from the Houyi, clad in uniforms, stride confidently into the press conference venue. Leading them is Li Jingwu, the head of the General Armament Department of the Supreme Military District and the spokesperson for this conference. No one is more suited for this press event, laden with a specific purpose, than him, the director of the Strategic Intimidation Bureau. Once seated, Deputy Commander Tang of the Eastern Military District assumes the role of host, grasping the microphone and proclaiming, "Esteemed media colleagues, we welcome your presence. Today, this press conference is officially underway." The journalists in attendance can hardly contain their excitement, itching to rise and pose their inquiries. Viewers worldwide, tuned into the live broadcast, share in the exhilaration. Finally, it has commenced. However, Deputy Commander Tang, as the host, remains unhurried. He begins with a slew of formalities, expressing gratitude to the media for their support of Houyi and pride in the nation's accomplishments in military exercises, droning on in a manner that prompts the audience to wish to intervene and hasten his words. Soon, they transition to the second segment for questions. Taking the microphone, Li Jingwu smiles and states, "I believe our esteemed media friends can hardly wait to pose their questions. Let us first invite a reporter from CNN of the Eagle Nation to ask." At this pronouncement, astonishment ripples through the room. Is there a mistake? Are they truly allowing a reporter from their adversary, the Eagle Nation, to inquire first? Isn't this deliberately inviting trouble? The CNN reporter rises without hesitation, boldly questioning. "Generally, we at CNN harbor grave suspicions that Houyi has engaged in clandestine dealings with various military forces, and that this military exercise is merely a charade to deceive the public. How else can one explain how those armored warriors managed to board the Mi-24 aircraft? It is simply inconceivable." The military forces of various nations, particularly our esteemed Defense Department, frequently present proposals to Congress for increased military funding, demonstrating an alarming willingness to pursue financial gain at any cost. As the world's second-largest economy, China possesses the capability to orchestrate a grand spectacle involving the military forces of various countries. One might ponder the extent of the sacrifices made by China to collude with these military forces. Is it truly acceptable for China to expend such meaningless funds? And do the vast populace of China consent to this? Upon hearing the inquiry posed by the CNN reporter, Li Jingwu could not help but chuckle. This reporter, bold as a wolf, even challenged his own Defense Department. Were Charles, the Defense Secretary of the United States, to learn of this, he would surely be infuriated. Indeed, as Charles watched the live broadcast of the press conference alongside his colleague, President Trump, his face turned a vivid shade of red. Listening to the reporter's question, he nearly uttered an expletive. How foolish, he thought. Does he not realize how much it would cost to preserve the dignity of the United States? Casting a glance at the rather eccentric president beside him, he noted Trump's lack of reaction and felt a slight sense of relief. Gritting his teeth, he vowed to retaliate fiercely once this absurd CNN reporter returned to the United States. At the press conference, Li Jingwu, microphone in hand, responded with a smile. "Regarding the question posed by this CNN reporter, I believe you have mistakenly directed your inquiry. The appropriate party to question should not be us, but rather your own government. I am equally curious about how much it costs for the United States to willingly allow its dignity to be trampled upon by us. If you ascertain a price, please do reach out, as we in China would indeed be interested in purchasing a few instances." The moment Li Jingwu finished speaking, laughter erupted among all present. Audiences from around the world viewing the live broadcast joined in the amusement. The CNN reporter's expression shifted rapidly between confusion and dismay. Li Jingwu's words, though blunt, held a kernel of truth. The United States could never sacrifice its dignity in exchange for military funding. Just as the reporter struggled to formulate a response, Li Jingwu spoke again. "However, I currently possess a real combat video that may provide an alternative perspective perfectly addressing your question. Upon hearing this, all the media reporters exchanged bewildered glances. At Li Jingwu's nod, several staff members began to operate, projecting a video onto the enormous screen behind the press conference. As the footage commenced, the sound of powerful engines roared through the speakers. Current altitude, 100,000 meters. Current altitude, 80,000 meters. Troops prepare. Troops prepare. Countdown. 9, 8. As the announcement continued, the video depicted the interior of an aircraft cockpit. Surrounding the main view were several warriors from the Dragon Army of China clad in exoskeleton armor. The primary perspective was that of an armored soldier. Ayom, do not be nervous. This is our honorable battle. The protagonist of the video reassured a companion through the communication module of his helmet. Yes, Captain A. Time passed swiftly, and the countdown reached its conclusion. The announcements grew urgent. Current altitude, 5,000 meters. Arriving at the designated position. Jump, jump, jump. The troops descended from the heavens. Target, Nimise. The video resonated with deep breaths as the captain, codenamed Old A, began to exhibit visible signs of anxiety. The audience collectively transformed into Old A, their palms involuntarily beginning to perspire. In the next moment, the hatch of the aircraft swung open violently. 10 armored warriors, including Captain Old A, leaped from an altitude of 5,000 meters. As the perspective gradually widened, it became evident that the vessel bearing these armored warriors was an astonishingly sleek, matte black, futuristic aircraft. To further astonish, there were no less than 10 such aircraft soaring through the sky. Under the sun's brilliance, the 10 aircraft gleamed resplendently, imbued with a sense of futuristic science fiction, as though they had traversed from the realm of cinema. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, the 10 aircraft ascended with a terrifying velocity, trailing 10 streams of vapor, vanishing from sight in a mere 2 seconds. What in the world is this aircraft? When did our nation acquire such futuristic technology? I've never seen anything like it before. Officials, what in blazes is happening? This is frightening. The audience from Huaxia found it difficult to digest, as the official narrative had undergone a dramatic transformation since the summer, abruptly unveiling sci-fi armor without any prior indication. And now, suddenly presenting 10 sci-fi aircraft, which left the citizens feeling as if they had endured a lifetime of hardship only to discover their true lineage was that of a wealthy benefactor. At this moment, the footage continued, with Captain Old A, the protagonist of the video, flipping over to gaze downward. As the camera angle shifted downward, the audience was astonished to discover countless naval warships scattered across the boundless ocean. Dominating an extraordinarily vast expanse of sea, it was an utterly overwhelming sight. In the midst of these naval formations stood 5 colossal aircraft carriers, central to the battle group. The viewers were momentarily stunned. This scene evoked an immense sense of insurmountable dread. At this juncture, the video resonated with Captain Old A's combat orders. All units, report in. All units, report in. Assist in flight, positioning mod. Proceed to the target. The howling wind, a result of friction with the air, was incessant, yet it did not hinder the armored warriors' maneuvers. With no artillery interference. Within mere seconds, all armored warriors swiftly maneuvered according to their coordinates, landing steadily on the deck of the central aircraft carrier. Following the plan, they dispersed to execute their assignments. The armored warriors swiftly fanned out, and under Old A's command, they executed their mission with precision. The soldiers from the Eagle Nation, renowned as the pinnacle of Blue Star combat strength, found themselves utterly defenseless, being overthrown in rapid succession. Subsequently, they breached the windows, seized control of the carrier's island, and captured high-ranking officers. Congratulations, little kittens, you have been apprehended by the Dragon Army of Huaxia, under Old A's guidance. The armored warriors escorted all commanders to the carrier's deck, demanding Robert to announce the surrender of the Blue Forces. Thus, the decapitation operation was a complete success. The video concluded with a final freeze frame of the astonished visage of the United Nations judge, Browninesis, aboard the helicopter. At the press conference, an atmosphere of profound silence enveloped the room, broken only by the sound of heavy breathing. A 10-minute video, though brief, delivered a staggering impact. Presented from a first-person perspective, it flawlessly captured the entirety of the divine military operation from inception to conclusion. The audience members appeared to experience the event vicariously, as if they were personally engaged in the decisive strike. The sense of immersion was overwhelmingly intense, evoking an unparalleled sense of awe. Chapter 92. The 5-year scientific research plan for Huaxia. The atmosphere was charged with fervor, intensifying until exclamations of astonishment erupted from the crowd. as all the talents present snapped back to reality and joined in the chorus of admiration. Truly remarkable, astonishing beyond belief. The combat strategy was nothing short of divine. The armored warriors descending from the heavens were nothing less than miraculous. It was utterly inconceivable, a complete transformation of the contemporary warfare paradigm on Blue Star. The media reporters on-site gasped in astonishment, unable to contain their visceral reactions, seeking release from their overwhelming emotions. Only by witnessing the first-person perspective of this live combat exercise could one genuinely grasp the terrifying prowess of Huaxia's operational strategy and the formidable strength of the exoskeletal armor. No wonder it was hailed as a divine military intervention. Meanwhile, the citizens of Huaxia watching the live broadcast erupted into a frenzy of unparalleled enthusiasm. The Dragon Army is invincible. The divine warriors descend. How magnificent is our Huaxia! Victory for Huaxia! Long live the people of Huaxia! Simultaneously, leaders and high-ranking military officials from around the globe were watching the live stream of the press conference, experiencing an even greater shock. When were those 10 new fighter jets developed by Huaxia? How could they soar to altitudes of 100,000 meters? That is beyond the troposphere. How were the engines ignited and operational without sufficient oxygen? Furthermore, why did these aircraft and armored warriors hover above, while numerous naval vessels, including aircraft carriers, remained utterly unresponsive? Had their radar systems malfunctioned? There were far too many questions that defied scientific explanation, yet no one could provide answers. Back at the press conference, Li Jingwu observed the astonished crowd with an inner smile, thinking to himself, this is just the beginning. The true shock is yet to come. He cleared his throat and stated, I believe this video sufficiently addresses the earlier inquiries posed by the CNN reporter. Next, I invite the BBS reporter from John Bull to ask a question. The BBS reporter, a tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman, felt a twinge of discomfort as the collective gaze of the audience shifted toward her. Their expressions were not the usual admiration for her beauty. Rather, they seemed to demand her to pose a significant question. Swallowing hard, she spoke in her halting Mandarin, esteemed General Li. First, I would like to express that the Huaxia Dragon Army warriors are truly formidable. After years of serving as a military journalist, I find myself genuinely astounded for the first time, a sentiment that resonates deeply within me. Following my heartfelt expression, the BBS reporter continued, stating that when it comes to inquiries, the choice is indeed daunting. After watching the video, I believe that not only I, but also my fellow journalists, are burdened with an overwhelming number of questions. If I must select one, I surmise that the aspect everyone is most eager to comprehend revolves around the essence of the operational strategy, particularly concerning the 10 new fighter jets. The capabilities of these aircraft evidently transcend the current era. Why has there been no prior disclosure from Huaxia regarding them? Dear General Li, I wish to inquire when these advanced fighter jets were developed, what their performance entails, and whether specific parameters can be revealed. Well posed. Other journalists internally acknowledged the astuteness of the BBS reporter's question. It is no surprise that a journalist with extensive frontline experience would strike at the crux of the matter. Consequently, all eyes turned expectantly to Li Jingwu. He responded with a slight smile and composed demeanor, addressing the BBS journalist. The rationale behind Huaxia's prior reticence is quite simple. This is merely a modest achievement within our vast plans, wholly lacking the necessity for public announcement. At this juncture, Li Jingwu sighed and lamented, alas. Ever since Huaxia established its 5-year scientific research plan, progress across major projects has been exceedingly slow, and I have faced numerous reprimands from my superiors. As the head of the General Assembly of Huaxia's Supreme Military District, I bear primary responsibility for this, and I find myself engulfed in profound remorse, feeling that I have let down the expectations of the Huaxia populace. Given such circumstances, how could the General Assembly possibly justify public disclosure? Listening to Li Jingwu's words, Lin Mo, who was remotely viewing the press conference, couldn't help but burst into laughter. What a charade! What a farce! Those in Huaxia's upper echelons, privy to the underlying truths, watched Li Jingwu's emotionally charged yet clumsy performance during the live broadcast with amused disbelief. This Li Jingwu truly has a knack for awkwardness. Meanwhile, the media reporters at the conference, oblivious to the context, found themselves utterly befuddled by Li Jingwu's assertions. What constitutes a minor achievement? You dare to label a groundbreaking aircraft technology as a mere small success? What is this grand plan you speak of? What exactly is Huaxia's 5-year scientific research plan? What is happening in this world? The BBS reporter could not suppress the urge to pose another question. Generally, you mentioned Huaxia's future 5-year scientific research plan. Yet there seems to have been no prior reports on this matter. If it is not too much trouble, could you enlighten us? Li Jingwu on stage hesitated slightly, responding, "This is merely an internal future research plan for Huaxia. After all, it has only just commenced, and we have yet to even begin implementation. So perhaps it is best left unsaid. Huaxia has never had a habit of disclosing matters that are still in their infancy." Li Jingwu's evasive response sparked a flicker of intrigue in the eyes of all media reporters. Aha, there is potential for something significant. As those who frequently engage with the military of Huaxia, they are naturally adept at discerning what is utterly unspeakable and what may be probed further. Li Jingwu's assertion that it is customary for Huaxia to refrain from premature announcements is met with skepticism. However, customs, after all, are amenable to change. The BBS journalist, brimming with enthusiasm, pressed on, "Dear General Li, your modesty is truly commendable. The so-called minor achievements you refer to are anything but trivial. A groundbreaking new aircraft technology holds the potential to alter the global landscape. Such a revolutionary accomplishment. If this is merely a small achievement, what then constitutes Huaxia's grand vision? Today, myriad media representatives are keenly interested in this very matter. I implore you to reconsider and divulge some specifics regarding Huaxia's scientific research plans for the next 5 years. Our curiosity is insatiable." Despite the journalist's fervent entreaties, Li Jingwu remained resolute, though he appeared somewhat more amenable. "This is not appropriate. We cannot recklessly disclose matters that are still in their infancy. Should we do so, the world would merely perceive Huaxia as boasting, which would adversely affect our reputation. We shall wait until we achieve milestone accomplishments before making any announcements." Upon hearing this, the other journalists became agitated, each clamoring for Li Jingwu to reveal even the slightest detail about Huaxia's scientific plans for the coming 5 years, even if it were but a fragment. The previously composed Huaxia Central Media journalist, now smiling, interjected, "Esteemed General Li, since this plan has already yielded results and garnered some degree of exposure, might you consider sharing some fundamental information? Otherwise, how can we provide the public with an account?" Feigning contemplation, Li Jingwu ultimately steeled himself and pretended to be reluctant. "Very well. However, I cannot disclose too much. I shall only provide a brief overview." Chapter 93. The 4 major plans unveiled. The Xuan Nu aircraft exposed. Performance exceedingly superior. Upon hearing this, all attending journalists were elated. He had indeed relented. At this juncture, Li Jingwu instructed his staff to present a substantial collection of thick documents, clearly prepared in advance, eliciting eye rolls from some viewers of the live broadcast. How can this be deemed inconvenient to disclose? Once each journalist present received the materials, Li Jingwu, beaming with a smile, stated, "The documents just distributed outline the overview of Huaxia's scientific research plans for the next 5 years. Given the limited time of today's press conference, I encourage all media friends to take this document back and organize your reports accordingly. I will now provide a brief introduction." As he spoke, Li Jingwu opened the materials in hand, smiling as he elaborated. Huaxia's scientific research plan for the next 5 years is a grand initiative. Commencing this year and spanning approximately 5 years, harnessing the collective wisdom of all Huaxia's talents and the strength of its populace to concentrate efforts on advancing various high-precision technologies. It is widely acknowledged that breakthroughs in cutting-edge technology often originate from military advancements. Hence, this 5-year plan is primarily spearheaded by our esteemed military district in Huaxia. Encompassing 4 specific projects, Li Jingwu articulated each project with precision. The first project, the Southgate Plan for the Aerospace Force. The second project, the Mountain and Sea Classic Plan for the Army. The third project, the Penglai Plan for the Navy. And the fourth project, the Houyi Plan for the Rocket Force. As these project names were announced, the international audience watching the press conference was left utterly bewildered. A luxurious gate in the south? The Book of Mountains and Seas. What on earth does this even mean? Due to the profound intricacies of the Chinese language and inadequate translations, foreign viewers struggled to grasp the essence of these uniquely Huaxian terms, leaving them perplexed. Meanwhile, the domestic audience was in a frenzy. The grandeur of these project titles was astonishing. Military enthusiasts were elated, given the past tendencies of Huaxia's official nomenclature. Any project adorned with such illustrious titles was bound for success. Observing the astonished expressions of everyone present at the press conference, Li Jingwu beamed with delight. Continuing his captivating discourse, "The 2 new military armaments we will showcase in this practical exercise are the latest achievements of the first phases of the Southgate Plan and the Mountain and Sea Classic Plan." He paused for dramatic effect. These innovations are named the Xuan Nu Aerospace Fighter and the Kunlun Individual Exoskeleton Armor. "Xuan Nu," gasped the reporters, electrified with excitement. At last, Huaxia's officials had unveiled crucial information. The name of the new fighter jet was indeed Xuan Nu. While it seemed somewhat disconnected from conventional military nomenclature, one could not deny its lyrical beauty. At that moment, the concept image of the Xuan Nu aerospace fighter was displayed on the large screen, captivating seasoned military aficionados with its futuristic and stunning design. As for the Kunlun individual exoskeleton armor, the audience was already somewhat familiar with its concept. Li Jingwu continued with a smile. The Xuan Nu aerospace fighter represents Huaxia's latest development, capable of executing combat missions in outer space. Regarding the specific performance metrics of this aircraft, I cannot divulge too much due to confidentiality, but I will provide a brief overview. The comprehensive capabilities of this aircraft can be summed up in 4 words: far surpassing expectations. Li Jingwu's understated remarks detonated like a bombshell at the press conference. Outer space? Combat missions? Surely, I am not hearing things. Combat in outer space. The journalists present nearly had their perspective shattered. Currently, among the nations of Blue Star, only 3, Eagle Nation, Bear Nation, and Huaxia, have achieved manned spaceflight. Yet, Huaxia boldly announced that even fighter jets could now undertake missions in outer space. This was beyond the realm of belief, even for a science fiction film. Everyone was utterly incredulous that this could be true. Yet, the various occurrences leading up to this moment had demonstrated that the new fighter jet could indeed ascend to an altitude of 100,000 meters to undertake combat missions, thus proving that the Xian-NV fighter was, in fact, a reality. To instill confidence in the public, Li Jingwu added, regarding the Xian-NV fighter jet, which has captured everyone's attention, we will organize an international air show around mid-November. At that time, you will behold the true visage of the Xian-NV. His words, imbued with confidence and candor, left everyone thoroughly convinced. Had it only been a few days since their last meeting, was China truly on the brink of announcing its entry into the space age? Meanwhile, across the ocean in Eagle Sauce country, in the darkened hall, Xuan Nu, watching the live broadcast, felt his expression shift drastically upon hearing the formal unveiling of the Xian-NV aerospace fighter. He turned to Defense Minister Charles and coldly remarked, "Charles, did you hear? We seem to have identified the culprit behind the destruction of our satellites." Charles responded with a bitter smile, unsure of how to reply. The weapon had indeed been identified. But, my Lord Xuan Nu, just look at how audacious China appears. It is as if they are daring us. Pointing directly at our heads and saying, "Come at me, you fools." Anger surged within him. But could they muster the courage to declare war against China now? The combination of the aerospace fighter and exoskeletal armor could easily decimate a carrier among a fleet of thousands, and could just as easily strike from thousands of miles away. Until they had a way to counter it, it would be reckless to act impulsively. Xuan Nu, being a clever man, quickly grasped this reality. The more he thought about it, the darker his expression became, ultimately leading him to slam his hand upon the table in a fit of impotent rage, exclaiming, "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" Simultaneously, at the news conference, the question and answer session continued. In the midst of their astonishment, the reporter from the Gallic Rooster, representing the French news agency, did not forget the initial purpose of his presence. His question was pointedly incisive. "General Li, I would like to inquire why China is investing such national resources into the development of new military equipment. Is it to alter the global balance of power and dominate the blue planet? It has only been 60 years since the end of World War II. Is China attempting to instigate a third world war single-handedly?" Upon hearing this, the journalists from media outlets other than China began to awaken to the implications. Indeed, China's ambitious 5-year scientific research plan, which included the launch of 4 major military-industrial projects, seemed to represent a nationwide effort to bolster its military might. What could the purpose be, if not to ensure world peace? Even during the previous Cold War, the Red Bear and Eagle Sauce nations engaged in an arms race without such intensity. Moreover, China had undeniably succeeded. Given the current circumstances, the 8 developed nations of the Western Alliance, united in forming a multi-carrier fleet, were previously deemed invincible on the blue planet. Yet, they had ultimately been defeated by China, completely and utterly. With such terrifying military prowess at their disposal, how could China not aspire to challenge the hegemonic positions of certain nations? Upon reflecting on this, journalists from various nations disregarded the customary question-and-answer protocols of press conferences and began to voice their inquiries. General Li, is Huaxiao truly prepared to assume the mantle of dominance over Blue Star? Does the public unveiling of the scientific research plan for the next 5 years signify that Huaxia has revealed its ultimate ambitions? The military equipment disclosed is not the most advanced. Does Huaxia possess other formidable military assets that remain concealed? What is the ultimate goal behind Huaxia's vigorous development of advanced weaponry across its 4 branches of the military? Chapter 94. Huaxia's game is authentic. The long-term plans officially announced have all come to fruition. Upon hearing the reporter's questions, the global audience watching became engulfed in a sense of panic. While observing the turmoil in other nations is one thing, a world war is an entirely different matter. Conversely, within Huaxia, many citizens applauded in approval. In previous press conferences held by the Supreme Military District, these international media representatives had relentlessly mocked Huaxia, returning to their outlets to disseminate disparaging reports that portrayed Huaxia as if it were on the brink of collapse, akin to the Red Bear Union. Yet, now it seems they too have succumbed to fear. Some citizens of Huaxia, reveling in the chaos, took to the comment sections and bullet screens to voice their bellicose sentiments. Let us go to war. First on the agenda, we must eradicate that nation of footbath chickens that has been living comfortably. Their disdain for the Eagle country had long been palpable. Advocating for the dispatch of dozens of Xuan Nu aircraft to the eastern coast to retrieve their comrades for a tea session in Huaxia. On stage, Li Jingwu observed as the atmosphere teetered on the brink of chaos, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. The sudden announcement of such extensive military plans had, understandably, instilled fear and provoked reactions from various nations. However, if they did not react so fervently, how could I proceed with my subsequent plans? Ahem. Li Jingwu cleared his throat, smiling as he addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to speak. Your concerns are entirely understandable, yet they are wholly unwarranted. I am about to unveil an important announcement. With a clap of his hands, the staff changed the background on the large screen. It now read in Huaxia's dual language, Huaxiao International Advanced Military Equipment Exhibition. Location, Zhucheng. Date, November 11th, 2012. Li Jingwu pointed at the grand lettering behind him, smiling at the crowd. We, the Huaxiao people, are a nation that cherishes peace. Our country has consistently upheld a defensive national policy rooted in peace, friendship, and self-defense. How could we possibly instigate war? To illustrate my point with a simple comparison, since our founding, Huaxia has never initiated a single war against another nation. In contrast, a certain country, which prides itself as a beacon of democracy, has brazenly interfered in the sovereignty of other nations, and in the past century, there has not been a single year without its belligerent actions. This is a compelling fact. After delivering a pointed critique of a certain well-known nation, Li Jingwu continued, however, we in Huaxia also recognize the concerns of citizens from various countries regarding our plans. Thus, regarding the newly developed military equipment, we, the Huaxia, have no intention of withholding our advancements. In 1 month, we shall host an international military equipment exhibition open to all nations of the Blue Star, sharing these innovative armaments with all countries that maintain amicable relations with Huaxia. After all, our pursuit of these new technologies is founded upon the noble aspiration of fostering a shared destiny for humanity, ensuring global peace and stability, and safeguarding the national security of Huaxia. The conditions for participation in this arms exhibition are remarkably straightforward. There exists but a singular criterion. Any nation that establishes a friendly cooperative partnership with Huaxia, pledging to uphold neighborly friendship, peaceful coexistence, non-interference in sovereignty, and a commitment to mutual development, shall be granted the opportunity to procure military equipment at this exhibition. As for the exhibited military products, Huaxia approaches this matter with utmost sincerity. Aside from the Xuan Nu aerospace fighter, which is temporarily available only for reservation due to maturity and production capacity issues, all other military equipment from Huaxia will be available for sale, with a substantial stock readily accessible. Upon this declaration, the audience erupted in astonishment. A reporter boldly inquired, will even the exoskeleton armor be available for purchase? Absolutely. Li Jingwu responded with a disarming smile. This revelation sent ripples through the crowd. Li Jingwu's answer caused all reporters to entirely forget their initial intentions, immersing themselves in queries regarding Huaxia's arms sales. Will the exoskeleton armor sold abroad have diminished specifications? Is it truly possible to reserve the Xuan Nu aerospace fighter? And when can one expect delivery? Will Huaxia undertake the subsequent maintenance of the military equipment? With patience, Li Jingwu addressed each inquiry in turn. After nearly 30 minutes, the questions began to dwindle. Expressions on the faces of the attendees were richly varied. Approximately 40 wore looks of disbelief, 40 exhibited excitement, and 20 reflected confusion. How could newly developed advanced military equipment be available for immediate sale? Is Huaxia truly so confident as to fear no technological leakage? This scenario could only imply two possibilities. The first possibility is that the Huaxia leadership is utterly foolish, seeking to quell the impact of recent military exercises by deliberately disclosing advanced technologies. The second possibility, however, is that the Huaxiao leadership is entirely unconcerned about technological leakage. A moment's contemplation reveals the implausibility of the first scenario. As the media pondered this further, unease began to settle in. If Huaxiao indeed harbored no fear of technological leakage, the implications would be profoundly chilling. The two technologies they dared to unveil are already terrifying in their own right. One must wonder how many additional cutting-edge systems remain undisclosed. Observing their announced 5-year research plan, which delineates one major project for each branch of the military, one cannot help but speculate about the formidable innovations they may be concealing. Some astute reporters, grasping these critical insights, gasped in astonishment. Huaxiao is poised to defy the odds. With the objectives thoroughly achieved, Li Jingwu glanced at his watch, stood, and cheerfully proclaimed, "Well, esteemed friends among the press, the time has nearly elapsed. Should you have any further inquiries, feel free to consult the Information Office of the Supreme Military District of Huaxia." This concludes our press conference today. As soon as the press conference concluded, social networks across various nations erupted with fervor. The information divulged during this conference hosted by Huaxiao was densely packed and nothing short of sensational. All attendees expressed their utmost satisfaction. Firstly, the practical combat strategies demonstrated through live-action videos silenced all skeptics. Most astonishing was the revelation of Huaxiao's grand and futuristic 5-year scientific research plan, which was compelled into the public eye due to the practical videos. Initially, some individuals attempted to criticize, deeming Huaxiao's so-called plan as mere boasting. However, upon reflection, they realized that tangible project results had already emerged, rendering any doubts futile. Especially notable were the mythically titled projects, indicating that Huaxiao was indeed serious about their endeavors. Nevertheless, the most profoundly astonished were undoubtedly the high-ranking officials from the Blue Star nations, particularly those directly involved in the practical exercises, the so-called victims. The 8 nations of the Western Alliance, having just endured a severe beating from Huaxiao, were left utterly terrified upon hearing about this ambitious 5-year plan. It was blatantly aimed at them. Fortunately, they quickly regained their composure. Huaxiao's willingness to engage in military sales suggested that a sliver of goodwill remained towards the outside world. Moving forward, they could not blindly follow the lead of their American counterparts. Across the ocean, in the United States, at the Black Palace office, Chuanda's face was shrouded in gloom. Those around him held their breath, hesitant to speak. Chuanda glared at these foolish individuals, his frustration mounting. They had been bullied by Huaxiao, yet remained utterly speechless. Useless, utterly useless. Taking a deep breath, Chuanda endeavored to calm himself. Now was not the time to deal with these inept individuals. He quickly formulated a response strategy and coldly addressed the assembly. "What are you all dawdling for?" Immediately convened the leaders of the Western Alliance nations for an emergency meeting in half an hour. "All of you get out. What a pack of fools." The surrounding American officials, visibly relieved, hurried out to execute their tasks. Before long, half an hour had elapsed, and amidst the bustling staff, the video conference with the heads of the Western Alliance nations was successfully established. The leaders of these nations appeared on the large screen. Following the press conference, they all anticipated that such a significant event would prompt an urgent meeting organized by the Americans, so they had prepared in advance. Esteemed leaders, Huaxiao's 5-year scientific research plan is undoubtedly a fabrication, a baseless tale. Chuanda stated bluntly, not mincing his words. He observed the other leaders from the Western Alliance, who appeared timid. If he did not assert himself, American prestige would soon dwindle. Silence enveloped the room, a suffocating silence. After a lengthy pause, the stillness persisted. Chuanda's expression darkened further as he received no anticipated response. Just then, the leader of the poultry nation, Mei, timidly spoke up. Initially, Chuanda felt a flicker of hope, reassured that their prime minister was an ally, willing to support him, the elder brother. However, when the translator rendered the dialect of the small tribe into the language of the eagles, it nearly caused Lord Chuan to choke with rage. "My dear Lord Chuanda, I must assert that your assertions are somewhat misguided. Has there ever been a false plan officially released by Huaxiao? Never has there been such a thing." Mei vehemently presented the facts, leaving Chuanda momentarily speechless. Indeed, since the founding of Huaxiao, numerous plans have been announced, some for 5 years, others for 10. All these long-term strategies have, without exception, been realized. This realization struck Chuanda with an overwhelming sense of crisis. If no action were taken soon, our great eagle nation would face annihilation. Chapter 95. The cowardly nation of Wuzi hastily sought to contact Huaxiao to procure Xuan Nu fighter jets. With this thought, Chuanda clenched his teeth and proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed leaders, let us not be daunted by Huaxiao's sudden emergence with an unfounded plan. Let us consider this carefully. If Huaxia truly possessed such formidable technological prowess, why have they not managed to construct even a single aircraft carrier in all these years? To this day, they have only managed to restore a dilapidated vessel, the Vaga. Upon hearing these words, the leaders of the Western Alliance fell into deep contemplation, and Xuan Nu grew increasingly confident in his stance. Let us not forget, as the foremost power on Blue Star, we in the Eagle Nation have dominated this realm for over a century, with our technological advancements leading the globe. How could our technological reserves possibly fall short of a developing nation like Huaxia? It must be acknowledged that while the people of Huaxia possess a measure of cleverness, the progression of technological development is a gradual process. However, we must not overlook the fact that they are merely a developing country, a third-tier resource nation. While we are established nations, wielding all the high-end resources and technologies of Blue Star, no matter their planning, they cannot leapfrog the essential stages of industrial development. Xuan Nu's assertions held a degree of truth, and the leaders of the Western Alliance nodded in agreement. This time, we were primarily taken off guard by Huaxia. Who could have anticipated that the long-weak Huaxia would suddenly unveil such advanced fighter jets and armored vehicles? Yet, there is no need for concern. As long as the nations of the Western Alliance take this seriously, we can easily subdue them. This so-called divine weapon operation is nothing to worry about. Should they dare employ it again, our air defense systems will be activated, reducing their forces to ashes from the skies. It is merely a one-time surprise attack. Xuan Nu declared emphatically. At the same time, we cannot deny some nations, slightly lagging in strength, rejoiced exuberantly. They had long coveted the advanced technologies of the American leader. What a fortuitous turn of events. The American leader has shown remarkable generosity. We are eternally grateful to our esteemed American leader, who remains the preeminent power among our Western Alliance. What is China, truly, to compare with our esteemed coalition? Observing the resurgence of courage among world leaders as they rekindled their admiration for America, Xuan Nu sighed in relief. The American prestige had been preserved. Consequently, his animosity towards China intensified, swiftly forming a new strategy in his mind against them. Let us be clear. These sporadic technological breakthroughs prove nothing substantial. In my opinion, the Chinese are not only lacking in fearsome prowess, but are, in fact, quite foolish. This is evident from their attempt to host an international military expo. It demonstrates their utter foolishness. As long as we can procure their latest military technologies, our Western Alliance, with its superior technical capabilities, will swiftly dismantle and analyze them, ultimately overpowering China. I now eagerly anticipate the comical visage of China once we have crushed them with our technological superiority. Upon hearing this, the leaders of the Western Alliance erupted in laughter, as if the specter of fear regarding China had vanished. Prime Minister Johnson of the United Kingdom remarked with a smile, "I have come to realize, apart from these two recent military technologies, China lags significantly in other areas. They are merely posturing." President Macron of the Rooster Nation concurred, stating, "Indeed, industrial development is not an overnight endeavor." Xuan Nu is absolutely right. China poses no real threat. The leaders of the Western Alliance collectively expressed their disregard for China, appearing unperturbed. Xuan Nu, immensely satisfied, clapped his hands and passionately continued to rally them. "Esteemed leaders, we are nations that cherish freedom. We have united in alliance for the sake of freedom and are prepared to fight for it. We are superior and noble, symbols of humanity's highest civilization, guiding the development of mankind in the most righteous direction. Thus, we possess an unbridgeable chasm between ourselves and the dark, shameless, and backward China, destined never to tread the same path. We must recognize that our greatest enemy at this moment is China. Their recent military expansion is blatantly aimed at our Western Alliance. Therefore, we must remain steadfastly united to extinguish this audacious threat from China." Xuan Nu rose, raising his right hand high. "This time, China has humiliated us, and we must seek retribution. We are all Avengers. Our alliance is the Avengers Alliance. This arms race is our Avengers initiative." The leaders of the nations were extraordinarily invigorated. Yes, together, we shall exact vengeance upon the shameless China. Under the leadership of our American captain, we shall surely subdue China. Subsequently, the leaders of the Western Alliance deliberated a series of strategies targeting China. First and foremost, military interference must persist, due to the constraints of a wager. The Western Alliance nations are unable to exert direct military deterrence against Huaxia. However, they can certainly engage in indirect measures through proxy nations. Should the Western Alliance truly wish to act, all treaties would be rendered meaningless. Their objective lies with the nations and regions surrounding Huaxia that are embroiled in disputes, such as Kuri and Chaoyong, among others. Secondly, Efforts in technological advancements must be accelerated. All significant military projects undertaken by Huaxia should be meticulously monitored and benchmarked. For every initiative launched by Huaxia, we must ensure to follow suit. With such a plethora of elite scientists gathered from across the blue planet, it is simply inconceivable that we cannot surpass a modest Huaxia. Moreover, we must actively participate in the upcoming exhibition hosted by Huaxia in just over a month, and procure a substantial amount of their innovations post-haste. We will dissect their technologies and strive to surpass them swiftly. Thirdly, we must intensify our efforts in all aspects of blockade. We should fervently incite discord regarding Huaxia's issues in the western frontier, the South Seas, and the Ryukyu Islands. Furthermore, we must escalate our restrictions across trade, talent, academia, and other domains. In essence, the goal is to render Huaxia the most isolated nation across the entire blue planet. As for the wager stipulation to lift all suppressive measures against Huaxia, we must clarify that this is a matter of our national security. It cannot be construed as oppression. In a chorus of laughter, the leaders of the Western Alliance concluded their video conference. In the United Kingdom, the Prime Minister's office. After terminating the video call, Wilson hastily instructed his secretary, Sharon, quickly get in touch with Huaxia. I wish to have a private video call with their leader to discuss military procurement matters. Act swiftly, or we may miss our opportunity. Understood, Prime Minister. The tall and elegantly clad Sharon promptly exited. Shortly thereafter, she returned, her expression grave. Prime Minister, it's dire. Huaxia has responded that their schedule for video calls is fully booked for the next few days. The earliest we could arrange a call is at least 5 days from now. What? Wilson exclaimed, agitated. 5 days. By then, it will be too late. Re-establish contact and inform them that our nation is seeking to negotiate a significant military procurement with Huaxia. We have substantial purchasing power and are open to negotiations on price, backed by our undeniable economic strength. Additionally, I will call Chief Bai personally and request his assistance. Very well, I shall proceed immediately. 3 minutes later, Sharon burst into the room, her face alight with excitement. Prime Minister, Huaxia has agreed. In half an hour, we will arrange for a high-level private conversation between our two nations. With this news, Wilson finally exhaled in relief. As the seconds ticked by, after a tense half-hour wait, Wilson was finally able to connect with Huaxia via video call. It is a pleasure to engage in this video conversation with you. Wilson's tone carried a hint of exhilaration. To alleviate any concerns, he added, please rest assured, although our nation is a member of the Western Alliance, I implore you to believe that we hold the utmost sincerity in our intentions. The representative from Huaxia warmly remarked, Lord Wilson, you are being too modest. In our culture, we have a saying, one does not strike a smiling face. In truth, there is another adage. Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? I wonder, what prompts your urgency in discussing military procurement with me? Huaxia has always been a nation of propriety, renowned for its hospitality, and in business, we pride ourselves on fairness. As long as you have genuine intentions, everything is negotiable. With this direct approach, Huaxia displayed no pretense. Wilson found himself somewhat embarrassed. Well, you see, our nation, Niao, is highly interested in your latest innovations, the Xuan Nu aerospace fighter and the Kunlun individual exoskeleton armor, and we would like to place an advance order for some. He assured. Rest assured, the economic strength of Niao is formidable. No matter the price, we can certainly afford it. Wilson had anticipated a smooth discussion, given that the video call had been arranged well in advance. However, to his astonishment, the representative from Huaxia shook his head. I apologize, Wilson. While we have ample stock of other military equipment, these two cutting-edge items are already booked for delivery 3 years from now. What? 3 years? Wilson exclaimed in disbelief. Did Huaxia not just announce an international arms exhibition? Indeed, I am very sorry. Which countries acted so swiftly? The leader smiled broadly. Why? It's your old acquaintances from Niao. Apart from the Camel Nations, there are also the Hans Cat Nation, the Gallic Rooster Nation, and the Kangaroo Nation. Upon hearing the names of these familiar allies, Wilson was left stunned. Still on the video call, he could only maintain an awkward smile while his mind erupted in curses. Damn it, what the hell are these backstabbers doing? We agreed to unite against Huaxia, yet you all rushed to place orders with them. They are even quicker than I am. What a farce, calling it an Avengers Alliance. Let us just name it the Traitors League. He had never encountered such brazen nations before. Taking a deep breath, Wilson endeavored to calm his fury. A cunning plan swiftly formed in his mind. I find this most unfair. For such coveted advanced military equipment, how can it be first come, first served? I propose that we adopt a bidding process where the highest bidder prevails. If you play by the rules of the first day of the month, do not blame me for playing by the 15th. This seems rather inappropriate. The representative gestured dismissively. Nonsense. Wilson interjected. You Waxians are far too kind and lack an understanding of market logic. When selling goods, who operates in such a manner? By your method, the losses would amount to billions. It is not too late to reconsider. Heed my advice. This arms exhibition could certainly implement a bidding system. Nations that place advance reservations would merely secure the right to bid, and only through multiple rounds of fair bidding could we determine who ultimately qualifies for purchase. The more Wilson spoke, the more animated he became, his face flushed with excitement. In Huaxia, there was still a shake of the head, yet the tone began to waver. It is still inappropriate. If certain affluent nations monopolize our military production capacity, other countries would be left empty-handed, harboring animosity towards us. Upon hearing this, Wilson's neck flushed with urgency. You truly are something else, worrying about whether others harbor resentment. Your moral compass is so elevated that it renders our dialogue nearly impossible. With a quick shift in thought, Wilson proposed, I understand your concerns. I have an excellent solution. For these in-demand advanced military supplies, we could implement a purchasing limitation. Initially, we would hold a bidding process, granting priority to the highest bidder, but capping the quantity purchased. Subsequent nations could then acquire based on the highest bid, within their means. Should there be any surplus, other nations could continue to buy, with delivery times aligned to purchasing qualifications. Would this not provide clarity for every nation involved? This comprehensive plan was met with enthusiastic nods from Huaxia, culminating in applause. Excellent. What a splendid idea. Truly, you are the foremost figure of the sun never setting. I find myself humbled. Given Wilson's strong support and brilliant suggestion, I shall convene the higher-ups for a thorough discussion and proceed with your proposal. Wilson responded with satisfaction. That is wonderful. Today's conversation has been most delightful. You shall always be my closest friend, and our country will forever stand as a partner to Huaxia. Huaxia beamed brightly, affirming, indeed, we are the closest of friends. As the video call concluded, Huaxia could scarcely contain their amusement. Wilson's expression was utterly hilarious, prompting uproarious laughter. My dear, we shall remain the closest of friends. Ha. The leader chosen from the sun never setting is, regardless of ability, undoubtedly the thickest skinned. Chapter 97. Why does this 5-year plan draft seem so authentic? Observing Wilson's comical demeanor, everyone erupted into hearty laughter, their spirits soaring with a sense of pride. What a triumphant moment. Since the conclusion of the press conference that noon, numerous nations across Blue Star, including many from the Western Alliance, proactively sought private conversations with Huaxia's highest leaders, aiming to secure early reservations for the upcoming military exhibition. Witnessing the once arrogant nations now displaying such subservience was utterly exhilarating. After decades, never had there been such a moment of vindication. All right, enough laughter. If you keep it up, I shall have to ask you all to leave. Do not disrupt my conversations with my closest friends. It is nearly evening, and over a dozen heads of state are still in line waiting. Upon hearing this, the others swiftly composed themselves. Such a thrilling affair surely warranted an audience. Fine, no more laughter. We have undergone professional training, no matter how amusing the situation. We shall remain utterly composed. Observing this scene, the leader felt a slight strain. Seizing the opportunity to maintain a composed expression, he promptly summoned the staff to connect with the next head of state, who had been eagerly awaited for quite some time. Thus, from noon until well past 11 at night, they had no time to eat, transitioning from the blazing sun to the moon hanging high in the sky. Realizing it had gotten quite late, they decided to postpone the remaining calls until the following day, finally concluding the video conference. The leader pinched his face, which had grown somewhat rigid from forced smiles, and pounded his already aching lower back, his expression one of resignation. Ladies and gentlemen, I must say, you are truly remarkable. With so much work at hand, you chose to listen to me make phone calls all day? I could charge you with dereliction of duty. Would you have any objections? Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. The Navy commander, Si Jinghai, spoke with a tone far less somber than usual. Such a minor transgression? Why not? Let it be dealt with. After waiting for so many years for this day, believing it might never come, how could one not come to witness it in person? The chief engineer of aerospace, Yannian, chuckled and remarked, daily criticized for being soft, with spittle splattering on my face, and yet I must perform my duties. Compared to a mere dereliction of duty, this is truly a trivial matter. Their words seemed to evoke memories from the past, and gradually, the laughter subsided, giving way to contemplation. After a long pause, the Air Force commander, Yun Feijia, looked up and sighed. We have awaited this day for so long, and at last, we have arrived. Their eyes sparkled with fervor, their ideals and convictions unwavering, firmly believing that the nation of Huaxia shall rise. Indeed, it will rise. For the Huaxiao people are a resilient nation, having emerged from adversity, indomitable and steadfast, even while bearing immense burdens. Yet, they could hardly have imagined that this day would arrive so swiftly and unexpectedly. Comrade Lin Mo had boasted to me 3 months prior that he would ensure Huaxia's new fighter jets would dominate the skies of Blue Planet within 3 years. Who would have thought that so little time would pass before he brought this vision to fruition? Upon hearing this, the others chuckled. Otherwise, how could he be our nation's fortunate star? At this point, they remembered that they had been busy all day, and Lin Mo had submitted a document in the evening that they had yet to review. Thus, they called over the secretary. Xiaoyang, please bring us the document submitted by Comrade Lin Mo today. Certainly, please hold on. Secretary Yang went to the side room of the meeting and retrieved the prepared document. As everyone picked it up, they discovered it was quite substantial, flipping through it to find approximately 70 or 80 pages. The cover bore a prominent title in a bold, simplified font, 5-year scientific research plan for Huaxia. After reviewing a few pages, Army Commander Long Jianjun expressed his surprise. Wasn't the press conference concluded? The strategic intimidation was highly successful. Why is Comrade Lin Mo still submitting a complete 5-year plan? However, it was indeed quite impressive. Meanwhile, the others also received the document. Yun Feijia listened with great interest. You fail to grasp Comrade Lin Mo's intentions. As the saying goes, when performing a play, one must commit fully. Look at this. What air and space mothership? What submarine carrier? Tut, tut. They even have task advancement nodes and related deadlines. One must wonder about their authenticity. If you ask me, we all ought to learn from Comrade Lin Mo's earnestness. Others nodded in agreement. Truly, Lin Mo had considered every angle. While the current strategic intimidation plan had met its anticipated objectives, the Western Alliance nations would undoubtedly intensify their efforts to investigate related intelligence. If China remained utterly silent, they might soon discern that this 5-year plan was merely a facade. However, with Lin Mo's meticulously detailed blueprint, the effectiveness of this intimidation would surely endure longer and secure more time for China's development. As everyone pondered and perused the materials, an unsettling feeling began to creep in. Hey, Comrade Yan, don't you think the second phase of the Southern Heavenly Gate project is a bit too detailed? They've even meticulously outlined funding sources, project milestones, and task timelines. It could easily be mistaken for authenticity. Yun Feijia inquired of Bai Yannian, only to find him trembling uncontrollably. Yan, what's the matter? Bai Yannian ignored him, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe his reading glasses, his hands gripping the documents tightly as he continued to scrutinize them intently. Suddenly, he slammed his hand on the table. No. His abrupt exclamation startled everyone, causing the heart-condition-stricken Shi Jinghai to gasp, hastily reaching for his emergency medication. The leader furrowed his brow, saying, Yan, what's with the shouting in the middle of the night? It was only when his thoughts were interrupted by the noise that Bai Yannian realized he had become overly agitated. Taking a few deep breaths to calm himself, his gaze grew resolute as he instructed a staff member from the secretariat. Xiaoyang, immediately connect with the Chilean Satellite Launch Center and contact Chief Engineer Lin Mo. Request him to join a video conference at once. After yesterday's meeting, Lin Mo had hastily returned to Huang Province. The flight aboard the Xuan Nu fighter jet took merely about 10 minutes to coordinate matters between the Xuan Nu fighter jet production line and the assembly department. Understood, Xiaoyang replied. Wait, Xiaoyang, hold on a moment. Long Jianjun interjected, furrowing his brow. Yan, do you not realize what time it is? It's already past 11. Will calling Comrade Lin Mo for a video meeting not disturb his rest? Please explain what is going on. Chapter 98. The true possession is the most astute strategic intimidation. Bai Yannian smacked his forehead and stood up to clarify. I apologize for my emotional instability. I completely neglected to explain. Raising the document in his hand, he firmly addressed everyone. I have grave suspicions that the 5-year scientific research plan for China, devised by Comrade Lin Mo, is exceedingly comprehensive, possesses ample feasibility, and is indeed implementable. What? Upon hearing this, the others were taken aback. After a brief moment of contemplation, they shook their heads in unison. Long Jianjun furrowed his brows and remarked, How is that possible? Comrade Yan, are you overthinking this? It is entirely normal for those involved to be oblivious, yet we have all been part of this plan from the beginning. The 5-year plan devised by Comrade Lin Mo, aimed at implementing strategic intimidation, is nothing but grandiose rhetoric. It cannot possibly be executed. Indeed, Yun Feijia interjected. Just look at the myriad of nonsensical elements in this research plan, with concepts like spaceborne aircraft carriers and deep-sea submarines, things we've never even heard of before. It is evident that this is merely an attempt to dupe those fools in the Western Alliance. However, Yannian vigorously shook his head, his tone unwavering. Ladies and gentlemen, you must believe me. After so many years in aerospace, I have developed an innate intuition and sensitivity towards these research initiatives. This 5-year research plan possesses substantial feasibility. It cannot be a mere fabrication. At this, the group burst into laughter. To draw conclusions on such a significant matter based solely on intuition was absurd. Nonetheless, they took the time to peruse the 5-year plan once more, willing to invest a bit more thought into Lin Mo's affairs. Yet, after a few minutes, they shook their heads again, stating, after experiencing so many unbelievable events, I am willing to believe in anything related to Comrade Lin Mo, no matter how implausible it may seem. Nevertheless, this time, Comrade Yin, we must advise you not to deify Comrade Lin Mo too excessively. He is ultimately human, not a deity. Yannian was about to interject when he was interrupted by Long Jianjun's words. Comrade Yin, I understand your eagerness for the rise of our nation, but some matters cannot be rushed. While we have indeed begun to carve a path towards a prosperous future for our great nation, we must tread carefully. Taking one step at a time, we cannot make giant leaps all at once. As for the projects mentioned by Comrade Lin Mo, I firmly believe that one day, after 50, 100, or even 200 years of arduous struggle, our heroic sons and daughters of China will undoubtedly bring them to fruition. But to expect that, with our current industrial, scientific, and energy foundations, we could accomplish these projects in just 5 years is rather far-fetched. Wouldn't you agree, Comrade Yin? Long Jianjun's reasoning left Yannian at a loss for words. After a long silence, Yannian sighed. You present profound arguments, and I find myself unable to counter them. Yet, having said all that, may I have a word? Let us connect with Comrade Lin Mo immediately. The truth will become evident. Furthermore, there is no need to worry about Comrade Lin Mo's rest. His peculiar sleeping talent is well known to us all. He is certainly not lacking in time. The crowd fell silent. Having broached the subject to this extent, it would be unreasonable not to contact Lin Mo reflecting on the passage of time today. I realized I had yet to connect with Lin Mo via telephone. With all the leaders present, it was indeed an opportune moment to extend my congratulations and express my gratitude to Lin Mo. All right, Xiaoyang, please establish a connection with the Chilean Satellite Launch Center. The Secretariat swiftly took action, and within minutes, we successfully connected to the Chilean Launch Center. As the video call commenced, a familiar figure appeared on the large screen of the conference room. Lin Mo, with a smile, sat upright at his desk, which was adorned with a stack of documents nearly a meter high. Aside from the documents, the desk was remarkably tidy, featuring only a water cup, a dragon flag, and a solitary decorative item. This ornament, approximately the size of half a fist, was a small piece of dark material gleaming with metallic luster, currently suspended in midair and performing an irregular dance, exuding a distinctly sci-fi aura. Comrade Lin Mo, working so late, you truly are diligent. Please remember to take care of yourself. Balance between work and rest is essential for efficiency. Observing the multitude of technical documents piled upon Lin Mo's desk, the others felt a pang of sympathy. Lin Mo had become the heart of the team. We must ensure his health is not compromised, as that would be a loss for the entire nation of Huaxia. On the other end of the video call, Lin Mo scratched his head and replied with a smile. Over the past few days, I have indeed been quite occupied perfecting the project proposals and specific implementation plans for the 4 major initiatives. However, I am pleased to announce that the tasks have been honorably completed. Upon hearing this, the group was momentarily taken aback. Yet, in Yanni's eyes, a spark of excitement ignited. Long Jianjun, recalling the previous research planning, inquired, Comrade Lin Mo, are you referring to the 4 major initiatives within Huaxia's 5-year scientific research plan that you devised? The South Tianmen Plan, the Shanhai Jing Plan, the Penglai Plan, and the Houyi Plan. Indeed, those are the 4 initiatives, Lin Mo confirmed with a smile. This revelation stirred a ripple of intrigue among the leaders. Long Jianjun pressed further, Comrade Lin Mo, what is the purpose of refining these 4 initiatives? Hasn't the task already concluded? On the other side of the video call, Lin Mo was left perplexed. What do you mean? What has ended? I don't quite understand. All but Yanni exchanged bewildered glances. The forthright Yun Feijia boldly interjected. Comrade Lin Mo, didn't you previously mention that this 5-year plan was formulated for the purpose of strategic deterrence against the Eagle Sauce and the nations of the Western Alliance? Now that the objectives have been achieved and the results are unexpectedly favorable, one could say the strategic deterrence mission has been successfully concluded. Why then continue to refine the specifics of the 4 major initiatives? After Yun Feijia's statement, Lin Mo fell into a contemplative silence, remaining unresponsive for quite some time. Observing Lin Mo's taciturn demeanor, Yun Feijia grew anxious. Comrade Lin Mo, What is the matter? Did I say something incorrect? Please, say something. After a prolonged pause, Lin Mo, appearing somewhat resigned, finally remarked, have you all misunderstood something? Do you believe that this 5-year plan is merely a facade, designed solely to intimidate the eagle sauce in the countries of the Western Alliance? If that is the case, I am truly disheartened. I have not closed my eyes since yesterday, tirelessly working through the night to finalize the specific implementation plans for the 4 major initiatives, which makes me appear rather foolish. Upon hearing this, Bai Yinan burst into laughter. After he finished laughing, he remained silent, playfully observing the others. Long Jianjun wore a slight expression of embarrassment. A flicker of suspicion had already crossed his mind, yet he still clung to a thread of rationality, reluctant to fully believe it. After a few moments of hesitation, he finally spoke, Comrade Lin Mo. Are you suggesting that this 5-year plan is not a fabrication, and that you indeed possess concrete intentions for advancing certain projects? Lin Mo replied with a hint of exasperation. When did I ever claim that this future 5-year research plan was a falsehood? Moreover, if strategic intimidation is perpetually based on falsehoods, it loses all significance. Only genuinely revolutionary military technology can serve as the most astute form of strategic intimidation. Observing Lin Mo's air of self-evidence, all present fell into a stunned silence. Furthermore, I must emphasize that it is not merely some projects, it is all of them. I possess specific ideas and plans for each of the 4 major initiatives, and the implementation schemes have already been prepared. We are simply awaiting your approval.